In a world ravaged by natural disasters, survival of the fittest prevails. Having been reborn, one seizes the opportunity, striving to endure in the midst of despair. 3 months prior to the impending apocalypse, Moonin liquidated all his savings to amass supplies, hoarding everything he could like a diligent hamster. He then retreated into the modest confines of his home, living discreetly while cautiously awaiting the gradual onset of calamity. The foreboding signs of disaster were unmistakable: plagues, sweltering heat, earthquakes, extreme cold, pestilence, floods, drought, famine, tsunamis, and sandstorms. Possessing a hidden space, Moonan's daily life amidst these tribulations took on a slower, more mundane rhythm. Amidst a jarring clatter, a roll-up gate descended slowly. Through the rearview mirror of his small truck, Moonan observed the gate's descent before pressing the accelerator, driving away from the now empty warehouse. The goods that were initially destined for the warehouse were cleverly concealed within the confines of his truck, cleverly transferred into his secret space. Moonan harbored a secret, one he had discovered at the tender age of 16. He possessed a space, an enigmatic realm that materialized within him, as if it existed within a diamond's ion of his own consciousness. The extent of this space remained a mystery to him, however. Despite the volume of items he stored, it had never reached capacity. Yet, apart from its remarkable storage capability, this space could not accommodate any living beings. However, that sense of exploration and excitement quickly dissipated, as Moonan discovered that possessing such a seemingly mysterious space did not significantly alter his life. Aside from the slight convenience it afforded him for storing items while discreetly avoiding others, he found himself unable to leverage this space for any financial gain, bound as he was by the principles of lawfulness and propriety. Gradually, Moonan relinquished his preoccupation with the space, occasionally utilizing it for minor conveniences in his daily life, while continuing to navigate existence as he always had. It was not until the year of his university graduation that his aspirations for the future were irrevocably shattered by a series of natural disasters. In an ironic twist, the space that had seemed so inconsequential in everyday life became his greatest lifeline. Initially, no one anticipated that a torrential downpour and a thick haze would reshape the world. The deterioration of air quality over the years was a well-known fact. Everyone chanted slogans about protecting the environment and the earth, yet each individual continued to squander resources in various ways. The smog arrived unexpectedly. Aside from the increasing number of people donning masks on the streets, life appeared to be largely unaffected. However, as time passed, the incidence of illness surged. Coughing, fever, skin rashes, and bloodshot eyes escalated, culminating in swollen lungs, breathing difficulties, and ultimately death. The sheer volume of the ailing overwhelmed the healthcare system, leading to its collapse. Nations and cities were left to fend for themselves, as they were all grappling with their own crises. This chaos marked the beginning of an apocalyptic era. At that time, Moonan never imagined that the world would one day descend into chaos. He had faith in the strength of his nation and believed in the daily encouragement broadcasted on television and the internet, convinced that calamities would eventually pass. Most importantly, being all alone, he had not deeply experienced the anguish of losing loved ones amidst this disaster. Though these tribulations were in close proximity, they felt distant to him. Moonan was a full-time artist, having resolved his life's direction from high school, driven by his passion for painting. Indeed, he possessed remarkable talent in this field. Even before entering university, he had transformed his hobby into a profession that could sustain him. Prior to college, he sold a character design for as much as 50 to 60,000, a considerable sum within the realm of artists. It was precisely due to his profession, which allowed for a hermetic lifestyle, that he remained largely unaffected during the smog-filled days, even while confined indoors. This vocation had also accustomed him to habitually storing delectable food items in his designated space, ensuring they were readily available whenever he desired. His space functioned as a constant entity. Items placed within retained their original state upon removal. After years of accumulation, the quantity of food in Moonan's space had become quite substantial. It was his initial ignorance of the impending food crisis that ultimately led to his demise, a tragic consequence of the very sustenance that had once provided comfort. The haze had barely dissipated when an unusual heat wave enveloped the country. Historically, Even the hottest regions, shaped by geographical and environmental factors, had never exceeded 50 degrees Celsius, yet this summer, temperatures soared to an unprecedented global high, reaching a staggering 59 degrees. To comprehend 59 degrees, it is noteworthy that the highest recorded temperature in the vast African desert was merely 55 degrees. In places inhabited by humanity, the maximum temperatures had never surpassed 45 degrees. The seasons in their nation were typically well-defined, but this year, even into December, the sweltering heat remained relentless. The number of heat-related deaths was alarmingly comparable to those who perished during the haze. People began to realize that perhaps this time, the apocalyptic prophecy was indeed unfolding. Subsequently, the governance of each region fell directly under military control, tasked with counting the populace and issuing new identification cards. Despite the citizens' efforts to align with the state, they remained powerless against the ceaseless onslaught of natural disasters, flash floods, tsunamis, droughts stretching across vast expanses, earthquakes, and plagues of insects. The promise of tomorrow transformed from hope into a deeper, unfathomable despair. In contrast, Moonan fared significantly better than many regardless of the circumstances. He could at least secure food to satiate his hunger. Unfortunately, while he withstood the wrath of nature, he could not endure the calamities wrought by humanity. A moment of compassion led him to offer a meager corn cake to a frail, emaciated girl, which ultimately summoned his doom. At that time, the nation was rallying the populace to rebuild their homes. While it could not be said that everyone was well-fed, the situation had not devolved into a famine severe enough to incite murder over scraps of food otherwise. Even Moonan's naivety would not have allowed for such an act of kindness in that critical moment. After his rebirth, Moonan engaged in profound introspection regarding his brief existence. Possessing a unique safeguard for his survival, he approached the apocalyptic world with a sense of cautious superiority. Despite his meticulous demeanor, he harbored an almost imperceptible disdain for the dire circumstances surrounding him. The acquisition of food presented no significant challenge thus. He failed to grasp the sheer brutality of the apocalypse as deeply as others who were more acutely aware of light. Whether it was death or hunger, he found himself amidst these trials without ever truly experiencing them. There exists a fundamental distinction between the struggles of those who possess confidence and those who do not in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. Although his parents had passed away early, the environment in which he lived remained uncomplicated. He was thrust into the apocalypse without having had the opportunity to navigate the complexities of society. Reflecting upon his previous life, Moonan felt no significant regret, yet a tinge of sorrow lingered. Currently, he resides in an old building, one of the first urban developments equipped with elevators, situated on the 17th floor, with the highest being 23. Having lived here since childhood, he was now the sole survivor of a once close-knit family. Gazing at the dust-covered photograph of his parents hanging on the wall, Moonan occasionally mused that their early departure from life may have been a blessing at the very least. They were spared the ravages of the apocalypse. After setting down his backpack, he retrieved a clean set of clothes and took a refreshing shower, washing away the fatigue and dust accumulated from a day spent outside. Once his hair was half-dried, he sat down to enjoy a meal. He had prepared the food himself, while the vegetables were pre-purchased, surreptitiously stored in his space, and now its steam as he brought them out to savor. Nen had been reborn for 3 months. He had already stockpiled all the essential survival items, and even invested a considerable sum in acquiring some lethal weapons for safety. Although obtaining a handgun was out of the question, he found himself with neither the means nor the channels to smuggle one, even abroad where such items might be more accessible. Nevertheless, Moonan felt a profound sense of contentment with his current situation. This time, he would not be cornered in a room, defenseless against an attack. To facilitate the receipt of goods, Moonan had rented a small warehouse and hired a retired craftsman for $3,000 a month. The elder would oversee the warehouse during the day and assist in receiving deliveries, while Moonan would come by at night, feigning the act of shipping to discreetly transfer the items into his own space. Today marked the final batch, as the lease on the warehouse was coming to an end. The remaining fragmented items could easily be shipped directly to his home. Then there was Chin Huai, who had seamlessly integrated into his life, yet had departed without a trace. Moonan and Qin Huai had grown up together. Qin Huai was 2 years his senior. When Moonan's parents passed away, he was still quite young and lacked the autonomy to make decisions. He faced a choice between an orphanage or being taken in by relatives, yet he refused to live as a guest under someone else's roof. Though his family's circumstances could only be described as moderately affluent, his parents had indulged him, fulfilling his every wish. This had fostered a certain arrogance within him. He preferred the solitude of his own home and the independence of self-care over residing with others. Moreover, even in the absence of his parents, the presence of Qin Huai made him feel that home still existed for him, anchoring him to this place he could not bear to leave. Fortunately, his relatives did not contemplate adopting him for long. Although his parents had received compensation due to an unfortunate incident, along with insurance payouts, Isam was substantial enough to ensure his education and provide him with a comfortable living. However, having an additional child would ultimately pose a burden. In the end, after much insistence from Moonan, his relatives opted for a compromise. They would nominally adopt him, yet he would continue residing in his own home, with the assistance of his neighbor, Qin Huai's grandmother, who would help look after him. After all, Moonan had practically grown up in the Qin household, and his relatives lived only a short 10-minute walk away, making occasional visits efficient. At the age of 10, while many adults might consider him still a child in need of constant supervision, for a boy who had just experienced such a significant upheaval, he was certain, capable of taking care of himself. Furthermore, he was not entirely alone besides his parents. He had Qin Huai. Qin Huai's grandmother passed away when he was 15, having lived a long life and departing peacefully. That year, both he and the 17-year-old Qin Huai found themselves orphans, yet they had one another. Qin Huai stated that from then on, they would rely solely on each other. At that time, Moonan felt little trepidation about the future despite the absence of their grandmother. They still had each other. However, not long after, Qin Huai's father, whom he had only seen in photographs, appeared and forcefully took Qin Huai away. From that moment on, Moonan never saw Qin Huai again for the rest of his life. Qin Huai's father must have been quite affluent, having settled abroad. Initially, amidst his cries and protests, Qin Huai assured him that he would not leave. He had always regarded this so-called father as non-existent. However, the resolute Qin Huai, who once firmly declared he would not depart, ultimately did leave. How could 2 underage children contend with an adult? There was no option but to compromise. At that time, Moonan could neither comprehend nor accept this. His heart was consumed by the betrayal of Qin Huai's departure. Such resoluteness merely served as a facade, a means to evade the bewilderment of facing an uncertain future alone, along with the panic and fear of losing Qin Huai. In that unfamiliar land, Qin Huai embarked on a new life, forging new friendships and embracing a fresh existence that bore no relation to him anymore. Perhaps Qin Huai had long begun his own journey successful, adored, and even surrounded by close companions who could replace him. Yet Moonan remained trapped in the past. He believed they had ample time ahead, convinced that one day he would muster the courage to confront the changed Qin Huai, who may now seem foreign, much like many adults who, with a hint of nostalgia, casually reminisce about the past. Moonan thought that when he could accept a Qin Huai who bore no connection to him, merely a former neighbor, that would be the moment he found the bravery to reconnect with Qin Huai. Yet in his previous life, he never summoned the courage to do so before his final breath. Although Qin Huai had departed, he continued to send living expenses to Moonan each month, which also encompassed the annual tuition fees. Yet, Moonan had never touched a single cent of this money, as it was compensation received after his parents' demise, sufficient to see him through university. He remained oblivious to the origins of Qin Huai's funds, whether they were earned by Qin Huai himself or bestowed by his father. Regardless of their source, he harbored no desire to utilize them. Initially, it was he who resolutely severed ties with Qin Huai. However, the monthly remittances fostered an illusion that Qin Huai still maintained a connection with him, leading him to believe that, once prepared, he could easily reach out to the other. It was only after his rebirth, when he sought out Qin Huai, that he realized he could not locate a single remittance account, especially since it belonged to a trust fund located abroad. In his rebirth, the inability to find Qin Huai filled Moon Nan with trepidation. He scoured everywhere for anyone who might be in contact with Qin Huai, but most had lost touch over it. Years of estrangement, save for one individual, Jiang Xian, who had yet to relocate. After seeking out Jiang Xian, Moon Nan was disheartened to hear that Jiang Xian had not been in contact with Qin Huai for quite some time, and the online accounts they once used to communicate had long since been forgotten. He too was unaware of Qin Huai's whereabouts. Even now, Moon Nan continues to hoard supplies while searching for Qin Huai. The dread that he may never find Qin Huai in this lifetime weighs heavily upon him, yet he strives to rema. In calm as he prepares for the impending apocalypse, he shudders to think of the consequences should he never encounter Qin Huai again. It may very well surpass the despair he incur. NTLY imagines. Early the next morning, workers arrive at the door to install the custom-made, hollow, thickened tempered glass that Moon Nan had ordered, intending to replace everything in his home that could be upgraded. In his previous life, he had been plagued with anxiety due to the drafty doors and windows while being confined indoors during the smog. This time he was determined to take preventive measures well in advance. In addition to the glass replacement, Moon Nan also decided to replace his air conditioning unit. He had specifically commissioned a model from abroad. Although there were high-temperature air conditioning units available domestically capable of withstanding temperatures up to 80 degrees, most of these machines were designed for industrial facilities and high-heat environments, making them too large for residential use. However, in certain foreign locales that experience consistently high temperatures, the technology for high-temperature air conditioning has been adapted for home use, albeit at a significantly higher price. The advantage lies in their compact size and ease of installation. He ordered 2 high-temperature residential air conditioners, one to install in his home and the other to keep in reserve for future needs. In his previous life, when the smog finally cleared and the sweltering heat set in, nearly all domestic air conditioners failed, prompting the government to establish temporary cooling centers. Yet, with so many people seeking refuge, even those centers, equipped with air conditioning, proved to be of little relief. Moon Nan had remained at home during that time, unable to use the air conditioning due to excessive heat. However, he had access to water stored in his space, which allowed him to endure the first torturous summer. This time, armed with experience and ample preparation, he resolved not to face a situation more dire than in his past life. Previously, Moon Nan contemplated whether to sell his house and reside with the Qin Huai family. However, after careful consideration, he dismissed the idea. Their homes were situated directly opposite each other, which posed a risk of unintentionally revealing certain secrets. Regardless of who purchased the property, selling the house and leaving might seem straightforward, yet living in such proximity could lead to potential disputes in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It was far more prudent to secure the large iron gate outside, ensuring a quieter and more peaceful existence. While the staff replaced the windows, Moon Nan meticulously supervised their work, insisting on impeccable sealing. In his previous life, he had not resided there for long. Private shelters had opened much earlier than the government-established refuge bases, allowing individuals to exchange a modest amount of grain for a safe haven, providing both respite from the heat and protection from the cold. At that time, many in their community were tempted by the offer. Initially, Moon Nan himself was not swayed, however, following a minor earthquake that had resulted in significant structural damage to many buildings. Despite the tremors being relatively weak by the time they reached his area, began to reconsider. Fortunately, his own residence remained unscathed, but the uncertainty of future seismic events lingered in his mind. Reflecting on this, Moon Nan recognized his unique ability to sustain himself regardless of location, thanks to his spatial capabilities. Coupled with the fact that many others had decided to venture out together, he ultimately chose to join them. Without delving into the hardships endured within that private base, the primary reason for Moon Nan's decision to remain this time was his desire to wait. He feared the changes in Qin Huai, yet instinctively believed that the Qin Huai he knew would never alter. This conflicting psychology was intricate, but regardless, he wished to linger at home a bit longer. It took nearly a week for Moon Nan to replace all the doors and windows in his home. His residence was situated directly across from Qin Huai's, and he had installed a security door facing the corridor, which both families shared. However, the security door had grown somewhat antiquated over the years, having been in place for over a decade. This time, Moonan invested in a robust new security door, spending a considerable amount. To facilitate the installation of the doors and windows, Moonan had previously stored all his furniture in a designated space. Once the installations were complete, he slightly altered the layout of his home. The structure was a simple two-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Moonan left both bedrooms vacant, intending to set up some vegetable planters and soil to cultivate his own produce. Although the space could preserve freshness, being confined at home inevitably led to idleness. In the living room, he opted not to place a sofa, choosing instead to set up a bed. He forewent a television and coffee table, placing only a table suitable for dining and working on his computer. As the balcony had been enclosed, Moonan constructed some cabinets there, storing a portion of his clothes and bedding in the space while the remainder occupied the balcony. The most daunting aspect was not the absence of hope, but rather the fear that the hope and anticipation he held might ultimately prove futile. Due to the inclement weather coinciding with the thesis period, numerous complaints emerged among the students. Moonan, having not resided on campus during his university years, maintained only a mediocre rapport with his peers. Since high school, he had predominantly traversed life in solitude. It was not a matter of reluctance to integrate with others, rather, by the time he finally extricated himself from the lingering effects of his departure from Qinhuai, he had become accustomed to solitude. He had grown used to quietly observing others revel in their camaraderie. In a group chat, a female classmate lamented about the dreadful weather, sharing that her young nephew had been suffering from a cough for over a week, showing no signs of improvement. He was afflicted with widespread pain and required daily hospital visits for injections. On occasions when her brother and sister-in-law were preoccupied, she had to assist in taking him to the hospital. Balancing thesis work with such arduous weather conditions was a torment for both the adults and the ailing child. One suggestion was to admit the child to the hospital, thereby avoiding the exhausting back and forth between home and medical facilities. While this notion resonated with the family, the recent surge in illnesses proved to be overwhelming, with the majority suffering from colds and fevers. Some cases of severe fever had led to delirium, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a hospital bed. Thus, they were left to bundle up tightly and traverse the distance daily. As Moonan observed the exchanges within the chat, a sense of shock washed over him. The symptoms described by the girl mirrored those associated with ailments induced by smog. It typically commenced with fever and cough, escalating to widespread pain, ultimately culminating in the swelling of the lungs. By the time the lungs began to enlarge, it was often too late for salvation. In the previous life, the source of the pandemic was traced back to a toxic mycelium floating within the smog, so minuscule that it eluded the naked eye, making it all too easy for individuals to inhale and become infected. He had always presumed that the mycelium manifested alongside the haze, but if there were already infections occurring, it was conceivable that this virulent mycelium was already present in the air. Contemplating this possibility, Moonan could not suppress a rising sense of panic. Although he had prepared all that he could for the impending crisis and had mentally fortified himself for the future, when disaster truly struck again, he found himself unable to remain composed. That Nan had rarely spoken in the group chat. Thus, when he finally did, the previously animated conversation fell into an abrupt silence. Some members cautiously inquired if he had any further insider information. Their curiosity was understandable, as the recent surge in illnesses had instilled a sense of unease. Unfortunately, Moonan had little to divulge. He was merely an ordinary person, imbued with a selfish nature. His sole visit to the police station had been due to his parents' misfortune. He lacked the courage and conviction to assume the role of savior. As for whether others heeded his words, he was largely indifferent. Every individual has their own fate. With a chime signaling the completion of downloads, Moonan glanced at the interface and noted that the television series he had selected were finished. Subsequently, he sought out additional dramas, films, and variety shows to add to his download queue. To this end, Moonan specifically purchased over 10 external hard drives with the largest capacities. In addition to various forms of entertainment, he downloaded a plethora of materials and books. These resources range from the minutiae of soap and candle making to the grander schemes of house construction. He meticulously categorized everything he deemed useful for survival skills. Fortunately, the internet remained operational before the Great Earthquake, affording him ample time to prepare without urgency. Although the network gradually resumed post-earthquake, it was merely a local network, accessible only within specific areas, rendering it incapable of connecting to the cloud. While Moonan was not entirely dependent on the internet for survival, he preferred to prepare as much as possible. Several hard drives occupying space in his home were hardly a bird. Glancing out at the torrential rain, Moonan retrieved his phone to order takeout. There was a barbecue shop renowned for its delectable offerings, featuring fresh meat and generous portions. However, the establishment was quite small, necessitating either takeout or delivery. Given the downpour, delivery was his only option. He placed a substantial order and then rose from his bed to take a shower. The temperature had risen considerably, prompting some heat-sensitive households to turn on their air conditioning early. Fortunately, Moonan was not overly sensitive to heat and did not require venturing outside. A mere electric fan sufficed. Otherwise, the air conditioner he had purchased would prove somewhat excessive in its power consumption. While taking a shower, Moonan glanced at the mirror and prodded his face. Due to the nature of his profession, he often remained indoors, resulting in his skin appearing pale, albeit with an unhealthy pallor. It seemed imperative that he should prioritize exercise. He tugged at his slightly overlong hair, planning to venture downstairs for a haircut once the rain subsided a little tomorrow. Previously, he had believed that such ailments only arose after the rain ceased and smog enveloped the area, thus intending to get a haircut before the rain stopped and then refrain from going outside altogether. However, circumstances had unfolded somewhat differently than he had anticipated. Even though smog had already settled in, the rain should mitigate its severity, allowing him to don a mask and head downstairs for a haircut without much concern. In his previous life at this time, he had ventured to school daily without any protective measures and had faced no issues. A bit of caution would suffice. The barber, an old neighbor, had been acquainted with his family. Had Moonan's parents still been alive, they would have shared a closer bond. However, Moonan had spent considerable time outside, merely recognizing some of the long-standing neighbors without even recalling their names. The uncle who cut his hair suggested that Moonan wait until the rain stopped to visit a styling salon, as he could only offer a simple cut. "What a shame for such a handsome young man not to have a proper style," he remarked. Moonan chuckled softly. "Please, just trim it short. My hair is too long, and it's rather stifling. Why face looks fine, why do I need a style?" The older gentleman was amused by his words and began to engage in casual conversation, reminiscing about how his father would visit every few months for a haircut. During those visits, he would extol the virtues of his son, praising his cuteness and intelligence, mentioning how he wore a red scarf in the first grade. He expressed a wistful sentiment, reflecting that if old Moo were still around, he would undoubtedly be proud of his son. Moonan sidestepped the wall and refrained from using the elevator that had just ascended, choosing instead to wait in place. He was aware of certain matters, but felt powerless to alert everyone before things escalated too severely. This sensation was quite disheartening. Being a pioneer or a whistleblower was no easy task. Merely taking action did not guarantee that events would unfold to one's liking. Ultimately, he was just a small individual struggling to survive. Upon returning home, Moonan went straight to the bathroom, tossing his worn clothes into the washing machine. After adding laundry detergent and disinfectant, he took a thorough shower from head to toe. The freshly cut hair felt somewhat prickly to the touch, yet it undeniably brought a sense of relief. After changing into comfortable attire, Moonan inspected the opposite room, observing the growth of the vegetables. Recently, Moonan had developed a fascination with disaster films, revisiting many classic titles. Occasionally, he gleaned valuable insights from these cinematic experiences. Although they were merely films, art derives from life, and one could certainly draw lessons from them. For dinner, he casually prepared a bowl of noodle dumplings. Dining alone inevitably felt rather simplistic, as he sought only a convenient means to satiate his hunger. After finishing his meal, he tidied up the room slightly. Around 9 o'clock, the alarm he had set on his phone began to ring. Moonan turned off the alarm clock and conscientiously stepped onto the treadmill. Without a doubt, maintaining physical fitness was of utmost importance. He could not allow himself to grow complacent and become lethargic simply because he could not venture outside. To let oneself become weak and flabby would only lead to a gradual decline, ultimately awaiting a fate of stagnation. After more than 10 days of torrential rain, as the downpour began to subside and the skies in many areas started to clear, a collective sigh of relief was breathed by many. The relentless rain had threatened to leave them with no dry clothes to wear, and the persistent dampness had permeated their homes, filling the air with a sticky humidity. Those who had been unable to venture out for work due to the heavy rains began to find themselves busy once more. As life seemed to return to its natural rhythm alongside the cessation of the rain, Moonin leaned against his bed, gazing at the sunlight filtering in from outside. Yet he did not share the same sense of ease as others. How he longed for the morning to arrive without the smog that had plagued the city in his previous life, for the sunlight to shine brightly, and for the ailing to suffer merely from a common flu, rendering all his preparations futile. Alas, the arrival of the apocalypse had unfolded without deviation. In the early hours of dawn, many industrious souls who rose early began to sense something amiss. The fog was too dense, so thick that even a slight distance obscured one's ability to discern the features of another. Yet, despite their unease, they did not entertain thoughts of anything unusual. This heavy fog, though more pronounced, was not an unfamiliar sight, and thus did not warrant excessive astonishment. When Moonin finally awakened, the room remained shrouded in dimness. He reached for his phone to check the time. It was 9 in the morning. Instead of unlocking his device to access the internet, he sat at the edge of his bed, staring at the curtains that allowed no light to penetrate. A sense of dread slowly enveloped him. Residing on the 17th floor, he had a relatively high vantage point. Peering from his balcony, he beheld an expanse of fog, obscuring any view of the buildings across the way or the small garden below. All that met his gaze was a thick mist, indistinguishable from the desolation of his past life. Moonin prepared a simple breakfast for himself, consisting of an egg, 2 slices of toast, 2 slices of bacon, and a glass of milk. Although he felt somewhat downcast, he knew he had to eat, albeit perhaps less than usual. While consuming his breakfast, he opened his phone to find that several active group chats had already reached 999 messages. Upon casually entering one, he discovered that they were discussing the dense fog outside. Some expressed astonishment and a peculiar excitement, claiming they had never encountered such thick fog in their lives, which felt somewhat thrilling. Others lamented the difficulties of the year, noting that first, heavy rain had prevented them from going out, and now, after a rare sunny day, the eerie fog made them hesitant to venture outside. Yet they needed to work to earn a living. There were also individuals capturing the fog and the accidents it caused, sharing these recordings on various online platforms for clicks. Moonin exited those chat groups and scrolled through Weibo, where the topic of fog had surged to the top of the trending list. It was not only their city experiencing this phenomenon. Numerous cities elsewhere, and even several countries abroad, were simultaneously enveloped in fog. If this dense fog were confined to a single region, it could be attributed to climatic conditions. However, with its widespread occurrence, the matter seemed quite serious. Nonetheless, the official Weibo accounts did not elaborate much, merely advising caution when traveling and urging individuals to avoid going out if possible due to the fog obstructing visibility, which had already led to multiple accidents in various locations. Moonin sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while. The air purifier in his home gradually shifted from a crimson glow to a serene blue. He remained uncertain of the efficacy of such devices, yet felt a sense of reassurance in their operation. After some time, Moonin resolved to engage himself in a task. The haze lingered for an extended period, and he could not simply remain idle at home for too long. His space was replete with various ingredients, ripe for transformation into culinary delights. Previously, he had lacked the time to experiment, having only acquired the necessary equipment. Now, however, he could follow tutorials to prepare items like jerky, convenient snacks that also replenished energy. As he prepared to make jerky, Moonin noticed a corner of the room piled high with cabbages, produce he had painstakingly sourced directly from the fields. The endeavor to procure these cabbages had required considerable effort. He had already envisioned turning them into kimchi, but his previous busyness had precluded him from actualizing this plan. Seeing the cabbages now rekindled his intentions. He retrieved the online tutorial he had previously found and dug out the kimchi fermentation container he had purchased long ago. After laying out the assorted ingredients, he casually put on a film, allowing the background sounds to accompany him as he commenced the kimchi making process. Crafting kimchi demanded physical effort, and he possessed no secret recipes of his own. However, adhering to the online guide yielded a delightful flavor. Fond of spiciness, he generously added a plethora of chili peppers, As he gazed upon the vibrant jars of red and white kimchi, Moonan felt a profound sense of accomplishment after a day of diligent labor. Due to the constancy of space and time, Moonan decided to pile the pickles in the kitchen, intending to let them sit for a few days, allowing the flavors to mature through the passage of time before placing them in the pantry. Although such tranquility had become the norm for Moonan in this peculiar moment, a twinge of loneliness surged within him. Glancing at the computer, which had been playing for an unknown duration, he retrieved an old variety show. Despite being several years old, its lengthy and lively episodes could, to some extent, dispel the solitude of being alone. Not wishing to immerse himself in the grievances of others, he found that excessive exposure to certain news could provoke irritation, prompting him to don his headphones and listen to music as he stepped onto the treadmill. Exhausted from his run, he anticipated a dreamless night until dawn. The following day, as the haze lingered, many began to sense that something was amiss. The news was saturated with reports of various traffic inconveniences caused by the dense fog, yet it failed to provide an explanation for its origin. Typically loquacious experts were conspicuously silent this time. Furthermore, incidents from abroad that had been visible the day before had vanished from view, with rumors suggesting that cyber police had commenced a crackdown, censoring inflammatory rhetoric. Even his WeChat group seemed to have lost a few members, likely due to someone having made inappropriate comments, resulting in a group ban. Fortunately, Moonan's alumni group remained intact, albeit with members exercising greater caution in their discussions, striving to avoid sensitive topics. Some individuals have been lamenting the behavior of elderly patrons who, typically in need of a seat on public transport, today appeared as formidable as a fighter jet in the supermarket. Their vigor was such that even the younger crowd seemed to give way, as these seasoned souls charged through the aisles, seemingly unperturbed by the frailty of their age. Online discussions have been rife with apocalyptic sentiments, yet few genuinely subscribe to such beliefs. Even among those who do harbor some measure of conviction, very few dare to take the plunge and stockpile supplies. The news continues to reassure the public, asserting that the national reserves are ample and urging citizens not to follow the herd mentality in hoarding goods. To bolster the credibility of this statement, numerous videos showcasing well-stocked stores have been released, aiming to quell any panic. Indeed, many popular products, once the shelves lay bare, were swiftly replenished, providing a measure of comfort to those anxious about accumulating supplies. However, what caught Moonan's attention were not the stocked shelves, but rather the presence of certain staff members in the photographs. Though they were not clad in protective gear, they were donning masks and face shields, indicating that the government is likely preparing a response policy regarding the lung ailment. It seems that when the situation had yet to escalate dramatically, few anticipated the gravity it would ultimately assume. Some have ventured beyond borders to observe conditions abroad, where the situation appears considerably more dire than at home. The strength of their national governance is evident, with a far more pronounced capacity to impose restrictions on the populace. In contrast, citizens abroad place a heightened emphasis on personal rights, particularly in the absence of stringent weapon controls, leading to a palpable sense of chaos. Beneath this news, many netizens reflect with a sense of detachment, remarking on how easily foreigners seem to lose emotional control, expressing astonishment at the nation's firearm regulations and the naivety of others who were easily frightened by a mere fog. There was an unmistakable hint of schadenfreude in the discourse. Moonan let out a silent sigh, subsequently closing the news page. She opened her notebook to rectify any omissions and meticulously crafted a plan for the tasks she intended to undertake the following day. The impending disaster loomed near. Despite her thorough preparations, an inexplicable urgency tightened her demeanor. In the dead of night, the wailing of an ambulance jolted her awake. The ambulances of the present still emitted warning sounds, unlike in the future when silence became mandated. An elderly resident of her building had been transported by ambulance, a memory that lingered with her. In her previous life, it was also at this hour that an elderly gentleman had been rushed for emergency aid. It was said that he was an octogenarian who had begun coughing a few days prior, and that night, he had struggled to breathe. Fortunately, given his advanced age, his household was equipped with a portable oxygen supply, allowing him to await the ambulance's arrival. On the third day, the pervasive fog had yet to dissipate, obscuring the hues of the sky. Even at midday, streetlights had to be illuminated to brighten the path. Humanity's adaptability proved formidable after an initial wave of panic. Many had regained their composure. The haze persisted, yet life continued unabated. Meals needed to be consumed, work attended to, and schooling pursued. Though the smog was thick, with caution, travel remained feasible. Some individuals perceived the air as exceedingly polluted, requiring no reminders to don masks upon venturing outdoors. In contrast, many from the older generation remain oblivious to the concept of wearing masks, believing that regardless of the dirtiness or severity of the dust, it is still air. And can one truly live without breathing? Moon even encountered photographs shared online depicting elderly individuals who, despite government advisories to remain indoors, ventured out early to exercise amidst the pervasive haze. This behavior perplexed Moon. Was this exercise a pursuit of health or an act of folly? Even if they are currently unaware of the ailments brought about by this smog, one would think that reasonable individuals would refrain from going outside under such abnormal climatic conditions. Moon pondered whether those currently dismissive of masks would later regret their disdain should they find themselves unable to procure them. The illness known as pulmonary edema gained attention online on the third day of the haze, when a mother posted a video, pleading for help for her child who was suffering from a fever and cough, now struggling to breathe. The hospital not only lacked available beds, but also could not provide treatment in a timely manner. Without medical intervention, her child was on the brink of death. The video depicted a hospital overwhelmed with patients. A sea of heads filled the frame. With some individuals receiving injections while lying on the FL, they remain oblivious to whether this global haze signifies the harbinger of doom. Yet the nation in which they currently find themselves has evidently transformed into a veritable apocalypse. They had never anticipated that in their lifetime. They would experience the ravages of war in a land once deemed civilized. The first nation to initiate a repatriation effort was China. Following the desperate pleas for help from students abroad and numerous stranded tourists, news of the evacuation operation was broadcast the very next day. The online discourse was abuzz, dominated by discussions of the sudden haze, the evacuation, and the peculiar affliction affecting the lungs. Some have drawn parallels between this widespread epidemic and the previous bizarre fog and smog. However, others contend that the illness manifested even before the dense fog appeared, leaving the true nature of the pathogen yet to be determined. As the epidemic erupted, many found themselves too fearful to venture outdoors. Uncertain of how one could contract the illness, whether through the air or as a consequence of the preceding torrential rain, the afflicted languished in despair, while the uninfected succumbed to panic. Before chaos ensued, the government swiftly mobilized, commencing with the most severely impacted cities, halting all public activities and suspending operations at workplaces. Citizens were mandated to remain indoors, with restrictions cascading from residential complexes to communities and ultimately to urban centers. This was not merely the suspension of a single city. It was akin to a nationwide standstill, undoubtedly inflicting severe damage on the economy. Perhaps this cessation could regress the nation's hard-won economic progress by decades. Yet the government proceeded with this course of action, embracing the risk in a bid to safeguard the lives of countless individuals. Their nation is regarded as one of the swiftest in action, striking with thunderous force, leaving no room for dissent. Compliance is the only option available. However, abroad, such a nationwide cessation of work is nearly inconceivable. Protests erupt with placards, crowds gather to voice their discontent against the government. Some resort to looting supermarkets, while others, in a fit of rage, detonate explosives at police stations, creating a veritable chaos. When news reports suggested that the pandemic was likely linked to air pollution, many residents in Moonan's community had already fallen ill. Due to community restrictions, those unwell found it nearly impossible to reach hospitals independently. They had to contact their community, which would then schedule appointments at hospitals. Yet, it was not merely one hospital catering to a single community, but rather dozens, even hundreds of communities. The sheer volume of the sick rendered any semblance of order impossible. Those left waiting for treatment, engulfed in despair, might resort to extreme actions such as vandalism. Some even shattered the windows and doors of others, driven by an extreme mindset of, if I cannot endure, neither shall others. Ultimately, these individuals were apprehended. Yet the paralysis of the healthcare system denied many the opportunity to enter a hospital, leaving them unable to awaken again. In his previous life, Moonan did not feel this deeply. At that time, he did not perceive it as an apocalypse. The government's control remained robust, orchestrating efforts to maintain social order, leading many to believe that once the initial turmoil subsided, things would gradually improve. Thus, even when confined to his home, he experienced no panic. His work was unaffected by the haze, as he continued diligently with his thesis, leaving him little time to indulge in online gossip. Now, he idles away his time at home, discovering more through the vast expanse of the internet, and this experience resonates with him more profoundly than before. However, Compared to the calamities that follow, this haze is but a mere whisper, for at least at this moment, the nation and humanity have not yet spiraled into complete chaos. When the iron gate outside is rapped upon, Moonin does not ponder much. He assumes it to be a visit from the community for an investigation. After the smog lockdown, a group was established within their neighborhood to disseminate any notifications in just days prior. It had been mentioned that there would be individuals coming to register the number of residents in each household. Upon opening the door to find a familiar, yet unfamiliar face, Moonin is momentarily taken aback. Yet, the instant he lays eyes on the other, a sharp pang of pain pierces his heart. Qin Huai has grown into someone who no longer resembles the boy from his memories. This unfamiliar visage serves as a stark reminder that regardless of how close they once were, the years lost between them are irretrievably absent. Observing the dazed figure at the threshold, Qin Huai presses his lips together, a wave of uncontainable sorrow swelling in his chest. His Nan, the one he has longed for day and night, has become a stranger to him due to their years of separation. With a gaze that betrays his yearning, Qin Huai's voice quivers ever so slightly. Now, even the threshold of my home is barred to me? Coming to his senses, Moonin steps back, concealing his trembling hands behind him and allowing Qin Huai passage. Qin Huai smiles faintly and follows Nan into the home. As he crosses the threshold, he notices that the arrangement within the room has transformed from what he once remembered. A bed now occupies the living room, and the balcony, where they would often dangle their legs over the railing to admire the scenery, has been enclosed. Time, after all, has altered much. Qin Huai sets down his bag and removes his shoes at the entrance. Moonin opened the shoe cabinet and retrieved a pair of slippers suitable for Qin Huai. After changing his shoes, Qin Huai picked up his bag and headed towards the bathroom, inquiring if there were any larger clothes available at home, as the ones he had brought along had become soiled during the journey. Moonin remained silent, yet walked towards the balcony where the wardrobe was located. Familiar with the surroundings, Qin Huai entered the bathroom, first tossing his dirty clothes from the bag into the washing machine, followed by the garments he wore. Before stepping into the shower to cleanse himself, Moonin had prepared a considerable number of outfits, having not seen Qin Huai for many years. He was uncertain whether Qin Huai had gained or lost weight. However, he presumed that Qin Huai had become more robust. Back when Moonin was in middle school and Qin Huai was in high school, Qin Huai had always been among the taller and sturdier students in class. Consequently, when he purchased clothes previously, he opted for many larger sizes. Now, although Qin Huai appeared somewhat leaner than he had envisioned, the clothing should fit adequately. Upon finishing his shower, Qin Huai emerged to find a bowl of noodles placed on a small table beside the bed. While Moonin sat on the opposite side of the bed, engrossed in his phone, Qin Huai moved over, gazing at the bowl of noodles, feeling a slight sting in his eyes. Despite Moonin's parents having passed away early, he had always lived with them. It was not just the cooking that he had never learned. Now, Moonin had grown up independently in a life that Qin Huai had not participated in. The haze has lingered for over a week now. When Qin Huai set out, transportation had essentially come to a halt. Initially, driving was manageable, but soon, several highways were closed. With no other option, Qin Huai had to take detours, turning a 2-hour flight into a journey spanning over a week. Fortunately, he wasn't too deprived of sustenance along the way, though his meals consisted solely of bread and biscuits. Having not tasted anything warm in such a long time, he savored a bowl of noodles, finishing it off completely, broth and all. Moonin, engrossed in his phone, spoke up as Qin Huai set down his bowl. There's more in the kitchen. Qin Huai replied, that's enough. It's too late. There's no need to overindulge. Noticing Qin Huai's refusal to eat further, Moonin chose not to press the matter. Although he had been searching for Qin Huai since his rebirth, now that Qin Huai was before him, he found himself at a loss for how to interact. The years that had elapsed in between had altered everything. If it had been in his previous life, seeing Qin Huai would have prompted tears or perhaps anger. But more than anything, it would have brought immense joy and closeness, not the somewhat awkward silence he experienced now. Things were indeed different. Having lived through an entire life and faced death, some emotions were buried too deeply to be easily expressed. Observing Moonin's back turned towards him, Qin Huai decisively sat on the bed and gently turned Moonin around. Nanan, let us talk. Moonin, unable to suppress the urge to fidget with his phone case, remained silent. His gaze lowered. Are you in need of money? Qin Huai inquired. Moonin instinctively glanced at Qin Huai before quickly averting his gaze once more, remaining mute. Qin Huai reached out and gently ruffled his hair. Due to the excessively short cut, it lacked the previously fluffy softness and instead felt somewhat prickly. Nevertheless, This tangible sensation after many years brought Qinhuai a measure of joy, for Mu Nan did not resist his gesture. Perhaps sensing Mu Nan's lack of resistance eased the tension that had gripped Qinhuai's heart. He then inquired, Wang Xiaoli mentioned you were looking for me. What has transpired? A flicker of struggle crossed Qinhuai's eyes. I believe you still need me. Mu Nan inhaled deeply, his voice imbued with a chilling resolve. Are you not afraid that one day, when you walk away, I might perish in a place unknown to you? Even if you regret it. There would be no chance to see me again. Qinhuai's expression darkened. Nonsense. Do not curse yourself. Mu Nan pushed Qinhuai away, turning his back to him as he lay down, unable to suppress the rising tide of grievance within him. What did it mean to feel that he still needed him? He had, undeniably, never been without the need for him throughout his life. Ignoring Qinhuai, he listened intently as Qinhuai got up from the bed, slipped on his slippers, and thoughtfully turned off the lights before leaving the room. Qinhuai found himself both amused and exasperated, realizing that he had turned his home into a horticultural haven, a feat only Mu Nan could accomplish. Although the decor of the room differed from his memories, the person beside him remained the familiar presence he cherished. Exhausted from his relentless pursuits, Qinhuai soon succumbed to sleep. With the curtains drawn, the room was enveloped in darkness so profound that one could not see a finger's breadth. Yet, as his eyes adjusted to the obscurity, he could faintly discern the outline of the person beside him. Qinhuai was deeply asleep, likely exhausted from the journey. A person who never snored in childhood now emitted soft snores. Mu Nan nestled closer to Qinhuai, his hand beneath the covers surreptitiously grasping the hem of the other's garment. Although he possessed blades within his spatial storage, he was outnumbered by a group, two of whom wielded crossbows. Alone with merely a kitchen knife, he stood little chance. Resistance appeared futile. He offered them everything, relinquishing all possessions. They discovered several bottles of water and half a cornbread within his dwelling. Whether dissatisfied with the meager find or never intending to spare him during the altercation, he scarcely registered the blade's intrusion until they abruptly kicked him away, fleeing in a swarm. Only then did the pain register. Along with the relentless flow of blood he struggled to staunch. Mu Nan jolted awake from the nightmare, the suffocation and dread of his demise still lingering, particularly the agonizing throb where he had been stabbed. Mu Nan's movement roused Qinhuai, who reached out to find his companion drenched in perspiration. He swiftly rose to illuminate the room, his countenance etched with concern as he beheld Mu Nan's pallid face, his hand clutching his abdomen. He inquired anxiously, What's wrong? Nan, a nightmare? Or are you unwell? Is your stomach aching? Mu Nan took a shower, his head throbbing from the abrupt awakening. He glanced at Qinhuai, whose weariness was palpable, and said, Go to sleep. It's nothing. Seeing him turn over to lie down, Qinhuai drew closer, caressing his icy palm. What truly occurred? To be so frightened by a mere dream. As he spoke, he reached out to touch his abdomen. Moments ago, he had witnessed Mu Nan awaken from a nightmare, seemingly clutching his stomach in discomfort. Lying in bed, Mu Nan remained silent for quite some time before finally uttering, Do you believe in the apocalypse? Had it been any other time, Qinhuai would have dismissed Mu Nan's inquiry as a whimsical thought triggered by something he had seen. However, considering the fright that Mu Nan had just experienced and recalling how he had frantically searched for him, even depleting the funds in his account, Qinhuai's heart began to race. Nan, why do you ask? What has happened? During his silence, Mu Nan had already formulated a response. He had no intention of concealing the truth about the space or the stockpiling of goods from Qinhuai. Every situation warranted a rationale. For over 3 months now, I have been plagued by nightmares. I dreamt of the recent torrential rain, of this dense fog, and of smog. There are many disasters that followed, and while I cannot predict their occurrence, some have already come to pass. The dreams felt so vivid that I could not dismiss them as mere fantasies. The person he trusted most in this world was Qinhuai. From the moment of his birth, when he lay in a hospital incubator, Qinhuai had been by his side. Before entering kindergarten, he was almost inseparable from Qinhuai. Whether it was Qinhuai coming to his home to sleep or him going to Qinhuai's house, it was imperative that he sleep alongside Qinhuai, for without him, he would cry incessantly. Although the two eventually matured and the intensity of their inseparable bond lessened considerably, they still found themselves together nearly every day. From Qinhuai assisting with homework while he played nearby, to him tackling assignments with Qinhuai providing guidance, the latter had never been absent from his life until that fateful day of separation at the age of 15. Thus, this trust ran deeper than mere blood relations. If he could not place his faith in Qinhuai, then the prospect of tomorrow would lose all significance. However, rebirth bore no relation to trust. Its implications were far too profound. He did not wish for Qin Huai to shoulder burdens that were not meant for him in this lifetime. Qin Huai spoke solemnly, thus, "The epidemic caused by this smog will claim many lives, and following the haze, we shall face severe cold, scorching heat, earthquakes, droughts, and various calamities." Munan responded affirmatively. Qin Huai placed his hand atop Munan's head. "I believe you. Whatever you say, I will trust." Furthermore, Munan's condition could not deceive him, even after years apart. His understanding of Munan had never waned. Even if this matter seemed somewhat fantastical, he unwaveringly chose to believe. Qin Huai pulled him into his embrace and gently urged him to lie down. "Let us rest a while longer. If the sky were to fall, it would be after we awaken. Do not fear. Regardless of the disasters that may come, I will remain by your side, never to depart again." Munan turned slightly, presenting his back to Qin Huai, murmuring softly, "Liar." Qin Huai chuckled. "I shall no longer deceive you. I swear it." Munan was roused from slumber by the insistent sound of knocking. Upon turning his head, he noticed that Qin Huai was in deep sleep, prompting him to rise quietly from the bed. However, the moment he moved, Qin Huai's eyes fluttered open. After a brief moment of confusion regarding his surroundings, he heard the persistent knocking and swiftly grasped Munan's arm, urging him to remain lying down. "I'll go check," he said. The knockers were community registrars, who had been rapping at the door for quite some time without receiving a response. Assuming the residence was empty and preparing to depart, they were taken aback when the anti-theft doors swung open. One of them handed a notebook to Qin Huai, requesting that he inscribe his name, contact information, and door number. "Is there anyone residing next door?" they inquired. Qin Huai nodded, first recording his own details before dutifully filling in Munan's information as well. The community investigator glanced at the notebook and inquired, "Is it just one person in the household?" Qin Huai added a WeChat contact, expressed his gratitude, and finally closed the door. Returning to the interior, he met Munan's gaze and explained, "They were here to conduct a head count, and I filled out the information." Suddenly, Munan asked, "Do you know my phone number?" Since the door was ajar, he had overheard the registrar requesting the number, and he had anticipated that Qin Huai would inquire about him. To his surprise, Qin Huai had directly filled it in. Qin Huai nodded, revealing that although he had not been a part of Munan's life for years, Munan had never truly faded from his existence. In fact, he remembered Munan's number even more clearly than his own. When he had left the country with that individual, he had intended to leave Munan with his contact details. However, at that time, Munan had been furious and severed ties with him. In a period when he could barely navigate his own future, there was little more he could do than ask someone to keep an eye on things. Any further words felt utterly futile. Though he sent living expenses to Munan, she had never utilized them. However, the process of saving money for her each month imbued him with a sense of connection, as if a thread still linked them. Just as Munan feared confronting the unfamiliar Qin Huai, he too dreaded facing the reality of a Munan who no longer required his presence. Before mustering the courage to acknowledge the changes wrought by time, they both clung to the illusion of having ample time ahead. Munan was further perplexed by Qin Huai's words. "Jiangxian? After you left, I have not seen him." She continued, "When I first began experiencing those nightmares, I sought out Jiangxian to inquire if he knew your whereabouts, as I wished to find you. However, he informed me that he had lost contact with you." Jiangxian was a classmate of Qin Huai, and while they shared a decent rapport, their acquaintance was not profound. Their bond was merely a product of their mutual connection to Qin Huai. With his departure, the ties to a former classmate diminished significantly. Were it not for Jiangxian's unchanged residence, she would likely remain oblivious to his whereabouts. Qin Huai's gaze momentarily turned icy. Munan observed him intently. "So, Jiangxian never mentioned that I was looking for you?" Qin Huai replied, "Half a year ago, in City B, I co-founded a company abroad, with a branch located in City B. Initially, my intention was to make arrangements there and, upon your graduation from university, to meet with you to see if you would be willing to join me." Munan retorted, "What if I am unwilling?" Qin Huai smiled gently and said, "If you genuinely wish to be free of me, I shall release you to pursue the life you desire. However, if your silence stems merely from anger and a momentary tantrum, I will soothe you until your ire dissipates and you choose to walk by my side again." After speaking, Qin Huai tenderly ruffled Munan's hair. Sometimes, due to the passage of time and the distance between them, one tends to contemplate matters in the least favorable light. Yet, when events unfold, it often becomes evident that outcomes may not be as dire as anticipated, and sometimes they even bring unexpected delights. There were still many words to exchange, but there was no rush. Noticing that time was slipping away, Qin Huai asked, "Are you hungry? Let us have breakfast first. Afterward, I will reveal everything you wish to know." As the sound of eggs sizzling in the kitchen reached his ears, Munan felt a remarkable lift in his spirits. Despite the persistent haze outside, he opened a small notebook beside his bed and presented it to Qin Huai. "These are records of my dreams. Events I have documented tend to transpire." The notes contained approximate times and the environments in which the dreams occurred. Qin Huai examined them with great seriousness, and the more he read, the deeper his furrowed brow became. Upon turning the pages, he discovered that they no longer detailed foreseen events, but instead listed various food supplies. Recalling the substantial sum Mu Nan had unexpectedly spent, Qin Huai inquired, "Have you used that money to procure provisions?" Mu Nan nodded in affirmation. Qin Huai continued to flip through the pages. "Are these items you plan to purchase or have already acquired? Where do you intend to store them?" Food is not particularly easy to store, especially fruits and vegetables. If the environment in the future is as harsh as you dreamt, these items would be nearly impossible to preserve. Mu Nan said, "This is the second matter I wish to discuss with you." Qin Huai gazed at him, and Mu Nan extended his hand. In the midst of Qin Huai's puzzled expression, an apple suddenly appeared in Mu Nan's grasp. Mu Nan slowly elucidated, "The year you departed, I transferred to a boarding school. One day, I fell ill with a fever in the dormitory. The teacher administered some medicine and left me to rest. As I slept, I felt an intense heat, as if I were being scorched. In that hazy state, I sensed I could reach another layer of existence, akin to an alternate dimension. When I awoke after the fever subsided, that sensation lingered, and I discovered an additional space. However, this space was entirely empty. Nothing could enter, not even living beings. Fortunately, anything placed within it remained unchanged, as if time had momentarily frozen." Qin Huai took some time to absorb Mu Nan's words. Perhaps Mu Nan could dream of future events, or it might indeed relate to that space. Yet, more than the concept of space, Qin Huai felt a deep ache for Mu Nan, who had endured solitude all these years. In their childhood, whenever Mu Nan felt the slightest discomfort, he would fuss and require coaxing to take medicine. Even though Qin Huai had anticipated such circumstances before his departure, hearing Mu Nan recount his experience of suffering alone in the dormitory still caused a pang in his heart. Mu Nan remarked, "I am not foolish." Mu Nan remarked, "I have noted everything I remember, and I have purchased all the items listed." As he spoke, he retrieved another notebook, saying, "This one records the quantities I have bought. Unfortunately, funds are lacking, and time is running short." Qin Huai glanced at the pages, which were filled with entries, some for significant items and others for trivial ones, including an entire box of sewing kits. His meticulousness was truly remarkable. Mu Nan continued, "Things have gradually become chaotic, but not in an uncontrollable manner. The government's oversight remains steadfast. However, as weather conditions have grown increasingly extreme, the production of many goods has become increasingly challenging." Suddenly, Qin Huai turned to Mu Nan and asked, "Is your dream cohesive?" Mu Nan, lowering his gaze and fidgeting with his hands, evaded Qin Huai's eyes, replying, "Not really. It's quite fragmented, though it can be pieced together." Mu Nan sensed that he might have overreacted. Nevertheless, he would prefer Qin Huai to relinquish those assets. After all, money would soon be worth less than paper. He was unwilling to see Qin Huai take risks by leaving the supplies in his space, if not sufficient for a lifetime for both, at least guaranteed that they would not starve in the coming years. Thus, there was no need to jeopardize their safety for material possessions. Had Nan Nan sought out Jiang Xian 3 months ago and received information about his whereabouts, he would not have had to bear this burden alone. Seeing the name Jiang Xian on WeChat, Qin Huai's expression turned icy. Though the chasm between the two had not entirely dissipated, Qin Huai could distinctly perceive that Nan Nan was making a conscious effort to draw closer to him. However, this approach was primarily oriented towards future aspirations. Observing the items Nan Nan had purchased and the plans she had devised, Qin Huai understood that he was an integral part of each of her endeavors. Yet, regarding her solitary life over the past years, Nan Nan remained reticent. He reminisced about the younger Nan Nan, who would share every trivial detail with him. And if she felt wronged, she would incessantly lament and seek his consolation until her spirits lifted. Now, however, she spoke not a word of her hardships during those years. Qin Huai recognized that completely breaking the ice was not an overnight endeavor. Despite his impatience, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. Fortunately, Mu Nan had prepared thoroughly, amassing a plethora of soothing ointments, diligently applying them to Qin Huai's arms and legs daily, and using a massager to ease his muscles. Observing Qin Huai adorned in patches, Mu Nan remarked, It appears I must place greater emphasis on physical conditioning. Otherwise, should we encounter any peril, I fear we may find ourselves unable to flee. Qin Huai concurred that neglecting physical fitness was unwise, acknowledging the future scenarios that Mu Nian had envisioned. He recognized that while provisions might not pose an imminent concern, poor physical conditioning could indeed hinder them. Thus, he proposed, starting tomorrow, I shall teach you combat skills. You abandoned your training after only a couple of days as a child. Given the difficulties that lie ahead, acquiring some martial prowess would be beneficial. In his youth, Qin Huai had diligently practiced, and Mu Nian, inspired by Qin Huai's dedication, yearned to join him in this pursuit. Regrettably, he lacked the perseverance. He abandoned his efforts before mastering even the fundamentals and instead opted for a painting class. Qin Huai continued his training for an extended period, even practicing occasionally while abroad, retaining many techniques and moves. In the initial years, his life was relatively stable. Being the sole child, he received his father's unwavering support. Having already been separated from Mu Nian, he realized that stubborn resistance would yield no benefits. Instead, he resolved to strengthen himself. Aspiring to a point where no one could dictate the course of his life, Mu Nian glared at him, exclaiming, "You know full well that that's not what I meant." A significant incident occurred in Mu Nian's neighborhood when a man, stricken by illness and having struggled for days, found himself unable to even enter the hospital. In a moment of despair, he recklessly dashed out of his home, seizing a pile of stones to shatter the windows of over 10 low-rise buildings, 2 of which housed newborns. Eventually, an urgent resident from above retaliated by hurling a flower pot, which finally curtailed the man's frenzied actions. During the chaos, the community was thrown into disarray. Although the staff wore protective suits, the man's wild behavior instilled fear in them, leaving them hesitant to intervene for fear of being Mu Nian. Peering through his telescope, observed the man across the street smashing windows. Their neighborhood was an aging community, where many residents had moved in long ago and remained since, with doors and windows that had not been replaced for decades. The original windows were single pane, fragile enough to shatter at the slightest blow. Many families, with broken windows, were in a state of panic, desperate enough to leap out and confront the intruder. Yet lacking any protective gear, even masks, they could only be pulled back into safer, enclosed rooms by their frantic relatives. Eventually, the man was struck by a flower pot and collapsed to the ground. Only after confirming that he posed no further threat did the community personnel emerge to drag him away. In the aftermath, Mu Nian reflected on the incident. In his previous life, he had remained indoors while the outside world grew increasingly terrifying, rife with death and disease. However, due to the government's ongoing management and his ample supply of food, he felt little urgency to venture outside. He recalled that the deranged man had ultimately perished. But there was a family with a very small child who, after the window was shattered, inhaled a bit of contaminated air. Perhaps due to their tender age and lack of immunity, the child developed a high fever that very night and tragically did not survive. In a fit of rage, the child's father later stormed into the community committee with a knife, driven by the despair that the community members, clad in protective gear, had hidden in their homes. Too fearful to confront the madman, had they intervened, perhaps the child might have been saved. Thus, the man's fury was unleashed upon the committee's staff. Reflecting on the events of a past life, Mu Nian could not help but exclaim, "Fortunately, we reside on a higher floor." Qin Huai glanced at the window that Mu Nian had replaced beforehand, remarking, "Even if it weren't high, this window you've installed would withstand the might of a stone. And if it were to break, we could always relocate to the other side." He continued to focus on crafting steamed buns, immersing himself in the task to stave off wandering thoughts. Initially, his attempts at making the buns resulted in either clumps that had not been kneaded properly or shapeless, unsightly forms. However, with time, he gradually honed his skills, producing perfectly round, steaming buns that could be stored in a space for later consumption, appearing as fresh as when they were first cooked. Qin Huai remarked, after several days of making buns, "Let us prepare dumplings tomorrow. In times of potential crisis, it is wise to have something more substantial to eat." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Let us shape the dumplings like buns." Mu Nian lifted her gaze to Qin Huai and replied, "In the event of food shortages, whether it be buns or dumplings, both will be equally noticeable when we resort to consuming tree bark and grass." Nonetheless, Mu Nian acquiesced to Qin Huai's suggestion and altered the dumpling's appearance, suggesting, "Let us take out an extra portion of ribs. You should prepare sweet and sour ribs tomorrow." Qin Huai smiled and agreed. In the dead of night, a chilling cry suddenly resonated throughout the entire community, penetrating even the thick, double-glazed soundproof windows of the 17th floor where Moonan resided, startling him from slumber. Instinctively, Moonan reached for his phone, only to be restrained by the equally awakened Qin Huai, who pressed a hand over his ear, whispering, "Go back to sleep. Do not look." The following day, upon awakening, Moonan opened his eyes to find Qin Huai sitting beside him, leaning against the headboard and engrossed in his phone. Qin Huai ruffled Moonan's tousled hair and set his phone aside, inquiring, "What would you like for breakfast? Toast or egg noodles?" Moonan replied, "Toast, please. There is some bacon left from yesterday." Qin Huai affirmed with a simple "all right," and rose to prepare breakfast. Noticing Moonan scrolling through his phone and entering the WeChat group, Qin Huai seized the moment to speak up. "Last night, a window was shattered at a nearby residence. They had a newborn, and unfortunately, the child did not survive." Moonan scrolling paused momentarily as he glanced at Qin Huai, responding with a soft "oh." Qin Huai sighed silently, turning towards the kitchen. The reality of their days, filled with death, demanded that they adapt swiftly. The incident of the broken window had left many feeling disconcerted, and those residing on lower floors had become increasingly vigilant. Numerous households had taken to securing their windows with layers of blankets and quilts, fearful of potential repeat incidents instigated by unscrupulous reporters. The community group placed significant emphasis on this matter, continuously reassuring residents and advising those with ill family members to report their situations, promising to facilitate swift hospital arrangements. Yet, despite the group's best efforts to provide solace, the father who had lost his child burst forth from his home in a frenzy, brandishing a cleaver towards the community committee. Fortunately, this time, precautions had been taken, the iron gate was lowered in advance, and the police were alerted promptly. Although there was a struggle, the deranged father was subdued without any casualties occurring throughout the ordeal. Soon, the residents on the lower floors were able to witness the community committee's members through their windows, capturing videos of the events and sharing them in the group chat. Although the individual in question was a pitiable figure, having just become a father and tragically lost his innocent child to a madman, his vengeful actions were nonetheless condemned by many. Observing the myriad of criticisms directed at the father in the group chat, Moonan decided to exit the WeChat group. Recognizing that none of the participants were directly involved and could not truly comprehend another's despair, the community director, however, was filled with trepidation. Had Moonan not shared several videos depicting the chaos of individuals violently attacking the community due to their inability to access medical treatment, and reminded him of a recent incident involving vandalism, he feared that someone might provoke sensitive nerves, leading to a similar outcry. This prompted a heightened awareness within the community to prevent further tragedies. Just as he finished watching those distressing videos, still shaken, he spotted the grief-stricken father approaching the community. A sudden jolt of fear coursed through him, and he hastily instructed others to lower the iron gate. Fortunately, they acted in time. Had they delayed until the father reached the entrance and smashed the glass with a machete, the potential for devastating casualties was too horrific to contemplate. Moonan felt a sense of relief, grateful that the director had taken his warning seriously. He could not directly inform others that the child's father might seek revenge, so he could only offer an indirect reminder. Preventing a tragedy was undoubtedly the best outcome. He recalled that the current director had been merely a community staff member during the year of his parents' untimely demise. Yet he had offered assistance when Moonan was left alone in the world. After moving in with Qin Huai's grandmother, the director had visited him several times, assuring him that he could seek help from the community if he faced any difficulties. In his previous life, although the director had survived, he had sustained serious injuries, and it was rumored that he did not endure long thereafter due to the severity of those circumstances. This time, Moonan's warning had enabled him to avert a disaster, thus repaying the kindness shown to his parents in their time of need. When Moonan finally set down his phone, Qin Huai inquired, "Did you also dream of this incident?" Moonan hesitated for a moment before nodding. He glanced at Qin Huai and explained, "It wasn't exactly a dream, more like a vague impression. In the dream, I found myself trapped in a room, unable to escape, and it seemed that several unfortunate events had occurred in our neighborhood, such as the community center being vandalized. I had a faint recollection of these events, which prompted my instinctive warning. I never anticipated it would pertain to this situation." In the 2 rooms where Moonan cultivated his vegetables, there had been a modest harvest. Rather than planting seeds, he had opted for ready-made seedlings, which hastened their growth. While the vegetables still required some time to mature, the peppers had already sprouted. However, due to the lack of sunlight, their growth was stunted. They remained a shade of green with hints of yellow, failing to ripen into red. As he surveyed the room filled with soil and plants, Moon turned to Qin Huai and remarked, "It seems that in our building, there are several elderly individuals living alone." His statement was not born out of an abundance of kindness. Moonan was quite self-aware, possessing the common selfishness and indifference characteristic of modern individuals. Yet, he had not entirely extinguished his innate compassion. When events did not directly impact him, he could remain apathetic, and even when faced with situations before him, his actions were often limited to preserving his own minimal sense of empathy. However, he feared that despite his ample resources and the abundance of food at his disposal, he would appear heartless to Qin Huai if he remained unmoved by the plight of those elderly individuals who might not even have a morsel to eat. Thus, his inquiry also served as a subtle probe into Qin Huai's perspective. Qin Huai did not dwell on the matter for long. Upon hearing Moonan's words, he merely frowned in disapproval. A favor for a grain of rice, a grudge for a bucket of rice. The days ahead will only grow increasingly arduous, and the tragedies you witness will multiply. Therefore, Nan, I implore you not to initiate this path. Furthermore, our national order still stands. If those lonely elderly individuals truly require assistance, the government will not forsake them. At the very least, currently, there are only those who have succumbed to illness, not starvation. In the future, should you encounter those in need, I hope you will act within your means. Possessing a slight advantage in vitality over others does not obligate you to bear burdens heavier than life itself. That mere threat of life can also transform into a perilous crisis. Thus, whether facing hunger or the desperate struggles of those on the brink of death, I hope you will always prioritize yourself. Before going abroad, Qin Huai perhaps retained some semblance of innocence and kindness. Yet, as the years have passed, such naivety and goodwill could not sustain him in that predatory society. The scant remnants of his softness and warmth have been entirely bestowed upon Moonan, and will only ever be given to him. Upon hearing Qin Huai's words, Moonan finally felt a sense of relief. He had experienced this once before, even dying from that final moment of compassion. Thus, he was able to harden his heart this time. However, he did not anticipate that Qin Huai would adapt even more swiftly than he had imagined. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. Sometimes, what proves most overwhelming is not the chaos of order nor a future devoid of hope, but rather the complexities of human nature. Although the haze has somewhat diminished, it has yet to dissipate entirely. The government has released an investigative announcement, revealing the presence of an invisible, toxic mycelium within the haze. Some individuals possess the fortitude to eradicate this mycelium through their own antibodies, yet others, those with frail constitutions, the young, the elderly, or those with pre-existing conditions are unable to withstand its toxic effects, leading to pulmonary edema and, ultimately, death. Fortunately, the viability of this mycelium is relatively low, resulting in a minimal transmission rate. However, once it establishes itself within the body, the fatality rate escalates dramatically. Thus, with appropriate precautions, the likelihood of infection remains exceedingly low. Even though this slim chance is almost invariably accompanied by a near-certain mortality rate. Upon uncovering the root of this global epidemic crisis, individuals have opted to remain indoors whenever possible. The toxins lurking outside deter many from challenging their own immune defenses. Nonetheless, as people sequester themselves at home, the household supplies begin to dwindle. In response, the government has initiated measures, distributing biohazard protective suits at the community level and coordinating the allocation of resources. Residents are encouraged to stockpile essential goods, rice, oil, vegetables, and meat, sufficient for a week to 2 weeks, with individuals clad in protective gear delivering these provisions door to door. While this approach may be cumbersome and increase workloads for many, it serves to reassure a greater number of people, mitigating panic stemming from food scarcity. Fortunately, most are aware of the severity of the current situation, and the government's efforts are commendable under such circumstances, leading to a commendable level of cooperation. Nonetheless, there always exist a few individuals who remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation, insisting on nitpicking even in these dire times. Moon gazed at the assortment of product bundles shared in the group chat. Perhaps for the sake of convenience and purchasing statistics, individual selections were absent, leaving only various packages, albeit without limit. "Brother, should we buy these?" he inquired. "I already possess all these items in my space, and the current prices have surged severalfold compared to when I purchased them." Qin Huai leaned closer to his phone, casting a glance before pondering, "Let us buy a few. Although it's unlikely anyone will scrutinize each household's circumstances, it's best to follow the crowd during such times." Moonan nodded in agreement. After much deliberation, He selected several vegetable and meat bundles. If the quality of the produce proved unsatisfactory, he could always chop it up and enhance it to create large buns, meat buns and vegetable buns, ensuring nothing went to waste. Previously, Moonin had considered remaining indoors, waiting for the smog to dissipate, only to find that the sweltering heat would soon follow, rendering outdoor excursions impossible. Consequently, he had nearly exhausted his funds, leaving merely a few hundred in his mobile account. However, even that meager amount was insufficient to purchase 2 meat bundles. Fortunately, Qin Huai was affluent, possessing ample funds. Observing the balance in Qin Huai's account, Moonan felt a pang of regret. If only I could reach you, all this money could be put to good use. This sentiment also pricked at Qin Huai's heart, not out of regret for the money, but rather the realization that had he been able to establish contact earlier, Nan would not have had to endure solitude for these past months. He gently ruffled Moonan's hair, reassuring him, "Do not worry, as you mentioned. There are still several months' worth of funds available and it will not go to waste. In such circumstances, however, if their purchases were too conspicuous." Moonan pondered whether they might attract attention, especially in this era of big data where privacy seemed a fleeting notion. Moonan suggested, "Should we simply remain in City B? After all, it is the capital." He would stay here primarily because it was his home, and he had never left until his demise, as this place held a future he was familiar with, even having experienced it. Thus, he subconsciously felt a sense of security. Yet, no amount of security seemed to rival the significance of a nation's capital. Moreover, once he was with Qin Huai, it mattered not where he was. Qin Huai shook his head. "That place is not suitable. You mentioned that we would face extreme cold in the future. In terms of environmental conditions, we possess an advantage here." There was an additional point Qin Huai refrained from articulating. Despite the potential blurring of distinctions between locals and outsiders, with the dwindling population, the nationality of residents would become inconsequential to the state as long as they were alive. However, for the local survivors, the situation was different. Furthermore, their city was also a first-tier metropolis with millions of inhabitants. Even if their homeland were to be rebuilt, it might not necessarily be inferior to the capital. Having dispelled Moonan's desire to remain in City B, Qin Huai proceeded to place an order for several meal packages he had selected earlier in the group chat. All that remained was to await the delivery by volunteers. With the community's online shopping settled, Qin Huai initiated a video call. He needed to divest his stake in a small company he co-founded. In addition to his shares, he possessed several promising projects. As a software developer and project founder, he was navigating through company channels, though the company's profit share represented only a minor fraction. Now, he sought to transfer the projects and sell his shares, as many were eager to make a purchase. As Qin Huai engaged in these dealings, he did not shy away from Moonan. When Moonan discovered that Qin Huai intended to package and sell all the items in his possession to his partner, he was taken aback. Once chaos ensues, these items will lose their value. Will he resent you? Qin Huai, understanding the implication behind his words, replied with a smile, "Do you think we are friends?" Moonan's confusion deepened. "Not friends? If not friends, how can we run a company together?" Qin Huai explained, "He is a wealthy second-generation Chinese expatriate. He possesses wealth, while I offer expertise. Our relationship is merely a symbiotic one, reliant on what we lack. When there is profit to be gained, we are friends. When interests collide, we can swiftly become adversaries." Moonan, not entirely naive, grasped the reality of the situation. Observing Qin Huai engage in relentless negotiations, he inquired, "Do you have any close friends over there?" Qin Huai paused momentarily in his typing, then affectionately ruffled Moonan's hair. "I wish I could stretch a minute into 10. Who has time for friendships? Besides, having you is sufficient for me." Upon hearing this, Moonan felt a mix of pleasure and discontent. He was glad that Qin Huai's world still belonged to him, unclaimed by others. Yet he felt a twinge of sorrow knowing that Qin Huai had been alone all these years. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Huai gently urged him toward the bathroom. "It's getting late. Hurry and take a shower." With a soft acknowledgement, Moonan took the prepared clothes and entered the bathroom. While Qin Huai's smile gradually faded, abroad, he found himself devoid of friends. In the days when he could still be considered a scion of wealth, he was surrounded by companions. However, as he fell from grace, he found himself utterly alone. Moreover, in a foreign land, the prejudice stemming from skin color was inescapable. At times, discrimination from his own compatriots proved to be even more blatant. Yet, when it came to friendship, he had once believed he had some. During those challenging times, his sole source of solace was the information about Moonan relayed by Jiang Xian. Naturally, their conversations would touch upon his own circumstances, and as their exchanges became more frequent, bolstered by the camaraderie of their school days, he held Jiang Xian in high regard. Unfortunately, what he perceived as friendship was merely a calculated approach. Qin Huai coldly remarked, Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian felt a sudden tightening in his chest, even sensing a tremor in his own voice as he responded, Yes, I'm here. Qin Huai continued, Nan mentioned he sought you out. Jiang Xian had long prepared himself for the worst, and had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind for when Qin Huai would confront him. Thus, upon hearing the question, he feigned astonishment. Sought me? How could that be? If he had, I would have certainly informed you. Qin Huai chuckled on the other end of the line. Who do you think I would believe, you or Nan? Qin Huai added, No need for that. And by the way, Jiang Xian, did I ever mention that Nan was looking for you in order to reach me? As Jiang Xian listened to the sound of the call disconnecting from B-City, he felt completely drained of color. After hanging up the phone, Qin Huai stood by the window for a moment, until Mu Nan emerged from the bathroom. He set down his phone and approached with a smile. You should use the hairdryer before coming out. You're still damp. Be careful not to catch a cold. Mu Nan, unconcerned, wiped his hair with a towel, saying, With such short hair, a quick rub will suffice. Hurry up and take your shower while the water is still warm. Qin Huai remained still, instead taking the towel from Mu Nan's hands and gently drying his short hair. Even with short hair, you shouldn't be so careless. Given the current circumstances, we must avoid falling ill. Come here, let me dry your hair first. As Mu Nan was pulled toward the bathroom, he couldn't help but laugh. Realizing that Qin Huai was still the same Qin Huai, the one who would even oversee his choice of socks in the morning. In light of addressing the community's basic needs, the recent delivery service was notably swift. However, with such speed, the quality of some items was inevitably compromised. Fortunately, the produce received at Mu Nan's home was acceptable, with only minor damage to the vegetables, which could be easily remedied. Yet, observing the community group chat revealed that others had encountered far worse conditions, with some vegetables arriving completely crushed. Though such issues were unavoidable, the dissatisfaction lingered, especially after spending substantial amounts of money for subpar goods. Some individuals expressed understanding, acknowledging the challenging circumstances and feeling grateful for the ability to receive edible provisions without venturing outside. Conversely, others were relentless in their complaints over the quality of the vegetables, stirring unrest within the group chat. A certain household received subpar vegetables and began to voice their grievances towards the community, expressing themselves in rather ungracious terms. They hastily inundated the group chat with a barrage of irate voice messages, seemingly venting all their frustrations, whether stemming from the pressures of the pandemic or the burdens of daily life, all over this trivial matter of vegetables. The community volunteers felt unjustly treated. They were already risking their own safety to provide their services. Despite their exhaustion, they found themselves facing unjust criticism for something beyond their control. The external situation was becoming increasingly dire, with many of them preoccupied with their own families, some even worrying about the well-being of their loved ones. In light of this uproar, some volunteers decided to withdraw from their duties. Once one stepped back, 2 or 3 others followed suit, resulting in fewer volunteers in the community and an increased workload for the remaining members, which made the community's operations increasingly untenable. Mu Nan silently observed the commotion in the group chat. Despite the current outcry against the family who had complained about the vegetables, it was evident that many who now lambasted them had previously sided with their grievances, seeking to leverage the chaos for their own gain. The sudden outrage seemed to stem from a fear of ultimately being left without any service. Qin Huai hesitated, and Mu Nan, sensing this uncertainty even after their long separation, immediately interjected, You cannot go. I will not permit it. Qin Huai understood Mu Nan's concerns. In truth, he too was reluctant to venture outside, even with protective gear. Who could guarantee immunity from the fungal spores lurking within the haze? Nevertheless, he had his own considerations. Remaining indoors might be safe. Yet it also meant being cut off from essential information. What could be gleaned from the internet was merely a fraction of the whole. Qin Huai remarked, The building is secure. I shall not leave it. The volunteers are merely moving supplies within the premises, thus the danger is minimal. Mu Nan shook her head. Do you not realize that those afflicted by this illness cannot be cured? Qin Huai furrowed his brow. Uncurable? Are those who have recovered at risk of complications later? While the mortality rate is indeed high, it is not absolute. At least half of the cases result in recovery. The fatalities primarily involve elderly individuals with pre-existing health issues. In fact, The younger demographic tends to recover quite swiftly, with daily numbers of recoveries on the rise. If it were otherwise, people would not be calmly staying at home, adhering to governmental guidelines. Moon-in nodded slightly. Indeed, those who have recovered are merely subdued temporarily by medication, lying dormant until the virus within their body strengthens and resurfaces. The infection rate is not particularly high. Initially, it spread among those unprotected during the less severe haze. As the haze intensified and more individuals donned masks, the infection rate plummeted. Yet once infected, the consequences can be dire. Seeing Moon-in's face turn pale with anxiety, Qin quickly reassured her, "All right, I will stay put. I shall not venture out." His desire to volunteer was not born from a benevolent heart wishing to assist others, but rather from a strategic intent to prepare for the future. Given that the strength of the state remains steadfast, it is certain that in times of chaos, one must rely on the government. Both he and Nan lack familial connections, compelling them to strive independently, yet this endeavor must not jeopardize their safety. After dismissing this notion, neither of them broached the subject again, and in their community group, a few individuals responded and became volunteers. Following the previous incident, residents of their building refrained from vocally criticizing the situation. Even when faced with particularly poor quality vegetables, they approached the matter with a conciliatory tone, inquiring if exchanges were possible. Aside from the persistent haze outside, the circumstances within their neighborhood enjoyed a fleeting harmony. However, this tranquility did not endure for long, as the resurgence of the pandemic, as previously mentioned by Moon-in, emerged. The initial reports surfaced online, revealing that numerous individuals who had previously contracted the illness and were fortunate enough to recover were now experiencing a resurgence, and this time with alarming severity. One such case involved a 70-year-old man. His family discovered in the morning that he had developed a fever and cough. They did not immediately suspect the worst, as he had previously recovered from the illness and had scarcely left the house since then. They attributed his symptoms to a common cold. However, by evening, his condition deteriorated significantly, and tragically, before midnight that very night, he passed away. This is not an isolated incident. For several consecutive days, there has been a surge of alarming news regarding relapses, accompanied by an increasing tide of both genuine and fabricated rumors. Those who have recovered from illness seem marked by death itself, unable to escape its grasp. Under mounting pressure, some have even succumbed to despair before experiencing a relapse, tragically choosing to leap from heights. Moon-in has little recollection of this situation. Perhaps it occurred in a previous life, but he paid it no heed. Although it pertains to their community, the buildings are somewhat distanced from one another, and with the current restrictions on venturing outside, he can only glean information through the community group. Once his phone is switched off, all news becomes effectively sealed. Qin, however, is acquainted with the individual who took the fatal leap. Moon-in is taken aback. "You know him? Was he an old neighbor?" "I have no recollection." Qin replies, "You were quite young, so it's natural you wouldn't remember. This person had some mental instability, which is why he never settled down. He even had a scuffle with Uncle Moo in the past." Moon-in's surprise deepens. "Really? He fought with my father? Who emerged victorious?" He chuckles and asks, "What happened next? Did they just start fighting?" Qin confirms, "Yes, they went straight to blows. You know your father's temper. He overturned the table in a fury. So there was no avoiding a fight. Though they won, it was 4 against 1, and afterward, that man would go out of his way to avoid your father and his friends." As the number of those afflicted by illness dwindled and the count of those recovering and discharged increased, the populace gradually acclimated to the pervasive smog. The initial frenzy gave way to a serene acceptance. Individuals transitioned from being confined within their homes in a state of confusion to adapting to community bulk purchasing, daily contemplating what to buy and what to eat. However, the resurgence of the pandemic incited a fresh wave of panic, rekindling a profound fear of the external smog, prompting many to desire seclusion within an airtight chamber, devoid of any ventilation. Although Moon-in had previously endured such an ordeal and understood that by exercising caution and refraining from exposure to the smog, one could evade infection, the resurgence of the outbreak compelled him to meticulously inspect the doors and windows of both residences daily. He placed air purifiers in both homes, positioning 2 in the living room he shared with Qin, anxious that the purification might not be sufficient. While these purifiers may not necessarily combat the virus, the continuous closure of windows and doors rendered even a slight enhancement of indoor air quality beneficial. Fortunately, neither he nor Qin were smokers. Just as life seemed poised to return to normalcy, it was abruptly disrupted by this unexpected wave of mortality. The chaos observable online, though pervasive, could be mitigated by simply turning off a device, providing a measure of respite. Yet the turmoil unfolding in their vicinity proved far more challenging to quell. Eventually, this escalated into demands for community leaders to relocate those who had previously contracted the illness, moving them to hotels or other venues outside the community, insisting that they should not remain within their neighborhood, lest this small segment of individuals endanger the lives of many others. Some individuals, driven to a state of neurosis by this affliction, are causing a commotion within the community, insisting that the community leaders expel those affected, as if their mere presence could lead to inevitable contagion and death. The ugliness of human nature has begun to reveal itself through this secondary outbreak. Naturally, the community cannot take such drastic actions unless it involves those who have previously been infected and have relapsed. They could facilitate the transfer of such individuals to designated medical facilities. However, the current cases are stable and have not relapsed, remaining dutifully confined within their homes. They possess no authority to disclose the personal information of others or force them from their residences. Yet, if they refrain from exposing this information, others will inevitably do so. The first to be targeted was the household of Mu Nan, specifically a young couple residing on the 15th floor beneath him. Their child had seemingly fallen ill during a torrential rainstorm, coinciding with the initial emergence of the illness. At that time, medical resources were not yet strained. Although there is no specific cure for this pulmonary ailment, medications effective against influenza had shown some efficacy. Thus, the couple's child had recovered and been discharged before the virus reached its peak outbreak. To their dismay, while they were peacefully at home, their family details were leaked within the community group. Moonan observed the circulation of this family's information, including the child's age and grade in elementary school, and found it to be excessive. Consequently, he remarked in the group, "The virus has a low transmission rate, as long as we avoid contact. The risk of infection is minimal. There is no need for such drastic measures. Everyone has relatives and friends. Let us show mutual understanding." Regrettably, this statement was soon submerged in a tide of condemnation. Some suggested that such a pitiful individual should simply live with that family, asserting that there was no risk of contagion. Upon reading these words, Moonan could only shake her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What sort of people are these?" The neighbors she usually encountered were quite amiable, although not well acquainted. Most were friendly. Yet, from behind the veil of the internet, it seemed as if an entirely different world had emerged. This was before the inevitable descent into a time of moral degradation. Qin Huai remarked, "Such prejudices in the broader environment cannot be altered by a mere utterance." Moonan furrowed her brow, expressing concern. Surely these individuals will not resort to any extreme actions? Qin Huai reassured her, regardless of the circumstances, it is unlikely they will engage in any radical behavior. The social order remains intact, and the rule of law still prevails. Their means of attack are limited to the online realm. Indeed, as Qin Huai had articulated, their capacity for action was confined to verbal assaults on the internet. It felt as though the very air was laced with a virus. Even with masks on, the inclination was to stay indoors as much as possible. The notion of undertaking any radical measures seemed daunting. However, once personal information was exposed, the couple found themselves inundated with a barrage of vitriolic messages and phone calls. Merely through the conduits of the internet, the relentless onslaught was enough to push them to the brink. Now, even the slightest noise at their doorstep sent them into a state of heightened vigilance. They are undeniably the victims of the virus, unwilling for their own children to become infected. Now, they find themselves unjustly treated in this manner. Mr. Li, the head of the household, is plagued with worry, his hair falling out in tufts. With their child unwell and the pandemic spreading, they are unable to work, and the longer they are confined at home, the longer they go without any income. They reside in a rented home, and although they have some savings, it is not sufficient to withstand the daily depletion. Especially when their daughter fell ill at the outset, requiring ICU care due to respiratory difficulties. Even with health insurance, the costs in such a facility can exceed several thousand a day. Having narrowly escaped a dire situation, they now face the threat of a second outbreak. As Mr. Li gazes at his innocent and lovely daughter, despair fills his heart, and Mrs. Li is nearly at her breaking point. During this trying time, they receive no assistance or understanding from the outside world and are subjected to relentless malicious attacks. Even with their doors tightly shut and all lines of communication severed, the hostility finds its way in. The most distressing moment for Mr. Li came in the afternoon when his daughter was happily watching television. only for the power to suddenly cut out. Initially, he thought little of it, as power outages can occasionally occur in such an old community. However, as night fell and the electricity did not return, Mr. Lee cautiously opened his phone, dismissing the vitriolic messages, and checked the community group, only to find that all the other households were unaffected. It seemed that only their family was left in the dark. At that moment, Mr. Lee sensed something was amiss. Armed with a flashlight, he ventured outside, only to discover that the wires to their electric meter had been deliberately severed. Mrs. Lee was taken aback by her husband's furious demeanor, and upon learning the reason, she could not help but weep uncontrollably. Yet, she maintained her composure and restrained her husband, saying, "Let us leave and speak to the community members. They can assist us in finding alternative accommodations. Do not act impulsively. You've severed their power supply, and now they have united against us. We are but two, with our daughter in tow. How can we possibly withstand them? Please, do not escalate the situation. I beg you. My husband, I am frightened. I am truly terrified." As she spoke through her tears, Mr. Lee gradually calmed down, embracing his weeping wife, and he too succumbed to tears. They had never harmed anyone. Why had those neighbors, with whom they once exchanged friendly greetings, forced them into such a desperate predicament? The matter of cutting the power lines was something Mu Nin learned about the following day from the community group. In order to facilitate the collection of resident information and the delivery of group purchases, it was requested that the names in the community group be changed to reflect their house numbers. In the afternoon, Mu Nan prepared a small cake in the oven. While waiting, she scrolled through her phone and noticed a post from the resident of 15-2, praising the act with a tone of commendation. How clever. Those who are afflicted should have their electricity cut off, compelling them to vacate, lest they infect others. Let us applaud the one who severed their power supply. Another resident, Mimi's mother, responded, "That seems rather unkind, doesn't it? They are living peacefully at home and not causing any trouble. This feels a bit excessive." 15-02, you reside upstairs. Speaking with ease, yet I invite you to experience life on the 15th floor for yourself. While you may claim to remain indoors, the reality is that sustenance is procured through collective purchasing, and we must descend to retrieve our provisions. Daily, we venture out to dispose of household waste, traversing an atmosphere laden with potential pathogens. If you are unfazed, then by all means, take up residence here. 08-07, Go Shintong. Enough already, the individuals have departed. Let us refrain from further commentary. Though our intentions may be for the greater good, that family is indeed to be pitied. Their child is unwell, and the parents are not at fault. Let us extend our understanding. Following this, numerous voices chimed in, advocating for a less confrontational approach. As if they had always been empathetic, conveniently forgetting their previous harsh words directed towards the very family in question. Qin Huai remarked, "If the resident of Unit 2 on the 15th floor has not changed, you would indeed be familiar with them." Upon hearing this, Mu Nin inquired with curiosity, "Who is that?" Qin Huai replied, "A classmate from your elementary school, with the surname Dang. I believe their full name is Dang something Chuan. You were summoned to speak with your parents in the 3rd grade due to an incident involving him. Do you not recall?" Mu Nin shook her head, for she had been summoned to meet her parents numerous times, and thus the specifics of that particular occasion had faded from her memory. Upon the mention of Qin Huai, Muin was instantly reminded of a popular candy from his elementary school days, a medley of flavors that had originated from the plot of a magical film. Each box contained an array of peculiar tastes, with the most delectable being the yogurt flavor. To indulge in the yogurt candy was akin to winning a stroke of good fortune. Sharing this yogurt candy with another was tantamount to bestowing that fortune upon them. Thus, when his yogurt candy was pilfered, it signified that the luck he intended for Qin Huai had been stolen away, which explained his furious reaction at the time. He vividly recalled how he had cried in frustration, prompting Qin Huai to nearly deplete his piggy bank to purchase an abundance of assorted candies, meticulously extracting all the yogurt-flavored ones to present them to him, thus lifting his spirits. Such were the mundane, yet innocent antics of childhood. Reflecting on this, Muin couldn't help but smirk at the thought. If he had pilfered candy as a child, it was not far-fetched to imagine him as an adult stealing electrical wires from others. Qin Huai placed several vividly red chili peppers onto the kitchen counter and retrieved a piece of marbled pork from the refrigerator. In their youth, Muin was quite particular about his food, refusing to eat excessively fatty or lean cuts. He preferred the delicate balance of meat with a hint of fat, particularly relishing shredded pork stir-fried with green peppers, which was made using this very neck meat. Although Muin seemed less finicky than in his childhood, Huai continued to prepare the dishes that Muin adored out of habit. Listening to Munin's critique of his elementary school classmates, Huai remarked while preparing a meal, in truth, residing outside has its advantages. The hotel at the entrance of the community has been designated as a quarantine facility. Should circumstances deteriorate further, one cannot guarantee that individuals may not act out in a fit of rage. At least now, they are spared from the malicious assaults of others. Munin leaned against the kitchen doorway, observing Huai as he sliced the meat. What would you do if we were treated this way? He inquired. Huai turned and smiled at him. I would preemptively communicate that I am not to be trifled with. At the first sign of attack in the group, I would retaliate. There is a saying, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. All resistance and rejection stem from the virus. If we speak candidly, it is they who fear me, not the other way around. It is best that no one provokes me. If they do, they must bear the consequences. After finishing his thought, Huai continued, sometimes, mere retreat and concession do not yield tranquility, whether in times of peace or in the chaos that may ensue. Those who are formidable and not easily intimidated will not be treated as soft targets. Noticing Munin's earnest attention, Huai chuckled, but let such matters be entrusted to me. However, the ostracism within the community did not cease with the departure of the Li couple. They were merely the beginning. In fact, the ease with which this initial departure occurred allowed those harboring pent-up frustrations in real life to find a convenient outlet through these developments. The second couple to be targeted was a middle-aged pair, surnamed Zhu, though their given names have become somewhat obscure as they were often referred to simply as Old Zhu. The Zhu family had been residents of the community for over 20 years. In their youth, they ran a business, successfully raising their children, who eventually established their own families. Afterward, they rented out their storefront, living off their pension and rental income, spending their days playing cards and engaging in square dancing, thus enjoying a comfortable life. Old Zhu's wife exhibited milder symptoms, allowing her to be discharged earlier from the hospital. Not long after, Old Zhu himself was released, but by that time, the air was thick with smog, and a global epidemic of lung disease had erupted, confining people to their homes. At that moment, there were discussions in a few private groups among acquaintances, noting the Zhu family's fortunate timing in seeking medical attention early. Had they waited longer, they might have found the hospital doors crowded to the point of impossibility. When Old Zhu's breathing became labored, it seemed that death was the only option left to them. However, what was once deemed fortunate now seems ironic in light of the resurgence of the outbreak. This brings to mind the adage that fate is inescapable. If the Grim Reaper calls for you at 3, he will not spare you until 5. When someone in the group revealed that the Zhu family had contracted the illness, the situation echoed the previous plight of the Li couple. Some individuals took a firm stance, insisting that the Zhu family should relocate to an external hotel, presenting it as a benevolent suggestion, claiming that the hotel would serve as a quarantine site with professional medical personnel on standby, ensuring greater safety than remaining at home. Others appealed to sentiments, invoking their long-standing neighborly relationship, urging them to consider the well-being of the community. Amidst the cacophony of voices, there were also unpleasant and harsh words, delivered with an unwavering attitude, as if their departure would spell doom for all. However, the elder Zhao couple was far from being a pair of naive young lovers. Mr. Zhao promptly took out a small notebook, meticulously transcribing the venomous remarks and the addresses of those obstinately demanding their exit. He even shared a photograph in the group chat, declaring, "Feel free to hurl your insults. After all, you are all destined for demise. Should your vitriol displease me, I shall ensure that you accompany me into the abyss. And to those who cut the power lines, if you possess the audacity, come and sever the wires at my home. Should my household experience a blackout, none of you shall escape unscathed. Furthermore, to those sending menacing messages or offering unsolicited advice, he warned, I suggest you all maintain silence. While I was out in the world, you were still at home, indulging in your milk." A relentless barrage of retorts was insufficient for Mr. Zhao. He recorded a video in which he panned the camera towards the most vociferous and malevolent household from the group chat. Standing at their doorstep, he kicked their doors several times, proclaiming, "Who dares to utter even a syllable about my family in this group? I shall come to your doorstep daily, eager to test the sturdiness of your door. Bring it on." Thus, the wicked fear the brazen, and the brazen fear those who are unyielding. Following Mr. Zhao's series of actions, the community group fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to voice a word. Munan, observing this unexpected turn of events, mused, indeed, one must possess a certain boldness in life. Yet, After a moment of reflection, a sense of melancholy inevitably lingers. The elder Zhu, whom he had known for years, would occasionally greet him with a cheerful Uncle Zhu when they crossed paths in the elevator. When his father was still alive, they often played cards together. And during his childhood, he had indulged in numerous treats that Uncle Zhu had generously provided. However, with the absence of his father and his own maturation, their relationship had gradually waned to the mere exchange of nods and pleasantries upon meeting. No one in the previous life had anticipated that the calamity they faced would lead to an even graver disaster. Everyone believed that the nation would recover, that the tribulations would subside. Thus, their gaze was fixed upon the future rather than the present. At that time, Munan was similarly preoccupied, for he was alone, devoid of kin or comrades, and besides a fleeting concern for Qin Huai, whose whereabouts were unknown, he had little to occupy his thoughts. Consequently, he paid little heed to the events unfolding around him. Now, once again confronted with the specter of life and death, his perceptions had undeniably shifted. In the Zhu household, there was no sorrow from the rejection and alienation by longtime neighbors, nor was there any fury from malicious attacks. His strong response was merely a quest for tranquility. He remained uncertain whether he, too, would escape the clutches of mortality like those who had faced a second eruption of despair. Yet, at this moment, his predominant feeling was not fear, but rather a profound sense of disorientation and reluctance, as he observed his wife meticulously organizing their belongings, diligently transcribing the passwords corresponding to their bank books and cards one by one. He noted that she recorded a video for their children. In this video, she detailed the locations of their valuable possessions, the balances in their accounts, which cards were for current transactions and which were for fixed deposits, along with some gold jewelry and property deeds. She outlined how these assets should be distributed. After completing the recording, she reviewed the video with great care, anxious that she might have overlooked something important. After rectifying any omissions, she saved the video for when the time came to share it with their children. Watching his wife, who was weeping as she viewed the video, old Zhu felt a desire to smile, yet found it difficult to do so. Instead, he sat beside her and, in a conversational tone, asked, "Are you afraid?" This question only deepened her sobs. After a prolonged moment, she managed to choke out, "Am I afraid? I just can't bear it. Tuan has only just learned to call me grandma. I haven't even seen them grow up yet. I can't bear it. Truly, I cannot." Old Zhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, death is not inherently frightening. When faced with such a reality, there is little to fear, only an overwhelming sense of reluctance to part from their descendants. They simply wish to accompany them for a little longer, just a bit more time. Due to old Zhu's resolute stance, the residents of their building fell into a temporary silence. The previously vocal discussions in their group, which had suggested ostracizing those who had once been infected, ceased. With old Zhu setting a precedent, those who had never contracted the illness grew increasingly fearful of those who had, anxious to avoid offending them and provoking retribution. Yet, while the building remained tranquil, other places were bereft of such serenity. It appeared that society had gradually bifurcated into two distinct groups, the untainted and the infected. Even those who had undergone treatment and were temporarily cured were met with relentless reminders from experts and medical professionals that the spores could only disseminate through contaminated mists. With human-to-human transmission being exceedingly rare, properly donned masks could effectively mitigate over 90% of the potential for contagion. Nonetheless, the untainted still harbored fear and trepidation towards the infected, often translating this fear into exclusion and hostility. Munan had frequently encountered reports online of entire neighborhoods or villages exhibiting animosity towards the infected, doors being pelted with eggs, sealed with tape by those within, and refuse being heaped at the doorsteps of the afflicted. Even more egregiously, some unruly individuals banded together, resorting to violence to expel those who had remained docile within their homes. The government's appeals for rationality and a measured perspective on pulmonary diseases yielded little in terms of practical solutions to ameliorate the prevailing circumstances, save for the creation of a truly curative remedy. However, the development of such a drug was no simple feat until the smog dissipated overnight. All infected individuals ultimately succumbed to death, and it was only with their passing that the burden of prejudice was interred alongside them. The coldness of humanity is often counterbalanced by its warmth. The individuals clad in white have truly become angels this time, embodying the strength of collective resolve and the selfless love that manifests in moments of sacrifice. It is precisely these forces that rekindle the flickering hope and warmth of love in those who once felt despondent in the face of despair. Society is thus a tapestry woven with threads of harsh realities that chill the heart, intertwined with love and hope that inspire courage to persevere. The interplay of love and hate is merely a reflection of this complexity. Such occurrences transpire in the life of Mu Nan, yet they also feel somewhat distant from his own existence. The initial outbreak of pneumonia brought forth a wave of panic and unease among the populace, as the looming specter of death instilled a primal fear in everyone. During the second outbreak, however, it was merely the despair of the infected. Some had already embarked on a new life, detached from the crisis, while others grappled with the hopelessness of impending loss after having narrowly escaped death. Old Zhu has succumbed. More than a week later, his wife contacted the community, stating that he was nearing his end and requested that preparations be made for transport at a moment's notice. This departure was not toward a hospital. They understood that the resurgence of illness was insurmountable, given the current state of hospitals, which resembled a purgatory on Earth. Seeking medical assistance was never an option. On the day Old Zhu was taken away, the smog seemed to lift slightly. It was midday, and although the sky remained overcast with low visibility, one could still observe vehicles entering and exiting the community. Thus, a photograph was shared in the group, accompanied by a poignant remark: "Another one has departed." In the group chat with the residents on the same floor as Old Zhu, it was mentioned that it was indeed Old Zhu who was taken away, and the departure was quite serene. His wife did not weep excessively. Aside from the footsteps of the personnel who came to carry him away, the corridor was enveloped in an unusual silence. After his passing, some of the elderly neighbors began to reminisce about him fondly. In his youth, Old Zhu had been engaged in the food business, often sharing delectable treats with those living nearby. His wife was also known for her family recipes, particularly her exceptional beef sauce and fermented tofu. Among the older generation of neighbors, most had tasted the culinary delights from Old Zhu's household. When he was a child, Mu Nan had also savored these dishes, and Zhu was aware of his fondness for beef, ensuring that every jar of their beef sauce was brimming with it. In his youthful arrogance, he once lamented to his own mother about the absence of Aunt Zhu's unique recipe, only to be playfully reprimanded by her, who reminded him that having any food from her was already a blessing. However, while some remembered him fondly, others harbored grudges. Those who bore resentment were likely the ones who had been met with Old Zhu's firm stance at the entrance. It was rumored that one individual had expressed disdain in a private group, stating that such a person deserved their fate and that their demise was a fitting retribution. Mu Nan had also joined several other WeChat groups, as group purchasing had become an integral part of daily life. Many merchants had sensed a business opportunity and thus initiated various group buying arrangements that extended beyond mere meat and vegetables. The diversity of products led to a proliferation of groups, some of which fostered a pleasant atmosphere where, in addition to shopping, members occasionally exchanged information and engaged in lighthearted conversation. It was through the discussions of others that Mu Nan became aware of this event. The individual speaking resides in apartment 5 on the 9th floor, utterly disconnected from the elderly Zhu on the 13th floor. Had it not been for his exceedingly venomous words in the group chat, Elder Zhu would not have resorted to making an example of him. Now that he has departed, he still seeks to flaunt his tongue. If he truly possessed any capability, he would not have cowered at home when Elder Zhu knocked on his door. Such individuals are quintessentially boastful, yet cowardly when faced with adversity. Mu Nan expressed his grievances to Qin Huai, lamenting a desire to pelt eggs at the man's doorstep, deeming him utterly repugnant. After all, he had once savored Aunt Zhu's snacks and her beef sauce during his childhood. This sentiment was shared not only by those affiliated with the Zhu family, but also by Mu Nan, who had only a tenuous connection to them. Qin Huai countered, stating, "Food is a precious commodity. Throwing it at his door would be a waste. Those who lack decency will eventually face their reckoning." Upon finishing his thought, Qin Huai produced a small notebook in which Mu Nan had recorded his purchases, pointing to a particular line. "What do you intend to do with such an abundance of cat litter? If you are considering adopting a cat, I caution against it. Should your future living conditions be as dire as you envision in your dreams, keeping a pet would be imprudent, unless one has cared for a pet since childhood, which would make it unthinkable to part with them. Acquiring a pet now, knowing the hardships that lie ahead, would only invite trouble." Mu Nan responded, "Cat litter serves a significant purpose. Do not underestimate its value. It is not merely for cleaning up after cats, it can also serve to tidy up after humans." With a playful raise of his eyebrows and a wink at Qin Huai, he encouraged him to grasp the broader implications of the utility of cat litter. In his previous life, although he was not lacking in water, having accumulated a considerable supply in his space upon realizing the dire situation, he dared not squander resources, uncertain of what the future might hold. Thus, after addressing his basic physiological needs, he felt a pang of regret over the water used, often wishing for a way to resolve his needs without consuming it. Perhaps his fixation was too intense. Upon his rebirth, the first item on his shopping list was not food, but cat litter. In times of water scarcity, this item proved invaluable, especially since they resided in an apartment building, far removed from any rural area where one could simply bury waste. Qin Huai was astounded by Mu Nan's unconventional thinking. He had never considered cat litter could be employed in such a manner. Upon further reflection, he acknowledged its practicality and inquired whether they should stock up on more. Presently, food was likely under strict control, making it difficult for individuals to acquire substantial quantities without a proper distribution channel. However, cat litter was likely more accessible in any desired amount. Mu Nan replied, "Let us purchase it then. I'm running low on funds, but feel free to buy anything from my list that you can obtain. The more, the better. Who knows how long it will take for societal order to be restored? It might never return to normal, so it's wise to prepare for the worst." Inspired by Mu Nan's inventive perspective on cat litter, Qin Huai pondered. What about pet snacks? Are they edible for humans? Mu Nan shook his head, saying, "I can eat, but none of it is particularly palatable." Oh, and the milk. How could I forget about the milk? Is it easier to procure liquid milk or powdered milk? Is it still available? Qin Huai noted the milk separately. It can be obtained. Let us purchase both bottled and powdered milk. They will serve well for personal consumption or for future exchanges. He pondered. What else might we be lacking? Mu Nan replied, "I have thought of everything I can. Perhaps you might discover something I have overlooked." As soon as Mu Nan finished speaking, he heard the steam pot in the kitchen emitting a series of beeping sounds. He hurriedly climbed out of bed. For the past few days, he had been boiling corn, and once the pots of steaming corn were ready, he placed them directly into his storage space for convenient future consumption. As he lifted the lid, the sweet aroma of corn enveloped him. And despite having inhaled this scent for 2 or 3 days, Mu Nan could not help but take a deep breath. The fragrance of food was exceedingly gratifying. Before Mu Nan could reach for the corn in the pot, Qin Huai, who had followed him into the kitchen, gently nudged him aside. He picked up chopsticks and deftly extracted each ear of corn from the pot. He then placed a food-grade sealing box on the counter, carefully straining the corn water to remove the silky corn silk before pouring it all out. They had been collecting the corn water from the past few days. A portion was cooled and stored in the refrigerator, while the remainder was directly heated and placed into Mu Nan's storage space. They had added a touch of sugar while boiling the corn, imparting a hint of sweetness to the corn water, which would provide a delightful boost of sugar when consumed later. Inhaling the sweet aroma of corn, Mu Nan suggested, "Let us prepare more candied pear soup, adding a touch of lily and fritillaria, so that we may collect it and have it readily available when the cold weather arrives, providing warmth and nourishing our lungs." Qin Huai nodded in agreement. "Then let us stew it. This is quite swift. Today, we shall prepare 2 pots, allowing the stove to rest. In the evening, we will bring out the large pot and simmer the pork bones gently overnight, so we may savor the broth tomorrow." Mu Nan nodded eagerly. He lacked culinary skills and knew that if left to his own devices, he would likely resort to the internet's quick methods, tossing everything into a pressure cooker for an hour or 2. However, such a broth would pale in comparison to one simmered overnight. Fortunately, Qin Huai's culinary prowess far surpassed his own. While the two delightedly planned their soup making, their neighbors were less fortunate. A boy, seemingly of a similar age to Mu Nan, with hair that appeared as if a dog had chewed it, strained to catch the wafting scent of corn, unable to suppress his saliva. This spectacle amused a slightly more mature-looking boy beside him, who jestingly remarked, "Why not go next door and inquire if they are selling their corn? It would save you from drooling all over the floor." Jin Chu, the subject of the jest, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he gazed at his companion with eyes full of hope, wishing for him to act upon his words. Unable to withstand the puppy-like anticipation reflected in Jin Chu's eyes, Yuzibai averted his gaze. As he moved aside, Jin Chu seemed to hear the sound of hope shattering. He had a fondness for corn, though it was not to the extent that he would perish without it. Being confined at home for nearly 2 months had taken its toll. The inability to savor its taste was akin to a shrimp lover who could only inhale the aroma of sautéed prawns from the neighboring kitchen without the pleasure of indulging. The experience was indeed disheartening. Taking a deep breath of the sweet air, Jin Chu leaned against the balcony door, gazing at the desolate road outside, his face reflecting sorrow. When would this life come to an end? The challenge of staying indoors was not the most formidable. Rather, it was the strain on his finances, rent, utilities, and the ever-increasing prices of groceries. Being unable to venture out meant he could not take up part-time work, and without that income, he could not afford his living expenses. With July fast approaching, his diploma still unacquired and job prospects dwindling, it felt as if the suffocating haze outside was not the only burden he bore. His empty wallet weighed heavily on his spirit. Understanding his distress, Yuzibai cast his gaze downward momentarily before offering a comforting smile. Do not worry about the rent. It has already been paid for this year. At least you will not find yourself homeless. In these trying times, you are not alone. Should this calamity pass, the government will undoubtedly introduce relief measures. Worrying yourself into a frenzy will not change the situation. The fact that you are alive and healthy amidst this disaster is, indeed, the greatest fortune. Jian-Chu huffed in response, feeling somewhat uncomforted. Just then, the sound of a notification from his phone broke the silence, and Yu Zibai chuckled, his previously bright demeanor softening even further. Jian-Chu, do you wish to eat corn? The little one, affectionately nicknamed Douda, turned to Yu Zibai, her face brimming with expectant inquiry. Yu Zibai smiled and raised his phone, declaring, I have added the neighbor on WeChat. Meanwhile, Munan was tapping away on her phone. Addressing Qin Huai, who was busy preparing the bone soup. Brother, the neighbor has added me. They inquired if I could sell them a few ears of corn. Qin Huai glanced over, chuckling. They must have caught a whiff of the aroma. Let them have 2 ears. Selling them seems unnecessary. How many people reside next door? Despite sharing the same floor, there were only a handful of long-term residents. Qin Huai recalled that half of their floor was occupied by tenants, with many comings and goings over the years, making it hard to keep track of who had come and gone. Munan shook her head. I'm not certain. Their home is merely separated from ours by a balcony, when the balcony was not fully enclosed. One could easily see into the neighbor's yard with a slight stretch of the neck. However, now that the balcony is sealed, the separation is complete. From the entrance, the only proximity we have is with Qin Huai's door directly opposite ours. The neighbor's place lies at the far end of the corridor, across an entire walkway. Thus, I truly have no knowledge of who lives next door. Qin Huai suggested, then let us give them 2 ears. Generally, if a household enjoys corn, they wouldn't purchase an excessive amount. The individually packaged type is just right, typically containing 2 ears. It's likely that they have children who, drawn by the delightful fragrance, are clamoring for a taste. 2 ears should suffice for the little ones. He added, no need to worry about payment, just accept it. As neighbors, if they ever need assistance, it's best to lend a helping hand when we can. Munan finally responded with a simple okay, then sought out a small plastic bag to hang the corn on the iron gate. After a while, someone knocked on the door. Just as Munan was about to open it, Qin Huai stopped him, saying, you stay inside, I will go. Qin Huai casually donned a mask he found by the door before proceeding to open it. He had initially anticipated that the neighbor would be someone of a similar age to his father, but to his surprise, upon opening the door, he encountered a young man of similar height. Although the mask concealed his features, the brows and eyes that were visible suggested he was quite handsome. Yu Zibai, upon seeing the person who opened the door, felt a twinge of surprise. He had seen the neighbor before and recognized him as a university student, pale and slender, often with headphones in place, seemingly living alone. Occasionally, they crossed paths in the elevator, where the neighbor always appeared drowsy and lethargic. Having resided here for nearly 3 years, Yu Zibai had never exchanged even a glance with this neighbor, let alone a greeting. Thus, encountering someone who was not the person he had imagined left him somewhat astonished. Qin Huai accepted the pickled vegetables and said, I am Qin Huai. It is merely some corn. You are too kind. We are neighbors and young people. We can look out for one another in the future. Hearing Qin Huai's amiable demeanor eased Yu Zibai's tension. He replied, in these unusual times, the saying distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors truly resonates. It's just my friend and me at home. He was so enticed by the aroma of the corn from your home that he couldn't resist coming over. Having lived here for several years, I realized I had yet to properly meet my neighbors, so I seized this opportunity to make an acquaintance. Qin Huai sprayed disinfectant on the pickled vegetable jar and set it to dry on the shoe rack by the door. After washing his hands in the restroom, he emerged to say, I thought it was a family with children, but it turns out to be 2 young individuals, not much older than myself. We exchanged pleasantries, and perhaps we can look out for one another in the future. Munan responded with a soft "oh" and inquired, what ingredients should we add to the bone soup? Should it be kelp and radish, or lotus root? Qin Huai asked, what would you like? Munan replied, lotus root. I've purchased quite a bit of it. Specifically the type meant for simmering in soup. Qin Huai nodded. Take it out for now. We should prepare the soup base today and add the lotus root tomorrow. Otherwise, it will turn to mush after simmering overnight. Next door, Jian was happily indulging in corn, generously dividing half of it to Yu Zibai, saying, You have worked hard for your share of corn. This is your reward. Seeing Jian's spirits revive, Yu Zibai found it amusing. I truly appreciate your generosity. Jian waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. We are all good friends. With that, he took a hearty bite of the sweet corn, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. They shared one ear of corn, placing the other in the refrigerator. They had an abundance of group-bought items, including various vegetables, meats, bread, and cakes. Yet corn had been notably absent, so they decided to save the remaining ear for another craving. As night fell, Jian found himself leaning against the balcony door, inhaling the savory aroma of the simmering bones, his expression tinged with melancholy. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Yu Zibai found himself at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. Why don't we simply follow the recipes of others for our daily meals? It seems that everything from other households is superior. Craving soup? Tomorrow. I can gather some bones in the group. There has been quite a demand for them lately, so we need not envy others. Jin Shubai shot him a glance. Which of your eyes perceives my envy? I am merely contemplating life. Sitting here, gazing at the desolate street outside, provides a semblance of tranquility to my restless heart. Soup? I have no desire for soup. He was still a recent graduate, yet to receive his diploma. Since his university days, he had been self-sufficient, earning his own tuition and living expenses. Juggling academics and part-time work over the years, it was no small feat to sustain himself, leaving him with scant savings. Having lingered at home for an extended period, he felt a sense of urgency. The financial strain left him uncertain about how many more days he could endure. Those brave enough to venture outside were gambling with their lives. Inflation was rampant, and with the general populace remaining indoors, the economy had nearly ground to a halt. The price of scallions, which once cost only a few yuan, had skyrocketed to 30 or 40. Such a reality was far from exaggerated. Finding anything to eat had become a challenge, and the arrival of a miraculous remedy remained uncertain. The world's normalization felt like a distant dream, with each passing day shrouded in unpredictability. In such circumstances, who could afford to buy bones at exorbitant prices for soup? Despair in this world is not solely borne by the ill. However, the current focus on fungal lung disease has overshadowed the financial burdens that plague many. For those untroubled by monetary concerns, the value of life pales in comparison. Many are troubled by financial concerns, while others are not. Whenever there is a group purchase, as soon as Munan sees others buying, she follows suit. Her purchases are modest in quantity, just enough to remain inconspicuous, however. The frequency of her purchases has become so notable that the volunteers responsible for delivery have come to recognize her family, teasing her. It's just you and your brother at home, yet you buy so much. If you can't finish it, it will go to waste. Qin Huai chuckled and replied, My brother has recently taken to learning cooking online, making buns and pork dishes. It's rare for him to have something to focus on. So I certainly wouldn't discourage his enthusiasm. Waste is out of the question. With the prices of food nowadays, we cannot afford that. Reflecting on the current prices, the volunteers grimaced. Indeed, even cabbage has become unaffordable. Just as they were sorting through the items, Jian Chu emerged wearing a mask. Volunteers typically notify the group of which floor to go to, allowing those who see the message to collect their items from the corridor. However, if someone misses the notification, the volunteers will knock on doors. Naturally, it is preferable to save time when possible. When Jian Chu arrived, the volunteers were just finishing sorting out the items for Qin Huai, with vegetables, meat, and several types of fruit piled high on the ground, all being carried away in bags by Qin Huai. Jian Chu had seen the neighbors before, but yesterday Yu Zibai mentioned that there was another person in their home. Someone taller and sturdier than the college student, named Qin Huai. Upon seeing the person carrying the items, Jian Chu deduced that this must be Qin Huai. While the college student they had previously encountered was likely at home, seemingly eager to help but was pushed back inside by Qin Huai. Jian Chu smiled softly and chose not to elaborate further. She reported their apartment number to the volunteers, and they purchased only a modest amount of vegetables, merely 2 bags, which constituted nearly a week's worth of provisions. It was not that they ate little, but rather that they could scarcely afford more. A pound of radishes cost 20 to 30 yuan, a price already suppressed by the government. Private vendors charged even more exorbitantly, but their offerings were diverse and fresh, attracting plenty of customers. With the government's regulated prices soaring, one could scarcely imagine the future if they remained confined at home. After Qin Huai brought the items inside, she meticulously disinfected everything before allowing Munan to sort through the goods. Any damaged vegetables and fruits were set aside to be consumed first, while the remaining items were stored away in their designated space. The meat they purchased consisted entirely of frozen products, which would also need to thaw before being stored. This way, when it was time to cook, they could simply retrieve the ingredients without the hassle of waiting for defrosting. Currently, frozen meat was the only option available. Had they resided in the countryside, they might have been able to procure fresh meat, as some households raised pigs for their own consumption. However, in the city, even live poultry was subject to regulation, and the logistics of transporting fresh meat seemed increasingly implausible. Munan organized the meat meticulously: pork belly, tenderloin, and ribs. She also took out some meat from a group purchase made a few days prior, planning to prepare braised ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, and stir-fried pork belly once the newly bought meat thawed. With time still on their side, she aimed to prepare a larger quantity of richly flavored dishes. When every household faces difficulties in the future, one can only resort to less fragrant dishes. Otherwise, the aroma of lavish meals will evoke resentment among those who have barely enough to eat. As Qin Huai organized the area around Munan, he took the liberty to tidy up the entrance. Having prepared ample disinfection supplies in advance, he proceeded to spray the entire corridor, for it was, after all, his own residence, and there was no need to skimp on cleanliness. Just as he set down the disinfection tools, Munan rushed over with his phone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, shall we participate in the shrimp group buy?" Qin Huai glanced at the screen, where a WeChat group was organizing a collective purchase of live shrimp, albeit at a rather steep price of over 200 yuan per pound. Nonetheless, this cost was justifiable, as acquiring fresh seafood had become increasingly challenging. Were it not for the apparent inability of the toxic fungi to survive in animals and their vulnerability to high temperatures exceeding 80 degrees, people would still have something to eat. Given the current state of rising prices, it is likely they will continue to escalate. Even though the cost is high, most individuals comprehend the situation. After all, those selling vegetables are also striving for their livelihoods. Now that July has arrived and the weather has turned sweltering, these individuals toil in their airtight protective gear daily, desperately working to earn a living. Without their efforts, relying solely on government intervention would be impractical, as the government simply lacks the manpower to manage the food supply across various cities and provinces. Moreover, the exorbitant prices can be attributed to another factor: the pervasive fear that prevents people from venturing outside. Consequently, a plethora of vegetables rot in the fields, left unharvested, while ripe fruits decay in the mud, lacking a market for sale. Some live poultry have even succumbed to starvation due to the scarcity of feed. Many find themselves without food, yet even more are unable to find channels to sell their produce, forced to watch helplessly as it spoils and is rendered worthless. Only a meager fraction of what can be transported to urban areas finds its way to market. This dire situation exacerbates the soaring prices, rendering shrimp that costs over 200 per pound relatively affordable in the eyes of some. Moonin observed that many were participating in a group purchase, prompting him to desire some as well. Although he had shrimp in his storage, he lacked the culinary skills to prepare them, and his space could not accommodate live items. Thus, he had only prepared shrimp that were already cooked by others. However, he now craved the dish made by Qin Huai, who possessed a unique secret for cooking shrimp, perhaps a taste he had grown accustomed to since childhood. He believed that the shrimp from outside paled in comparison to Qin Huai's creations. Qin Huai tossed his phone to him, saying, "If you wish to eat, go ahead and buy. I will prepare it for you. How much shall we purchase?" Munan inquired, noticing that others were ordering 1 or 2 pounds. However, he mused that 1 or 2 pounds of shrimp, once heads and shells were removed, yielded very little meat. Yet, he pondered whether purchasing a larger quantity might appear excessive. Qin Huai suggested, "Let us buy 10 pounds. The sum of money in question is hardly substantial. Were it not for the dreams of Munan, given the current circumstances, Qin Huai could not have foreseen the multitude of calamities that would unfold. Moreover, life for many is gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. A notable number of individuals have managed to procure protective clothing and have ventured outside. The increasing frequency of group purchases is indicative of this adaptation, as people have discovered new ways of living amidst the pervasive haze of toxic spores and are swiftly acclimating to their new reality. While it is true that some may find the price of a few pounds of shrimp prohibitive, for the majority, it is more a matter of reluctance than inability. Thus, Even if they purchase in abundance, any onlookers may merely remark that the youth lack frugality, yet they are not likely to attract undue trouble. It is only when the environment deteriorates further, to a point where money loses its value, that it will be time to adopt a more discreet and austere lifestyle. With Qin Huai's encouragement, Munan promptly placed an order. Despite having faced the apocalypse himself, he now draws confidence from Qin Huai, illustrating that habitual reliance is an instinct that remains unchanged, no matter how much time has passed since their separation. The presence of a first buyer led to others placing orders, perhaps influenced, resulting in an increase of 4 to 5 pounds, rendering their 10-pound order less conspicuous. As the shrimp are live, they must be sold swiftly. The relay that concluded in the morning saw deliveries arriving by afternoon. However, these cannot be brought to the door by volunteers, as the relay involves private vendors, necessitating that customers retrieve their purchases themselves. Naturally, it is Qin Huai who descends to collect them. As long as he is present, he will not allow Munan to venture outside. From a young age, Munan's health has always been inferior, suffering from fevers and colds several times each year, rendering him with a notably weak constitution. Thus, he harbors great reluctance to allow Munan to venture outdoors into the unknown. Despite Munan's belief in his own robustness over the years, particularly recalling that he had never fallen ill in his previous life, he refrains from contesting with Qin Huai. After all, he is well equipped with protective clothing. Although merely descending to the ground floor does not necessitate such precautions, he insists that Qin Huai don the protective attire, ensuring every detail of safety is attended to. As Qin Huai opens the door, the elevator halts momentarily on their floor. He promptly steps inside, where another individual is present. Though Qin Huai finds the person somewhat familiar, the mask obscures their features, leaving him unable to recognize them. Thus he refrains from greeting. However, the older gentleman turns to glance at Qin Huai several times, his brow furrowed in apparent confusion. Nan. Recognizing the voice, Qin Huai smiles and replies, "Uncle Zhong, is that you? I'm Qin Huai, living next door to Uncle Mu." Most residents in the area are longtime neighbors, and many were privy to the events surrounding his family. After the passing of Granny Qin, the neighborhood had shown a modicum of extra care towards the two children, particularly given that their affluent father eventually arrived to take the children away, leaving only Munan behind. Qin Huai shakes his head. "I'm not leaving." Hearing this, old Zhong smiles warmly. "That is quite good. You two brothers have always had a strong bond. Having someone to accompany you is certainly preferable to solitude. These past years have been challenging for Nan. It's not easy for a child to live alone, often relying on takeout, neglecting proper meals, which can wreak havoc on one's stomach. Imagine him alone at the clinic late at night, administering pain relief. How pitiable." The once cheerful expression of Qin Huai gradually fell, a pang of pain blossoming in her heart. After a moment of silence, accompanied by the gentle sigh of old Zhong, she seemed to reassure herself, whispering, "No more. I shall never let him be alone again." The elevator swiftly descended to the first floor, where numerous individuals had already come down to collect their belongings, some with bags of vegetables, others with rice and cooking oil. Qin Huai made her way directly to the shrimp vendor, retrieving the bag she had previously purchased. Noticing that there were few customers at the shrimp stall, she inquired, "Are there any extras?" The vendor, likely wary of the possibility of the shrimp dying en route or encountering unforeseen mishaps, had brought a considerable surplus. "Yes, we have plenty. How much more do you wish?" The shrimp were quite expensive, and old Zhang's family had refrained from buying any, hence he hastily declined. Qin Huai replied, "Over the years, Nan has been alone, and it is thanks to the care of you uncles that she has managed. Please, accept this small token of gratitude. In these extraordinary times, I cannot invite you to a meal, so let us not be formal about this. I have already purchased it." After a brief hesitation, old Zhong found the plastic bag pressed into his hand. His little grandson had recently expressed a strong desire for shrimp, yet the uncertain days ahead made him reluctant to indulge, as such expensive shrimp were a luxury even for his grandson's cravings. Seeing the unwavering insistence of Qin Huai, old Zhong accepted, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Child, why be so courteous? Once this matter is resolved, I shall have your aunt prepare some pickled cucumbers for you, the kind you both adored as children." Qin Huai smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Uncle Zhong. Now, if you will excuse me, I must head upstairs." Old Zhong gazed at the silhouette of Qin Huai, tall and imposing, though clad in protective gear that obscured his features. It was well known that Qin Huai had been remarkably handsome since childhood. If only Granny Qin and old Mu were still around, how proud they would have been of these young men. With a smile, Qin Huai remarked. I haven't seen many people yet. The owner happened to have extra, so I bought 10 more pounds. You should go inside and not linger at the door. I'll first take off this protective suit. Moonin picked up a nearby bottle of disinfectant and diligently sprayed it all around, even on the bags containing the shrimp. The two busied themselves for a while before finally soaking the lively shrimp in a large wooden basin filled with salted water, covering the top with a net to prevent their escape. They would soak them for 2 hours, change the water, and then soak them for another 2 hours before commencing the cleaning process to prepare for cooking. Looking at the large basin teeming with energetic shrimp, Moonin felt a mix of satisfaction and exasperation. It seems we have a significant task ahead of us tonight, with so many to wash one by one. My back might break. Washing his hands, Qin Huai replied, to enjoy delicious food, one must be willing to put in the effort. If you find it too tiring, you can sit aside and cheer me on this evening. Moonin laughed. How could I be so heartless? Will the salt really daze the shrimp? I hope it won't pinch my fingers while washing later. Qin Huai reassured her, it won't. After a while, they'll be quite lethargic. Noticing Moonin squatting and poking at the shrimp, Qin Huai suddenly asked, do we have any stomach medicine at home? Moonin quickly stood up, a hint of anxiety flickering in her eyes as she looked at Qin Huai. What's wrong? Is your stomach bothering you? I have pain relievers, remedies for bloating, and antispasmodics. Hurriedly retrieved a large medicine box from his space, crouching down to rummage through it, unearthing a plethora of medications, some for gastritis, others for gastric comfort, and yet more. Qin Huai grasped his anxious hand searching for medicine and gently pulled him to his feet, casting a brief glance at the heap of remedies strewn across the floor. Which ones do you typically take? He inquired. Taken aback, stammered, huh? What? Qin Huai replied. I just encountered Uncle Zhong from the black and white border collie family on the 19th floor. He mentioned witnessing you alone at the small clinic downstairs, enduring injections to the point of being unable to sit still. Have you sought treatment at the hospital? Did you take medication haphazardly, or did the doctor prescribe something? Felt a twinge of embarrassment under Qin Huai's scrutinizing gaze. As a child, he had been coddled, easily sensitive and prone to fussing over the slightest discomfort. However, once left to his own devices, he grew accustomed to enduring illness and discomfort alone. Over time, he became reticent about such personal matters, choosing to bear the pain silently, even feeling a sense of shame at the thought of burdening others with his troubles. Now, faced with Qin Huai's inquiry, instinctively sought to downplay the situation, saying, it's not that serious. I just, had a bit of an upset stomach. Qin Huai, his expression grave, regarded him intently. When you lie, you subconsciously lick your lips. Must you conceal this from me? We are destined to share a life together for a long time. If you ever fall ill, I would be unaware of what medication you require. Moonin cautiously glanced at Qin Huai, noticing his apparent anger, the expression somewhat fearsome. She pointed to the medicine in the box and said, first take the pills from that small box. If it doesn't alleviate the discomfort after an hour or two, then take the painkillers. Generally, it should help. After a brief pause, she added softly, please don't look at me so sternly. Qin Huai sighed lightly, examining the medicine she indicated. Was this prescribed by the hospital? Moonin nodded. Qin Huai took a photo of the medicine box with his phone. How much did you buy? Why didn't you note it down? He observed her gaunt, almost skeletal face and continued to inquire, what seems to be the problem? Do you often experience pain? Moonin shook her head. Actually, it's not too bad. During my last checkup, they mentioned some ulcers, so occasionally after a meal, I feel a bit uncomfortable, but it passes quickly. The time Uncle Zhong saw me, I had forgotten to eat while drawing, and after a day of hunger, I resorted to instant noodles for convenience. She glanced at Qin Huai's slightly distressed expression and quickly reassured him, but ever since that incident, I've learned my lesson and haven't forgotten to eat again, truly. In that moment, he profoundly felt the weight of the years lost. His dear Nan Nan had not fared well during his absence, far from it. Moonin found herself somewhat bewildered in Qin Huai's embrace, not anticipating such a strong reaction from him. When she sensed the dampness on her shoulder, her heart felt as though it had been gripped by an unseen hand. Brother? Qin Huai held him even closer, wishing he could meld him into his very being, savoring the warmth and rhythm of his heartbeat. With some difficulty, Qin Huai uttered, I'm sorry, Nan Nan, I'm truly sorry. Moonin gently patted the guilt-ridden Qin Huai, attempting to divert his attention. I'm hungry. When shall we have dinner? Unaware that the days of indecision regarding his cravings would soon be a distant memory, Moonin obediently tidied up the medicine box and placed an emergency kit outside. He then nestled at the kitchen doorway, watching Qin Huai prepare the meal. Such waiting for dinner imbued the atmosphere with the essence of home. Despite the deteriorating state of the world, Moonan fervently wished that this moment could last a lifetime. After they had dined, they did not rush to clean the shrimp. Qin Huai first changed the water for the shrimp, then turned on a variety show that Moonan had recently been following, gently pressing down on his stomach as he laid him on the bed. Having consulted a doctor, he knew that a slow, clockwise massage after meals could aid in relieving gastric discomfort and mitigate postprandial issues related to ulcers. However, the moment he touched him, Moonan burst into laughter as if he had been tickled. Perhaps we should refrain from that, brother. My health isn't dire. Truly, I feel well. Not in pain at all. Qin Huai frowned. Come here, get used to it. You were never ticklish as a child. Why have you become so sensitive as an adult? Back then, you could endure being tickled under your arms without a chuckle, and now a mere touch on your belly seems unbearable. Seeing that Qin Huai was determined not to relent until he received a massage, Moonan reluctantly inched closer. The moment Qin Huai's hand made contact with him, Moonan felt an electrifying sensation coursing through his body, a tingling that radiated from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him utterly disconcerted. Unable to bear the peculiarity of the sensation, he swiftly rolled away, clutching a pillow, exclaiming, No, it's too ticklish. Perhaps it's best not to massage at all. I fear that after eating, I might end up being laughed at instead of relieved. Qin Huai, realizing that Moonan's discomfort stemmed from the ticklishness rather than any reluctance towards his touch, reluctantly released him. If you feel unwell at any point, you must inform me. Do not conceal it from me, nor should you secretly take medication pretending all is well. Moonan hastily nodded in agreement. Qin Huai, seeking assurance, reiterated, You promise? Moonan raised his hand and weakly affirmed, I promise. Only then did Qin Huai allow him some respite, permitting him to lean back on the bed and watch a bit of computer until half an hour had passed, after which they would stroll on the treadmill to aid digestion. With that, he took a brush and a small stool into the bathroom to clean the shrimp. Once Qin Huai was finally out of sight, Moonan exhaled in relief and placed his hand on his stomach, feeling it a couple of times. He wondered if the sensation was different because he was touching himself. It was not ticklish at all. Why was it that when Qin Huai touched him, he felt as if he might tremble all over? When he noticed the group chat buzzing with messages, Jian-Chu realized that the torment from the crayfish was imminent, though he never anticipated that this ordeal would arrive in the dead of night. Beside him, Yu Zibai was also awake, hearing his movements. He couldn't help but chuckle and asked, Are you hungry? Jian-Chu sighed. Do you think their family is inclined towards late-night snacks like this? It's quite peculiar. Yu Zibai offered, Shall I get up and prepare some noodles? I can cook. Jian-Chu felt an insatiable hunger. He had hardly eaten any meat lately, subsisting solely on rice and vegetables, which left him feeling rather deprived. Being a young man with a hearty appetite, he found that without late-night snacks, he often felt like he was starving. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat up and turned to Yu Zibai, saying, Let us make noodles. I'm really hungry. With a smile, Yu Zibai cheerfully got up to cook. The two of them sat on the floor around a small round table, savoring a bowl of noodles while the enticing aroma of spicy crayfish wafted in from next door. Brother, come here. Qin Huai had just finished his shower when he emerged to see Moonan holding up a spoonful of the sweetest part of the watermelon. With a grin, he walked over and took a bite of the juicy fruit. The icy sweetness of the watermelon swiftly dissipated the lingering warmth from his shower. Observing the eager expression on Moonan's face, Qin Huai smiled and remarked, It's very sweet. You chose a good one. At that time, Moonan was still in kindergarten, so small that Qin Huai thought if he devoured his favorite treat, Moonan would surely cry. To his surprise, Moonan did not weep but smiled at him instead. From then on, whenever they had watermelon, Moonan would always reserve the sweetest piece for him. Moonan smiled with a hint of pride. I specifically made a trip to Shandong to purchase these. The watermelon yield there is abundant, and with reduced transportation costs, they are quite affordable. I bought them at a wholesale price of 0.91 yuan per gene and acquired several trucks full. Additionally, I purchased a considerable amount of rice and flour, which are also inexpensive and delicious in that region. Qin Huai cautioned, Moderate your consumption. Watermelon has a cooling nature. Just eat enough to quench your thirst and alleviate the heat. Moonan acknowledged with a soft "oh," refraining from arguing, as he was aware he couldn't consume much. In his childhood, he had quite an appetite. He could devour half of a 6 or 7 gene watermelon in one sitting. However, after years of staying up late and living a nocturnal lifestyle, relying on takeout, his health had indeed deteriorated significantly. Now, Even a small portion left him feeling somewhat bloated. After taking a few more bites, he noticed that Qin Huai had nearly dried his hair, so he handed the remaining watermelon to Qin Huai, saying, "You should have some too. After you finish, let us put it in the refrigerator to chill before I store it away. By the way, don't you think it's time for a haircut?" Qin Huai accepted the watermelon and settled on the edge of the bed. Observing Mu Nan's eager expression, he replied, "Let us do it tomorrow, just before my shower. You can help me then." Mu Nan was instantly delighted. "I'll go find the scissors. I bought several pairs specifically for haircuts. Fortunately, since we are boys, a short cut will suffice. If it were a girl, managing long hair would be quite a challenge." As Mu Nan was arranging the scissors, she was suddenly startled by a violent noise from downstairs that resembled both banging and kicking at the door. Her grip loosened, and the scissors fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, Qin Huai reacted swiftly, pulling Mu Nan aside. Otherwise, the sharp point of the scissors might have pierced his foot. Qin Huai retrieved the scissors from the floor and tossed all the others that had been placed on the table into the drawer. Mu Nan, still shaken, patted her chest and exclaimed, "That startled me." The commotion was likely originating from the floor below, presumably caused by someone forcefully striking the entrance. The noise was so tremendous that even the iron door of their own apartment trembled slightly. Accompanying the banging were fierce curses, leaving one to wonder what grievances had led to such a ruckus. In the past, if such a disturbance had occurred, neighbors would have flocked out to witness the spectacle. But now, despite their curiosity, no one dared to venture outside. At most, they listened intently to the sounds from outside. Given that Mu Nan's apartment faced only two neighboring households directly across from their door, and the adjacent space was an open courtyard, they could easily hear the situation downstairs without needing to open the outer iron door. This time, Mu Nan felt a tinge of curiosity about what could provoke such a disturbance. However, after listening for some time, she discerned shouts demanding the door be opened and money returned, accompanied by the rapid-fire delivery of dialect-infused Mandarin that was sometimes too fast for her to comprehend. Yet, she could still make out some of the curses, vile expressions wishing for death and retribution, such as "May you die a miserable death and may your entire family perish," reflecting an intensity that was truly fierce. The sound of the kicking was so forceful that it seemed the door might be shattered. Qin Huai extended his hand and pulled in the gossiping individual from the doorway, stating, "After a shower, you ought to refrain from venturing outside. Even lingering at the door is unacceptable." Mu Nan inquired, "Do you recall which establishment is located downstairs? Is it the one run by the teacher?" Qin Huai affirmed, "Yes, it is indeed the teacher's place." This struck Mu Nan as peculiar, as he remarked, "The family of the teacher is quite amiable. Who could they have offended?" Qin Huai gestured for him to check his phone, revealing that the matter had already stirred considerable commotion within the community group. In a mere span of time, the discussions had surged to 99 messages. Mu Nan promptly scrolled to the top to delve into the unfolding events, discovering that the origin of this situation stemmed from a group purchase initiative. As the duration of confinement within their abode extended, many individuals, driven by the necessity of daily sustenance, were compelled to risk venturing outdoors in search of a means to survive. Not everyone possessed substantial savings. Some heads of households bore the responsibility of supporting large families, a burden that weighed as heavily as the threat posed by the virus. Consequently, despite the absence of effective medication, the implementation of adequate protective measures led to a continuous decline in infection rates, prompting some to take the risk of stepping outside. In pursuit of livelihood, various private vendors began proliferating group purchases. However, these vendors could not directly cater to each resident individually. Thus, through various informational channels, they established product groups, inviting residents within the delivery range to join and purchase items. It was impractical for delivery services to fulfill orders for just one or two items, necessitating a leader to coordinate the group purchase and consolidate sufficient quantities before placing an order for delivery. The resident beneath Mu Nan's apartment is a retired teacher. Having left the profession many years ago, his wife passed away early, and their son, born with a disability, managed to marry a woman who accepted him despite his conditions. Thanks to local residency qualifications, they had a child, but shortly after the boy's birth, the woman departed, leaving the two to raise the child together. The boy is a year older than Qin Huai, and Mu Nan recalls that the young man downstairs was a senior to Qin Huai in school. The young man from apartment 16-9, having tasted success, took on the role of group leader for purchasing activities. He merely needed to initiate a group order in a chat, allowing others to select products and make payments. Once the group size reached the required number, he would simply await the delivery at his doorstep, sorting the items according to apartment numbers, thus earning money effortlessly. However, this time he encountered a setback. A vendor running a limited-time promotion offered a comprehensive range of products at remarkably low prices. The young man initiated a group order, personally placed an order as well, and out of goodwill wished to pass on the savings to others. He actively recruited participants in several large groups. The group succeeded, payments were made. Yet the items vanished without a trace for several days. The vendor's product link was taken down, and the phone was switched off, leaving even the simplest minds aware of the deceit. The young man from the 16th floor found himself unable to contact the vendor. Since others had purchased items through him, they naturally sought him out for assistance, despite the fact that the funds had never passed through his hands. He was left to either locate the vendor or take responsibility for the situation. An explanation was imperative. However, the current inflation has caused the total price of group purchases to exceed $10,000, and he possesses no substantial savings. Although his family is not entirely devoid of funds, the older generation's money remains locked in a savings account. Even if he wished to reimburse, it is simply impossible to procure the funds in such circumstances. He has already elucidated his situation to everyone, reported to the authorities, and shared the police's case documentation with the group. He himself is a victim, having spent several hundred on goods, and he is quite anxious. Most individuals, while angry, understand that the blame cannot rest solely on the young man from the 16th floor. Furthermore, the loss of several hundred does not escalate to a level warranting violent retribution. Naturally, their resentment is directed towards the deceitful merchant. However, among these individuals is a person with a somewhat unstable mental state, a solitary elderly man residing on the top floor. Though he is only in his 60s, he has lived alone for many years, often ignored by others and reciprocating the neglect. Despite his eccentricities, he poses no threat, and thus remains unmonitored. This time, he too participated in the group purchase, yet he is unfamiliar with online payments. Consequently, he resorted to cash transactions with a neighbor downstairs, seeking assistance in his purchases. However, the items he ordered never arrived. When he approached the neighbor, who had only intended to help, the neighbor, not wishing to create conflict, advised him to contact the group leader. Thus, he sought out the young man from the 16th floor. After several attempts, the young man, considering the elderly man's solitary status and his modest cash reserves, decided to refund him. Yet, the elderly man refused the money, insisting instead on receiving the goods he had ordered, demanding the items without any compensation. The issue lies in the fact that the vendor has vanished, leaving the young man at a loss as to where he might procure the items he had intended to purchase. It is evident that this predicament is merely an invitation for trouble. Given the stress caused by this situation, the young man, overwhelmed, lost his temper and, in a fit of frustration, cast the individual aside. This act, however, incited further turmoil, as the elderly gentleman from the top floor began his daily ritual of descending to demand goods. When his request went unheeded, his agitation escalated to the point of pounding on doors and hurling insults, creating quite the commotion, which culminated in the events of today. The group chat buzzed with heated discussions, predominantly condemning the elderly man from the top floor, who was deemed a menace for residing in their midst. After a night filled with unrest, tranquility finally returned to the building. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Moonin munched on potato chips and mused. Thus, it is essential for one to have companions. Otherwise, solitude can gradually distort one's perception in the eyes of others. Qin Huai, amused, observed him and replied, "I presumed you would conclude that one ought not to be the first to stick their neck out." Moonin nodded in agreement. That is indeed crucial. It is wise to refrain from unnecessary bravado, for most individuals harbor grudges rather than gratitude. Qin Huai tenderly tousled Moonin's hair, which had grown soft and long, and said, "Rest now, it is quite late." Upon hearing Qin Huai's words, a pang of sorrow pierced Moonin's heart. He dared not contemplate the fate of the previous incarnation of Qin Huai. The thought of the dreadful possibilities caused him pain with each breath he took. Consequently, he refrained from revealing to Qin Huai that he had been reborn. He understood that Qin Huai, like himself, though they stood before one another, could not bear the weight of what might have transpired in their pasts. Moonin leaned closer to Qin Huai, wrapping her arms around him as she had in her childhood, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. As her heart gradually found solace, she uttered, "Do not leave me alone again. I fear that if I remain solitary for too long, I shall be perceived as a mad woman. If the future offers no path forward, let us embrace death together, shall we?" After what felt like an eternity of silence, Qin Huai softly responded with an affirmative. If the future indeed held no promise, he could not bear to witness Mu Nian struggle alone in hardship. The companionship of death, perhaps, would bring more solace than solitude in life. Two individuals, lacking in gardening experience, managed to cultivate a modest harvest in a dimly lit room, illuminated only by grow lights. Holding a small basket of freshly picked bok choy, Qin Huai gazed at Mu Nian, who was still rummaging through the soil, searching for ripe vegetables. You do not even like bok choy. Why would you choose to grow this? He inquired. Mu Nian replied, it grows quickly, and I am curious to see how long it will take to yield a full crop with this method. Qin Huai chuckled gently. You see, it is the seedlings that grow swiftly. If you had started from seed, the process would not have been as expedient. Having ensured that there were no overlooked details, Mu Nian rose from a heap of earthen pots, placing the two small cabbages in the little basket handed to her by Qin Huai. We must proceed with caution, for we have no connections in the village, nor do we know anyone who toils in the fields. It is difficult to seek guidance when we are unaware of whom to ask. We must rely solely on ourselves. Apart from this, I cannot envision a future where we sustain ourselves. Until social order is restored, what means do we have for survival? You work in software, and I engage in artistry. Yet when people struggle for basic sustenance, who has the appetite for spiritual nourishment? Mu Nian continued, regardless, we do not depend on this for our livelihood. It merely serves as a superficial means of survival. Should it flourish, it would indeed provide a source of income. Qin Huai responded, after the earthquake. Did the government swiftly initiate reconstruction efforts? At that time, private initiatives began to emerge, yet those private enterprises were hardly altruistic. To reside in areas with reliable water and electricity, one must offer corresponding resources. Previously, currency held value, but post-earthquake, money became worthless. Thus, gold, silver, jade, and food became the new currency. These items, of course, were excavated from the rubble. Alone and emaciated, he appeared vulnerable. Yet perhaps, even had he not given that child the meager corn cakes, he might not have evaded the clutches of those brigands. Perhaps they had already set their sights on him. Hearing Mu Nian sigh, Qin Huai assumed her concerns were about the future. Worrying about such matters will not alter the course of events. Fear not, when the time comes, I shall toil to support you. The reconstruction of the base will undoubtedly require a great deal of manpower. Mu Nian cast a glance at him and said, perhaps I should cultivate vegetables to sustain you. Engaging in lighter tasks seems far more reasonable than exerting oneself physically. Qin Huai chuckled softly, extending the vegetables in his hand towards Mu Nian. Please take these. They can be stir-fried later. I shall check on the henhouse. Qin Huai's balcony was open air. Initially, Mu Nian had raised several chickens outside due to concerns about the unpleasant odor of chicken droppings permeating the home. By placing them on the balcony, wearing a mask, and using a hose to wash away any mess, he ensured that even if there were droppings, it would not render the interior filthy. Furthermore, it appeared that pathogenic fungi and viruses could not reside on animals, which gave Mu Nian the confidence to keep the chickens outdoors. Once Mu Nian had finished washing the cabbage, he heard the clucking of chickens. Qin Huai entered, one hand grasping a chicken and the other holding 2 eggs. Upon seeing Mu Nian, he remarked, bring me a piece of string. I need to tie this one up. Mu Nian hurried to rummage through the drawer for some string. Although he had rope in his space, it was the type used for rescue purposes, which would be excessively long for tying up a chicken. Fortunately, he found some string from a previous delivery packaging, cut a length, and handed it to Qin Huai. Why are you tying it up? Are you planning to eat chicken? Qin Huai replied, we can keep one hen and a rooster. Among the chickens you purchased, there are 3 roosters. They were small before, lacking in meat. But now that they have grown, we should consume them promptly. Uncastrated roosters are quite aggressive, eat a lot, and crow incessantly. Recently, I've noticed people in the group asking who keeps chickens, as they are awakened every morning by the crowing. Mu Nian was taken aback. Do roosters really need to be castrated? I thought only pigs required such a procedure. Observing the astonished expression on Qin Huai's face, Mu Nian chuckled. The chicken you consume is predominantly from castrated birds. Castrated chickens grow rapidly, and their meat tends to be more tender. In contrast, non-castrated chickens are comparatively less palatable and are less likely to gain weight, so raising hens alone suffices. If one desires chicks, retaining just one rooster will suffice. Mu Nian's inclination to purchase chickens stemmed from the aftermath of the earthquake in his previous life. Although there were tremors in their vicinity, their homes remained intact. He thought to raise chickens and cultivate vegetables at home, planning to relocate to a government-established base later with his chickens and produce. Thus, he bought several roosters and hens, intending to sell eggs or chicks for a livelihood. However, upon hearing Qin Huai suggest that it was unnecessary to keep too many, he contemplated slaughtering them for consumption. Yet, as he observed the chickens flapping in Qin Huai's hands, he felt uncertain. Do you know how to kill a chicken? Should the blood be collected like pig's blood? Is it sufficient to simply sever the head? Perhaps I should search online. Qin Huai casually tossed the bound chickens at the entrance and instructed, "You should boil a pot of water while I check the guide." Seeing Qin Huai's calm demeanor as he prepared to slaughter the chickens, Mu Nan initially assumed he was experienced, only to realize that even this task once the chicken has perished. We shall allow Mu Nan to observe the process of gutting it, so that he may gradually acclimate. A person who has grown desensitized to the mere touch of a corpse is hardly likely to be frightened by the sight of a chicken being slaughtered. Without hesitation, Mu Nan stepped forward and seized the knife from Qin Huai's hand. "You hold the bowl to catch the blood. I shall take care of the decapitation." Before Qin Huai could protest, Mu Nan produced a sturdy pair of gloves from his space and, donning them, firmly grasped the chicken's head, stretching its neck. "I am about to chop it off. Make sure you hold the chicken steady." Observing Mu Nan's determination to proceed, Qin Huai ceased his objections and tightened his grip on the bird. "Go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Nan's blade descended. Uncertain of how resilient a live chicken's neck might be, he struck with considerable force, nearly embedding the knife into the cutting board. Naturally, the head fell away, and the blood gushed forth as anticipated. Qin Huai quickly positioned the bowl to catch it, lifting the entire chicken to allow it to bleed out. To his surprise at Mu Nan's audacity, he glanced at him, and, seeing that he was unharmed and seemingly preoccupied with thoughts of consumption, he remarked, "Chicken blood is edible, but let us refrain from eating it." Mu Nan, puzzled, inquired why not. "If it is consumable, why should we not partake? Although I have not experienced it myself, I have witnessed others foraging for roots and boiling bark. It feels sinful to waste anything that could be eaten." Qin Huai replied, "Have you not heard how those overly exuberant are likened to having chicken blood injected? This chicken blood is likely quite warming, and given that it is already summer, consuming something so heating would only bring further discomfort. Especially at their youthful age, they are often impulsive, which can lead to some awkward moments." However, Mu Nan did not dwell on such thoughts. Upon hearing Qin Huai's words, he replied, "As long as we can eat it, let's prepare it well and store it in the space for when the weather turns cold." Boiling water was used to scald and pluck the feathers, and after cleaning the entrails, much of the afternoon had slipped away. Instead of making a soup from the rooster, which would turn the already tough meat even less palatable, Qin Huai opted to prepare a braised chicken with spices. The meat became tender, and once he added the diced potatoes, they would simmer until they were soft and creamy, ready to be served. As the pot bubbled enticingly, Mu Nan inhaled the fragrant aroma, reminiscing, "It's still the same taste." From a young age, Qin Huai had taken to cooking, especially after their grandmother's eyesight deteriorated. Concerned for her safety, they had insisted that she stay out of the kitchen, fearing she might burn herself. Although he wished to learn and assist Qin Huai, he was never permitted to handle knives or fire, leaving the culinary duties solely to Qin Huai. In this lifetime, being able to savor the meals prepared by Qin Huai again filled Mu Nan with nostalgia. Evoking the essence of home, Qin Huai chose not to place the freshly cooked braised chicken into the space, despite its ability to preserve items in their original state. He believed that it was better to enjoy the dish while it was still warm and fresh, right after it was prepared. Naturally, Mu Nan had no objections. It had been quite some time since he savored the roasted chicken prepared by Qin Huai. However, he lamented the scarcity of chili peppers, which imparted only a hint of spiciness. Had there been a greater abundance of chili, the flavor would have been even more delightful. He felt he could devour an entire bowl in one sitting. Listening to his mild complaints, Qin Huai remained unswayed, remarking, "This modest amount of chili is merely to enhance the flavor. It would be prudent to consume less of such heavily seasoned dishes in the future." Mu Nan, biting his chopsticks, cast a silent glance in Qin Huai's direction. "Less? It's already fortunate to have something to eat," he retorted. Shortly after, Qin Huai placed a chicken leg into Mu Nan's bowl. Noticing another chicken leg in the serving bowl, Mu Nan attempted to transfer it to Qin Huai's bowl, only to be stopped. "This one is for you to enjoy later. It's only 5 o'clock. In a few hours, you'll surely be hungry again, and a chicken leg will be just right." However, Mu Nan was resolute, insisting on placing the chicken leg into Qin Huai's bowl. Eating alone is not as enjoyable. Sharing makes it all the more delectable. "One for you, one for me. That is just perfect. As he gazed at the chicken leg, he recalled how Mu Nan had unhesitatingly chopped off the chicken's head earlier, stirring a complex mix of emotions within Qin Huai, tinged with a slight pang of regret. Sensing Qin Huai's hesitation to eat, Mu Nan urged him, "Hurry and eat. Even in our childhood, I never monopolized 2 chicken legs. Although I ultimately consumed both. That was because you deceived me, claiming you did not enjoy them. I truly believed you back then." Wondering how anyone could possibly dislike something as delicious as a chicken leg, Qin Huai chuckled, remarking that since she had always been as slender as a reed, he encouraged her to indulge in more meat to gain some weight. Yet, despite her substantial consumption of meat, she remained unchanged. Mu Nan responded with a light laugh, suggesting that her physique might indeed be a blessing. Were she prone to gaining weight, a modest increase in her food intake would result in noticeable plumpness. In that case, amidst her future hardships, it would be difficult for anyone to believe she was enduring tough times. Observing that Qin Huai had finally taken a bite of the chicken leg, Mu Nan felt a sense of satisfaction and began to savor her own piece of meat. As she gnawed on it, she expressed her preference for chicken wings and wing tips over the chicken leg, noting that although the meat was less, the experience was undeniably gratifying. "Brother, could you prepare some braised chicken wings for me? I saw someone buying them yesterday, and today they shared a picture of fried chicken wings in the group. I'll ask them where they got it from." From a young age, Mu Nan had a fondness for marinated delicacies. However, after an unfortunate incident, whether from overindulgence or unclean food, she suffered from enteritis. At that time, she was already in middle school and, despite feeling unwell, she pretended to be unaffected and went to school. Yet, not long into the morning, her teacher called, prompting a frantic dash to her school. That ordeal resulted in several days of painful injections for Mu Nan, while he faced the consequences of skipping school and missing exams. Though his absence was justifiable, he still had to read a reflection on the podium that Monday. Following that incident, Qin Huai took it upon himself to learn from several talented cooks in the neighborhood, integrating their unique culinary secrets. Through this endeavor, he successfully crafted a marinated delicacy recipe that delighted Mu Nan. Qin Huai said, "If you find it, buy a bit more. It seems you haven't prepared chicken wings or feet." Mu Nan replied, "Those are mostly bones with little meat, and they aren't cheap. Besides, I can't cook, so I didn't buy any. Nowadays, as long as one has money, most things can still be purchased. For instance, small wing tips and chicken feet, though a bit pricey, still have quite a number of buyers. Thus, there are group purchases available, and Mu Nan used Qin Huai's phone to buy a considerable amount." Noticing his substantial purchases, and perhaps aware of their identities, some elder neighbors in the group expressed concern, advising, "Don't buy too much at once. If frozen for too long, the meat quality will deteriorate." Meanwhile, Jian Chu let out a groan as he collapsed onto the bed. Yu Zibai, who was attempting to take on work online, glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Jian Chu lamented, "Their family is going to make marinated dishes." Jian Chu merely sighed. He wasn't so naive. Moreover, although they shared a rental, they were currently confined at home due to the virus, and their meals were essentially shared. However, they weren't truly family, and the majority of the rent was borne by Yu Zibai. He couldn't afford to spend recklessly. "You haven't received your money yet. I'm just saying, it's better to save where you can." After Jian Chu spoke, his throat suddenly felt itchy, leading him to cough uncontrollably several times. Yu Zibai furrowed his brow slightly and got up to pour him a glass of warm water. Two large young men, in the course of their daily lives, are not particularly meticulous. They had never anticipated such an occurrence, and thus had not stocked any medicinal supplies at home, convinced that they could easily procure them if needed. Now, however, faced with a cough, they find themselves devoid of even basic medication. Yu Zibai, without lifting his head, remarked, "You say all this because you fear infecting me, don't you? Go on and sleep. If you were to infect me, it would have happened already. You merely have a common cold. Just drink some warm water, and you'll be fine." Once the silence from Jian Chu was palpable, Yu Zibai finally picked up his phone. The early symptoms of fungal infection closely resemble those of a common cold, rendering such medications nearly unavailable for purchase. One can only report to the community if in need. As a precaution, anyone exhibiting such symptoms is taken away for isolation, regardless of whether they have a simple cold or a more serious infection. Yet, even when clad in protective gear, there remains an exposure risk, particularly during necessary examinations. The sick inherently possess weakened immune systems, and there have been instances online where individuals initially diagnosed with a cold were subsequently infected after being relocated for isolation. Yu Zibai was not willing to take such a risk. Once contracted, this illness offers no respite. Hence, upon confirming that Jian Chu merely had a common cold, he hoped for her recovery through her own immune response. However, as days passed and Jian Chu's cough worsened without any sign of improvement, he found himself increasingly anxious. Upon receiving yet another WeChat message from a neighbor, Munan was lying in bed, having his toenails trimmed by Qin Huai. Munan felt somewhat awkward about wanting to cut her hair herself, but Qin Huai brushed her hand away with a swift motion. When we were children, you would always kick your feet into my hands, insisting I help you with your hair. Now that I'm offering my assistance, you refuse to accept it? Munan replied, but I've grown up now. I'm an adult. This clinginess feels rather peculiar. Qin Huai chuckled. What is so strange about it? Even if you were 100 years old, you would still be my little sister. Unable to counter his reasoning, Munan acquiesced. When she received a WeChat message from Yu Zibai, she found it puzzling. Didn't they say we could seek help from the community if needed? Although all the shops are closed now, surely the community can provide cold medicine. It seems like seeking help from them wouldn't incur any costs. While asking neighbors would require payment, and they wouldn't even worry about being reported. Regarding the neighbors' actions, Qin Huai understood. In this situation, acquiring cold medicine from the community would not only provide the medication, but also bring about a host of complications. If it were him, he would prefer to pay a higher price to buy from the neighbors. Munan retrieved a box of anti-inflammatory cough syrup from her space, believing it would effectively treat the cough. Let us go with this one. It even has the price tag still attached. Although a box of medicine wouldn't cost much at present, it was important to maintain a sense of propriety. They couldn't convey the impression that help would always come freely. Brother, how about we also include a bottle of loquat syrup? I bought several cartons of it. It's available online, so I stocked up. Otherwise, it feels a bit embarrassing to accept so much money without offering something in return. Qin Huai said. Tomorrow when I prepare the marinated delicacies, I shall share some with them. Presently, every household has their doors and windows tightly shut, leaving no room for ventilation. Since they reside in proximity to us, the strong aromas from our cooking will undoubtedly have some impact. They have not voiced any complaints. So let us consider this as a gesture of gratitude. Munan chuckled. So you mean to say this is a way to keep them sweetened by our offerings? As Qin Huai neatly folded the clothes that had been air-dried under the air conditioning and placed them into the wardrobe, he replied, only you would draw such conclusions. Take out those spices. I will prepare the marinade today. Tomorrow, once the chicken wings arrive, we can simply toss them into the pot. Aside from chicken wings, what else would you like to marinate? Shall we include beef? Munan shook her head. No beef. The texture of marinated beef tends to be rather dry. What about adding some lotus root and kelp? Qin Huai nodded in agreement. Very well, please gather everything. We can start by marinating the vegetables. And let us not forget to include some eggs as well. Munan cheerfully responded, all right, and began to joyfully retrieve the ingredients from the storage space, delighted by the presence of an older brother who could fulfill her culinary desires. Yu Zibai handed him a box of cold medicine, still bearing an unpeeled price tag, saying, take a look for yourself. The box of cold medicine cost merely over 20 yuan, cheaper than a pound of radishes. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Zibai had already sent a red envelope as a token of thanks, and he couldn't help but exclaim, it's quite generous of them to still sell cold medicine at this time. Yu Zibai handed him 2 pills, stating, it says here to take 1 pill at a time, 3 times a day. Your cough seems rather severe. Start with these 2. Having acquired the medicine, it was only natural for Jian Chu to take it, and without hesitation, he swallowed it with a gulp of water, feeling unwell due to his cough. He forewent dinner and succumbed to sleep. Throughout the night, Yu Zibai did not hear Jian Chu's cough, and the anxiety that had been plaguing him for days began to ease. Presumably, having taken a double dose of medication was effective, as Jian Chu felt significantly better the next day. The tantalizing aroma of braised delicacies wafting from the neighboring apartment rekindled his appetite, which had been dormant for several days. However, given their circumstances at home, he refrained from expressing his thoughts, fearing that Yu Zibai might take him seriously and feel compelled to procure something nourishing for him. To his surprise, their endearing neighbor delivered a bag of braised treats and a bottle of loquat syrup that evening. Puzzled by this gesture, Jian Chu turned to Yu Zibai and inquired, did you trade something from our home again? Yu Zibai chuckled. What else do we have to barter? It's simply that the neighbor is kind-hearted, considering there is a patient in our household. They likely sent over some homemade delicacies to foster goodwill. Especially since we are all young, it's easier to connect with our peers than with the older generation. Although they had interacted while masked, one could still sense the aura of a person, Jian-Chu felt Yuzibai underestimated his perceptiveness regarding their neighbor's amiable nature. Not wanting to press further, he resolved to focus on regaining his health, as it was paramount to find a way to share the burdens of life with Yuzibai. At this moment, Munan was quite taken aback by his neighbor's presence. He placed the household waste outside the iron gate, conveniently allowing Qin Huai to take it down when he came downstairs the next day. Just then, the neighbor emerged to retrieve the marinated delicacies and loquat syrup that Qin Huai had left beneath the corridor's fire hydrant. Their eyes met across the distance, and perhaps concerned that they might be unwelcome due to the illness in their household, the neighbor remained at the door, merely expressing gratitude as Munan disposed of the garbage. It was only after Munan closed the door that the neighbor stepped out to collect their belongings. What surprised Munan was that he had encountered this neighbor in a previous life, a meeting that left a profound impression on him. At that time, the weather was oppressively hot, and power outages coupled with water shortages were rampant, yet the catastrophic earthquake that would soon disrupt the entire order had not yet occurred. The aftermath of the pandemic had left many in isolation for months, with numerous individuals facing bankruptcy and insurmountable debts. The extreme weather conditions exacerbated the survival pressures, leading some to succumb to despair. Aware of the populace's struggles, the government began distributing relief supplies, offering every individual a meager ration of 3 bottles of 1-liter mineral water and a bag containing 5 small packets of instant noodles every 3 days. Redeemable only with an ID and not transferable. During the time, although Munan was not particularly in need of food, the prevailing environment had fostered a sense of unease. Therefore, he certainly would not refuse the opportunity to receive free supplies, knowing that even if he did not consume them immediately, they would occupy little space in his storage. Due to the oppressive heat of the midday sun, venturing outdoors became an insurmountable challenge. Thus, the collection of provisions occurred solely under the cover of night. Once the sun had set, the designated location for these supplies was the supermarket, situated a minimum of 5 minutes away from their residential community center. Although this distance may seem trivial, traversing it at night while laden with food, amidst the oppressive heat that had rendered daytime outings impossible, posed a significant safety concern for someone alone. At that moment, he observed the 2 individuals ahead of him in line, who were striking in both stature and appearance, inevitably capturing his attention. However, it was their interaction that truly intrigued him. The taller of the 2 insisted that the slightly shorter companion place the water in his own bag, while the shorter one was tasked with carrying 2 packs of instant noodles. The latter appeared somewhat unwell, as even under the veil of night, his pallid complexion was discernible. Consequently, his companion ensured that he bore no heavy burdens and vigilantly watched over him amidst the queue. As he beheld their camaraderie, a poignant thought crossed his mind. Had Qin Huai been present, he would have undoubtedly been the one receiving such care. In that fleeting moment, the envy of having someone to rely on intertwined with nostalgia and concern, merging with the uncertainty of the future and the grievances of solitude, overwhelmed him, compelling tears to flow for the first time since Qin Huai's departure. This sudden surge of emotion left an indelible impression, allowing him to recognize, even through a mask that obscured all but his eyes, that this neighbor was indeed the tall individual who had once extended kindness to him in a previous life. In other words, the individual currently unwell in their family is likely the slightly shorter young man he observed in his previous life. It appears that his health is indeed compromised, yet his survival until now indicates he has not been infected, which is quite fortunate. Munan gazed at Qin Huai, who was clad in an apron, expertly whisking egg mixture with a beater, and could not resist reaching out. "Brother, come give me a hug." Qin Huai chuckled as he set down the beater and approached, opening his arms to envelop Munan completely. "What's the matter? What have you seen?" Suddenly acting so coy. As he faced Munan's unexpected affection, Qin Huai felt a touch of surprise, though he welcomed the growing closeness. Munan took a deep breath, smiling as he remarked, "I just suddenly feel that having a brother is truly wonderful." Qin Huai ruffled his hair. "You're so sweet with your words." Munan replied, "Then can I have an extra plate of chicken wings later?" Qin Huai, with indifference, released him and coldly rejected, "No, you cannot." Munan immediately regarded him with exasperation. Sometimes, having a brother is not as delightful as it seems. The spread of the mycelium virus has now reached a stable phase. Research has revealed that the concentration of toxic mycelium present in smog is relatively low, as these toxic threads possess a naturally low viability and can only adhere to inhalable particulate matter that constitutes the smog. Thus, in areas with denser fog, the attachment of toxic mycelium is higher, however, with proper protective measures to block inhalable particles from the smog. it is possible to prevent the mycelium from entering the human body through rigorous experimentation. It has now been confirmed that the existing grade of protective clothing available in the market is highly effective in preventing the invasion of toxic fungal spores. Following high-temperature sterilization or the application of standard disinfectants, the residual activity of these spores can be nearly eradicated, and the protective garments can be reused after disinfection. Thus, had it not been for the pervasive and inexplicable smog that envelopes the environment, the low-activity nature of these fungal spores would not have precipitated such a widespread epidemic. However, it is precisely this enigmatic haze that has transformed these otherwise benign spores into formidable agents of death. Although a specific antidote for these spores has yet to be discovered, humanity cannot indefinitely confine itself indoors due to their omnipresence. Consequently, under governmental directives, individuals in specialized professions are returning to their jobs clad in tightly sealed protective attire, ensuring a significant reduction in the risk of infection. As more individuals venture outside, the resilience of humanity becomes increasingly evident. After enduring countless losses, people have gradually discovered a semblance of equilibrium amid the death-laden fog. From the window of her balcony, Munan observes the once desolate streets now gradually filled with an increasing number of vehicles each day. There are certain official articles circulating online that predict that in the future, people's lives may necessitate coexisting with toxic smog. It is conceivable that protective suits could become the sole attire for outdoor activities. Furthermore, factories specializing in protective gear have begun receiving a surge of orders. Previously, in Munan's social circle, various masks and group purchases were prevalent. Now, there is a burgeoning demand for protective suits, along with exorbitant offers for their sale. Before the pandemic, these suits could be acquired for a mere few hundred yuan, even those of biohazard grade. Now, even the most basic full-body protective suit commands prices exceeding 10,000 yuan. Not to mention those equipped with gas masks, which soar to prices ranging from 1 to 200,000 yuan. While such expenses may not be within everyone's reach, for some, they are insignificant compared to the value of life itself. It is at this juncture that individuals began to perceive protective suits as the only glimmer of hope for venturing outdoors, leading to significant stockpiling. Some foresight individuals, when the smog first emerged and masks were being sought after at exorbitant prices, had already commenced their accumulation of protective suits. Now, bolstered by expert predictions and instances of ordinary citizens donning protective gear in various provinces, those who initially stockpiled these suits have swiftly embarked on selling them at inflated prices, with items that once cost less than 100 yuan now being sold for thousands. Even though the government has imposed market surveillance and price controls, the prolonged period of lockdown and production halts has led to numerous bankruptcies and debts. When protective suits become scarce, those eager to profit while others remain confined will naturally seek out clandestine purchasing channels. Thus, despite the government's efforts at regulation, private transactions cannot be entirely eradicated. Munan, enveloped in a sweet fragrance, reclined on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Meanwhile, Qinhuai poured the cake batter Munan had just prepared into the molds. Breathing in the sugary scent wafting through the air and observing the inflated prices of others' transactions, Munan exclaimed, "Brother, how much do you think my rather unsightly protective suit with a gas mask could sell for now?" The biohazard grade suit, equipped with 2 gas mask ports and resistant to high temperatures, was already quite expensive when I purchased it, costing around 5,000 to 6,000. I bought 4 sets in anticipation of future needs. Now, seeing others desperately seeking such premium protection, if Qinhuai didn't still have a substantial amount of funds left, I might be tempted to sell a few for profit. Qinhuai, fully aware that Munan would never truly part with her stock of protective suits, responded casually, "I'm sure someone would pay 200,000 for one. Although it may be unattractive, its design instills a sense of security. Walking down the street in such attire, one wouldn't worry about being infected by the virus at all." Qinhuai remarked, "No profession is devoid of challenges, while they may appear glamorous on the surface. They toil far more than the average person. Nowadays, each celebrity has ventured into their own enterprise, be it in the culinary world or trendy brands. After a few months of closure, who can truly fathom the debts concealed behind their seemingly splendid lives?" Qinhuai then casually mentioned, "I merely parked in a roadside lot in a nearby community. What of it?" Munan inquired, "Do you still need that car? Are you planning to discard it? What type of vehicle did you purchase? Was it expensive?" She continued, "Even over 100,000 is still a considerable sum. It would be such a pity to let it go to waste." With a huff, Munan expressed, "It's hard-earned money. If it were to evaporate into mere digits in a bank account, that would indeed be disheartening. If we can spend, we should spend wisely. She noted the matters in her little notebook, anxious not to forget. Should we also consider purchasing fuel? I have procured a small amount of diesel and kerosene. But fuel prices are exorbitant, so I couldn't acquire much. My generator operates on diesel, and the heater uses kerosene. I've prepared for electricity as well. I've gathered everything I could think of, though not in abundance. I've also acquired some solar panels, but I'm uncertain if, when the power goes out here, those solar panels will be able to power the air conditioning in our home under the blazing sun. Curiously, Moonin queried, "Brother, who is assisting you in purchasing these items? If there are numerous purchases that suddenly vanish, wouldn't he that raise suspicion? Since he acquired the spatial ability, he has been particularly cautious about the collection of items, fearful that a moment's negligence might expose his secret. Even though he roams about purchasing various goods in his new life, his limited finances restrict the quantity he can acquire. He meticulously maneuvers, renting trucks to feign the comings and goings of his efforts, yet he remains apprehensive about any aspect he may have overlooked that could reveal an anomaly." Qinhuai offered him a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not worry. This is a transaction of money and goods. I have leased the warehouse for half a year. Once the door is locked, no one will know whether the contents remain inside. After the earthquake, there will be even less to fret about." Upon hearing Qinhuai's words, Moonin felt a sense of relief. However, his concerns were indeed somewhat excessive compared to himself. Qinhuai was likely more anxious about the potential exposure of his spatial abilities and would undoubtedly exercise even greater caution in his actions. Although the haze lingered, as more individuals ventured outside, many began to feel less fearful of the toxic mist. Despite the absence of a miraculous cure for the virus, they had developed protective measures that freed them from passively awaiting demise. Humanity, after all, has an innate ability to navigate through adversity, discovering the most suitable means of survival. Although the death toll continues to rise slowly, the number of new infections has significantly diminished, with the data remaining unchanged for nearly half a month. This information has instilled a greater sense of confidence among the populace regarding the future. In the face of a global pandemic, their nation made the most judicious decisions from the outset. Observing other countries still grappling with death and despair, they feel a profound sense of relief. Convinced that the days of being able to venture outdoors and resume work and studies are not far off, death seems to be gradually receding, and the order of life appears to be returning to a semblance of normalcy. If it were not for Moonan's experiences of those foreboding futures, he could scarcely imagine the more desperate calamities that await them once the haze dissipates and sunlight graces the earth once more. Some physically demanding tasks at home have been taken over by Qinhuai, such as the preparation of pickles, which only requires Moonan to lend his voice. The first batch of pickles was made just as the haze began to rise several months ago, and since then, Qinhuai has made 3 batches. As Moonan had purchased an abundance of Napa cabbage, the jars of pickles, properly fermented and stored, have accumulated to several dozens in their designated space. As Qinhuai retrieves boxes of pickles from the large refrigerator, he meticulously chops them into smaller pieces, a convenience for future consumption, as it would be too cumbersome to do so later. As the pickle jars are opened, the sweet aroma in the air is swiftly replaced by a tangy spiciness. Following Qinhuai, Moonan inhales deeply, reaching out to take a piece of the freshly chopped pickle and placing it directly into his mouth, savoring its delightful sourness and spiciness, complemented by a satisfying crunch. After finishing her meal, Moonan exclaimed, "I feel as though I could embark on my culinary journey. The recipe I concocted is far superior to what one can find outside." Qinhuai casually took a piece and tasted it. Indeed, the flavor was delightful. Although the seasoning was somewhat robust, this dish is intended to complement rice or serve as a base for stir-fried dishes and soups, making it a perfect pairing. "In that case, you should cultivate cabbage in the future and turn it into kimchi to sell," he suggested. Amused by his words, Moonan replied, "That is certainly a path worth considering for the future." As Qinhuai continued to slice, Moonan assisted by repackaging the cut ingredients into small boxes. He had ordered numerous food-grade containers, both large and small, 500 milliliters for the smaller ones and 1,000 milliliters for the larger. This was all for the sake of convenience and future use. And given that these containers were relatively inexpensive, he could easily customize over 1,000 for just a few hundred yuan. Once everything was organized and the kitchen tidied, Qinhuai instructed Moonan to leave a small box of kimchi outside. "How about we prepare kimchi beef today? Also, let us make oyster sauce mushroom slices, and for greens, we could saute some fresh lettuce. Is there anything else you desire?" While retrieving the ingredients he mentioned from the refrigerator, Moonan remarked, "Isn't that enough? 3 dishes, brother." We still have a large bag of lamb chops that we haven't cooked yet, the ones we bought in bulk last month. We can't let them go to waste. When will we prepare them? Qin Huai glanced at the whole rack of lamb that Munin had pulled from the freezer and pondered. Shall we have handheld rice with it? Munan was aware of the hand-grabbed rice, which was mixed with lamb and radish, and in some regions, it even contained raisins. However, he had never tasted it. Only seen it. So he inquired, is it delicious? Qin Huai replied, I'll prepare it once for you to try. If it proves to be delightful, I shall make a larger portion. With rice and meat, it will be convenient to have on hand for those times when cooking becomes a challenge. Munan nodded, saying, I will place this outside to thaw. Let me check what else is in the refrigerator and clear out some inventory. Then I will purchase some fresh items to replenish. Although he possessed a space for storage, Munan was not one to utilize it for everything. Despite the fact that this space had caused him no issues throughout his previous life until his demise, he remained cautious. Better to have some provisions stored externally. Items procured through community group purchases were stored in the refrigerator for gradual consumption, while those that could not be refrigerated were placed in the spatial storage. Consequently, their refrigerator was perpetually filled to the brim. While Munan was organizing the refrigerator, Qin Huai gazed out the kitchen window and remarked, Nan, do you see how the sky outside seems to have brightened a bit? Munan turned to glance outside. After months of gloomy weather, it indeed appeared to have grown somewhat brighter. Some had suggested that the fungal toxins could not withstand high temperatures. Thus, as the weather warmed, the toxins diminished, leading to a gradual dispersal of the smog. This encouraged many to muster the courage to venture outdoors in protective clothing. As the increasing brightness of the outside world gave more people the impression that the calamity had passed, it seemed as though the sun, which had been absent for months, was on the verge of re-emerging. At that time, people harbored a certain trepidation towards venturing outdoors. Those who did so were still clad in protective gear. Nevertheless, experts conducted numerous sampling studies, revealing no trace of harmful spores in the air. Despite this, it was only after the nation underwent a comprehensive disinfection campaign that more individuals began to step outside their homes. For the sake of safety, many continued to wear masks and engage in various forms of sanitation, even though the air was devoid of any virus. Yet, a lingering caution still resided in people's hearts. Instances of spontaneous combustion in vehicles, surface eruptions, and pedestrians succumbing to heat stroke were becoming increasingly frequent, causing public panic to resurface. Munin glanced at the time. It was mid-August, which meant that after enduring another fortnight, the haze would likely dissipate. Munan remarked, it should soon pass. I recall that during the autumn heat, many people had already resumed their normal lives. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed at the door. Qin Huai hastily set down the knife in his hand. But Munan was swifter. It must be the delivery. I'll get it. You still need to wash your hands after handling things, which is bothersome. As Munan made his way to the door, Qin Huai called out to him, put on your mask and remember to disinfect. Munan acknowledged and donned his mask before opening the door. Indeed, it was a delivery person, yet he appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Munan tentatively inquired, you live next door, don't you? The individual in protective gear, Shin Chu, replied with a smile, yes. I have your items here. You can sign for them. Munan expressed his surprise. Have you become a volunteer? He recalled the two neighbors living next door. The taller one should be named Yu Zibai, possessing a robust physique, while the shorter one appeared to be in frail health. Given his already weak condition, why would he volunteer? Jian Chu remarked, no. I'm working part-time at the supermarket at the intersection. The supermarket has opened, but access is restricted due to concerns about overcrowding and the potential influx of harmful toxins. Therefore, for the time being, we can only operate online. Since I live nearby, I have taken on delivery duties. Otherwise, I would be stuck at home, unable to afford even a morsel of food. Munan responded with an acknowledgement and carried the items through the iron gate. He noticed that the supermarket had indeed resumed online operations, which prompted him to purchase a plethora of snacks and beverages. Fortunately, Jian Chu was strong enough to carry all those items alone. Munan quickly retrieved a bottle of cola from the bag and handed it to him, saying, with all these items, you've certainly had a tough time delivering them. Jian Chu waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. My delivery work comes with commission. If I want to earn money, it's only right that I endure some hardship. Munan insisted, pushing the drink into his hands. We are neighbors, so please don't stand on ceremony. After Jian Chu departed, Munan closed the iron gate and first sprayed all the bags with disinfectant. Only then did he crouch down to carefully wipe each beverage and snack with disinfecting wipes before placing them inside his home. Although it seemed that harmful bacteria could not cling to these items, it was better to be cautious. Qin Huai smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. In this calamity, who truly found ease? Had he not disposed of his company's shares at the outset, he too might have faced significant debts in just a few months. When the sun once again graces the earth, many gaze at the radiant sky, their disbelief palpable, as if questioning whether that oppressive haze ever truly existed. Yet, each character in this narrative symbolizes the bloodshed of lives, a profound and painful reminder of the past. The disappearance of this calamity has been as silent and unceremonious as its arrival. Akin to a grand jest played by the heavens upon humanity, a jest that elicits no laughter from the world. Moonan squints, savoring the sunlight streaming through the window. After months of absence, this long-awaited sun shines not upon a renewed world, but rather upon a purgatory soon to be shrouded in death. Qin Huai is roused by the cacophony outside, initially instinctively reaching for his phone to illuminate the screen, noting that it is not yet 5 in the morning. It is only then that he perceives the distinct luminosity within his room, prompting him to turn towards the balcony. The light filtering through the tightly drawn curtains conveys a singular message. This morning is unlike any other. Finally, like everyone else, he draws back the veil of darkness that has persisted for months, once more feeling the warmth of the sunlight. Shouts, cries, and even joyous roars akin to a rebirth resound throughout the community. Despite the unwavering faith in the government and the gradual return to normalcy amid the suffocating haze, nothing compares to the exhilarating embrace of the sun, free from any trace of smog, which allows for a profound recognition of the darkness that once engulfed their lives. As the curtain was drawn open, blinding rays of light poured in with relentless fervor, compelling Moonan, who had been roused from slumber, to sit up in bed. Struggling to adjust to the harsh brightness after emerging from darkness, he instinctively squinted. At that moment, Qin Huai stepped forward, shielding him from the intense sun. His voice carrying a weight that contrasted sharply with the jubilant shouts outside. Nan Nan, the smog has dissipated. Moonan gazed up at Qin Huai against the luminous backdrop, offering a gentle smile and extending his hand. This time, he was no longer alone. Despite lingering fears, he felt a newfound courage to embrace life. Moonan understood that with the vanishing of the fog, the toxic spores that had claimed countless lives had also disappeared without a trace, while others reveled in joy. Embracing the rebirth of the world, he hurriedly enlisted Qin Huai's assistance to tear down the plastic tape that had sealed the window gaps. As the sun emerged and the haze lifted, many began to grasp the significance of the moment. However, aside from a few individuals who were profoundly affected by the loss of loved ones or those with pre-existing mental health struggles, most remained cautiously indoors, observing the transformation. They incessantly refreshed their phones, eager to ascertain whether the smog had cleared in their vicinity or elsewhere, whether anyone had ventured outside, and if the virulent threats had dissipated along with the fog. Yet now, as the sun has just risen and the haze has finally dissipated, the government, lacking the foresight of a prophet, is hesitant to announce the cessation of disaster without further sampling and research. Thus, today's alert continues to advise everyone to remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside. Though the fog has lifted, the crisis may not yet be averted. Fortunately, people have grown accustomed to confinement and are indifferent to a few more days of it. Most cannot afford the exorbitant prices of protective gear, so it would be ideal if the toxic air truly were to vanish, allowing them the freedom to step outside. Who would willingly encase themselves in suffocating attire? The chilly weather could be tolerated, but with the heat outside, who could endure it? As Qin Huai and Moonan peeled tape from the window, an announcement echoed throughout the community, urging everyone to remain indoors and not to let their guard down simply because the sun has emerged and the haze has cleared. Accompanying the repetitive broadcast was a sudden, heart-wrenching cry from below. The morning's earlier commotion had already subsided with the appearance of the sun, and the community fell silent once more, rendering this unexpected wail all the more jarring, causing Moonan to shudder. Peering through the window, they caught sight of a girl clad in white, with long hair, kneeling in the small garden below, weeping uncontrollably. In the distance, several community workers donned in protective suits hurried towards her, guiding the girl back towards the building. It is unclear whether the girl had cried herself into exhaustion or if she simply lacked the will to resist. Soon, several staff members swiftly ushered her away, and tranquility enveloped the community once more. However, discussions erupted within the community group, predominantly revolving around curiosity about whether this unprotected girl, having emerged from her home, would contract an infection. If she remained unscathed, Would it suggest that the toxic spores had dissipated alongside the vanishing smog? As for the reasons behind the girl's tearful escape from her home, it seemed few truly cared. Munan was familiar with this girl. Although he did not know her full name, he had previously encountered references to her in the group. Nana. Following her parents' divorce, she had lived with her mother and grandfather. Tragically, her mother succumbed to illness 2 years prior, leaving her to rely solely on her grandfather. Now in her senior year of high school, Nana faced the pressures of the crucial April examinations, which coincided with the heavy rains. The school, unwilling to ease its hold during this pivotal time, remained open until the onset of the smog. When her grandfather fell ill, the outbreak of lung infections was already rampant worldwide, and hospitals were overwhelmed. Although her grandfather remained relatively lucid, able to eat and converse, even in his critical state, he might not have gained entry to the hospital. Eventually, her grandfather passed away at home, his struggle from respiratory distress to eternal slumber occurring within a single night. It was said that on that fateful evening, Nana knocked on the doors of every neighbor on their floor, yet no one dared to open their door. Not a single soul possessed the capacity to extend a helping hand. Confronted with the relentless passage of life of her only kin, and finding herself bereft of assistance, Munan could scarcely fathom the depth of despair that enveloped the girl that fateful night. The indelible impression left by Nana was due to the arrival of the funeral home's vehicle the following day, which came to carry away her grandfather. The girl, perhaps barely of age, wailed in utter desperation, her cries echoing in the air as she pursued the hearse, imploring them not to take her grandfather away. Even though he had already become a lifeless, icy shell, perhaps her heart-wrenching sobs today encapsulated the despair that continues to shroud her existence, intertwined with an ineffable sense of regret and guilt. One can only wonder how many silent nights she has spent in her desolate home, lamenting the moment she allowed her grandfather to venture out into the rain, wishing fervently that she had not. Observing Munan as he gazed intently at the vacant garden, Qin Huai gently covered his eyes with a hand and embraced his shoulder, urging him, "Do not look, if it brings you sorrow. Perhaps you could turn your gaze towards me instead." On the day her grandfather was taken away, Munan too had stared down from above. The scene obscured by a mist, only the faint glimmer of the funeral vehicle's red taillights visible. Yet, the girl's anguished pleas and frantic pursuit resonated clearly, even from their 17th-floor abode. At that moment, Munan sat on the ground, leaning against the glass enclosure of the balcony, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed down below. Although he shed no tears, the tranquility in his eyes, devoid of any weeping, was far more poignant, stirring a deeper ache within him. He was unaware of what Munan was contemplating at that moment. Yet he sensed that Munan's thoughts were burdened with an insufferable weight, something so profound that even he could scarcely bear it. The desolate and seemingly hopeless gaze mirrored a despair he felt he had once encountered himself. Qin Huai sighed silently, though a smile graced his face as he said, "If you wish to indulge in some leisure, I could escort you to several renowned tourist attractions. Imagine, you alone occupying an entire scenic spot. Would that not be extraordinary?" Though the specter of the apocalypse loomed ever closer, they had prepared as much as they could, and a day or two of delay would not be detrimental. After all, in the wake of a global cataclysm that could obliterate ancient cities and monuments that had withstood the test of millennia, it remained uncertain whether they would endure for another 1,000 years. Thus, seizing the opportunity to capture some memories of these storied places was indeed worthwhile. While they spoke of preparing to journey to City B, the reality of their departure was still some time away, as normal transportation had yet to be restored. A complete lifting of restrictions would only come once the authorities could guarantee the total eradication of the fungal spores. Otherwise, the months of confinement would have been in vain. On the third day after the sun emerged, various provinces and cities commenced disinfection efforts at staggered intervals, employing aerial spraying across different regions in a comprehensive manner. Although disinfection had previously occurred amid the haze, with some success in reducing the concentration of the spores, the toxic presence soon escalated again. The haze lingered, as if the spores were insurmountable in their resilience. Despite the sun's emergence and the dissipating haze, air samples taken from various locations revealed no trace of the toxic fungal mycelium. Nevertheless, caution prevailed, prompting a nationwide disinfection effort that demanded significant human and material resources. Only the cities that completed this thorough cleansing could gradually resume work and production. Each day, Munan observed from his balcony the rooftops of adjacent buildings, where small groups gathered, likely engaged in conversation. Some wore masks, while others had dispensed with them entirely. However, the necessity of masks had become irrelevant with the haze's disappearance. The toxic mycelium had vanished as well. Yet, for the sake of public safety, the government remained vigilant, continuing investigations for several days without issuing a decree to lift restrictions until they were certain the virus was eradicated. Moonan felt no urgency regarding the lifting of restrictions. After all, only a few days remained. The quiet days people could enjoy were dwindling. Seizing the opportunity before the ban was lifted, Moonan emptied his refrigerator, transforming most of his available ingredients into ready-to-eat meals. Following months of daily cooking, his stockpile had already diminished significantly. In these final days of constant culinary activity, he used up the last remnants of his supplies. Surrounded by an abundance of prepared dishes, Moonan felt assured that even if they could not cook for the next few years, he and Qin Huai would have more than enough to sustain themselves. On September 3rd, a nationwide announcement lifted restrictions. Although there remains no effective treatment for pulmonary edema and no significant breakthroughs against the mycotoxin virus, people cannot allow their fears of its resurgence or the haze to confine them indefinitely. At least for now, they are no longer burdened by the virus. The easing of restrictions abroad occurred at an even swifter pace than domestically. On the very day the smog dissipated, the majority ventured outside their homes. Their hesitance to roam freely stems not from governmental control, but from the ominous specter of death. Thus, once they perceived the outside world as safe, they disregarded governmental permissions and stepped out into the open air. Upon emerging, their foremost action was to confront the government, the unemployed, those who had seen no income for months, and individuals burdened with negative assets due to the virus, irrespective of whether this calamity was a natural disaster, laid the blame for their losses squarely at the feet of the government, demanding accountability. Therefore, in foreign lands, the lifting of restrictions heralded the onset of chaos. Conversely, domestically, a vibrant wave of resumption of work commenced. Although many faced unemployment and bankruptcy, the government managed to maintain a semblance of stability, a feat unmatched by many other nations. Having endured what can be described as an unprecedented pandemic, the nation, now recuperating, must engage in acts of commemoration and remembrance. The recorded fatalities from this disease total less than 1 million, yet many more perished at home, never even reaching the hospital doors, thus escaping the statistics. Among the deceased, healthcare workers undoubtedly constitute the largest group when categorized by occupation. The profession of healthcare, perhaps initially chosen by some without the noble intent of saving lives and alleviating suffering, transforms profoundly once one dons the white coat and feels the weight of another's existence. Regardless of their original motivation for entering this field, as they encounter life and death more frequently, the sense of responsibility grows immeasurably. When countless lives depend on their intervention, it is this profound sense of duty, this mission that gradually becomes ingrained in their very being, that renders them the most sacrificial figures amidst the ravages of the epidemic. Observing the shops below reopening with signs declaring free services for medical personnel, Moonan turned to Qin Huai, who was busy organizing his belongings, and remarked, "As a family member, I am quite relieved you did not become a doctor." In his youth, while his health was neither particularly robust nor frail, he would invariably fall ill with colds and fevers several times each year. As he matured, he learned to turn his face away during injections, but as a child, he would often succumb to tears and struggles. He vividly recalls how, during his childhood illnesses, Qin Huai would comfort him, saying, "When you grow up, I will become a doctor, and I will ensure that your injections are gentle, causing you no pain at all." At this, Qin Huai smiled, reflecting that had it not been for that man who forcibly took him away during high school, he would have genuinely pursued a medical degree in university. However, after going abroad, that man certainly would not permit him to study medicine. He sought an heir who could uphold the family legacy, rather than merely a son. Just as he was about to leave, Moonan hastily retrieved a bottle of sunscreen spray from his belongings, exclaiming, "Wait, let me apply it once more." They do not require sun tanning, but rather protection against sunburn. Although the sun is not as fierce now as it will become later, the harsh rays that follow will undoubtedly cast a significant psychological shadow over Moonan. Just stepping outside for 3 minutes could easily result in a layer of skin peeling away, hence it is prudent to take precautions. As they ventured out, their neighbor happened to be waiting for the elevator and, upon seeing them, Yu Zibai greeted them warmly. "You're heading out too?" Qin Huai replied, "Yes. Just going out to take care of some matters." Beside them, Jian Chu could not help but lament, "I thought we would truly coexist with protective gear in the future." It's surprising that such a monumental epidemic has concluded in this manner. It's quite dramatic. Initially, he had borrowed money through a lending app to purchase a set of protective clothing, hoping to seize opportunities and earn money by stepping out early. Little did he know that the smog would dissipate so soon. Of course, its disappearance is a positive development, yet he wishes he had ventured out earlier to earn more. Fortunately, he has already repaid the borrowed funds and managed to save a few thousand, and now that everything has returned to normal, he is merely awaiting the issuance of his graduation certificate from the school before embarking on a job search. After such a long hiatus, he feels as though he might rust if he does not return to work promptly. Before Qin could speak, Moonin chimed in. This situation underscores the importance of stockpiling supplies. Therefore, we must ensure that we keep ample rice and flour at home, in case of any unforeseen events. We want to find ourselves in disarray. After speaking, Moonin noticed Qin looking at him and playfully leaned closer. Right, brother? Qin acknowledged with a slight nod. Adjusting the brim of his hat downward, Moonin believed that Qin was teasing her and playfully tapped him while adjusting her hat. At their age, the grandchildren of their families were nearly the same age as that little girl, which naturally tugged at her heartstrings. Yuzibai and Jianshu were heading in the opposite direction, so they quickly waved goodbye. After their departure, Qin led Moonin towards the place where the car was waiting, inquiring, "Have you had any prior interactions with them?" Moonin shook her head. "No? Why do you ask?" There had indeed been some past connections, but that was in a previous life. In this lifetime, she was unaware that they were neighbors. Qin remarked, "I noticed you seem quite fond of them." Moonin smiled and replied, "You mentioned that we are neighbors living in close proximity and that we are all young, so it's only natural to lend a helping hand to one another." Qin cautioned, "Some warnings should not be given lightly. Living close by could lead to unintended thoughts, and that would be akin to inviting trouble. Today, as cautionary advice, if times become challenging in the future, might lead you to suspect that they have hoarded a considerable amount of resources. If they are genuinely upright, that would be fortunate. However, if their intentions lean slightly askew, it could spell trouble, especially since there are only two of them, and you appear quite delicate, making you seem easy to manipulate. I have always believed in assuming the maximum malice in human nature." Moonin comprehended Qin intentions. If it were someone else, he would not have spoken so freely. But given that in a previous life, those individuals had indeed aided him, it was conceivable that he had once glimpsed his own reflection in Qin in them, thus fostering an instinctive fondness. Nonetheless, Qin words held truth. Caution paves the way for longevity. "All right, I assure you I shall refrain from speaking out of turn again," he declared. Qin poked him gently on the forehead. "You had better." This foolishness left him with little recourse but to remain vigilant. Qin had purchased high-speed train tickets to City B, a journey that would take less than 3 hours, although this was an hour longer than a flight. Traveling on solid ground was inherently safer than soaring through the skies. Initially, he had intended to acquire plane tickets, considering the preciousness of time, however. Upon noticing Moonin's aversion to flying, he opted for the train instead. It was no great inconvenience. Moonin genuinely harbored a fear of air travel. Recalling a previous life where a plane had exploded, he was uncertain whether it was due to high temperatures, but during that period, numerous cars had caught fire, and buses had detonated, all attributed to the sweltering heat. Even before the weather reached a point where venturing outside became unbearable, a plane had met its tragic fate. Thus, even with the current temperatures remaining relatively normal, he dared not board an aircraft. Neither of them carried much luggage. Qin simply had a backpack containing 2 bottles of water and a charger. With so few belongings, passing through security was a breeze. Time was of the essence. Yet they were fortunate that the train departed on schedule, allowing them to board shortly after arriving at the waiting area. Moonin sat by the window, while Qin occupied the aisle seat. A middle-aged man, separated from him by the corridor, cradled a black bag in his arms. The bag's shape and the man's solemn embrace, coupled with the unmistakable sorrow etched upon his face from the loss of a loved one, led Moonin to suspect it might contain an urn. However, he chose not to dwell on it, for the haze had just lifted, and many souls bore their own burdens. Soon, the train began to move, and Moonin gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery. Although he had traversed numerous places over the past 3 months, striving to acquire the most provisions for the least expense, moments of tranquility, like the one he was experiencing now, devoid of schemes and plans, had become a distant memory. The last instance he had departed from his city was during his senior year, en route to a competition. It seemed unlikely he would encounter such vistas again. Before he could ponder further, a warm, dry hand brushed against his cheek. gently pressing his head against the shoulder beside him. Qin Huai inclined his head slightly, though only the brim of his hat was visible. A hint of a smile crept onto his lips. Sleep for a while. You rose so early this morning. Munan did not resist, adjusting himself into a more comfortable position as he leaned against Qin Huai's shoulder and closed his eyes. He did not anticipate succumbing to slumber, despite having had a childhood habit of dozing off upon boarding vehicles. Over time, he had gradually outgrown this tendency. And though he now rested his eyes with soothing music playing through his headphones, he had not fallen asleep in any moving vehicle since. As he stirred, Qin Huai promptly rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Still dazed with sleep, Munan hadn't quite grasped the situation when he saw the middle-aged man who had been seated beside the aisle ferociously gripping a young man's neck. Several people were attempting to intervene, but the limited space in the train car's aisle exacerbated the struggle, making it even more difficult to separate the two. The middle-aged man, seemingly driven by some unknown catalyst, was in a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot as he strangled the young man with lethal force. The young man desperately fought back, but hemmed in as he was, with his assailant blocking him, others could only tug at the man's back. The narrow aisle further compounded the difficulty, preventing the 2 or 3 individuals from effectively separating the enraged man. The train conductor swiftly arrived, dispersing the onlookers and enlisting the help of 2 robust individuals to pull the berserk man away. With a concerted effort, the 3 managed to drag the middle-aged man from his seat, while others rushed forward to pry open his grip on the young man's neck. Even then, the middle-aged man continued to thrash violently, attempting to resume his attack, all the while spewing invectives. Beast. I'll choke the life out of you, you little beast. Soulless wretch. Were you raised without guidance? What heinous act did you commit to warrant such malevolence? Did your entire family perish? The young man being choked could no longer utter a sound. His complexion was ashen, whether it was due to the severity of the strangulation or overwhelming fear. He lay on the ground, unable to rise, retching repeatedly without relief. His trousers were damp, the khaki shorts making the wetness conspicuously apparent. Munan noticed that the middle-aged man's black backpack, which had been clutched tightly, now lay abandoned on the ground, its zipper inexplicably undone, revealing a white jade-like box and a piece of yellow cloth inside. The size and intricate carvings of the box unmistakably indicated it was the urn he had previously surmised. Qin Huai stood not for the sake of spectacle, but rather to shield the innocent behind him from the fray, ensuring they were not inadvertently harmed amidst the chaos. With the instigators now dragged away, he settled into his seat. As he did, Munan, filled with curiosity, inquired, what transpired? How did this altercation begin? That young man is on the brink of being choked to death. Qin Huai replied, he deserves it. Seated beside the aisle, Qin Huai had no inclination to doze off, remaining alert as he attended to matters regarding warehouse negotiations and hotel check-ins, thus witnessing the unfolding events in their entirety. The young man, stylishly attired with headphones draped around his neck, upon glimpsing the contents of the middle-aged man's bag, either startled or repulsed, suddenly shoved him while exclaiming, what the hell? You brought a coffin onto the vehicle. It seemed he had not anticipated the boy's sudden shove. The urn, rather heavy, was precariously balanced, one hand cradling it while the other rummaged through his bag for inspection. The push caught him off guard, causing the entire bag to tumble to the ground, resulting in the urn spilling out, its lid flung open. To his dismay, even the yellow cloth encasing the ashes was partially dislodged. Fortunately, the ashes themselves remained intact. The boy, however, showed no remorse for his actions, incessantly cursing and lamenting the presence of a deceased individual, deeming it inauspicious to transport such items via public transport, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Upon hearing Qin Huai's explanation, Munan could only roll his eyes in disbelief, muttering that such individuals deserved to be dealt with harshly. Throughout the journey, no further incidents occurred. Upon alighting from the vehicle, a wave of heat enveloped them. The midday sun blazed mercilessly, prompting Qin Huai to escort Munan directly to the hotel. The air conditioning in their room had been preemptively activated, yet Munan opted for a refreshing shower first, which alleviated some of the oppressive heat. When Qin Huai emerged post-bath, the lunch he had ordered arrived just in time. Assuming they were pressed for time, he inquired while eating, shall we head straight to collect the goods? Can we take everything at once? Qin Huai, concerned he might choke, swiftly reassured him. There is no rush. Let us rest a bit this afternoon. We can head to the warehouse around 4 or 5 o'clock, even if we are to collect the goods. It can wait until the evening. There is no need to hurry. Qin Huai nodded, indicating his intention to go, as some transfer documents required his signature to take effect. Moonan responded with an acknowledgement, casting a glance at Qin Huai. "Will I see Jiang Xian then?" he inquired, still troubled by Jiang Xian's deception. His unease was not solely rooted in this lifetime. It echoed from the previous one as well. Jiang Xian was the only person he knew who could potentially locate Qin Huai, as he had no other connections with Qin Huai's classmates. The only tie was with Jiang Xian, who, when Qin Huai departed, had suggested that he reach out to Jiang Xian if he needed assistance. This remark had led him to believe that Jiang Xian could indeed connect him with Qin Huai. When phone calls went unanswered, he learned from Jiang Xian's parents about the company where Jiang Xian worked. Without hesitation, he sought it out, despite the sweltering heat, as it was his sole opportunity to find Qin Huai. To his dismay, although he located the company, he discovered that Jiang Xian had resigned long before the smog settled in, having been gone for over half a year. Thus, when he re-established contact with Jiang Xian in this lifetime and learned that he had lost touch with Qin Huai, Moonan did not contemplate further verification. He surmised that Jiang Xian might genuinely be unaware. In the previous life, he had given his name, and with the pandemic just subsiding, it seemed implausible that Jiang Xian would have hung up so indifferently if he knew Qin Huai's whereabouts. To his astonishment, Jiang Xian had deceived him. But he could not fathom Jiang Xian's motives. What advantage could there possibly be in such treachery? Qin Huai was oblivious to the events of the previous life and assumed that Moonan was preoccupied with the matter of Jiang Xian deceiving him. He remarked, "If he is still at the company, it is indeed possible to encounter him. Should I give him a beating to vent your frustrations?" Moonan shook his head. "I am merely curious as to why Jiang Xian chose to deceive me." Qin Huai lowered his gaze slightly and then chuckled. Perhaps he is simply unwell. Moonan interpreted Qin Huai's intention to go to the company as a plan for them to share a nap together before venturing out. However, he soon realized that Qin Huai intended for him to wait in the hotel while he went to the company and then to the warehouse. Since their reunion, they had been inseparable, and the thought of waiting alone in the hotel filled Moonan with unease. "I will accompany you. It is not too hot outside, and besides, the car has air conditioning. I do not wish to remain alone in the hotel." Qin Huai, however, was reluctant to have Moonan accompany him outdoors. The glaring sun outside radiated heat, making the prospect of enjoying an air-conditioned nap in the hotel far more appealing than enduring the sweltering heat. Yet, seeing Moonan's evident reluctance to be left alone, Qin Huai acquiesced. "Very well, let us rest first and depart after 2 o'clock. Moonan's spirits lifted at this, but shortly thereafter, he could not restrain himself from asking, "Brother, do you think I am too clingy?" Qin Huai chuckled softly at this. "You have always been this way. I have grown accustomed to your clinginess since childhood." Moonan has numerous nicknames: Little Sticky Bun, Little Tail, Little Shadow, which clearly indicates his clingy nature. When he entered elementary school, a classmate overheard his family calling him Little Sticky Bun, and the name quickly morphed into Clingy Genius at school. Subsequently, Moonan resolutely rejected his family from calling him by any nickname. However, his clinginess could not simply be erased by abandoning his childhood name. With a sigh, Moonan reflected, as a grown man, being this clingy is rather unbecoming. Qin Huai placed his empty lunchbox at the door before lying down on the bed beside Moonan. "What is wrong with that? You're clinging to me, not someone else. Who could possibly criticize you?" Moonan replied, "When you start a family, I'll be left alone. At that point, I doubt I'll be able to cling like this anymore. What would that make me, a mama's boy?" Qin Huai turned to him. "You want me to start a family?" Moonan naturally did not wish for that. He could not fathom what it would be like for Qin Huai to treat someone else well after establishing his own family, effectively severing their bond. He muttered, "It's not that I don't want you to." Qin Huai inquired, "Then what about you?" Upon hearing Moonan's refusal, Qin Huai chuckled. "If that's the case, then it's settled. You alone are enough to keep me occupied. I certainly don't have the time or energy for another. Now, stop talking and close your eyes to sleep." Moonan pouted and turned over, facing away from Qin Huai. Matters of the heart cannot simply be dictated by desire. If fate does not manifest, one cannot force it. Yet, when destiny does arrive, it cannot be impeded. Nonetheless, hearing Qin Huai's declaration of remaining unanchored brought him a sense of relief. If life were to remain chaotic and burdensome, it would be far better for the two brothers to rely on each other. After all, he possessed a sanctuary of his own, a space he shared only with Qin Huai, a secret kept from all others. The presence of outsiders would only complicate their bond. After dinner, drowsiness settled in, and the cool air of the air conditioning lulled Moonan to sleep. Not long after, Qin Huai, who had been lying beside him, sat up and gazed at the oblivious figure on the bed. Unable to resist, He gently poked Moon Nan's soft cheek. In his heart, there was no room for another. Moon Nan occupied a unique place that no one else could fill. Qin Huai's company was situated in a skyscraper in the central business district, where an entire floor was leased. Previously, this building bustled with activity, with queues for the elevators a common sight. However, now the lobby was nearly deserted. And although the nearby shopping mall had reopened, it too lacked patrons. As they waited for the elevator, Qin Huai suggested, "We could take a stroll later, since the reopening. They might have some promotional events, and we could purchase a few garments." Moon Nan shook his head with mild disdain. "How expensive? It's not worth it. Those luxury brands are merely names. The quality of some garments is even inferior to that of those produced in Putian." Seeing the look of concern for money on Qin Huai's face, it was rather amusing. "We can purchase inexpensive thin clothing, but for thicker garments. Certain brands do indeed offer quality," he remarked. "Let us take a stroll later. This money in hand must be spent." Moon Nan responded affirmatively. Qin Huai settled Moon Nan in the lounge and retrieved a small ball of ice cream from the refrigerator before attending to his own affairs. The wealthy associate he was collaborating with was named Lu Xin, a direct transliteration from English, as he had no Chinese name. Upon meeting Qin Huai, he playfully teased in accented Chinese, "It's been a while. It's truly delightful to see you alive and well." Qin Huai chuckled lightly. "Let us get straight to business. Have the documents prepared for my signature." Lu Xin presented several documents. Although the pandemic had just subsided and the overall atmosphere felt somewhat bleak, the calamity had passed, and brighter days were surely ahead. Their company's project was not a short-term endeavor. In light of long-term development, the current price offered to him was somewhat of a loss. Noticing Qin Huai's unwavering signature, Lu Xin raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Are you certain you want to regret this? This project is the fruit of your labor over several years. If you are in urgent need of funds, I can lend you some personally." After signing the documents, Qin Huai capped his pen and replied, "Perhaps you should offer me congratulations instead. If possible, I would appreciate it if the final payment could be expedited, as I truly require this sum." Lu Xin neatly organized the documents, smiling in light of our collaboration. "I shall instruct my accountant to transfer the final payment to you this afternoon. You know, I am never short of money. Is the boy who accompanied you today your younger brother? He is utterly charming." Qin Huai cast a glance at him, remarking, "That is not how Chinese is spoken. You should say he is truly handsome." Lu Xin shrugged, acknowledging that what remained was merely the legal formalities and financial settlement. However, now the company wholly belonged to him, along with projects capable of generating profit in the future, rendering Qin Huai's disdain for his Mandarin inconsequential. "Shall we have a farewell dinner tonight?" Lu Xin suggested. Qin Huai declined, stating, "No, I have other matters to attend to. It seems we shall not meet again for an indefinite time." He then inquired, "Where is Jiang Xian? Why have I not seen him?" Qin Huai smiled enigmatically. "Is that so? What a pity." It was indeed unfortunate that he could not vent Jiang Xian's grievances in front of Moon Nan, having resolved all affairs with just a few exchanges. Moon Nan had just finished her ice cream when Qin Huai approached her, saying, "Let us go. The matters are settled." Moon Nan expressed her surprise. "So soon? Was the transfer supposed to be quite complicated, requiring a lawyer's witness?" Qin Huai chuckled. "It is not as troublesome as that. There are no financial disputes between the parties involved. It merely requires a few signatures, and the terms of the transfer had been negotiated long ago. After a busy month, only this final signing process remains." Moon Nan posed a question. "If he could clarify why I sought him, yet he claims he could not find you, would you still consider him a friend?" Qin Huai turned to her, gazing earnestly. "Regardless of his reasons, it is impossible for us to ever be friends again." Upon hearing these words, Moon Nan felt a surge of joy. "Indeed, why would he deceive me? If I had been anxious to find you, I might have gone to his home, perhaps overhearing that he was working in B City, and then I would have traveled there in search of him, potentially encountering misfortune along the way." Qin Huai abruptly clasped his hand over Moon Nan's incessantly chattering mouth. "Could you not utter such words?" Moon Nan chuckled, for he had no intention of befriending Jiang Xian. In a previous life, it was likely he who thwarted my efforts to locate Qin Huai. That grudge cannot simply be erased. Thus, if Qin Huai shares in my disdain for Jiang Xian, then that brings me happiness. After departing from the office building, Qin Huai took Moon Nan directly to the shopping mall. The promotional activities at the mall were quite extensive, with numerous garments and footwear available at nearly half price, alongside additional discounts. Given the warmth outside, many stores offered off-season clothing at even more reduced prices. They had not purchased much summer attire, As the essence of summer is merely to remain cool, possessing an abundance of fashionable clothing is not necessarily advantageous. It would be wiser to procure some inexpensive short-sleeved shirts or sleeveless vests in bulk, as certain factories offered prices as low as a mere 10 yuan per piece. Far more economical than the several hundred yuan for single items here. Conversely, they had acquired quite a number of winter garments. Previously, down jackets costing over 1,000 yuan could now be obtained for 200 or 300 with discounts and promotions, and the quality of the brands was still commendable. They also found down boots, down trousers suitable for home wear, and various outerwear and sleeping bags designed for cold weather, ensuring they were well prepared for the winter. Due to the sheer volume of their purchases and the proximity of the mall to their hotel, they arranged for the mall staff to deliver their items directly to their doorstep. Leaving the mall, Qin Huai directly took Mu Nan to the warehouse. The warehouse rented by Qin Huai was situated near an industrial park, an area abundant with warehouses and close to a bustling industrial zone. Given the frequent logistics activity, his decision to store the purchased goods here would not draw undue attention. In the current state of societal order, his act of stockpiling would merely be perceived as prudent foresight. Even if it appeared questionable, it was merely legitimate trade rather than smuggling, thus devoid of any reason to remain concealed. However, should chaos ensue in the future, the legitimacy of his stockpiling would be called into question, and one could not guarantee the existence of the goods or the warehouse at that time. Furthermore, throughout this operation, he had relied on counterfeit documents. Even if any irregularities were investigated, it was unlikely they would trace back to him before the impending upheaval, and even more so after. The warehouse rented by Qin Huai was as expansive as a basketball court. Aside from the main entrance for incoming and outgoing vehicles, there was a small door equipped with a keypad lock at the back, eliminating the need for key exchanges. Merely knowing the code sufficed. Qin Huai led Mu Nan through the small door, revealing shelves brimming with items. Mu Nan was astonished. In just a few months, while his brother had been remotely managing operations from home, he had managed to amass such a substantial stock, in contrast to his own arduous efforts over 3 months, resulting in just a few years' worth of provisions. The comparison underscored the undeniable prowess of his brother. Gazing at the overflowing warehouse, Mu Nan eagerly extended his hand. Can we start collecting now, or should we return later this evening? Is everything we purchased stored here? Are there any more items in the back? He felt that after his rebirth, he had transformed into a hamster, hoarding a sense of satisfaction and security that somewhat alleviated his fears and anxieties about the future. Mu Nan curiously circled around the shelves. What have you purchased? Qin Huai replied, some vacuum-packed food, dehydrated vegetables, various snacks you enjoyed during your childhood, rice, flour, oil, daily necessities, clothing, tobacco, and both traditional and Western medicine. Mu Nan inquired, traditional medicine? Qin Huai affirmed with a nod. Some proprietary Chinese medicines are quite effective, such as hemostatic powder and deworming powder. Additionally, since you later experienced high temperatures in your dreams, I also procured some soothing ointment formulated from traditional herbs, suitable for sunburn, scalds, and insect bites. Mu Nan had also purchased some burn ointment, albeit in limited quantities. He had exhausted his medical insurance card and spent tens of thousands on pharmaceuticals. Yet there remained a plethora of daily essentials to acquire, so he refrained from overspending on medicines. Now, Qin Huai had replenished several of those gaps. As Qin Huai spoke, he added, when you collect your items, pay attention. I have bought quite a few of the medicines you require. Place them in a separate area so you can access them whenever needed. Mu Nan nodded, gazing at the shelves, and once more confirmed with Qin Huai. So, I can take all this? Qin Huai replied, can you manage to store all of this at once? If not, do not strain yourself. We can make several trips. Mu Nan had never collected so many items in one go. His previous largest haul had merely consisted of several trucks filled with cabbage and watermelons. Nevertheless, he felt capable, thinking that since he was already there, it would be best to take everything at once. Though Qin Huai had witnessed Mu Nan storing items into his spatial realm on multiple occasions, the sight of rows of vanishing shelves and piles of disappearing cargo still struck him as quite surreal. It took nearly an hour to completely empty the warehouse. Throughout the process, Qin Huai remained attentive to Mu Nan's condition. Had there been even a hint of strain, he would have called for a halt. However, Mu Nan appeared predominantly exhilarated, reveling in the act of collection, and upon finishing the last batch of items, he seemed almost reluctant to stop. The boxes, once enclosed, remained a mystery until opened, and thus, he felt compelled to meticulously reorganize each item. Yet, there was no rush. Time was on their side. as nothing stored in the spatial realm would spoil. After leaving the warehouse, Qin Huai securely closed the door and promptly departed from the premises. The warehouse was still under his personal lease, and as long as he did not return it, no one would discover its emptiness. Just as he began to contemplate his next steps, he noticed that Mu Nan had grown unusually quiet. Turning to glance at him, he observed a slight pallor on his face, which instantly tightened his chest. Nan, are you unwell? Where does it hurt? Mu Nan pressed his lips together and leaned his head against Qin Huai's shoulder. Just a bit of a headache, nothing serious. I just need a moment to rest. Qin Huai reached out to touch his forehead, only to find it drenched in cold sweat. His expression darkened immediately as he turned to the driver and commanded, "To the hospital, take us to the nearest one." Qin Huai dared not disturb him, fearing it might exacerbate his discomfort. Observing him drenched in cold sweat, he decided to prepare some warm water to gently cleanse his body. Mu Nan was unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber, drifting off amidst his pain. Meanwhile, Qin Huai vigilantly stayed by his side throughout the night, anxious that Mu Nan might suffer in silence while he slept soundly. Fortunately, by the next day, Mu Nan had recovered, even experiencing an unexpected delight. He could see the contents within the box. Noticing the exuberance on Mu Nan's face, devoid of any semblance of discomfort, Qin Huai finally let out a sigh of relief. However, despite this, his expression remained far from cheerful. Recognizing the source of Qin Huai's irritation, Mu Nan, though surprised by the severity of his headache from acquiring so many items at once, acknowledged his lack of restraint that had caused Qin Huai's concern. He playfully poked Qin Huai. "Brother? I'm fine now, truly." Qin Huai, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, "I told you not to overexert yourself. We could have retrieved the items in several trips. There's no need to rush." Mu Nan looked at him innocently, "But I genuinely didn't overexert while collecting. How was I to know there would be after effects?" Qin Huai tapped his forehead. "You still think you were justified?" Mu Nan covered his head. "I was already feeling unwell. And you still blame me?" Qin Huai turned to him in silence, causing Mu Nan to immediately relent. "I promise I won't be so reckless again. I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Seeing Mu Nan's dejected expression, Qin Huai found it amusing yet difficult to smile. Ultimately, he could only helplessly inquire, "Are you hungry?" Mu Nan nodded, and Qin Huai remarked, "Go take a shower. I will order some food for you." Although Mu Nan was not in a hurry to wash up, upon sensing that the crisis on Qin Huai's side had been averted, he eagerly shared, "I can now perceive the items within the space. Previously, when items were stored in boxes, I had no idea what was inside unless the boxes were opened. However, now I am able to see the contents of the boxes. I believe my ability to manipulate and extract from the space may be a manifestation of mental intent. Through this recent training, my mental faculties have strengthened." Qin Huai reached out and pinched his cheek, asking, "Does it hurt?" Mu Nan, covering his face, nodded in bewilderment. "Yes, it hurts." After all, he was not made of iron and steel. Being pinched would undoubtedly cause pain. Qin Huai replied indifferently, "Stronger yet still merely human. What good is that?" With a huff, Mu Nan climbed off the bed to take a shower, pondering how that was of no consequence. At least now, he no longer had to painstakingly extract items one by one from their boxes and then return them. As he turned his head, he noticed that Qin Huai had fallen asleep. In slumber, Qin Huai lacked the sharpness he had honed over the years. His features even hinted at a youthful visage. After all, he was only 24, an age where many parents might still regard him as a child yet to grasp the complexities of life. Unfortunately, like Qin Huai, he was destined never to experience such naivety. Thankfully, he had Qin Huai to support him, ensuring that he could enjoy a carefree childhood. From a young age, Qin Huai bore the weight of responsibilities that were not meant for one of his tender years, having to manage both his grandmother's household and his own. This early burden instilled in him a certain maturity beyond his years. Observing the empty space beside him, Mu Nan clutched his small blanket and nestled beside Qin Huai. Perhaps still in a state of semi-consciousness, Qin Huai instinctively reached out and pulled Mu Nan into his embrace. The toll of accumulating so many emotional burdens was evident. For when Qin Huai awoke, Mu Nan remained lost in slumber, his complexion noticeably more vibrant than it had been in the morning, shedding the pallor of fatigue. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the sound of his rumbling stomach stirred him, that Mu Nan finally roused. Glancing at the time, he was amazed by his own capacity for sleep. "I've slept an eternity." Qin Huai tousled his disheveled hair, remarking, "Sleep is an instinctual act that restores bodily functions." "Are you still tired?" Mu Nan shook his head. "After sleeping for so long, how could I still be weary?" It's just that I feel utterly drained from such a lengthy slumber. Qin Huai chuckled softly and pulled him up from the bed. Let us freshen up. If you're feeling fatigued, a little stroll outside might do us good. The sun has set, so we can wander nearby, see what you might fancy to eat. And afterward, we can visit a barber shop for a haircut. As Mu Nan made his way to the bathroom, he cast a glance at Qin Huai's hair. The last time I cut your hair, it turned out quite well. I have a bit of skill in hairstyling. Qin Huai laughed. It's my technique that falters. Leaving your hair resembling something a dog might chew on. I suppose it's time for a professional touch. In the absence of the sun, City B transforms from sweltering heat to a stifling warmth, with the air inhaled into the lungs imbued with an intense fervor. After only a brief time outdoors, one feels as though enveloped in an impermeable layer of perspiration, rendering the experience quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, a shopping mall lies in close proximity to the hotel, offering not only shopping but also sustenance and refreshment, along with a barber shop. The most significant aspect is the mall's ample air conditioning, providing respite from the oppressive heat outside. Having slept through the day, the meager breakfast consumed earlier had long been digested, leaving them ravenous. Thus, the two sought out a restaurant to satiate their hunger before heading to the barber shop for haircuts. Despite the establishment's upscale nature, neither requested a particular hairstyle. They simply asked the barber to trim their hair, as by this point, styling would hardly last more than a couple of days. Who would it even be for? Mu Nan selected several high-end items, including some specialized tools that, although available in his collection, would be prudent to have in excess. At the checkout, the staff cautioned that such implements could not be carried onto airplanes or high-speed trains and could only be dispatched via specific mailing channels. However, Mu Nan declined the offer, deeming it unnecessary. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding bang echoed through the air, prompting Qin Huai to instinctively pull Mu Nan into his embrace. They had just reached the entrance of the mall when, in the wake of that deafening sound, the lights flickered off, and the panicked screams of bystanders filled the air as people rushed frantically out of the mall, turning the once spacious thoroughfare into a chaotic throng. Qin Huai swiftly took the gift box from Mu Nan's grasp with one hand while gripping his wrist with the other, hastening their exit. Anxious not to be separated by the frenzied crowd streaming out of the mall, as they successfully made their way outside the mall, they were met with the sight of a significant explosion occurring on either the 4th or 5th floor, unleashing a billowing cloud of thick smoke. The ground was strewn with debris resulting from the blast, and a couple of unfortunate pedestrians, who had just passed beneath the mall, were struck by falling shards of glass. Thankfully, their injuries were not life-threatening. The daytime heat had deterred many from venturing out, but the evening saw an increase in foot traffic. Upon hearing the commotion, curious onlookers began to gather. Soon, the wail of fire engines echoed from a distance, while security personnel at the entrance maintained order. The cause of the explosion remained unknown, and the possibility of a secondary blast loomed ominously, necessitating the dispersal of the crowd to mitigate any potential risks for which the mall could be held accountable. Having witnessed numerous sudden explosions in his past life, Mu Nan found this incident peculiar. The temperature had not yet reached an alarming level, lingering between 35 and 38 degrees Celsius in B City. Even in earlier times, while the heat was palpable, it fell within a reasonable range that should not typically incite an explosion. Perhaps this was simply an unfortunate accident. Regardless of whether it was due to high temperatures or mere misfortune, Mu Nan had no interest in lingering to observe the unfolding scene. Qin Huai, too, was not one to revel in such chaos, and the risk of unaddressed hazards escalating into greater dangers was too great to ignore. As the crowd began to converge, Qin Huai firmly grasped Mu Nan's hand, guiding him away from the tumult until they had safely exited the confines of the mall, where the number of onlookers gradually diminished. In less than 10 minutes, Mu Nan was already drenched in sweat, and Qin Huai's back was equally soaked. Observing this, Mu Nan promptly took a small fan to provide Qin Huai with some relief. Qin Huai remarked, "There is nothing urgent that needs my attention." He shook his head. "It is unnecessary. It is merely a few articles of clothing, and the rent has been paid for several months. Canceling the lease at this point would be quite troublesome, so I would rather not waste time on it." Seeing that there was truly nothing to be packed on Qin Huai's side, Mu Nan suggested, "Very well then, if there is nothing, let us depart early. We still need to find a vehicle. The outside feels rather perilous, and I no longer wish to go out." Qin Huai responded, "Are you really not going? If we miss this opportunity, there may not be another chance in the future." Mu Nan thought that after such a prolonged period of parking, the car might be plastered with fines, considering it had been over a week since the restrictions were lifted. However, to her surprise, when they located Qin Huai's vehicle, it bore no tickets. So, perhaps they are being lenient due to the pandemic? Qin Huai checked the vehicle thoroughly. Aside from being out of fuel, it was in good condition. It had merely gathered some dirt from being parked for several months, but had not sustained any significant damage. That seems likely. Traffic has only just resumed, and for the time being, they may not be enforcing regulations too strictly. In a few days, they might start addressing the issue of roadside parking. Moonin glanced around and asked, "Shall I get in the car now and retrieve a can of fuel from the trunk?" Qin Huai nodded and opened the car door for him. Moonin, having prepared a small bucket of gasoline in advance, pretended to retrieve it from the back seat. Qin Huai poured a modest amount into the fuel tank. Ensuring it was enough to start the vehicle, a short drive would lead them to a gas station where they could refuel without depleting their reserves. Despite being parked for several months, the car started without issue. Moonin wiped the front windshield slightly. The accumulated dust rendered visibility almost non-existent, indicating that the car was in dire need of a wash. Qin Huai maneuvered the car out of the roadside parking space, and Moonin eagerly settled into the passenger seat, declaring, "I will navigate." Qin Huai instructed, "First, locate the nearest gas station, then find a car wash." Moonin quickly began directing, "Drive straight ahead. There's a gas station about 10 minutes away, though I'm unsure if it's open." Fortunately, the gas station was indeed open. Qin Huai filled the tank to the brim, while Moonin leaned eagerly out the window, watching intently. Once the car restarted, he proposed, "Should we find a secluded spot to siphon the gasoline from the tank?" The gas station did not sell fuel in bulk, and their intention to gather some reserves could be accomplished simply by filling up and then transferring the excess to another station. Qin Huai chuckled. "Your method of procuring fuel is rather convoluted. Not only does it waste time, but it may not yield a significant amount." Moonin replied. "Then what other options do we have to obtain fuel?" Qin Huai remarked, "When seeking private purchases, there are always individuals who possess channels that others do not. Moreover, some privately held fuel is more efficient and durable than that from gas stations. Acquiring it from them is merely a matter of slightly elevated pricing." Although Moonin possessed a driver's license, he lacked a vehicle and had never concerned himself with matters related to automotive fuel. The only method he could conceive was siphoning, as he was unable to identify private purchasing avenues. Hearing Qin Huai's words, Moonin inquired, "Have you found a source for purchasing fuel?" Instantaneously, Moonin could not suppress his admiration and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Without further ado, Moonin took the driver's seat, prompting Qin Huai to concede the position of driver. Driving at night can be challenging. One must be particularly vigilant on the highway. Moonin replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I am quite capable of driving." His skills behind the wheel had become quite adept over the past 3 months since his rebirth. As the vehicle roared to life and smoothly merged onto the highway, the late hour ensured that traffic was minimal. Nevertheless, Moonin remained intensely focused on the road ahead. It was only after a considerable time had elapsed that he noticed Qin Huai was observing him. "What is the matter?" he asked. Qin Huai chuckled softly and turned his gaze forward, saying, "You're driving quite well. It's evident that you have matured." Moonin, oblivious to the trace of melancholy veiled within that smile, felt a flicker of pride at Qin Huai's praise, responding, "I have indeed grown." As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Moonin could not help but stretch, his body creaking in response. After a day spent seated while Qin Huai drove, he felt utterly fatigued. Now, as he took the wheel, his focus on the road had left him drained, making him feel as though his bones no longer belonged to him. A mere glance from him was sufficient for Qin Huai to discern his thoughts. Hungry? While the trio awaited the elevator downstairs, a tall and handsome gentleman entered, prompting Moonin to steal a lingering glance. He had never noticed before just how many attractive individuals resided in their vicinity. Yuzubai appeared to be acquainted with this newcomer, greeting him with a smile. "Dr. Su. Working late, I see." This remark elicited a silent admiration from Moonin. Indeed, being a doctor was no easy feat once inside the elevator. Moonin observed that Yuzubai had pressed the button for the 17th floor, while the doctor remained still. Instinctively, he turned to inquire about the doctor's destination. But Yuzubai, with a knowing smile, interjected, "He lives on our floor, number 7. Upon hearing this, Dr. Su turned to Moonin, smiling as he introduced himself. "It's rare to see you without headphones today. After encountering each other so many times, this is our first proper introduction. Hello. I am Su Ming." He had resided there for nearly 4 years, and he recalled the first time he saw this neighbor, who had been clad in a high school uniform. Though not frequent, they would cross paths several times a month. However, on those occasions, The boy often passed by as if they were complete strangers, avoiding even a fleeting glance, which had led Su Ming to think that the lad was rather aloof. Feeling a bit shy, Moonan responded, "Hello, I am Moonan, and this is my brother, Qinhuai." Qinhuai placed his hand gently on Moonan's head and smiled. "I apologize. My younger brother is a bit shy and thus not particularly adept at social interactions." Dr. Su, being a person of understanding, did not take offense, remarking with a light-hearted chuckle, "Most children these days are quite similar. Once they don their headphones, they seem to disregard everyone around them. In a matter of moments, they reached their floor, exchanged farewells, and returned to their respective homes. Upon entering, Qinhuai promptly closed the doors and windows, activated the air conditioning, and then inquired, "Are you indifferent to others?" He now realized that all the information Jiang Xian had previously shared about Mu Nan was fabricated. Consequently, the Mu Nan who had grown up alone might not be the vivacious, cheerful, and sociable individual he had imagined. In his presence, Mu Nan appeared somewhat more mature and sensible, yet the changes were not substantial. However, individuals often possess multiple facets. The aspect they display with family differs from that presented to friends, and likewise varies in school and the workplace. Thus, he could not solely rely on Munan's demeanor in front of him to deduce the nature of his solitary life over the years. Just observing the fact that Munan seemed entirely unfamiliar with their neighboring residents, as if he had never encountered them, indicated that the attributes of liveliness and warmth were far removed from his essence. Utilizing a cold storage facility is not particularly troublesome. Although their locality is not a coastal city and thus lacks a thriving seafood industry, there are several substantial seafood transfer markets nearby, serving as a conduit for seafood from coastal regions to the inland. Additionally, numerous fresh produce markets require ice, resulting in a significant volume of ice transactions. He skillfully maneuvered through the situation, remaining inconspicuous. After Munan had applied heat-insulating film and thermal curtains to both windows of the house, Qinhuai had also completed his arrangements. Large trucks were prohibited from the roads during the day, and given the already sweltering heat, Qinhuai preferred not to take Munan out in such conditions. Thus, he transported goods back and forth each night. The ice house required hiring workers to assist with loading ice into the refrigerated trucks, which he would then drive to the rented warehouse on the other side, allowing Munan to store the ice within his space. With 2 or 3 trips each night, they could smuggle several tons of ice into the space. The oil procurement was even more straightforward. There was no need for false documentation. After establishing contact with private buyers, he would simply drive a small truck to collect the shipments, presenting himself as a mere intermediary. The buyers were usually disinterested in probing further, as such transactions through private oil dealers, where they would resell for profit, were quite common. As for how others conducted their sales, or whether loud activities might attract scrutiny, that was of no concern to them. However, due to Qinhuai's frequent purchases almost daily, his dealings piqued the curiosity of the oil sellers. "Your business seems quite prosperous." Qinhuai smiled and offered a cigarette, observing the workers assisting with the loading. "If it weren't for the unpleasantness with my previous supplier, I wouldn't have sought out a new source. The goods I possess have never been a concern to sell. My only worry is the scarcity of supply." The oil dealer was somewhat taken aback by his response. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual was, in fact, quite experienced. Noticing that the other party appeared to have numerous subordinates and that payments were consistently prompt and straightforward, he tentatively inquired, "So, you merely deal in oil?" Qinhuai glanced at him and replied, "What, do you have other goods to offer?" The oil dealer responded, "Indeed. Would you be interested in white liquor?" Qinhuai had previously arranged for several cases of white liquor in B City, but he himself did not partake in alcoholic beverages. The few cases he had secured were merely a precaution for future needs. Nevertheless, if the price were right, acquiring additional stock would not be a burden. "What brand and what price?" he asked. The oil dealer named the brand and, pulling out his phone, began calculating numbers. Upon seeing the figure, Qinhuai shook his head. "Too high. At that price, I would hardly make any profit on resale. It is not worth my effort." Seeing a glimmer of opportunity, the oil dealer smiled and began to negotiate, eventually arriving at a more favorable price. Qinhuai then conceded, "Fine, I have not dealt with white liquor before. I will start with a small batch. If it sells well, I shall return for more." Unfortunately, despite the oil dealer's optimistic plans, time was not on his side for profit. On a day when the temperature in their city soared past 40 degrees, a small car erupted in flames while in motion. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The vehicle first emitted smoke, prompting the occupants to halt immediately and rush to retrieve a fire extinguisher from the back seat. Nearby vehicles also stopped to assist, but alas, the flames could not be quelled, and ultimately, the car exploded. Upon sensing that something was amiss, both the individuals assisting with the fire and the vehicle owner instinctively retreated a short distance. Just as they distanced themselves, the car erupted with a deafening explosion. At that moment, Qinhua was navigating his vehicle through the flow of traffic around the roundabout, and it was the car behind him that detonated. The explosion caused a blockade, ensnaring all the vehicles behind it. Had he not been positioned at the front, he would likely have found himself trapped in the middle of the road, unable to advance or retreat. Although Mu Nen had previously recounted a dream in which he foresaw an increase in temperature leading to numerous vehicles and electronic devices suddenly exploding, witnessing such a spectacle firsthand was still a harrowing experience. Just as his car descended the bridge, Mu Nan's call came through. "Brother, where are you?" He urged. "Hurry up. I'm waiting for you at home." Upon entering, he was handed a damp towel by Mu Nan. "Quick, wipe off your sweat to cool down. First, dry yourself. Then take a shower. It's sweltering. Let's have cold noodles for dinner. Would you prefer iced cola or chilled beer? I've stashed a few bottles in the freezer. And they should be icy slush by now." Qinhua replied, "Let's go with the beer." Having washed away the heat of the day, Qinhua sat in the cool embrace of the air-conditioned room, savoring a bowl of cold noodles. "Tonight, we shall gather ice once more. I will cancel the cold storage. There is no need for the oil, as flammable and explosive substances pose a significant risk in this sweltering weather. If we cannot secure them in our space immediately, the journey could be perilous. The provisions we have prepared should suffice for a couple of years. Tomorrow night, we must venture out again. The vehicle we ordered is ready for handover, and we shall drive it directly into the warehouse for safekeeping. Otherwise, having a motorhome in our modest neighborhood would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. It would be far too conspicuous." Mu Nen inquired, "How much do we have left?" Qinhua glanced at his phone, checking the account balance. After deducting the remaining amounts to settle, he replied, "We have approximately 300,000 left." The motorhome was purchased on credit, and he had taken Mu Nan to see the vehicle and arrange the loan as soon as they could. Perhaps due to the economic downturn following the pandemic, the loan processing was surprisingly swift, concluding in just over 10 days. However, the vehicle had yet to arrive, and he had been persistently urging the dealership to expedite its delivery, which they finally managed to do. Mu Nan sighed while nibbling on her chopsticks. "There is still so much money," Qinhua remarked. "It's a pity there isn't enough time. Otherwise, we could modify a vehicle for outdoor use. A modified vehicle would be more durable than an ordinary sedan. Alas, the remaining funds may prove insufficient. During the pandemic, venturing outdoors was perilous, and even with financial means, few dared to risk their lives for vehicle modifications. Now that they could finally step outside, time was too constrained, leading them to abandon the idea of vehicle enhancements. Forget it. These past few days we ventured out in the evenings for a leisurely stroll, perhaps to purchase some items. And later we can procure a wholesale supply of ice cream." Mu Nan nodded and inquired, "You're not going out this afternoon, are you?" Qinhua replied, "No. I'll stay in this afternoon to help you make dumplings." Mu Nan chuckled softly. "I've already finished wrapping the meat, I thought. So I suppose I'll take a nap this afternoon. The days of being active at night are about to commence again." Qinhua gazed at him. "Again?" Mu Nan paused momentarily before cheerfully responding, "Inspiration often strikes at night. I used to sketch during the night and sleep during the day." Qinhua frowned. "Staying up at night and sleeping in the day will only harm your health." Mu Nan huffed dismissively. Ignoring Qinhua's admonishments, set aside his empty bowl, climbed onto the bed, and began searching for television series to pass the time. The two of them took a nap together in the afternoon, and after finishing dinner and tidying up for a while, they finally decided it was time to head out. As Mu Nan felt the contrasting warmth just beyond the door, he sighed, "It's sweltering. I feel like I'm melting." Qinhua chuckled, "You're fully aware of how hot it is outside, yet you still yearn to go out." If given the choice, Mu Nan would prefer to stay indoors, but he pondered the possibility of a power outage later, and though humans are remarkably adaptable, there is always an adjustment period. Thus, experiencing the heat outside each day would help him gradually acclimatize, so that when the peak heat arrives, it won't be an overwhelming shock. The supermarket was more crowded than anticipated, yet many individuals seemed to be aimlessly pushing empty carts. With only a handful genuinely engaged in shopping, most appeared to be seeking refuge from the heat of the day. Upon overhearing someone lament about yet another price increase, Mu Nan instinctively cast a glance, though he was generally indifferent to price fluctuations, unless it pertained to items within his realm of common knowledge. For instance, if a bottle of mineral water he knew to cost 2 yuan suddenly soared to 5 or 6, he would take notice. Qin Huai, on the other hand, was far more perceptive, holding a bottle of Mu Nan's favored yogurt and noting, this used to be 23 yuan and 60 fun. Mu Nan glanced at the price tag. Now, it's 27 yuan and 50 fun. That's a 4 yuan increase. Qin Huai added several more bottles to the cart, explaining, with the heat, sales of these items have surged and transportation costs may have risen as well, leading to a natural price hike. Mu Nan picked up a bottle of Yakult. Has this one increased in price too? Qin Huai replied affirmatively. Yes, this one has gone up by 2 yuan. Fortunately, it's still reasonable. Would you like some? If so, take a few more. As Qin Huai pushed the cart beside him, Mu Nan noticed that the shelves were nearly devoid of microwavable meals, with only a few remaining in various flavors. Therefore, he decided to take them all. Upon reaching for the last box, he heard someone nearby, with a hint of laughter, ask, "Could you spare the last one for me?" Turning around, Mu Nan recognized it was Dr. Su, who lived on the same floor as them. He quickly responded, "Dr. Su, what a coincidence. Which flavor do you want? Feel free to take more. We're just looking to try something new." Su Ming took the last black pepper-flavored dish from the shelf, remarking, "One is sufficient. Thank you." Qin Huai inquired, "Dr. Su just finished work?" Mu Nan expressed his confusion. "Pets?" Su Ming chuckled, "I am a veterinarian." Mu Nan responded with an O, having mistakenly thought Su Ming was a physician for humans. As they conversed, Su Ming recalled something and addressed them. "Are you both in the community group? Would you mind adding me? I'm unable to join during the day due to work and have not added myself previously. I'm missing some notifications from the community." Not finding it too troublesome, Mu Nan promptly retrieved his phone, saying, "I'll add you first and then bring you into the community group. Weren't you at home during the pandemic?" Su Ming shook his head. "I stayed at the hospital for several months. If it had not been for the kind-hearted volunteers occasionally delivering food, I might have starved. At that time, I never anticipated the situation would escalate as it did. There were several cats and dogs that had just undergone surgery needing care. With the torrential rain and smog, I was concerned about traveling. So I opted to stay at the hospital temporarily, which ultimately extended to several months." Mu Nan sighed. "That must have been quite challenging. I'll add you to the group, and once the group admin approves, you'll be in." Su Ming smiled. "Thank you." Su Ming likely came merely to purchase dinner, as he soon headed to the checkout with his microwave meal. Mu Nan then turned to Qin Huai, saying, "The other day when I heard about the surgery, I assumed he was a human doctor. I thought it remarkable that someone so young could already be performing surgeries." Qin Huai chuckled, recalling that in her childhood, she had aspired to become a veterinarian. At that time, her aunt forbade her from keeping a dog, and with a heart full of reluctance, she declared that once she grew up, she would become a veterinarian, which would allow her to have countless cats and dogs. Mu Nan also laughed, reminiscing about her childhood dreams that were plentiful. She wanted to care for pets as a veterinarian, indulge in snacks while running a small shop. And due to her fondness for traveling by bus, she envisioned herself as a bus ticket seller. The delicious egg pancakes sold at the school gate inspired her to consider becoming an egg pancake vendor, as well as a seller of fried chicken and bubble tea. Dreams, after all, are merely reflections of one's preferences that can shift at any moment. Qin Huai's smile widened. "Your dreams are rather down to earth. People usually aspire to be scientists, astronauts, or at the very least, successful entrepreneurs." Mu Nan replied, "The truth is, one must read extensively. Those scientists and astronauts will undoubtedly lead lives far superior to that of a mere boss, for they are the rare talents painstakingly nurtured, representing the very foundation of our nation. As for entrepreneurs, unless they can significantly influence livelihoods and manage to accumulate wealth even after facing setbacks, they may find themselves reduced to scavenging by the roadside. There are but a few wealthy business magnates capable of achieving such heights. In my memories from a past life, the development was similar, featuring a handful of affluent overseas Chinese and several well-known businessmen who donated substantial sums, publicly claiming to support national space endeavors. Yet, the true allocation of those funds remains a mystery to ordinary citizens like me. However, the fact that the government has consistently managed to produce resources suggests that preparations for the future are already underway at the higher echelons. At this juncture, hoarding supplies in large quantities would indeed be quite imprudent. Even if such actions seem trivial to those in authority, they might go unnoticed. However, one must always consider the unforeseen eventualities. Thus, remaining indoors and doing nothing emerges as the safest course of action. Although the current temperatures are strangely high, hovering around 42 to 43 degrees, and while some have begun to express concern, many merely lament the extraordinary hardships of this year, characterized by an unprecedented heat wave. The situation took a grave turn when news broke of an elderly individual succumbing to heat stroke and collapsing on the ground. Passers-by hesitated momentarily before more individuals arrived to witness and assist in relocating the fallen person to a shaded area. Unfortunately, the skin of the individual had turned a painful red upon contact with the scorching ground. Despite immediate medical attention upon arrival at the hospital, the individual could not be saved, which prompted a stark realization among the public. This extreme heat is not merely unusual, it can indeed be fatal. The residential community where Munan resides is relatively fortunate. Being an older complex, many of its facilities have reached the end of their operational lifespan, posing safety hazards. During last year's renovation of older neighborhoods, their community was the first to undergo upgrades. Previously, the lower and middle floors relied on groundwater, while the higher floors used water from storage tanks. Following the renovations, all water sources were converted to groundwater. Additionally, the external power supply boxes and the entire network of electrical cables throughout the community were replaced. However, the neighboring community had only just begun renovations on their water supply when the pandemic halted work. As a result, the water pipes remained incomplete, and consequently, they could not attend to the electrical box. One afternoon, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the transformer of the electrical box in the adjacent community exploded, leaving nearly 600 households and 2 buildings without power. The explosion occurred around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, startling Munan and Qinhuai, whose daily routines had become inverted. Drawing back the curtains, they observed no apparent anomalies below, which granted them a sense of relief. Until photographs of the blazing transformer began circulating in their group chat. Munan remarked, "With such a tremendous noise, I thought something had happened to our building." The frenzy of stockpiling commenced as temperatures began to rise, a phenomenon that many had already undertaken. It was October, yet the heat persisted unabated, with several regions enduring months without a drop of rain. This situation rekindled vigilance among those who had just emerged from the pandemic. Fortunately, in their country, the government diligently endeavored to redirect the populace's focus towards resuming work, implementing numerous facilitative measures to aid various regions in their recovery. The fervent push for a return to work alleviated some concerns regarding the oppressive heat. Thus, while other nations descended into turmoil, their corner remained relatively tranquil. Until excessively high temperatures resulted in a tragic number of heat stroke fatalities, we find ourselves in an era where social media flourishes. Despite the authorities' rapid efforts to cleanse the online environment, it remains impossible to conceal all information completely. It is at this juncture that the populace awakens to a potential crisis threatening lives. Consequently, there is no need for reminders. Individuals instinctively purchase essential staples such as rice, flour, and cooking oil in abundance. The abruptness of the previous pandemic lockdown left many unprepared, but now armed with the experience of being confined. People are keen to stock up on non-perishable food items. Frozen goods, convenience meals, instant noodles, and canned food vanish from shelves almost immediately upon restocking. Elderly individuals rush to supermarkets, while the younger generation places orders online. Even with significant price increases, many items reach a point of limited availability. Since the enforcement of entry restrictions at supermarkets, Qinhuai and Munan have reduced their shopping trips. They continue to purchase what they can online, while items that are unavailable are simply overlooked. Each evening, after dinner, they take leisurely strolls around their community, digesting their meals while acclimatizing to the outside temperature. However, they remain vigilant. Portable fans and cooling sprays accompany them, for succumbing to heat stroke while attempting to adapt to the warmth would be an unfortunate irony. During one of their walks along the riverbank, they noticed a gathering across the street, where nearby merchants were splashing water on an individual lying prone on the ground. An ambulance arrived just in time, prompting Munan and Qinhuai to pause and observe from a distance until the paramedics lifted the unconscious person onto the stretcher. The individual appeared to be a white-collar worker returning home from a long day. What was the temperature reported today? Qinhuai glanced at his phone, 44 degrees. Munan disdainfully curled his lips. I believe it's at least 50 degrees. Just look at the air now, waves of heat rolling in. This is still the dead of night. In the past, during the peak of summer, one could only witness such heat waves under the sun, when surface temperatures were already quite high. Qinhuai chuckled. If it were truly that high, they would probably hesitate to report it, needing to temper the figures a bit. Otherwise, the frenzy of shopping would escalate. causing even greater panic. On the way back, Munan noticed a message from Dr. Su, whom they had previously added. In turn to Qinhuai, brother, Dr. Su is asking if we need to purchase sunshade film. He mentioned that a parent of one of his dogs is in that business, claiming their product is thickened for temperature insulation and features a special chemical coating that blocks ultraviolet rays. It's a bit pricey, over 200 yuan per meter. But if we want it, we can buy it together with him. Currently, such thermal insulation materials are in high demand. The sun outside is exceedingly fierce. Ordinary curtains can no longer fend off the sun's rays and the sweltering heat. Even blackout curtains struggled during the peak of noon, and despite having the air conditioning on, one can still feel the temperature stubbornly linger. Consequently, many have resorted to purchasing dense fabric that can effectively block the light, attempting to seal their homes tightly during the day. Otherwise, the air conditioning becomes merely ornamental, as one can still sweat while it is running. At the outset, Yuzibai intended to purchase sunshade cloth to be placed outdoors. Jianchu felt it unnecessary, as the prices for such materials were exorbitantly high at that time, with those capable of blocking heat soaring to over 1,000 yuan per meter. He considered simply acquiring thicker fabric that could provide shade and sealing the windows. However, that flimsy material, which merely obstructed light, offered no respite from the sweltering heat. Their rented abode featured an aging air conditioning unit, which struggled to cope with the high temperatures. In such oppressive weather, the absence of air conditioning could prove fatal. Dr. Su acted swiftly, likely due to the unbearable heat in his own home, even though he was away during the day. The residual warmth from the sun rendered his house hotter than a sauna. Once it was confirmed that both families required the fabric, they reached out to the dog owners. Qinhuai ordered a considerable amount, opting for 30 meters, as they also needed to shield the side of the house where chickens were raised and vegetables were cultivated. In contrast, Yuzibai only needed a modest 5 meters to cover the door of a balcony. Dr. Su aimed to shield all windows in his residence, resulting in a larger order of 20 meters. Consequently, they split the shipping costs, sparing Yuzibai from contributing, given the insignificance of his order. Neither Qinhuai nor Dr. Su wished to take advantage of others. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their courtesy, Yuzibai ultimately decided to lend a helping hand, as the fabric required assistance in being transported upstairs. Despite the presence of an elevator, the sweltering heat made the task somewhat laborious. As they struggled to carry the fabric into the elevator, several individuals inquired about where it could be purchased, lamenting that it was currently sold out and that even those with money could not find a place to buy it. Dr. Su had prepared for this, distributing the pet owner's shop business cards to those who asked. As for the prices at which he sold to others, that was beyond his concern. After much effort, they finally managed to transport all the fabric upstairs, leaving them quite exhausted. Moonin had been waiting at the elevator entrance and immediately sprayed them with a cooling mist, fearful that they might suffer from the heat. Dr. Su smiled at him and remarked, "This is excellent. It proves invaluable during emergency cooling." Moonin expressed a hint of regret, stating, "I bought too few when I initially purchased it. By the time I thought to buy more, it was already out of stock." This was certainly not feasible. Having experienced high temperatures, he had acquired ample cooling supplies, sufficient to last him for years with a daily consumption of a bottle. Nevertheless, it was essential to voice the sentiment. Dr. Su replied, "I hadn't considered this before. I will ask my classmates if they have any channels to procure more. If they do, I will inform you, and we can purchase together if needed." Moonin readily agreed, knowing that Qinhuai still had funds available. Not utilizing it would be a waste. Yuzibai assisted both families in moving the fabric inside. For Qinhuai's household, it was merely a matter of carrying it through the security door, while for Dr. Su, it had to be brought inside the house. Once they finally finished their labor, Dr. Su stated, "If you need a hand during the installation, feel free to ask. I am always available at home." Qinhuai responded with a smile, "All right, I will call on you if we need assistance. Thank you for your hard work today." The Yu family home presents a straightforward solution. Their balcony remains unsealed. It suffices to stand on the balcony and affix the membrane to the wall beside the balcony door, thereby concealing the entrance. In contrast, the Qin family's residence is entirely enclosed. Consequently, should they wish to install these materials outside their windows, they must enlist the help of workers to ascend to the external walls of their upper floors. Qinhuai had already made arrangements with the two families above, who were quite amenable. He also mentioned that after completing the installation in his own home, he would evenly distribute any remaining fabric among the two families above, as he had purchased more than necessary, anticipating surplus. Given the current scarcity of sunshades, this gesture would provide them with some convenience. Even if it only covered a single window, which they would appreciate. Qinhuai acted swiftly, hiring 2 workers the very next day for the installation. Since the work could be done directly from above, they merely needed to secure a few nails into the outer wall to hang the membrane, avoiding the need to enter their home, thus alleviating much hassle. After dedicating the better part of the night, they successfully covered the external windows on both sides, leaving 4 to 5 meters of fabric, which he decided to leave upstairs for the 2 families to share. Finally, after much effort, the external windows were adequately shielded, allowing Munan to comfortably recline in bed, admiring their handiwork. Their home was relatively well prepared, having previously applied thermal insulation film and installed an additional layer of thermal curtains within the windows. Moreover, during the window replacement, Munan had specifically chosen thick, sun-blocking curtains. And these 3 layers of barriers effectively blocked at least half of the external heat. A thick layer of fabric has now been added, allowing the interior to remain nearly 10 degrees cooler than the outside, even without air conditioning. Although the indoor temperature is not set too low, the difference from the outside remains significant. Thus, each day before Qinhuai and Munan step outside, they pause at the entrance to allow the door to open briefly, facilitating an acclimatization process. Initially, they intended to conclude their outing within these days, only to be unexpectedly interrupted. During their evening stroll, they observed an increasing number of shops opening, alongside numerous street vendors, including a beloved beef brisket stall that had remained shuttered since the pandemic. This establishment holds nostalgic significance for both Qinhuai and Munan, as they had frequented it since childhood. However, Qinhuai had not tasted its offerings since leaving for abroad. Conversely, Munan occasionally indulged in a serving of beef brisket when she desired a break from takeout. Upon seeing the stall open, Munan eagerly urged Qinhuai to join her. Come, try it, and see if the flavor remains unchanged. After taking a bite and savoring it carefully, Qinhuai remarked that it seemed slightly different. Munan chuckled, explaining, "Your palate is quite discerning. The owner has actually changed. It is now the previous owner's son running the place. However, the marinade and chili are still crafted by the original owner, so while the taste is somewhat altered, it is not drastically different. I was just thinking how wonderful it would be to ask the owner if I could purchase some of their chili oil. I have always adored their chili." Qinhuai replied, "Then let us inquire whether they sell it." Munan shook his head and said, "I inquired, and they mentioned that I could take a bowl to go since I am a regular customer. However, they are quite adamant about not selling it outright. They refuse to accept any payment. I decided to let it go." As he spoke, Munan took a sip of the soup and picked up a piece of beef brisket to savor. Yet, after a moment of chewing, he frowned slightly, remarking, "Does this beef taste a bit peculiar? Perhaps a tad sour?" Qinhuai sampled a spoonful from his own bowl and detected no sourness. He then tried a bite from Munan's bowl and found it acceptable, unable to discern any unusual flavor. "If that is the case, perhaps we should stop eating. It is rather warm now, and certain foods can indeed spoil easily." Qinhuai recalled this, but upon noticing that the establishment seemed closed, he looked at Munan and asked, "Did you buy it in advance?" However, Munan suddenly clutched his stomach and turned to Qinhuai, saying, "Brother, I feel a bit uncomfortable. I am slightly nauseous and on the verge of vomiting." Qinhuai's heart tightened immediately. He hurriedly assisted Munan to sit on a nearby flower bed, applying a cooling spray several times to help alleviate his discomfort. He then wiped the sweat from Munan's forehead with a cool, damp cloth and placed it on the nape of his neck, anxiously asking, "Aside from the nausea and discomfort in your stomach, do you experience any other symptoms? Are you feeling dizzy? Is there any tightness in your chest? Any abdominal pain?" Munan could only feel his heart racing wildly as his heartbeat quickened, coupled with the stifling heat that felt almost suffocating. A dizziness overtook him. Though his stomach was not in pain, a wave of nausea washed over him. Before he could utter a word, a violent churn erupted within him, and he turned his head to vomit, expelling everything he had barely eaten moments before. Qinhuai held him tightly with one arm while his other hand trembled as he dialed for help. It took a considerable amount of time to connect to the emergency services, and after finally conveying their location with great effort, he was drenched in cold sweat. Munan had vomited once, yet the feeling of nausea showed no signs of abating. Leaning against Qinhuai, he felt as though the world was spinning around him, undoubtedly due to that bowl of noodles, which he suspected contained spoiled meat. He sensed that Qinhuai's grip on him was trembling, and he yearned to offer some words of comfort, but the dizziness rendered him utterly speechless. When Munan rested for the second time, he finally heard the distant wail of an ambulance approaching. This was the first time Munan had ever been in an ambulance. In his previous life, Although he had suffered from heat stroke once, the bus driver had taken him directly to the hospital. Little did he expect that in this lifetime he would again find himself in an ambulance. Upon entering the vehicle, he felt the medical personnel fastening various instruments to him, accompanied by the persistent beeping of machinery. The medical staff were inquiring about his condition from Chin Huai. Chin Huai's voice remained remarkably composed as he explained. He consumed some food that may have been contaminated, resulting in dizziness and nausea, with 2 instances of vomiting. His stomach is uncomfortable, but there are no signs of spasms, and he has no history of drug allergies. While his tone appeared calm, the sweat pooling in his palm as he held Munan's hand betrayed his anxiety. The paramedics aboard the ambulance noticed that Chin Huai's complexion was even paler than that of the patient, a common sight when dealing with overly anxious family members. They offered reassurance, stating, "It's nothing to worry about. His blood pressure is slightly low, and although his temperature is a tad elevated, it remains within acceptable limits. As long as he isn't suffering from heat stroke, there should be no significant issues." After receiving intravenous fluids for a while, Munan's condition improved considerably. He no longer experienced the dizzying sensations with every movement. Upon seeing Chin Huai, he managed a comforting smile, saying, "Brother, they are short on beds, and others are in greater need, so we can just sit over there for the injection." Turning his head, Chin Huai noticed that 2 bottles of fluid had already been hung by the nurse, prompting him to step forward and take the 4 bag from her hands. The nurse was quite busy, barely having time to organize the beds, as she pushed the stretcher towards the emergency room. Chin Huai supported Munan as they walked. But instead of finding chairs, they arrived at a corner lined with blankets where several individuals were seated on the floor receiving injections. Given the circumstances, having a spot to administer the injection was already a small blessing, and they had little reason to expect more. As they approached, the person next to them had just finished, creating a bit more space. Chin Huai settled down beside Munan, allowing him to lean against him for a moment of rest. "Would you like to lie down for a bit? You can rest your head on my lap," he offered. Munan shook his head. "It's uncomfortable to lie like that. I prefer to lean against you. How much longer until these bottles finish?" Chin Huai glanced up to assess the situation, at least an hour and a half to 2 hours. Munan sighed. What a torment. Chin Huai gently urged him to lean against his shoulder, tenderly ruffling his hair. "It is my fault, on such a sweltering day. I should have anticipated the issue with food. I have been negligent." Munan slightly raised his head to gaze at him. "You are not a superhero. How could you possibly attend to every minute detail? You have eaten as well. Are you not fine?" Munan fell silent, acutely aware of the vast disparity between them. Just a couple of bites had necessitated a trip to the emergency room, especially under the current strain on medical resources. Had he not felt utterly faint, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, he would have deemed himself a waste of medical resources. Observing the overcrowded hospital, Munan felt a sense of dread. Brother, there are so many people. Previously, he had not witnessed such scenes. All information had come from the internet or hearsay. Now, witnessing the state of the hospital rendered the situation far more immediate. Although they had known that the extreme heat posed severe risks, leading to numerous fatalities, the reality of such knowledge paled in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. During the day, almost no one ventured outside, yet at night, crowds gathered downstairs, fanning themselves while engaging in conversation. Aside from the unusual daytime heat, their lives seemed scarcely altered, merely shifted from day to night. Now, confronting the grim tableau of the hospital, he fully grasped that the world had, indeed, transformed. It was nearly impossible to hail a cab at the hospital entrance. Daily incidents of spontaneous vehicle combustion and explosions had drastically reduced the number of cars on the road, regardless of how much money one might earn. Nothing was more precious than life itself. Chin Huai waited by the roadside for a while, and upon realizing that no vehicle was forthcoming, he approached Munan and squatted down beside him. "Climb on," he urged. Chin Huai, however, disregarded his words and instead grasped Munan's hand, encircling it around his neck, compelling him to rest upon his back. "Can't you just obey a little?" Munan retorted. "It's so hot, and you're carrying me. What if you succumb to heat stroke while bearing this burden? I can walk on my own." Chin Huai chuckled softly. "I am in good health. As long as you refrain from startling me too often, I am certain I will live to a ripe old age." Munan laughed from his perch. "Then you shall live to be 100, and I will reach 98. Chin Huai remarked. "I've upset my stomach. I feel unwell." An uncle waiting for the elevator nearby could not help but interject. This recent heat has caused food to spoil rapidly. Just the other day, at the fried chicken stall by our community entrance, it was vandalized. This happened because a child from the adjacent building purchased a piece of fried chicken there last night, only to suffer violent vomiting and diarrhea later in the night. The poor child is still hospitalized, apparently in quite a serious condition, suffering from dehydration and shock. In this weather, losing fluids like that is truly alarming. Jian-Chu expressed his astonishment. Is it really that severe? I wondered why there seemed to be a pile of food on the ground at the intersection. Jian-Chu's gaze involuntarily shifted to the food that Yu Zibai was holding. And Yu Zibai silently met his eyes, suddenly feeling hesitant about eating. Yu Zibai initially intended to assist Qin Huai, who was carrying Mu Nan, as it seemed inconvenient for him to open the door. However, upon seeing Mu Nan descend from Qin Huai's back, he decided against intervening and followed Jian-Chu inside. Uncertain whether the food had spoiled rapidly or if the unsettling words of the old man had left a psychological imprint, Jian-Chu hesitantly sampled the shredded pork. Expressing her doubt, "Do you think it might be just my imagination?" Yu Zibai took a bite as well and remarked, "It seems somewhat off. The flavor isn't particularly pronounced, yet there is a faint hint of sourness." Gazing at the 2 bowls of shredded pork fried rice, Jian-Chu felt a pang of reluctance. Should we continue eating? Each bowl costs 15 yuan, totaling 30 for both. Yu Zibai suggested, "Perhaps we should forego it. If there is an issue, it could harm our health and waste our money. We still have some funds for meals, but we certainly cannot afford a hospital visit." Despite her reluctance, Jian-Chu understood the importance of not being penny-wise and pound-foolish. With a sigh, she instructed Yu Zibai to dispose of the questionable fried rice and retrieved a package of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator. "I think we should invest in a second-hand freezer. They're not expensive, and we could stock up on frozen food. Our current refrigerator is too small to hold much, and as the old man suggested, we should buy frozen meat. Fresh meat spoils too easily." Yu Zibai replied, "All right, I will look for a second-hand freezer." Just as he finished speaking, he received a transfer from Jian-Chu, a significant sum nearing 10,000 yuan. Jian-Chu encouraged, "Go ahead and make the purchase. I doubt I'll have time to shop during work. Once we have the freezer, we can stock up on more food. I've saved up this amount. So do ensure to compare prices and shop wisely." Yu Zibai chuckled. "Does this mean you are responsible for earning a living while I am tasked with being as beautiful as a flower?" Jian-Chu rolled her eyes. "Let me see you in women's clothing and trying to be a flower first." After taking his medication, Mu Nan lay down, observing Qin Huai, who was still organizing the medicine box. Mu Nan sat up again and retrieved a bowl of rib noodles from his space, saying, "Brother." Mu Nan continued, "I won't let you off that easily. Once I fall asleep, you will definitely sleep beside me to avoid waking me up. You wouldn't dare prepare food for yourself. Hurry and eat. I will watch you." Qin Huai, unable to refuse him, had already brought out the food, so he had no choice but to eat. However, before he could finish even a bowl of noodles, the one who insisted on watching him eat had already drifted into slumber. Qin Huai leaned in to adjust the blanket for him, squatting by the bedside for a while to ensure Mu Nan was sleeping soundly and was not in discomfort before he cautiously rose to his feet. The comments beneath this news article were quite extreme. The owner of the beef brisket pot truly felt wronged, as they used only fresh, large cuts of beef, consistently collaborating with a local butcher for their supplies, and never resorting to frozen minced meat. Their establishment, having been in operation for decades, had built its reputation on the freshness of its ingredients. With the reopening of the restaurant post-pandemic, it was inconceivable to mislead customers with subpar ingredients, especially when they had even shown receipts for freshly purchased beef in front of the reporters. Yet, regardless of how much they tried to prove their integrity, if someone experienced an issue at their restaurant, they would still bear the responsibility. When Mu Nan came across the news, Qin Huai was hanging up the laundry. He quickly called Qin Huai over, exclaiming, "See, it's not that my health is poor, it's that there are indeed issues in their household. Many have fallen ill after consuming their food. Fortunately, I noticed something was off with the taste, and didn't eat much. I also heard an expert on the news mention that the current temperatures serve as a breeding ground for various microorganisms and bacteria. It seems I must store the items in the fridge, as they spoil quickly when left outside." In his previous life, it seemed he had just been discharged from the hospital after suffering from heat stroke around this time. Unable to locate Qin Huai, he faced the daunting heat alone, focusing solely on stockpiling food, with no desire to eat out. Although he had seen many reports about food rapidly decaying due to high temperatures, his concerns were primarily about food preservation and scarcity. Yet, he never anticipated that, in this life, he would again find himself at the mercy of hospital fate. Qin Huai glanced at him and remarked, "You think you can just get discharged after a couple of shots and feel quite pleased with yourself? don't you? Munin pouted, turning away from Qin Huai. Why are you called Qin Huai? You should be named Qin Retort, given your knack for rebuttals. After finishing hanging the clothes. As he passed by the bedside, Qin Huai casually picked up the blanket that Munin had kicked to the end of the bed and said, cover your belly a bit. Munin promptly pulled the blanket closer, replying, all right, Qin Ma. Qin Huai shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, you're quite impertinent. When the doorbell rang, Munin assumed it was the water delivery. He had intended to purchase water yesterday, but found himself unexpectedly admitted to the hospital. He noticed that the local shop was offering group purchases within the community, delivering 2 boxes or more to one's doorstep. Although the price of water had increased considerably, the convenience of home delivery was irresistible. Thus, this morning, confined to his bed and unable to rise, Munan decided to order several boxes at once, including a variety of mineral waters and beverages. He sighed, as an onlooker might mistakenly believe he had suffered a debilitating injury. Given how Qin Huai attended to him with such care, almost feeding him, Qin Huai, too, presumed it was the water delivery. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Jiang Xian, whom he had missed during his previous visit to B City. Jiang Xian was quite handsome, sporting a pair of rimless glasses. When he smiled, he exuded an air of refined gentility. His considerate nature and overwhelming sense of inclusivity led Qin Huai to believe that while Jiang Xian might not be able to provide extensive assistance to Mu Nan, he would certainly lend a helping hand should the need arise. This countenance was disarmingly deceptive, particularly when the subject of Mu Nan came up. For Jiang Xian wore an expression of untroubled assurance, showcasing his acting prowess to the fullest. Qin Huai had thought that after their last phone call, Jiang Xian would not seek him out again, yet here he was, standing at his doorstep. Qin Huai regarded him with an impassive expression and asked, what does this have to do with me? Jiang Xian furrowed his brows as he replied, is Mu Nan at home? There are matters that I believe we 3 must discuss together. Qin Huai retorted, let me ask you this. When Nan Nan reached out to you, why did you claim you couldn't get in touch with me? Jiang Xian presented the carefully prepared words he had long contemplated. You truly believe that just because he contacted me, it is genuine? Indeed. I have had no interaction with him over the years. After you left, he dismissed everything related to you. I approached him once, offering my assistance should he ever require it, yet he angrily told me to leave. At that tender age, he was in a rebellious phase. Any deliberate attempt on my part to get close would only incite further aversion. However, I enlisted the help of his classmates to look after him, providing them with my contact number for any urgent matters. Although I never appeared before him, I have continuously monitored his life. Are those photographs I shared with you fabricated? If you doubt me, reach out to Mu Nan's middle and high school classmates and inquire. Qin Huai was taken aback by Jiang Xian's audacity to argue. Do you truly think I would side with you over Nan Nan? Jiang Xian's expression bore the weight of betrayal and self-mockery, yet his gaze remained resolute. After all these years of friendship, Qin Huai, since I am here and everyone is present, let us lay everything bare. Qin Huai was unwilling to squander further time. Jiang Xian, do not underestimate my intelligence. Leave. Upon concluding his statement, he turned to enter, but Jiang Xian seized him by the arm. Qin Huai. Qin Huai swiftly shook him off, brusquely pushing him towards the door. Do you believe I am of a gentle temperament? Jiang Xian, unwilling to concede, gazed at Qin Huai. You refuse to hear my explanations. You disregard the evidence I have presented. Qin Huai, have I not done enough for you over the years? Do you truly possess no heart? To Jiang Xian's astonishment, Qin Huai strode over to him and delivered a powerful punch to his face, exclaiming, put away that hypocritical facade. As Jiang Xian fell to the ground, Qin Huai seized his collar and struck him again, sending his glasses flying into oblivion. Jiang Xian had never anticipated that Qin Huai would resort to violence. For a moment, he was utterly dazed. Since their acquaintance, Qin Huai had always been a figure who effortlessly commanded attention wherever he went. Among a group of immature teenagers, Qin Huai stood out for his maturity and composure, shouldering responsibilities with grace, while others panicked over trivial mistakes, feeling as though the world was collapsing around them. Qin Huai calmly devised solutions to rectify the situation. When his peers fretted over examination results, Qin Huai had already mapped out his future. His upbringing and background precluded him from enjoying a carefree existence like others, yet it was precisely this background that rendered him a uniquely exceptional individual during their school years. Everything about Qin Huai drew Jiang Xian in, instilling in him the belief that as long as Qin Huai was present, no challenge was insurmountable. Initially, he found himself unwittingly attracted like a moth to a flame, instinctively aspiring to emulate Qin Huai. Gradually, He came to understand his own heart's desires. What he truly yearned for was to possess someone like Qin Huai. He was consumed by jealousy towards Mu Nan, who was inexplicably embraced within the protective circle of Qin Huai due to their neighborly ties. This individual, devoid of any real connection, could audaciously call him brother. Effortlessly basking in the safeguarding and care provided by Qin Huai, even displaying petulance without a hint of fear that such behavior might alienate him. His jealousy was akin to madness, a fervent, almost frenzied envy. When Qin Huai departed, he harbored dark thoughts, convinced that time would erode all things. He had unwittingly nurtured Mu Nan's capriciousness and was eager to witness the day Mu Nan would realize that Qin Huai no longer belonged to him, and how profoundly he would regret it. Yet, he never contemplated that the flawless Qin Huai, as he perceived him, might one day raise a fist in anger. The issue of extreme heat is a natural climatic phenomenon, currently beyond the realm of human resolution. The best one can do is to ensure the uninterrupted operation of electrical supply in every city. Recently, a neighborhood in another province experienced a sudden power outage in the dead of night. It was an old community, comprised of 7-story buildings with no elevators. After a painstaking restoration of power the following day, 2 elderly residents were found deceased, their bodies already decomposing. The community promptly checked on other households with elderly residents, and those with sufficient means had preemptively insulated their homes, thus mitigating the rapid rise in temperature during the outage. However, in one household, by the time community members arrived, the resident was on the brink of death. When they forcibly entered and transported the individual to the hospital, it was nearly too late. In a single night of power failure, 3 lives were lost. This merely reflects a microcosm of one community. Across the nation, the number of heat-related fatalities daily is staggering, and authorities dare not disclose such data. At present, the only course of action is to strive to maintain a steady supply of electricity. However, during the day, the heat renders it unbearable to step outside. Many tasks, even those conducted around the clock, do not proceed smoothly. In this sweltering weather, households keep their air conditioning units running continuously, leading to an exponential increase in electricity consumption. Were it not for the pressure from above prioritizing power supply, the electricity grid would have long since collapsed. This time, they are well prepared. The generators remain in use, as they only need to charge a few pre-prepared batteries. Each battery can sustain an air conditioning unit for approximately 10 hours, and with the insulation of the house and residual cool air from the air conditioning, the power outage scarcely impacts Mu Nan. Apart from the issue of power outages, the problems with air conditioning are equally severe. Some families may have purchased new air conditioning units this year, equipped with the latest technology, allowing them to withstand the high temperatures to some extent. Erecting a sunshade over the external units helps to mitigate the direct exposure to the scorching sun, which proves somewhat beneficial. However, many older air conditioning units, having served for several years, cannot endure such extreme heat. While a mere shutdown would be fortunate, some antiquated units are unable to withstand the temperatures and explode. Explosions occurring on lower floors or at ground level are easier to manage, but incidents in high-rise buildings, where explosions lead to fires, can devastate entire sections of the structure if not extinguished promptly. Since the onset of the heatwave, incidents of spontaneous combustion and building fires have become almost a daily occurrence. To illustrate, in the vicinity where Mu Nan resides, there is a community where, during the peak hours of midday, an external air conditioning unit on a mid-level apartment exploded, resulting in the complete destruction of an entire building. In recent times, many individuals have taken to installing a layer of shielding outside their windows, initially intended to guard against the harsh glare of the sun. Some conscientious souls opt for fire-resistant fabrics, while others hastily drape any material that can block out light, often choosing flammable cloth that ignites with the merest spark. Thus, when an air conditioner malfunctions explosively, sending embers flying, it can easily ignite the sunshades of neighboring apartments above and below. In a world turned upside down, where most people sleep during the day, the sound of an explosion may rouse them, yet they might not immediately associate it with a fire in their building. Only those residing in proximity to the blast, alerted by the deafening noise, are compelled to rise and investigate. Upon discovering flames licking at their own window, they may attempt to extinguish the fire, but the inferno, having engulfed the entire structure, proves insurmountable. In a frantic rush, they gather their belongings and flee with their families. Some more responsible individuals may race outside their doors to alert fellow residents on their floor to evacuate swiftly. However, with the urgency of their own survival at stake, it is an impossible task to warn every unit on each level. Consequently, Nearly half of the building's occupants remain unaware until it is too late. As flames ascend, those on lower floors may still manage to escape, but for those above, the only path is to flee upward, with the inferno severing their route to safety. Tragically, those who make it outside, overwhelmed by the heat and the distress of watching their homes consumed by fire, may succumb to the oppressive conditions, collapsing under the strain. Engaged in the frantic efforts to extinguish flames, to rescue individuals, and to provide emergency cooling for those succumbing to heat. The chaos was further compounded by the relentless midday sun, which hindered many from moving freely. Amidst the turmoil, no one could emerge to assume command and coordinate the response. The most alarming aspect was that some, in their haste to flee, neglected to cut off power in their homes, resulting in a devastating inferno that caused multiple explosions of external units. By the time ambulances, fire trucks, community leaders, and street officials arrived, the situation had escalated beyond control. At the moment the fire broke out, smoke and flames were visible from Yunan's balcony, creating a sense of proximity that heightened her anxiety. Would the fire spread toward us? Those in the group were well informed, promptly providing live updates from the scene, sharing videos lasting several minutes that left many viewers in a state of shock. Those trapped on the upper floors, beyond the reach of fire department ladders, could only wait for firefighters to brave the flames for their rescue. Yet, incidents necessitating fire department intervention occurred in rapid succession, and despite the urgent mobilization of all available resources, manpower remained insufficient. The conflagration raged for an entire day and night, resulting in the sacrifice of one firefighter and the tragic loss of 57 residents, with an additional 40 to yet now. Such a grave conflagration has merely graced the local news, with the focus not upon the precious lives lost, but rather on the sweltering temperatures, air conditioning units, and the safety hazards posed by outdoor obstructions. Disasters of this nature, both natural and man-made, occur with alarming frequency, initially evoking sorrow and lamentation, but eventually numbing the public's sensitivity. Aside from diligently inspecting outdoor protective measures and praying for their air conditioning units to perform adequately, the majority of individuals find themselves burdened by dwindling finances and soaring prices, leaving little energy to empathize with the tragedies of others. After all, who can say that they are not the next to suffer? The discourse surrounding the apocalypse has dissipated. If their current existence cannot be deemed apocalyptic, what indeed could be? Months ago, amidst the pandemic, there remained a flicker of hope for the future, as they believed in the collective strength to conquer the virus. Yet, confronted with such calamitous events, a palpable sense of hopelessness looms. Many pray that the terrifying heat may vanish as abruptly as the previous haze did. Yet despite the multitude of supplicants, the oppressive temperatures persist. Yunnan has seen images shared in the group of a small nation, once a coastal paradise for tourists, now an eerily deserted expanse, with the shoreline receding and revealing the litter strewn across the sandy ground, presenting a scene of desolation. In several foreign cities, once familiar drinking fountains by the roadside now yield not a single drop. Additionally, there have been instances of violent unrest ignited over mere crates of water. This time, those tormented by the sweltering heat have little sympathy for those who, regardless of their reasons, are currently abroad. There is a prevailing sentiment online against overseas rescue efforts. During the pandemic, considerable resources were mobilized for repatriation. At that time, no one anticipated the calamity of toxic fog. Therefore, whether one is studying or traveling, being stranded abroad is not something for which we hold you accountable. It is, after all, quite understandable. Of course, while many express their opinions online, there remains an innate belief that the government would intervene to bring people back. Historically, the state has never turned a blind eye. The speed of evacuation has always been paramount. However, unexpectedly, there has been no action from above this time. Regardless of how vehemently overseas Chinese communities voice their concerns, domestically, there is a palpable silence, no visibility, no sound, and no action. Rational individuals have begun to analyze the situation, concluding that it is not a lack of desire to assist in repatriation, but rather an absence of feasible conditions. Since the onset of the extreme heat, not only has the global aviation system been disrupted, but 3 aircraft have already been destroyed within their own country, leading to a complete halt of air travel. Maritime routes are equally compromised. 1 vessel succumbed to the heat, and the affected waters are still tainted by heavy oil pollution. Even the bodies of those lost at sea have yet to be fully recovered. The current natural disaster cannot simply be countered by governmental efforts. To knowingly confront danger when aware of the crisis would be an unwise decision. However, Moonen felt that the country truly lacked the capacity to engage in rescue efforts at present. stockpiling supplies, and constructing future refuge bases. While consolidating financial resources during this period of order perhaps involved numerous measures that ordinary citizens like him could hardly fathom. As for those who, for whatever reason, ventured abroad post-pandemic, they were of little concern now. Matters of national decision-making could only be observed online. Although not distant from their lives, they were not immediate either, as the present moment held utmost significance. Previously, Qin Huai had intended to slaughter a rooster, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Mu Nan's food poisoning. While chicken soup is nourishing, it was ill-suited for Mu Nan, who suffered from gastrointestinal issues. The richness of the broth would likely exacerbate his condition. Nonetheless, the rooster could not be kept any longer. The longer it was raised, the tougher the meat became. Uncastrated and overly fed, it was hardly gaining weight, and as the weather warmed, its visible fat diminished. Thus, Qin Huai resolved to dispatch the rooster sooner rather than later. Otherwise, perhaps it could be prepared as beer-braised chicken, accompanied by a few more chili peppers. They could preserve it in their space and enjoy it in winter. While handling the chicken's innards, Qin Huai did not lift his gaze and said, "Do not even think about it. Winter is not an excuse to indulge in spicy food." Mu Nan clicked his tongue in disdain, acknowledging that Qin Ma truly lived up to her reputation. After Qin Huai meticulously finished processing the chicken entrails, he noticed an unsettling silence behind him. Turning around, he beheld Mu Nan sitting at the kitchen door, cradling the chicken, diligently plucking the stubborn feathers from its skin with utmost care. The earnestness of her endeavor was reminiscent of his childhood, when he painstakingly crafted bird nests, and he couldn't help but smile at the sight. Once the chicken was finally stripped bare, Mu Nan exhaled with fatigue and stretched her long legs, exclaiming, "Oh, my legs have nowhere to rest." Qin Huai, ever the realist, quipped, "Do you really consider yourself to have long legs at a height of 175 centimeters? Height is a matter of precision," and Mu Nan instantly countered, "I am clearly 178 centimeters. Did you devour those extra 3 centimeters? With a pair of shoes, I could easily surpass 180 centimeters. My height is certainly not lacking. Among Southerners, it stands out quite remarkably." Qin Huai chose not to engage with someone whose head he could easily see over, and instead, he turned to retrieve the chicken gizzards from the fridge, which had thawed sufficiently. He planned to saute them alongside the freshly prepared entrails. Mu Nan had always had a penchant for offal, though she often deemed the outside versions unclean. Cleaning entrails is a meticulous task, and those in the business rarely have the time to handle it with such care. At 6 or 7 in the evening, once considered the time for dinner, has now transformed into merely the hour for the first meal after awakening. While preparing a meal, Mu Nan heard a cacophony emanating from the corridor, prompting him to venture out for a glimpse. Rather than directly opening the iron door, he peered through the peephole of the security door. The corridor was cluttered with various household items, and a young man, seemingly not much older, sat on a chair fanning himself with a hand fan while engrossed in his mobile phone. As the elevator doors slid open, a couple emerged, burdened with a multitude of bags, accompanied by what appeared to be their elderly parents, who were also lending a hand. The young man intended to assist, but was gently pushed aside by his grandmother, who instructed him to fan himself and to help himself to some food from the bags if he felt hungry. This seemed to be their accustomed way of life. The young man did not insist on helping and, after being nudged away by his grandmother, resumed his phone activities. Mu Nan approached the kitchen doorway, observing Qin Huai as he plated a vibrant dish of spinach, his expression revealing a mix of emotions. He had accumulated a considerable amount of vegetables in the space, reflecting the notion that adults do not exhibit pickiness in their dietary choices, as they tend to purchase only what they enjoy. Hence, the vegetables he gathered were predominantly for his own consumption, with some less favored items set aside for Qin Huai. However, this spinach clearly did not feature on his preferred menu. Nevertheless, Qin Huai managed to procure an ample supply of spinach amid the plethora of expensive vegetable purchases, consistently compelling him to consume half a plateful. Mu Nan remarked, "Your insistence is, for me, more arduous than swallowing medicine. In a person's life, there are inevitably 1 or 2 dishes that are difficult to swallow, even when one shuts their eyes and pinches their nose." Although he can still muster the effort to consume them, having endured the ravages of a post-apocalyptic world, his disdain remains unchanged. Qin Huai does not dwell on the matter of food, knowing that Mu Nan will eventually eat whatever is prepared. Perhaps out of a heightened awareness of potential food scarcity in the future, he now cherishes his rations, yet the struggle before consumption is inescapable. Therefore, she diverts his attention, asking, "What is happening outside? It sounds as though someone is moving things." In their community, each building is divided into 2 sides, separated by a courtyard. with 5 households per floor, totaling 10 households that cannot directly communicate with each other. Their home, along with Chinhuai's, faces each other across the courtyard. On the opposite side, there are 3 households. 2 of them are tenants, Yuzibai and Dr. Su, while the third, located at the far end, belongs to an elderly neighbor from their parents' generation who moved away when he was in elementary school. Since then, he has not paid attention to whether anyone else has moved in. During that time, Zhang Jiangwen had purchased a larger house elsewhere, but it was still under construction. After the house was completed, it required renovation and needed to be left vacant for a year or two to dissipate the odors. Thus, they regarded Jinglin community as a temporary residence. After their departure, they contemplated selling the house, but observing the prevailing property prices, they decided to hold on to it, believing that in a few years, they might be able to sell it at a significant profit. Initially, this vacant house was indeed rented out. The previous tenant vacated 2 years ago. At that time, the grandson was transitioning from middle school to high school, and the family was preoccupied with the intricacies of selecting an appropriate school. Consequently, they lacked the time to manage the rental situation. Given that this aged residence, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, had a monthly rent of less than 3,000, it seemed unworthy of their attention. Naturally, the education of the grandson took precedence. As a result, the house remained unoccupied until now. Their recent relocation stems from a fire incident at their previous residence, caused by someone illegally tapping electricity from the electrical well. The electrical wells in their community extend throughout the entire building, with an access door on each floor, unlatched for the sake of routine safety inspections. Ironically, this accessibility facilitated the theft of electricity. Amidst the ongoing heatwave, crises concerning water and food have begun to emerge. The 2 primary challenges arising from the soaring temperatures are the diminishing water levels and the rapid spoilage of food. These issues have exacerbated already inflated prices to a level that is utterly unaffordable for the average individual. Paradoxically, even if one possesses the means, sourcing frozen meat has become a formidable challenge. The situation worsens as numerous livestock, including pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens in breeding farms, succumb to the heat, while a swift outbreak of disease spreads among poultry, leading some markets to face a severe depletion of meat supplies. Furthermore, vegetables and rice have suffered extensive drought damage. In a casual inspection of rice paddies, one would find that 80% of the rice ears are empty husks. Heat is not the true terror. As long as one remains indoors and the power remains uninterrupted, survival is achievable through one's inherent adaptability. However, the crisis surrounding food is truly alarming. Many individuals fear that, in the future, even with wealth, they may be unable to procure sustenance, leading to an even more frenzied accumulation of supplies. Conflicts have erupted due to dissatisfaction with supermarkets limiting customer flow, resulting in nearly 100 casualties. Frustration over empty shelves has led to rampant vandalism. It is often claimed that domestic safety is orderly. Aside from certain stringent regulations, it is crucial to note that, despite domestic chaos, the populace has never been gripped by a panic over food scarcity. When fear regarding food takes hold, even with the government's vigorous suppression, tranquility is not easily restored. After all, the absence of food signifies a foreseeable demise, a fate far more terrifying than extreme heat or viral outbreaks. Another significant issue arising from the food crisis is the surge in home invasions, with thieves targeting all valuables and any consumable goods. Even before the dire times when one might resort to gnawing on tree bark or digging in the earth, many individuals have begun to feel insecure, striving to amass a greater sense of safety. However, lacking property management, the responsibility for installing security measures falls upon community members, with the installation costs to be shared among residents. The price of access control systems is not exorbitant. It has merely escalated due to the rise in home invasions. Since installation is inevitable, a preference for superior quality is understandable. Nevertheless, when the costs are distributed among households, each unit would only need to contribute 300. The building in which they reside boasts a total of 26 stories, each floor housing 5 units on either side, though not every unit is occupied. Many have succumbed to the deadly mycelium, while others have chosen to vacate due to the age of the premises. Following a period of intense heat, a few more residents departed, leaving only 209 households currently inhabiting the edifice. The sum of 300 yuan is manageable for most. Barring those in dire straits, this amount barely suffices to purchase a single pound of pork. Should anyone find themselves in genuine need, the community is prepared to offer assistance as circumstances permit. When the community announced the fee, the members responded enthusiastically, eager to expedite the installation of the security doors. Most residents complied, and the following day, community representatives arrived to collect the funds. Among those sent to gather payments were Director Lee and a junior community staff member. Director Lee was the very individual who had narrowly escaped a severe reprisal from a grieving father, a fate averted thanks to a timely warning from Moonan. He has since held that advice in high regard. Had it not been for Moonan's foresight, his current existence might be in jeopardy. His family relies on him for sustenance, with children still pursuing their education. In light of the ongoing challenges, the thought of what might have become of his family had he faced misfortune is too daunting to contemplate. Thus, as hardships mount, Director Lee's gratitude towards Moonan deepens. Having previously lacked the opportunity to express his thanks, he now seizes the moment to inquire. Upon hearing Director Lee's purpose, Moonan is taken aback. "Are you suggesting a position at the supermarket?" Director Lee nodded, acknowledging the situation. Although supermarkets may appear perilous at present, the legal awareness and sense of social order among the populace remain robust. Moreover, to safeguard the normal operations of large supermarkets, each establishment is afforded a certain level of police protection. The Yunchang supermarket near our community is conveniently located, merely a 10-minute walk or a 3-minute bike ride from home. While the salary may not be substantial, it does include 2 meals for employees. Moonan was taken aback by Director Lee's profound gratitude for a mere reminder he had offered previously. Although working at a supermarket may seem fraught with danger, it undeniably presents a lucrative opportunity. One cannot say that there is a scarcity of supplies, at the very least. It offers advantages over the grueling struggle of competing with others for essential goods. More significantly, amidst the prevailing circumstances where various industries are collapsing, the potential for food crises inciting widespread unrest is exacerbated by the countless individuals who have lost their jobs and livelihoods. The exorbitant prices of goods, coupled with numerous other factors, understandably induce panic among the populace. In this context, securing a job, even one that merely provides meals, would likely attract fierce competition. Faced with such a precious opportunity, Moonan politely declined Director Lee's generous offer. "I work in the field of online services, so the current environment does not significantly impact my work. My income is sufficient to sustain my living expenses. Thus, I may not be able to accept a position at the supermarket." Director Lee felt that Moonan was indeed still a child. In today's world, the security of online work was precarious. One could lose it at any moment. In contrast, a job at the supermarket, despite its undeniable hardships, offered a semblance of stability as long as there was a demand for essential goods. With his connections, he could ensure that as long as the supermarket thrived, his employment would continue, making it far more secure than any online endeavor. Noticing that Moonan genuinely had no desire to pursue this path, Director Lee suggested, "What about your brother? He could take the job." Although they were not biological siblings, they lived together and shared their lives. If Moonan's brother could secure stable work, it would also provide Moonan with a sense of security. However, since Moonan had no intention of accepting the offer, he promptly declined on behalf of Qin Huai, saying, "My brother has company matters to attend to. He is even busier than I am. Director Lee, we appreciate your kindness, but at this moment, we truly cannot spare the time. Even if we were to consider a job change, we must first complete our current responsibilities." The 2 brothers were unwilling, and he could not force them under the guise of goodwill. Thus, he said, "Whenever you feel the need for this position, come back to me, and I will see if I can secure an opportunity for you." Upon hearing Director Lee's words, Moonan felt a wave of relief, as he dreaded unsolicited concern from others. Once back inside, Moonan exhaled deeply. Initially, his brother was preoccupied with financial matters outside, and he had not anticipated being summoned for a favor from Director Lee. Within the confines of the room, Qin Huai could hear their conversation outside with remarkable clarity. Upon the entrance of Moonan, he inquired, "Is there an issue with the supermarket?" If no such issue existed, then it must be acknowledged that working at the supermarket was indeed a commendable opportunity. It allowed for the assimilation of various information and facilitated direct access to essential supplies. Although they no longer needed to purchase anything, this position at the supermarket would undoubtedly serve as an excellent FAAD. He was confident that Moonan could conceive the same thoughts, yet Moonan declined, suggesting instead that perhaps he had encountered something in a dream. Moonan remarked, "Not exactly. I merely observed that the government has begun distributing daily necessities. Supermarkets across various regions have become distribution points, but all the distributors are military personnel, devoid of ordinary citizens. This implies that even if one were to secure employment at a supermarket now, aside from enduring fatigue and potentially facing dangers, the position would not be sustainable as it would ultimately be taken over by the government. Therefore, why bother with such a pursuit? There were many who shared this sentiment, and these individuals likely congregated together, united by a common goal of criminal intent. They distinctly targeted those who had worked at the supermarket, believing that these individuals, due to their positions, Mu Nan was utterly unwilling to become entangled in the latent dangers associated with Qinhuai. The security measures in place, such as the entrance restrictions downstairs and the seemingly formidable iron gate before their home, were, in truth, insufficient to provide any genuine protection. If only his spatial realm could accommodate others, they might possess a modicum of safety. However, his space lacked the extraordinary capabilities found in novels, where mountains and rivers could be cultivated and inhabited. Consequently, their security relied solely on their own cautious vigilance. For Qinhuai, the supermarket job was inconsequential. Since Mu Nan deemed it unnecessary, he chose not to dwell on it further, instead continuing to tinker with the crossbow in his hands. This contraption was classified as a prohibited item, and having invested a considerable sum, he had acquired 2 sets, one large and one small. Subsequently, he managed to procure some assembly parts, though they were merely wooden components reinforced with iron, lacking durability. He harbored aspirations of crafting his own in the future, but regrettably, he lacked the tools for refinement. He could indeed create it, albeit the result would likely be rather crude. Yet, even a rudimentary version would still serve a purpose. In addition to constructing the crossbow, he needed to prepare more extensively for the accompanying projectiles. This task was straightforward, although he could not obtain steel darts. He could carve wooden ones, provided they could withstand the tension and explosive force of the shot. Sharpening the tip would suffice to incapacitate rather than kill, inflicting severe injury nonetheless. Given a bit more time, he could have acquired some firearms, a pursuit that had eluded him during his years abroad. He had even grown accustomed to keeping a weapon in the drawer at home. Unfortunately, the scant preparation time left him unable to embark on a trip overseas. Otherwise, their safety could have been further assured. Mu Nan lay on the bed, watching Qinhuai meticulously carve the wood, and curiously inquired, "Are those things that resemble gloves, which can be activated with a press and swiftly launched to kill, real or merely fictitious?" Qinhuai chuckled. "Would you like me to procure a flying, transforming car for you? Perhaps a few laser swords as well?" Mu Nan clicked his tongue, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed a black object in motion. Startled, he leaped from the bed and instinctively shouted, "Ah!" Qinhuai was taken aback. In the next moment, the person who had just been lounging on the bed seized a slipper from the floor and dashed forward, slapping it against the ground. It was then that Qinhuai realized a cockroach had emerged from the kitchen and traversed through their living room. Mu Nan continued to chase and strike at the cockroach, shouting at Qinhuai, "Hurry, brother! Block it! It's headed your way!" Just as Qinhuai lifted his foot, preparing to stomp on it, the cockroach unfurled its wings and took flight. A flying cockroach, while not particularly lethal, was indeed 10 stars on the disgust scale. Fortunately, their home held few items outdoors. The living room contained merely a small dining table and a bed, lacking many cluttered corners where such repulsive creatures could hide. Thus, the flying pest ultimately met its demise beneath Mu Nan's slipper. After squashing the cockroach, Mu Nan shuddered, realizing just how revolting it was, especially given its considerable size. It could be said that he has considerable experience in exterminating such creatures. The reason he refrains from cluttering his home with excessive items is not merely for the sake of convenience, but rather a consequence of the torment inflicted upon him by these repugnant beings in his previous life. Little did he anticipate that the cockroaches would either adapt or mutate, subsequently launching a relentless assault on humanity's living spaces. Perhaps the oppressive heat outside has driven these pests indoors, and no matter how many he eliminates, a new swarm invariably emerges. While Mu Nan harbors no fear of these creatures, he finds them utterly revolting. The sensation of a cockroach crawling over him while he sleeps is an experience he wishes never to endure again. Currently, the external temperature has yet to reach 50 degrees, hovering around 45 or 46, indicating that the cockroach's initial surge of activity coincides with this time of year. Mu Nan remains acutely aware of this fact, anxious to prevent his home from falling victim to the infestation. The door to the room where he cultivates vegetables is secured tightly, and he diligently keeps the doors to the bathroom and kitchen shut as well. The living room's doors and windows are firmly sealed, leaving no apparent entry points. Even the air conditioning ducts have been meticulously taped over, leading him to believe that he has fortified his home sufficiently to avoid any further torment from cockroaches. Yet, he was astounded to discover that some still managed to slip through the cracks. With the rising temperatures, food prices soaring, and perishables decaying rapidly, the most disheartening consequence has been the increasingly audacious presence of cockroaches within his home. In homes adorned with marble flooring, the situation appears relatively favorable. Ever since the viral images of cockroach-infested wooden floors circulated online, many have subsequently shared similar distressing photographs. It is no exaggeration to say that beneath the surface of such floors lies a veritable nest of insects, densely populated akin to bees swarming within a hive. The scene resembles something out of a science fiction film depicting a pestilence. Consequently, pest control companies and masons have become exceedingly sought after, as numerous renovation firms, already struggling due to the pandemic and oppressive heat, have found themselves experiencing a renaissance. Even the mere act of replacing a floor tile has become a lucrative endeavor. Given the current weather conditions, the labor required for such physically demanding work commands a steep price, as the labor force is insufficient to meet the overwhelming demand from clients needing pest-proof flooring. Munan, observing online reports detailing the losses of various household items and food due to cockroaches, remarked with relief, "Fortunately, our home features tile flooring." Qin Huai chuckled at this. The Mu family had once installed wooden floors as well. However, with the rambunctiousness of young boys who delighted in running about and tossing toys, even the kind-hearted teacher residing below could not tolerate the chaos indefinitely. Unable to manage Munan's playful antics, they ultimately decided to replace all the flooring with marble. Thankfully, that decision was made in time, sparing them from additional troubles now. Zhang Jiangwen's grandson, Zhang Zizong, stumbled upon news about cockroaches online and was inexplicably convinced that the wooden floorboards of their home were infested. Unable to resist, he lifted a slightly warped plank. Upon doing so, chaos erupted within the household, for beneath their floor lay a veritable nest of insects. The situation was rendered even more dire by the fact that they had only recently moved in and had been preoccupied with salvaging items from their fire-damaged home. Consequently, their belongings were still haphazardly strewn about the living room. As the sealed floorboards gave way, cockroaches scurried forth, infiltrating the accumulated clutter, driving the family to the brink of madness. The members of the Zhang family screamed and leapt about in sheer panic. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of cockroaches, far too many to trample underfoot, lacking any insecticide, their only recourse was to flee through the door. As the door swung open, the cockroaches naturally began to escape into the hallway. The commotion attracted the attention of neighbors, who instinctively opened their doors to investigate the ruckus. Unfortunately, this only allowed several cockroaches to venture into their homes as well. On the Qinhuai side, the resident emerged to assess the situation, though he did not open the door. Instead, he peered through the peephole and observed the Zhang family in a frenzy, with numerous cockroaches scuttling about. He promptly urged Munan, who had also come out to investigate, to return inside. "There are cockroaches outside. Please ensure the door is tightly secured." The mention of cockroaches in the hallway sent a shiver down Munan's spine. "Are there many?" Qinhuai wrote. "It seems that he must have fled from the Zhang family's residence. I am uncertain if their abode features wooden flooring, yet judging by the quantity, it is likely so." As soon as Qinhuai finished speaking, Munan, holding his phone, received a WeChat message. Upon opening it, he discovered a voice note from the group where he had previously purchased the membrane cloth. The account of Yuzibai had sent a voice message, which, when played, revealed the voice of Jian Shu, who, infused with a sense of panic and disgust, was exclaiming, "Do not open the door. There are an immense number of cockroaches outside." Clearly, the Yu family next door had opened their door, resulting in several cockroaches scurrying inside. Subsequently, Dr. Su sent another voice message, although his tone sounded calm. It bore an undercurrent of restraint. "You are too late." Munan realized that this was not an appropriate moment to laugh. Yet he found it difficult to suppress a chuckle. Their home has been invaded by cockroaches. If one were unaware of their presence, it would be one thing. But knowing that a few have infiltrated the house, if they remain undiscovered and unharmed, it would render one sleep restless, pondering which corner they might be lurking in, gnawing on something, whether they might traverse across one's bed or the dishes at the dining table, or even mate and reproduce in some hidden nook of the room. Merely contemplating this sends shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, the members of the Zhang family were still outside, jumping about. The younger ones, resisting, darted to and fro, while the older ones began to wield anything they could find to swat at the cockroaches, perhaps hoping that by eliminating one, they would diminish their numbers. The cockroach, of course, could not remain motionless, allowing humans to strike it. It instinctively sought refuge in dark corners. Thus, The cockroaches in the hallway quickly scuttled away along the safety staircases on either side. However, with the corridor devoid of these pests, it was likely that more resided within the Zhang household. Zhang Zizong, with a face full of reluctance, declared his intention to seek accommodation at a hotel, resolutely refusing to enter the house. Upon stepping inside, he beheld Mu Nin seated on the bed, embracing a pillow and laughing, beckoning him with a wave. "Brother, listen to the noise next door. It seems our sound insulation leaves much to be desired. We previously heard nothing simply because the sounds were not loud enough." Seated in the living room, they could distinctly hear Jian Chu's voice from the adjacent room, fervently directing Yuzibo in the extermination of cockroaches. The sheer excitement in her voice conjured an image of chaotic pandemonium within their quarters. Meanwhile, the two individuals next door were undoubtedly engulfed in a sense of despair, as they had chosen to reside in the living room due to the air conditioning, to prevent the cool air from escaping. They kept the doors of their two rooms tightly shut. Having observed reports of various cockroaches outside, they had been exceedingly cautious, making a concerted effort to elevate items both inside and outside their home, thereby minimizing potential hiding spots for the pests. They refrained from opening the kitchen and bathroom doors whenever possible, fearing that a cockroach might emerge and contaminate their sleeping and living spaces. Yet, despite their diligent precautions, they could not withstand the consequences of a single door opening. As soon as the door swung ajar, Jian Chu spotted several cockroaches scuttling inside. He swiftly crushed two underfoot, but several others vanished in the blink of an eye, eluding capture. At this moment, he and Yuzibai were rummaging through their home, even lifting the bed in search of cockroaches. If they failed to locate these pests, a peaceful slumber would elude them. However, their situation was somewhat better than that of Jian Chu, as he resided in a bedroom where the door remained closed to maintain warmth. This meant that he only needed to tidy the living room, even if the few cockroaches that had scurried and remained elusive. Securing the door would prevent them from invading his sanctuary. Nonetheless, Dr. Su procured a roll of tape, determined to seal every gap in the door, ensuring that regardless of whether he found the cockroaches or not, he could sleep peacefully at night. A multitude of cockroaches had precipitated a tragedy for 3 households. Yet, it was not solely the Zhang family's abode that featured a floor. Although not every home with flooring would be plagued by a swarm of cockroaches, the likelihood was significantly higher than in those with marble tiles. Coupled with the age of their building, it was somewhat inevitable to encounter the negligence of individuals tossing refuse from high above. Some residents, too indolent to descend and dispose of their waste properly, would instead discard it into the courtyard. Despite the courtyard being cleaned almost weekly, refuse continued to accumulate, attracting an abundance of mosquitoes, rodents, and ants. Lower floors had previously suffered greatly, and now the inexplicable proliferation of cockroaches had turned their environment into a veritable disaster zone. In light of the cockroach infestation reaching alarming levels, the municipal government began issuing directives to various district offices, urging communities to organize efforts to procure pest control supplies from the city. While complete eradication of this menace was unlikely, at the very least, they sought to prevent the cockroaches from severely disrupting daily life. In a certain city, a residential community undertook pest control measures, resulting in a thorough cleanup of cockroach corpses that were subsequently heaped together, forming a small hill on the ground. This sight left many netizens feeling uneasy and perplexed, leading some to wonder why an increase in temperature would suddenly cause such a proliferation of cockroaches. Speculation arose that the Earth's magnetic field might be undergoing a transformation, one that humanity has yet to perceive, yet which has evidently influenced nature and its insect inhabitants. Such extreme climatic conditions and the mutation of pests herald a significant and tumultuous change occurring on our planet. The 3 consecutive days of extermination proved remarkably effective. At the very least, those who ventured outdoors in the evenings reported a noticeable absence of cockroaches scuttling about. However, despite the comprehensive eradication efforts within the community, some residents found their homes still plagued by these pests. In fact, the external extermination seemed to drive the cockroaches further into their homes, necessitating the intervention of pest control companies. Some residents expressed a desire for the community to assist in locating professional help, offering to pay for the services rendered. Yet, with cockroaches rampant everywhere, pest control companies were overwhelmed with requests, and even community intervention could not guarantee assistance, leaving residents to fend for themselves. Some individuals took matters into their own hands, which unfortunately burdened their neighbors on the same floor, such as the Zhang family. Realizing that the cockroaches were hiding beneath the floorboards, they resolved to lift all the flooring, thereby denying the pests any refuge. The Zhang family's circumstances appear to be quite satisfactory. They possessed several sets of protective clothing. To avoid the unwelcome company of cockroaches, they donned these suits while prying up the floorboards at home. As the floorboards were lifted, numerous cockroaches scuttled about, rendering the adjacent households incapable of opening their doors. Although being unable to exit the premises might seem manageable, they faced additional complications. The kitchen windows faced an enclosed courtyard, allowing cockroaches to roam freely along the walls. Moreover, as mere tenants, they were at the mercy of the previous landlord's inadequate installation of an exhaust system. Only a simple fan was affixed to the stove window, which permitted cockroaches to infiltrate their abode, despite their efforts to seal doors and windows tightly against the sweltering heat outside. The sight of several cockroaches traversing the balcony and scuttling across the kitchen floor was undeniably repulsive. The prolonged disturbance of prying up the floorboards over several days meant that while waiting for the elevator in the corridor, cockroaches would often dart swiftly across their feet. An utterly intolerable situation. Consequently, unable to bear it any longer, Jin Chu approached the Zhang family, imploring them to expedite the resolution of this matter. She requested that they either complete the floor repairs within a single day to alleviate their suffering or consider applying insecticide while continuing the work. Without the intervention of a pest control service, she urged them to use whatever insecticide they had at hand, believing that any effort would be preferable to allowing the cockroaches to roam freely in their home. Zhang Jiangwen was quite sensitive about his reputation. Even when others spoke with a tone of negotiation and employed courteous language, he felt affronted when his shortcomings were pointed out. Consequently, his demeanor soured. It's simple enough. Go buy a bottle of insecticide. If you manage to procure one, I will pay you double. Jian Chu could hardly contain her amusement in the face of his frustration. If you cannot obtain the insecticide, must you then let pests infest others' homes as well? If you are truly in need, you might consider reaching out to the community. They have some pest control solutions available. I noticed residents downstairs collecting their supplies from there before Jian Chu could finish her thought. Zhang Jiangwen interjected impatiently. Do you think the LL just handed over their SAQ? If we can't get the medicine to eliminate the pests, should we simply vacate the premises? You will cover the cost of a hotel. One to you? You young people speak and act without a moment's thought, showing utter disregard for courtesy. Jian Chu glared at him in frustration. Why are you dragging me into this? That stubborn old man truly lacks reason. What do you mean by I have no manners? If I truly were impolite, I would have kicked down their door the first time cockroaches invaded our home. What nonsense! Yuzubai, exasperated, interjected, let it go. Insecticides are indeed hard to come by at present, even more so than masks were previously. It's only natural that they cannot find any. We simply need to ensure our doors and windows are tightly secured. While it is true that the community requires an application, I submitted one from the outset. They mentioned that supplies might arrive in the coming days. Once we receive the insecticide, we shall thoroughly cleanse both the interior and exterior of our home. Despite receiving comfort, Jian Chu remained exceedingly irate. Was it so difficult to engage in a civil conversation? At the very least, a simple apology should have been forthcoming. Instead, they accused him of being impolite. What manner of people are these? On the balcony of Jian Chu's residence, cockroaches had invaded, and naturally, the neighboring Moonin household was not spared from the fallout. However, they had sealed their balcony, so the cockroaches that crawled over could only scuttle along the outside of the window. Initially, Moonan was oblivious to this situation until one day he decided to lift the indoor sunshade to glimpse the daylight outside, only to discover a multitude of cockroaches clinging to the window of their balcony. Due to the cooler temperature inside, coupled with an additional insulating layer on the glass exterior, the cockroaches were unable to enter the house. Presumably seeking refuge from the sweltering sun, they had squeezed through the gaps in the shielding, lured by the slight chill that clung to the window, treating it as their nesting ground. Upon witnessing this disconcerting scene, Moonan immediately burst into a dramatic tenor performance. Qin Huai, who was in the bathroom washing his face and brushing his teeth, was startled by Moonan's voice and dashed out with a toothbrush still in his mouth. Seeing Moonan lively bouncing on the bed, he instantly felt relieved. What is the matter? He inquired. Moonan pointed at the window, exclaiming, It's turning into an insect nest out there. Absolutely revolting. Qin Huai, still brushing his teeth, replied, Don't move just yet. Wait for me to handle it. Moonan promptly drew back the curtains inside. For convenience, he had previously attached a slender cotton string to the outer insulating film, which lay pressed against the window's crevice, allowing him to pull it up from within at any time. When Qin Huai emerged from the bathroom, she found Moonan struggling to pull the rope, muttering, I will scorch you. I will expose you to the blazing sun. Amused, Qinhuai approached and remarked, "You might not have exterminated the cockroaches, but you've certainly managed to sunburn yourself." Not long ago, there was a news report about a child, merely 7 or 8 years of age, who, while the adults were distracted, drew the curtains open at midday to glimpse the outside world. Perhaps it was due to an extended absence from sunlight. Or perhaps the child simply lacked judgment in staring directly at the sun. By the time his family noticed his actions and hurried to close the sunshade, the child's eyes had already turned a milky white, rendering him nearly blind. Although his vision improved slightly after a while, it remained hazy, and upon being taken to the hospital, it was discovered that many others had suffered irreversible damage to their eyes from the intense light, with some even facing blindness as a result. Seeing Munan attempting to pull back the thick membrane covering the window, Qinhuai promptly stepped forward, saying, "Let me handle this, you stand back." Recognizing the harsh brightness outside, Munan swiftly retrieved 2 pairs of sunglasses from her space, handing one pair to Qinhuai. "Just pull it up a little to disperse the cockroaches, but don't look at the sun." As the membrane was lifted, an immediate wave of scorching heat surged in, causing the cockroaches seeking refuge to scatter in all directions. Before long, the window pane was devoid of the pesky intruders. Munan remarked, "They've fled today, but perhaps they will return tomorrow." What could have caused such a sudden influx of cockroaches? In the previous life, the sudden surge of cockroaches remained an enigma. As the situation deteriorated, the proliferation of rodents and insects became increasingly alarming. However, the focus of the populace shifted away from the dangers posed by these creatures to whether they were edible. Concerns about the reasons for their increase were cast aside, as the potential for sustenance rendered them mere provisions. Qinhuai speculated, could it be due to an impending earthquake? Munan paused, pondering, "Are you suggesting that the unusual behavior of birds and beasts precedes a significant seismic event? Yet, the earthquake is still at least 2 months away. Could it be that these creatures are sensing unrest even now?" Although Qinhuai was uncertain, he acknowledged the possibility. Perhaps it was not merely an earthquake, but rather a broader alteration in the climatic conditions of nature that was causing all living beings to become agitated. Munan, disinterested in delving deeper, ensured that all doors and windows at home were securely covered before proceeding to brush his teeth in the bathroom. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, it was time for them to rest. Following the challenges in accessing water within their community, local news outlets and the neighborhood association began to announce that starting Monday, residents would need to collect government-subsidized supplies according to the designated schedule at specified locations. Each individual was required to present their identification, with no allowances for proxies. Special arrangements were to be made for those with mobility issues who could not venture out. Such cases needed to be reported to the community for personal delivery of supplies to their homes. Initially, the provisions were selective. Each individual was allotted 3 1-liter bottles of water, 2 pounds of rice, or a choice between 1 bag containing 5 small packets of instant noodles. As for vegetables, the situation was dire. The relentless heat, coupled with the absence of rain, had rendered outdoor cultivation nearly futile, leaving scant remnants of both vegetables and grains. Although there were some upscale vegetables grown indoors through hydroponic methods, the quantity produced was minimal. It could scarcely meet the demands of an entire city, let alone satisfy the needs of a single district. The scarcity of resources made it impossible for the authorities to distribute any provisions to the populace for comfort. Moreover, these supplies were allocated every 3 days, implying that such a meager amount constituted an individual sustenance for that period. This allocation was stripped of any excess, providing only the bare essentials for survival. Nonetheless, many found solace in this arrangement, as receiving something for free, even in limited quantities, meant that starvation was averted. Given the current economic crisis, where soaring prices left many with no alternatives, this was a significant relief. Even those willing to spend often found themselves unable to procure basic necessities. When it was time for Munan and their neighbors to collect rations, the residents of their floor, except for the Zhang family, had coordinated to act together. The external environment had grown increasingly chaotic, with incidents of reckless driving, roadblocks, home invasions, and brazen robberies becoming commonplace. Yet, the rule of law still held some sway, leading most criminals to target those who were isolated or appeared vulnerable, fleeing swiftly after their acts, fearful of apprehension. A group of tall and imposing young men gathered together, providing a sense of security. Ever since Munan suffered from food poisoning, Qinhuai had not allowed him to venture outside. However, due to the inability to collect certain items, Munan was permitted to go out, merely for a breath of fresh air. At the appointed time, the 3 families left simultaneously, gathering at the elevator. Upon meeting, Jianchu inquired of the others, "Do you have a significant cockroach problem at home?" He felt as though he had developed a phobia regarding cockroaches, convinced that they were lurking everywhere within his abode. Su-ming responded with a smile, "Not too bad. I managed to procure a fair amount of pest control from the hospital, which is somewhat effective against cockroaches. However, we are currently out of stock at the hospital, but a new shipment is expected next week. If you need any, I can reserve some for you." Munan glanced at Qin Huai and, seeing him nod, eagerly exclaimed, "We want some. Can we get an entire box?" Su-ming replied, "That depends on the quantity that arrives. I'll do my best to secure a box for you if we have enough." Jianchu, being more pragmatic despite his desire, asked, "How much is it per bottle?" Su-ming answered, "I can offer you the hospital's current wholesale price, 360 per bottle, 500 milliliters. It primarily serves to eliminate odors and pests, including cockroaches, mosquitoes, and fleas or ticks that pets tend to attract. Previously, these wholesale prices were quite low, around 70 or 80, but now, anything related to pests has seen a dramatic price increase." Upon hearing the price, Jianchu could not help but exclaim, "How exorbitant." Never mind. Manual pest control is certainly more economical. Soon, the elevator arrived. Fortunately, it was relatively empty, as they had emerged a bit late. Today was the day to collect complimentary items, and many had ventured out as soon as dusk fell, resulting in fewer people traversing the floors at this hour. Jianchu glanced at the spray fan held by Mu Nan and remarked with a smile, "This is quite splendid." A quick spray followed by a gentle breeze. The cool mist caressing the face is so refreshing. Why didn't I think to purchase such a device earlier? Mu Nan playfully directed the spray fan toward Jianchu, misting him lightly. "In the past, I spent my summers indoors, engrossed in drawing comics. I could remain in the air-conditioned comfort for months without stepping outside. Despite using a humidifier, the air would often feel parched. Then I stumbled upon this intriguing fan that sprays mist, and I found it rather fascinating, hence my purchase." Indeed, the fan was one he had acquired previously. He was pleasantly surprised to find it far more effective at alleviating the sweltering heat than an ordinary fan. After his rebirth, he had sought out such fans and procured a multitude. However, Qin Huai preferred the traditional hand fan and was disinclined to wield a charming spray fan with its playful design. Observing Qin Huai fanning himself with his hand fan, Mu Nan mischievously aimed the spray fan at his face, providing a refreshing mist to cool him down. Qin Huai merely cast a sidelong glance at him, allowing it to continue. As the number of night dwellers has increased, the streetlights outside have been recently reinstalled. While they may not illuminate the night as brightly as day, they are undoubtedly more numerous and radiant than their predecessors. Additionally, some streetlights are equipped with mosquito traps, the sound of buzzing insects reverberating around them. Jianchu remarked while walking, "I have heard that some residential communities have begun installing solar panels. Given the current heat and sunlight duration, generating electricity has become remarkably simple." Su-ming responded, "Those communities are likely villa areas. To power a residential building with solar energy, it would require covering the entire facade with solar panels, which may still be insufficient. Only villa rooftops are suitable. In our type of community, relying on solar power would likely only suffice to sustain the elevators and streetlights." Yu Zibai added, "However, if the current high temperatures and sunlight become the norm for the future, the proliferation of solar energy will be inevitable. It remains uncertain whether this is a transient phase or a permanent change." Jianchu expressed concern that would be quite terrifying, with so little rainfall and such intense sunlight. The Earth's water would be evaporated, leaving humanity with no means of survival. Su-ming, while walking, inquired, "It seems like a wave of people returning to their hometowns has begun, with many unable to endure city life, seeking government assistance to cultivate land in rural areas." Qin Huai, having not seen similar news online, asked further, "Is this akin to the youth going to the countryside as in the past?" Su-ming, "It is undoubtedly impossible to replicate the experience of the educated youth being sent to the countryside. Even if the government intends to alleviate urban pressure in such a manner, those residing in rural areas may not readily accept it. Moreover, were there even sufficient arable lands available? Developing wasteland is not a task that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Furthermore, those who have always lived in the city often lack knowledge of agricultural practices. Given the current oppressive heat, merely possessing land does not guarantee successful cultivation." Jianchu, intrigued, inquired, "How would that work?" This line of thought only deepened Jianchu's confusion. With such ample financial resources, wouldn't it be simpler to purchase a house in the countryside directly? What is the fuss about needing guidance? Su Ming chuckled upon hearing this. Do you think only city dwellers are savvy? Observing the increasingly dire circumstances, it is evident that, according to our age-old beliefs spanning thousands of years, possessing land is always preferable to being devoid of it, particularly in times of natural disasters. For those residing in urban areas, the moment they face outages of water or electricity, it feels as though their lifelines have been severed. Suddenly, the rural areas, once looked down upon, become highly sought after. However, if a massive influx of city dwellers were to descend upon the countryside, it would inevitably dilute the resources and benefits that the original rural inhabitants possess. At the very least, the wasteland that they could have cultivated themselves would be appropriated by outsiders. In such a scenario, if one lacks connections and attempts to flee to the countryside, do you think they would be welcomed? The rural community has long since united against external intrusion. Indeed, Su Ming's words hold a semblance of truth. In his previous life, Moonin had indeed heard whispers of such matters. It was only after he had ventured into those private bases that he encountered individuals recounting tales of tumultuous times. During periods of extreme heat, some, sensing impending chaos, sought refuge in the countryside. However, whether they departed early or late, those lacking familiar ties or friends in the village ultimately faced ostracism and expulsion. Many attempted to forge connections through monetary means, yet as time progressed, currency lost its value. And those who had once purchased their way and were similarly cast out. At the onset of his rebirth, he harbored no intentions of establishing a home in the rural expanse. Firstly, the endeavor of farming is not as straightforward as one might presume, and secondly, even if he had arrived in the village a year prior to the societal collapse, he too could have been treated as an outsider and subsequently driven away. In such a scenario, he would find himself without a home in the city and unable to reside in the countryside, rendering his efforts futile. Hearing Su Ming's remarks, Jin Chu sighed, casting a glance at Yu Zibai, lamenting the unfortunate reality. We lack such connections. The benefits of urban village redevelopment elude us, and we cannot partake in poverty alleviation policies. The conditions for rural households to sustain themselves are even more dire. In the past, possessing an urban household registration was advantageous. Yet now it appears utterly worthless. Yu Zibai replied, My grandfather hails from the countryside. As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned towards him, including Jin Chu's. Although he had known Yu Zibai for many years, his knowledge of the latter's family circumstances was rather limited. He was aware that Yu Zibai's mother had passed away many years ago, his father had remarried, and he had a younger half-brother, a decade his junior. That was a new family, and thus Yu Zibai's past relations had become distant. However, Yu Zibai seldom mentioned matters concerning his grandfather. Jianchu sighed, pondering the plight of those who had tirelessly struggled to escape rural life, only to realize that remaining in the village might have been the better choice. What thoughts might they harbor, especially those who had toiled relentlessly in the city, only to discover that their prospects lay back in the countryside? One could only wonder if they felt a sense of tragic irony at the hands of fate. Su Ming chuckled softly, remarking, Who knows? Such is destiny. Upon exiting the community gate and making their way towards the supermarket, they noticed a scattering of stalls beginning to set up. It appeared that, with the recent distribution of subsidies, the traffic along this route had increased, prompting vendors to seize the opportunity to earn some income. In addition to selling illuminated toys, there were stalls offering clothing and daily necessities, and some vendors had brought freezers and generators, selling popsicles right by the roadside. Moonin glanced in that direction, observing two signs on the freezer, one priced at 30 yuan and the other at 50. It seemed the items were divided accordingly. One side offered popsicles for a uniform price of 30 yuan, while the other sides were set at 50. Curiosity piqued, he approached to see what was being sold. Peering inside, he noticed that popsicles that once cost around 2 or 3 yuan were now being sold for 30, while those that were slightly more expensive, priced at 4 or 5 yuan, had risen to 50. They had been out for quite some time, and Qin Huai, concerned about the heat, suggested, Shall we buy one? Moonin simply shook his head, stating that he was merely browsing. Moreover, he had ample supplies of such items stored in his space. Why should he purchase overpriced goods from outside, only to consume them ostentatiously on the street? He was not foolish. Moonin took Qin Huai's hand and walked away. Just as they were departing, a small child came running up, pressing his face against the freezer and pointing at the popsicles inside. Daddy, I want that, he insisted. The little boy continued to plead, I want ice cream, I want it. The father, likely irritable from the heat and annoyed by his child's stubbornness, smacked the boy on the back of his head and exclaimed, What do you want to eat? We can barely afford meals, and you want expensive ice cream? Can't you be sensible? The child burst into tears, and the father, showing no compassion, dragged him away. Passers-by merely glanced over, offering no intervention. As for the exorbitantly priced popsicles, no one uttered a word. Anything that could provide relief from the heat, whether popsicles or water, was no longer inexpensive. Prices of 30 to 50 were considered normal, with some places charging as much as 100 or 200. When they finally arrived at the supermarket, a long queue awaited them at the entrance, with men in camouflage uniforms distributing supplies, flanked by 2 armed guards who clearly were not supermarket employees. Beside them was a large advertisement banner, illuminated by several bright lights, making the words on it perfectly legible. Both Qin Huai and Mu Nan possessed excellent eyesight, clearly discerning the content from afar. The notice detailed the regulations for distributing supplies. Items could be collected every 3 days, with no proxy collection allowed. Families with children under the age of 12 could have a parent present with their household registration to collect on their behalf, but only direct relatives were permitted. For those over 12, the child must accompany the adult for collection. There was no age limit for the elderly. Those who were able could come themselves, while those unable to move should report to the community for assistance in collection. Mu Nan used a small fan to spray Qin Huai's face and neck, alleviating the heat of the air around them. "Brother, should we take rice or flour?" Qin Huai replied, "Let us each take one. You get the rice, and I'll take the flour." Behind them, Yu Zibai remarked to Jian Chu, "Let us do the same." Mu Nan reassured, "It's all right, you still have a dog, even if it belongs to someone else." Su Ming interjected, "Speaking of dogs, have you heard that many cats and dogs in the community have been killed recently?" Jian Chu frowned. "Do they eat the meat? Do people eat cat meat too?" Su Ming wore a look of disgust. Humans have sunk so low, consuming anything, even grassroots. What has a cat to them? Though he voiced his disdain, he genuinely loathed such actions. He understood it stemmed from a desperate struggle for survival. Yet those who had in Su Ming could only feel a sense of relief. Although he was a veterinarian, he did not own any pets. Otherwise, the thought of a pet he had nurtured being reduced to someone else's meal would have been unbearable. The group moved swiftly, and before long, it was their turn. As Qin Huai presented his identification for registration, he inquired, "Can we still enter the supermarket to purchase items?" The soldier responsible for distributing supplies replied, "Yes. Over there you can scan the code and follow the prompts to access the online supermarket. For online transactions, you will receive a pickup number to collect your items in store. Remember, the purchase must be made by the individual whose identification was used. No one else can collect it on your behalf. Furthermore, purchases are limited to once a week, and there are restrictions on the quantity of items. The specifics will be clear once you scan the code." Once Qin Huai had organized his bag, he looked up to find someone smiling at him, prompting him to smile in return. "What is so funny?" he asked. Mu Nan, fanning himself with a hand fan, replied, "I just recalled something amusing." Qin Huai did not press further. Instead, he took a wet wipe from the side of his backpack and offered it to Mu Nan to help wipe away the sweat from his forehead and neck. With the wipe and the breeze from the fan, he felt considerably cooler. "I told you to wear a tank top, but you insisted on a short sleeve." Mu Nan glanced at those around him who were not even wearing shirts, observing that they were drenched in sweat. With his slender figure, he felt embarrassed to wear a tank top outside. Yu Zibai then asked, "How many liters is it?" Jian Chu replied, 500 milliliters. Su Ming sighed. It seems that water resources are indeed in dire straits. Even the official supermarket has such prices. Did you notice those distributing supplies today? They are all soldiers. Over 10 days ago, the supermarket's closure caused quite a panic. Later, it was said to be for rectification, promising a swift reopening. However, upon reopening, there were no ordinary employees left. Jian Chu sighed in agreement. The situation is grave. Soon, he will become an unemployed drifter. Before the smog dissipated, he worked as a runner at the supermarket. Once the haze cleared and the weather turned too hot, the supermarket no longer required runners for deliveries. Thus, he sought a logistics job, primarily dealing with goods receiving and shipping. Now, it seems their logistics company is also on the verge of shutting down, and he has yet to find a new position. Given the current prices, even those with jobs struggle to make ends meet. Once unemployed, he can truly only rely on the supplies distributed by the government to survive. Understanding Jian Chu's stress, Yu Zibai gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Although he too had little money left, it was better to endure together than alone. In light of the current situation, the trend of trading food in the future is inevitable. While they may not have much to barter, there is always a possibility. Trading with government-distributed items could save them a great deal of trouble. Mu Nan could tell without looking that the rice was ordinary, even mixed with some coarse grains. Evidently prepared by the government specifically for distribution, it should be quite mediocre. Notice the coarse grains mixed in, merely to make up the quantity. Let us set aside what we received for now. The noodles are unappetizing, with a mushroom flavor. Mushroom and seafood flavors are arguably the least favored in the realm of instant noodles. Of course, there exists a niche group that relishes these varieties. Otherwise, they would not be produced if there was no market for them. However, the majority tend to shy away from these tastes. Previously, during the rush to stockpile food before the lockdown, and later amid the fervor of hoarding, it was evident that people would not choose these two flavors unless absolutely necessary. To their surprise, these very flavors were included in the government-issued free supplies, leaving no room for personal choice. Some individuals could not restrain themselves from venting online, expressing their disdain for the tasteless offerings. Faced with the dilemma of either consuming something unpalatable or risking a shortage of food at home, they lamented that the government could have at least considered distributing more universally accepted flavors. Conversely, some appeared fortunate. Perhaps due to larger households, each member received a share, leading to several bags for families of 4 or 5. Those fortunate enough to receive flavors like spicy pepper or braised meat proudly showcased their bounty online, celebrating their luck. Moonan sighed, reflecting on his own perpetual misfortune. Yet, to be fair, it could not be entirely said that he was unlucky in various aspects of life. Such as daily routines, gaming, and lotteries, he consistently found himself on the losing side. Perhaps he had exhausted all his luck in encountering Qinhuai and obtaining a special space. With this thought, he felt like a favored child of destiny, knowing that fortune would not evade him indefinitely. Upon finishing his shower, Qinhuai emerged to find Moonan reclining on the bed, engrossed in his phone, chuckling to himself. "What are you looking at?" he inquired with a smile. "Is there something amusing?" Moonan turned his phone screen towards Qinhuai, saying, "Look at others. They all have spicy pepper and braised meat flavors. What incredible luck." Qinhuai, mushrooms can work too. One need not rely on the seasoning packets. Simply extract the noodles and add ingredients to boil them. Many households might not have ample food at present, yet they likely possess an assortment of seasonings. Aside from salt, one can observe that online supermarkets often have higher purchase limits on items such as pepper and MSG. Those seasoning packets could serve as soup bases. Although the dried vegetables may be scant, they still qualify as vegetables. Qinhuai's suggestion surprised Moonan. He had not considered this approach, perhaps due to a mental block that led him to believe that mushroom-flavored instant noodles could only be enjoyed in their designated flavor. Let us save it for later since we won't be eating it now. What shall we have instead? Perhaps shrimp and cold noodles from that restaurant we used to frequent? I bought quite a lot afterwards, but alas, shrimp has become quite expensive. Were it not for the funds you have sent me over the years, which I have saved without utilizing, I might have been able to purchase more. At one point, I even pondered selling my apartment to move in with you and exchange some cash for supplies. As he watched Qinhuai take the shrimp while casting furtive glances at him, fearful that his expression might betray his reluctance to share, Qinhuai's heart softened momentarily, yet he resolutely stated, "The oil-braised ones are off limits." Moonan immediately adopted a pained expression. Qinhuai chuckled, "You are permitted 2 portions of steamed shrimp." Instantly, the forlorn visage transformed into a beaming smile. However, shrimp and cold noodles alone were evidently insufficient for 2. Moonan then presented a plate of cold mixed edamame, a dish of dry-fried lotus root shreds, and a large serving of soup dumplings. Chilled beer belonged to Qinhuai, while the delightful elixir was his own. Qinhuai rose to turn on the small fan, a USB-powered device slightly larger than a palm, positioned before them as they ate, providing a gentle breeze that was neither too cool nor insufficient to dispel the heat. Naturally, the shrimp was best enjoyed when shared. Moonan, rather than hastily diving into the cold noodles, meticulously peeled the steamed shrimp and arranged them on a plate, allowing Qinhuai to simply dip them into the sauce without getting his hands dirty. However, Qinhuai only sampled 2 or 3, were he to refuse entirely. Moonan would undoubtedly insist on feeding him. Noticing Moonan's thoroughness, even with the shrimp heads, Qinhuai remarked, "There isn't much roe. There's no need to fuss over it." Moonan clicked his tongue lightly. "Aside from the flesh, this is the most delectable part. I intend to savor each one slowly." His fondness for it had grown, and he felt it necessary to relish it fully, for such delicacies were fleeting. Qinhuai mused that aside from the shrimp meat, only the head remained. Yet, seeing Moonan's meticulousness and his avoidance of any unpleasant bits within the heads, he acquiesced to his friend's approach. Jian Chu inquired in the group chat, "Were the perpetrators from our side?" A large golden retriever, clearly well cared for, had lost its fur and bones, yet still possessed a considerable amount of meat. The sole person walking the dog was a small girl, making it a striking sight. In the eyes of those with ill intentions, such an encounter was akin to fortune falling from the sky. To not seize the opportunity would be a disservice to their luck. In a world like this, who cared about the significance of that dog to the girl? Munan gazed at the shrimp in his hand, feeling a twinge of displeasure. He could only be grateful that his family did not keep pets. For such a situation would be too distressing. Qinhuai picked up a piece of shrimp meat and offered it to his lips, urging him to eat. This little incident was soon brushed aside. After all, the misfortunes of the present were far too numerous, and if they were to dwell on every single one, life would be unbearable. Therefore, after a brief moment of gloom, Munan resolved to devour his meal with renewed vigor. In times like these, it was imperative to eat well and fill one's belly, for only then could one muster the strength to confront the challenges of the morrow. They were dining on takeout that Munan had ordered earlier. Once they finished, they tidied up the meal boxes and placed them in a designated space, planning to dispose of them later when no one was around. Disposing of them immediately raised concerns about others rummaging through the trash, and while such caution may seem excessive, it was always prudent to err on the side of caution. By the time they finished their meal, it was nearly midnight. Anticipating the arrival of water, just as that thought crossed his mind, the sound of the kitchen faucet echoed through the room. Though they were still receiving water for only an hour each day, the supply was woefully inadequate. On fortunate days, a gentle trickle would emerge from the faucet. On lesser days, the water would drip out drop by drop, sometimes failing to fill even a single basin within that hour. Regardless, Munan's family adhered to their schedule, leaving the faucet running, placing a basin or bucket beneath it to collect the water automatically when it flowed. Due to the current scarcity of water, even though Munan has stockpiled a considerable amount, he dares not waste it in such a dire environment. Consequently, he and Qinhuai have virtually ceased doing laundry, as a single pair of shorts suffices for their needs at home. The clothes they wear outside are simply placed into storage, with plans to wash them come winter. They have procured thousands of similar short-sleeved shirts and vests at wholesale prices, originally sourced from factories, with each piece costing less than 10 yuan, while simpler vests can be as low as 3 to 5 yuan. When winter arrives, they intend to retrieve and wash the summer clothes they've accumulated, ensuring they remain wearable for the next summer. Fortunately, their storage space is stable. Otherwise, after a year of accumulation, the clothes might become unwearable. Despite having the advantage of space, their daily lives are still meticulously budgeted. They observe individuals in their group lamenting the restrictions of online supermarkets, where prices are steep. Yet fearing future difficulties, they still manage to purchase a significant amount. Although identity verification limits the quantity each person can buy, a family of 3 can secure 3 portions. Thus, daily, many residents of their community are seen carrying bags of groceries from the supermarket. Consequently, Munan and Qinhuai have also decided to buy a few items, taking advantage of the crowds to blend in more discreetly. Almost all items in online supermarkets are subject to purchase limits, including clothing and footwear, which are not food items. Other essentials, such as rice, flour, cooking oil, and salt, despite having restricted quantities, are swiftly snatched up as soon as they become available. The online supermarket has been operational for several days, allowing everyone to become familiar with its schedule. Every day at noon, the inventory is refreshed, and essential items such as grains and oils are restocked. However, if they are quickly snatched up, one must wait until the next day to seize the opportunity. In this context, the advantage of having younger individuals at home becomes apparent. If only the elderly are present, they truly cannot compete with the youth in securing these items. Munan chooses not to vie for the popular products. He deliberately avoids the bestsellers, as he already possesses them and sees no need to encroach upon others' opportunities. Instead, he focuses on items that are currently overpriced yet deemed non-essential by many, such as biscuits, chocolates, spicy strips, potato chips, instant oatmeal, milk powder, and even bubble tea and 8 treasure porridge. While these items can indeed satiate hunger, they do not constitute a proper meal, and their elevated prices deter many from purchasing them. The current scenario is one of hardship, yet life continues in a semblance of normalcy. Of course, there are those who, feeling restless, have begun engaging in unlawful activities due to these challenging times, but the majority have not yet reached that point. Prices are high, yet money remains in circulation. Many have lost their jobs, yet some still find employment. Numerous shopping malls have shuttered, yet supermarkets, under government regulation, continue to operate normally. Thus, while many may feel as though the world is ending, the national government persists, order remains largely intact, and a prevailing sentiment lingers, if one can endure this difficult period. Brighter days lie ahead. Even if the climate remains as it is now, humanity, once adapted, will invariably discover a means of survival. Consequently, most individuals are not yet at the stage of seizing any edible items they encounter. Their primary focus on stockpiling remains on staple foods such as rice, flour, and cooking oil. After adding several items to the shopping cart, Munin presented it to Qin Huai for approval. Take a look at these items. Please remove any that you deem unsuitable and proceed to purchase those that are appropriate. I used your phone for this. I will make the same purchases again on my device later. We are allowed only one purchase per week, so let us buy together and collect it all at once. Qin Huai glanced over the selections. While not excessive in quantity, the prices were steep. Even with the limited quantities permitted for purchase, the total amounted to several thousand yuan. Chocolates that once cost 30 to 40 yuan per box now approached 200, explaining why few people were inclined to buy such luxuries. Too expensive for something that does not satiate hunger. Qin Huai dismissed the majority of the items, reasoning that since the supermarket had displayed them, they were indeed meant for purchase. He then browsed for additional necessities, rounding the total to 5,000 yuan before finalizing the order. As Munin browsed the supermarket using his phone, he noticed a message in the community group, where residents were alerting everyone. He quickly turned to Qin Huai. The water truck has arrived. Are we also going to receive water supply now? Should we head down? Qin Huai cast a glance at the message, then rose to dress. Let us go. Others are in need of water, while it may not be noticed. It is prudent to follow suit. We have 2 large barrels at home. Let us take them down together. Munan was quite eager to fetch water. Quickly donning a set of clothes before heading out, though she couldn't help but lament that after a trip downstairs, one would at least need to take a shower. However, they had become quite frugal with water usage during showers, merely splashing a few drops onto themselves with a scoop, while placing a large basin beneath to collect the water, which would later be used for flushing the toilet. After all, it was merely a matter of perspiring from the heat. They hadn't engaged in particularly dirty work, hence a meticulous wash wasn't necessary. Nevertheless, they added a bit of 6-god floral water to the mix, which not only provided a refreshing scent to mask the odor of sweat, but also left the bathroom pleasantly fragrant after flushing. Moreover, the floral water proved quite effective in preventing prickly heat, given that many men were unable to bear the heat while fully clothed. Munin often observed clusters of prickly heat on their backs and necks, which made her feel itchy just looking at them. As Qin Huai carried the bucket in front, Munin followed, sending a message to their small group on the floor. Although she was uncertain whether they had seen the message in the larger group, it was merely a matter of a finger's flick to remind them. Their neighbors indeed had missed the community group notifications. The group was inundated with messages daily. Apart from community announcements, many enjoyed conversing in it, so unless one muted the notifications, the alert sounds could resonate incessantly throughout the day. Consequently, messages that required immediate action might not always be received in a timely manner. By the time Yuzibo and the others descended, Munan and Qin Huai had already advanced quite far in the queue. Although the community had sent out notifications promptly, those residing on lower floors or simply gathered downstairs to chat had also informed their own families immediately. Thus, when Munan and her group arrived downstairs, a long line had already formed. The water trucks operate under certain regulations, providing a mere hour of water supply each day, albeit at a very low volume. Consequently, an additional water truck has been arranged. Similar to the distribution of food, water collection occurs every 3 days, with each individual permitted to receive 10 liters. Once the water supply is completely halted, further arrangements will be made. During the water collection, individuals must register their identification cards, swiping them on a machine connected to a computer, presumably utilizing specialized software developed for this purpose. Upon swiping, personal identification information is displayed alongside the designated time for water collection, effectively preventing any attempts at exploiting the system for multiple claims. Currently, identification cards require the use of various applications. For instance, the water collection app only reveals information pertinent to water retrieval, while another app for resource collection displays only relevant details. Following the earthquake, the government initiated a replacement of identification cards. The new cards will allow for a single swipe to access all previously recorded information and will also incorporate virtual currency, eliminating the use of physical cash. Expenditures and earnings will solely depend on the identification card. Any adverse information or damage to one's credibility will adversely affect currency usage. Although the government has endeavored to mitigate criminal activities, the harsh realities of life have compelled some individuals to take risks. Nonetheless, the situation remains relatively fortunate. One must consider that, in many foreign lands at that time, chaos had escalated to the point where human-caused disasters outnumbered natural calamities. 10 liters of water may seem abundant in a barrel, yet the necessity of consumption requires 3 days before one can receive another supply. When calculated, it amounts to a rather meager quantity. While queuing, Munin observed a group of individuals nearby, seemingly engaged in the business of selling water. They procured it directly from households with numerous inhabitants or those possessing water reserves, charging a considerable price, 100 yuan per liter, for each individual. The 10 liters they received amounted to 1,000 yuan, payable in cash. As she watched another transaction unfold, with the buyer departing briskly, clutching a wad of cash and an empty water container, Munin couldn't help but muse whether those who sold their water would come to regret their decision in a few days. This water trade had not yet developed into a prominent enterprise. Rather, it was merely a scattered collection of opportunistic ventures. Consequently, the authorities remained largely indifferent at that time. Munin later learned that the government abruptly intervened, conducting a thorough crackdown that confiscated a significant quantity of water stockpiled for speculative sale, thereby augmenting the national treasury. Just when the populace believed that the scorching heat of 50 degrees Celsius was the apex, and they were gradually acclimating to such sweltering conditions, the temperature soared to unprecedented heights. In mere 3 days, the temperature escalated from 48 or 49 degrees to an astonishing 53 or 54 degrees, offering no respite for adaptation. In certain regions, due to geographical factors, temperatures even reached an alarming 55 or 56 degrees. As the temperature suddenly soars, those air conditioners in slightly older homes cease to function entirely. Even with external shielding, the oppressive heat is insurmountable. Some newly purchased units may endure momentarily. Yet the alarming frequency of air conditioner explosions, both from online reports and within my own community, renders the situation dire. Each day, the sound of explosions reverberates multiple times. In fortunate instances, the explosions result in minimal damage. However, in less fortunate scenarios, they lead to catastrophic fires requiring extreme escapes. Should a fire erupt during daylight, survival becomes a grim challenge. Remaining indoors spells certain death, while fleeing outdoors offers no respite. The sun's rays can scorch the skin within mere minutes, causing painful burns. Consequently, many individuals dare not operate their air conditioners during the day, resorting instead to enduring the residual warmth at night. Yet, even this residual warmth can elevate indoor temperatures to over 30 or even 40 degrees, particularly for those residing on rooftops, where conditions resemble a sauna. In such sweltering heat, venturing outside is futile. Opening a door merely invites an even greater inferno. In this relentless heat, hydration becomes paramount, with countless instances of dehydration-related fatalities serving as cautionary tales. It is a matter of prioritizing hydration, often opting to consume less food in favor of drinking more water. In just a few short days, the residents of the community where Mu Nan and her companions lived underwent a profound transformation in their demeanor. Previously, there were individuals who would emerge during the night, lounging downstairs, chatting while enjoying the breeze from electric fans. The air-conditioned mahjong parlors remained operational, and due to staggered times for receiving supplies, many individuals would come and go each evening. Families would gather to collect provisions and engage in light-hearted conversations, stopping to exchange pleasantries and information with familiar neighbors. However, the atmosphere has drastically changed. Now, every person appears weary, their lips chapped, eyes devoid of luster, and hair matted against their scalps. While some women manage to maintain a semblance of composure, many men exude an overpowering body odor that lingers in the air, discernible from a considerable distance. The necessity of queuing for supplies only exacerbates the situation, and despite fanning themselves, the oppressive stench mingled with the sweltering heat becomes suffocating. Fortunately, the quantity of supplies allocated is limited. When notified of a specific date for collection, one can be assured of availability. Thus, while waiting in line at the supermarket, everyone instinctively maintains a slight distance from one another. Although, in such trying times, no one can truly afford to be critical of another, the unavoidable odors still linger, prompting individuals to keep a safe distance for a measure of relief. Aware of the harsh conditions outside, Moonin decided to forego her spray fan when venturing out, for it might draw unwanted attention and render her a target in the eyes of others. However, he still brought along cooling wipes. Otherwise, in such sweltering heat, even during the night when the sun is set, the risk of heat stroke persists. It is always prudent to be prepared. While they were standing in line, a woman suddenly collapsed in front of them. She appeared to be alone, coming to collect supplies, and when she fell, no one around her stepped forward to assist. In fact, those in front and behind her quickly stepped back. Soldiers tasked with maintaining order in the supermarket rushed over and carried the unconscious woman aside to administer emergency cooling measures. At this point, reaching emergency services was nearly impossible. A single neighborhood could see 10 or more individuals succumb to heat exhaustion in a day. Across districts and cities, how many people must suffer daily? Being able to board an ambulance was merely a stroke of luck if one could not secure a spot. They had to either find a nearby medical facility or resign themselves to fate. Ultimately, it seemed that the call for help could not be connected. A soldier lifted the woman onto a military vehicle and transported her directly to the hospital. The distribution of supplies continued without interruption, and amidst the crowd, whispers of conversation arose, but soon faded into silence. Su Ming, standing behind Qin Huai and the others, could not help but remark, "That person cannot be saved." Munan turned to look at him, and Su Ming sighed. In the past, when medical resources were not so strained, we could have intervened in cases of heat stroke that exhibited clear signs of convulsions. But now, hospitals simply cannot cope. Sending someone there is merely a waiting game for death. Although he is not a physician for humans, there exists a certain connection in understanding the intricacies of ailments. The woman's reaction to heat stroke just now was evidently a manifestation of excessively elevated organ temperatures. It is likely that she has been feeling dizzy and unwell for at least a day or two. Yet some individuals persist in thinking that they can simply endure it or perhaps rest and hydrate, believing that it might resolve itself. However, when symptoms escalate, it signifies that the body has reached its breaking point. Given the current strain on medical resources, the consequence could be dire. After Su Ming provided them with a brief education on the matter, he emphasized, therefore, at the slightest indication of distress, one should either remain in an air-conditioned environment, hydrate, and take some antipyretic medication, or seek hospital care. Waiting until one collapses from sheer exhaustion, which could once be salvaged, now equates to stepping irrevocably into the grave. Do not underestimate minor issues due to negligence. Jianchu sighed deeply, reflecting on the earlier incident with the young woman, and her thoughts turned anxiously toward the future. Among their group, Su Ming was aware that Jianchu worked outside, but he was oblivious to the occupations of Qin Huai and his brother. Though they too appeared to be working from home, Yu Zibai worked remotely. Thus he directed his inquiry to Jianchu. Being employed outside, you must exercise greater caution. Jianchu sighed again upon hearing this. What employment is there anymore? I was laid off yesterday and am now confined at home. Noticing his despondency, Munan offered words of comfort. It is indeed safer to remain at home during these times. The government is distributing supplies, so one shall not starve. Jianchu smiled at him. Thankfully, they are distributing provisions. With 5 packs of noodles, I can manage 3 days, at least ensuring a meal each day. To speak candidly, he harbored a certain envy for Munan, a sentiment that could be considered quite natural. During the period of isolation at home, it became evident that their family enjoyed a comfortable standard of living. They were untroubled by financial woes. Whatever they desired to eat, as long as it was available for purchase, they could afford it. His brother appeared to be quite capable and protective of him. In this sweltering heat, while everyone else exuded an unpleasant odor, they too were drenched in sweat but carried a faint scent of floral cologne. Faced with such a stark contrast in their circumstances, one could hardly claim to feel no envy at all. That would be an extraordinary lack of awareness. Yet, it was merely envy, an admiration for the close bond between the two brothers who relied on one another. While he himself pondered whether he would ever have the opportunity to express his true feelings in this lifetime. Upon hearing his sigh, Yu Zibai handed him a piece of paper to wipe his perspiration. For now, we rely on the state. It's best to stay home and be at ease. If the current dire conditions lead to the government abandoning its citizens, then there's no need for concern. We shall all await our fate together. Jianchu accepted the paper, and Yu Zibai inquired of the others behind him, would you like some? Wipe off your sweat? Su Ming smiled lightly. I brought some. It's unnecessary. Qin Huai also shook his head. We have our own. Even paper is quite precious these days. If we possess some, there is no need to use someone else's. Jianchu turned his gaze away, observing the desolate road devoid of vehicles due to the oppressive heat and scarcity of resources, a silent sigh escaping him. The indiscriminate gentleness of the situation was both heart-wrenching and difficult to release. The preceding group experienced a slight delay due to a gentleman who attempted to collect supplies on behalf of his elderly father, claiming that the oppressive heat rendered his father unable to venture outdoors. However, regulations explicitly prohibit private collection on behalf of others. and any issues must be addressed through the community's oversight. Consequently, the personnel distributing supplies were left with no choice but to deny his request. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sweltering conditions and the hardships of life, the man lost his temper and shouted in frustration, leading to a physical confrontation. Naturally, the outcome was predictable. The military swiftly subdued a civilian untrained in such matters, a task that was effortlessly accomplished. This incident likely reinforced the decision to have the military oversee the distribution of supplies from the outset, with no consideration given to involving ordinary citizens. As the line stalled, Qin Huai tore open a packet of moist wipes and offered one to Mu Nan to wipe away his sweat. Noticing that Mu Nan struggled to reach the back of his neck, Qin Huai reached out to assist him, gently wiping the nape and his back, while playfully fanning him by holding onto the collar of his shirt. "Just hang in there a little longer," he encouraged. Mu Nan intended to tear open a packet for Qin Huai as well, but Qin Huai stopped him, insisting, "I don't need it," while continuing to fan him. He inquired, feeling dizzy. Mu Nan shook his head, yet the heat had sapped his desire to speak. The energy he had possessed upon leaving the house had long since dissipated. It was no wonder that those around him appeared utterly drained, for he himself was faring relatively well, and even he felt depleted in spirit. Those who might not have had enough to eat at home would undoubtedly feel even more lethargic. Despite having endured this experience once already, facing it again felt exceedingly arduous. Qin Huai pressed his lips together, a glimmer of concern evident in his eyes, yet he refrained from uttering a word. They truly should not have to endure such hardship over a mere few bottles of water and packets of noodles. However, if they could not withstand the initial challenges, how would they cope with what lay ahead? Thus, as long as Mu Nan was able to persevere, he would not deter him from venturing outside to adapt to the environment. When Qin Huai and the others descended with their buckets, chaos had already erupted below. The source of the commotion was near the water cart. Qin Huai's heart tightened, and he hurriedly made his way over, only to find Mu Nan standing beside Jian Chu, calmly queuing while observing the spectacle. He let out a sigh of relief. "Is everything all right?" Mu Nan shook his head and, noticing Qin Huai's unsteady breath, quickly offered him a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow. "It's nothing. Did you really run all the way here for just a few steps? We're nowhere near the front. There's still quite a distance ahead." Qin Huai glanced at the ongoing altercation and was somewhat taken aback to discover that it involved members of the Zhang family. "What are they arguing about?" he inquired. Mu Nan explained, "They have a large family, 5 members in total, and each is entitled to 10 liters of water." When those buying water approached to ask if they were selling, it was the young man they questioned. His grandfather immediately stepped in to protect him, pushing away the one inquiring about the water. That's when the conflict escalated, and in the scuffle, one of the Zhang family's buckets was knocked over, resulting in this uproar. Unperturbed by the commotion, Qin Huai had no intention of meddling and thus stepped into the line, allowing Mu Nan to step aside. Fetching water was not an endeavor everyone could successfully accomplish. Once a water truck had dispensed its supply, the task was complete. Consequently, there was an innate anxiety about not securing their share, which naturally caused the line to tighten and draw closer together, intensifying the heat of the moment. Mu Nan stood off to the side with his bucket, signaling to those behind him that there were family members queuing. This scenario was not unique to them. Families collectively descended to fetch water, with one member in line while the others stood nearby, a perfectly normal arrangement. As long as there were no egregious instances of queue jumping or a single individual attempting to allow all acquaintances to cut in front, the others typically remained unperturbed. Ultimately, the community representatives intervened to quell the farce. The spilled water could not be compensated. One could not expect additional provisions simply due to a disturbance. If one person managed to secure an extra bucket, someone else would inevitably be left without. Zhang Jiangwen, albeit dissatisfied, found himself unable to contest the authority of the community. The role of the community was now to uphold order within the neighborhood, no longer functioning as mere servants to the populace. If one chose to cause a ruckus, the repercussions would fall squarely upon them. As for those instigating disputes over the water, the community issued a warning. Allowing their entry was based on the principle of voluntary exchange. Should they incite further trouble within the community, they would be promptly shown the door, and future access would be denied to any unrelated parties. The influx of individuals seeking water also resulted in increased traffic in the elevators, necessitating a queue for ascending to their respective floors. As Mu Nan and the others stood in line with their buckets, awaiting their turn to ascend the stairs, the Zhang family burst in, vociferously berating the community for its inaction. They accused the community of accepting bribes from the water suppliers. alleging collusion between the community and the unscrupulous parties. With a semblance of authority, they dismissed the homeowners, believing their newfound power rendered them superior. To Munan's surprise, Zhang Jiangwen, in the midst of his tirade, seemingly recognized Jian Chu, who had previously clashed with him, and, identifying them as fellow residents of the same floor, began to make veiled accusations. At such a time, if we do not unite, are we merely waiting to be exploited by others? Some individuals are so short-sighted, failing to grasp the significance of neighbors over distant relatives. Today's youth are truly indifferent and selfish. This generation is doomed because of them. Jian Chu understood the implications of his words and was on the verge of losing her temper when she felt Yu Zibai's hand firmly resting on her shoulder. Let him rant, he murmured. It won't cost us anything. If we were to engage with such an elder, he might very well drop to the ground. And what could we do then? Observing Jian Chu's clenched jaw and Yu Zibai's apparent attempt to restrain her, Munan looked on in confusion, questioning, what is happening? Yu Zibai glanced back at the still complaining elder Zhang and shrugged, conveying his helplessness. Munan, slowly piecing things together, realized that the Zhang family indeed resided on the same floor as them, and the phrase about neighbors being more valuable than distant relatives was directed at them. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to Qin Huai and whispered, what does he mean? Is he blaming us for not assisting him earlier? As they ascended in the elevator, the elderly man from the Zhang family continued to chatter incessantly, while the others bore expressions of suppressed irritation, seemingly unable to endure his relentless tirade. It appeared that, in the silence that enveloped them as they awaited the elevator, he alone was venting his frustrations, a situation that felt rather embarrassing. However, it was likely that Zhang Jiangwen was accustomed to such behavior at home, leaving his family no choice but to endure it quietly. Fortuitously, the elevator they awaited was capable of accommodating everyone from their floor. Within the confines of this enclosed space, the old man's demeanor became even more disheveled, and upon disembarking, he deliberately quickened his pace, colliding with Jian Chu, nearly causing him to spill the water he was carrying. Water had become a precious commodity, crucial for their sustenance over the next 3 days, especially with the taps running dry, yielding only a mere trickle that was hardly better than a complete outage. Having tolerated the old man's tirade throughout the journey, Jian Chu could no longer restrain himself. He carefully set the water aside before exclaiming, "You old fool. Do you have a death wish?" This provoked an immediate outburst from Zhang Jiangwen, who, for the first time in his life, found himself addressed as old fool. Enraged, he spun around, even attempting to seize Jian Chu's clothing, shouting, "You insolent brat! Do you have no manners?" In a moment of defiance, Jian Chu grasped the old man's hand, disregarding the fact that he was a man in his 60s or 70s, and with surprising vigor, he forcefully pushed him away. He then directed a swift kick towards a middle-aged woman, presumably his daughter-in-law, toppling the bucket of water she was carrying. At this moment, several members of the Zhang family were instantly incensed. Zhang Jiangwen lunged forward, intent on inflicting harm. Who was Jian Chu, after all? Though he appeared to possess little lethality, resembling the frail Munan next door, his upbringing was anything but innocent, with a stepmother who remarried and a father who was a drunken gambler. If he lacked the means for self-defense, he might have long succumbed to the violent whims of his inebriated father. Thus, Jian Chu boldly engaged with the Zhang family members alone. Zhang grandma could hardly bear such a scene, repeatedly exclaiming in dismay, attempting to mediate the conflict. Yet her efforts were futile against the fury of the 2 men from the Zhang family. Meanwhile, the young grandson yearned to intervene but was firmly restrained by his mother. "My dear child, do not add to the chaos." Zhang Zizong, being a lad of about 16 or 17, could not stand idly by while his grandfather and father were assaulted. He pushed past his mother and charged forward. But this sheltered child, raised in a honeyed environment, stood no chance against Jian Chu. As soon as he approached, he was met with a resounding slap. Having vented his initial anger, Jian Chu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, pent-up rage must be expressed, for to harm others while suppressing one's own feelings is a choice best avoided. Enraged, the elder of the Zhang family could hardly tolerate such humiliation at the hands of a mere boy who had yet to reach adulthood. Ignoring Jian Chu's earlier fierce words, he threatened to call the authorities, pointing at Su Ming and Qin Huai, declaring, "You all witnessed this. This ruffian poses a danger. How can one sleep peacefully with such a person residing here? I shall report this, and you must testify that he initiated the violence." Su Ming was already weary, both exhausted and overheated. Observing their cessation of hostilities, he lost interest in further engagement, Even his earlier shouts had drained considerable energy. Thus, he hoisted his water bucket and turned to head home. The elder of the Zhang family, witnessing this, glared in frustration, while Munan approached, carrying Jian Chu's water bucket, and said, "Here." Jian Chu walked over, took the bucket, and expressed his gratitude. The Zhang family was taken aback, realizing that everyone on their floor was united in this manner. Grandma Zhang seemed to recognize Mu Nan and looked at him with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. "Nan, is that you? Oh dear, how could you associate with such people?" Qin Huai urged Mu Nan to enter the house, but Grandma Zhang rushed over, seemingly intent on having a serious talk with him, only to be intercepted by Qin Huai, who said, "I'm sorry, but we don't seem to be acquainted." Grandma Zhang frowned at Qin Huai, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. "You must be one of the Qin family, grown up so quickly." "I am your Grandma Zhang." Qin Huai offered a brief smile before responding bluntly, "I'm afraid that both Nan and I are quite well settled in the afterlife." With that, he slammed the iron gate shut. Once inside, Jian Chu rubbed his mouth, and Yu Zibai, furrowing his brow, stepped forward to check on him. Yet, he couldn't help but say, "You were too impulsive." Jian Chu brushed aside his hand, retorting, "It's in my nature. I cannot suppress it." Yu Zibai sighed. "The world is chaotic now. You never know how others might retaliate against you." Jian Chu met his gaze. "So, should I endure insults out of fear of retribution?" Yu Zibai replied, "I just want to keep you safe. In this current situation, peace is more precious than anything else." Jian Chu remained silent, and Yu Zibai understood his temperament. With a sigh, he took the water bucket and headed into the kitchen. Jian Chu walked to the bathroom. Possessing considerable experience in fighting and knowing how to protect himself, however, he still received a blow to the face. In this brief moment, the corner of his mouth had begun to bruise. Although he had won the fight, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He had never anticipated that today's outing would culminate in a confrontation, particularly as the individuals he fought were entirely unexpected. He had assumed Jian Chu was, like himself, rather inept in combat. In his previous life, Jian Chu appeared frail and unwell, even weaker than him. Yet in this life, he seemed as if transformed into a different person altogether, exhibiting a decisive and assertive demeanor. Munan realized that Jian Chu was indeed a seasoned fighter, a stark contrast to his slender appearance. Observing Qin Huai's lack of surprise, Munan inquired, "Brother, did you already discern that Jian Chu is quite capable in a fight?" Qin Huai shook his head. "Not at all. Why do you ask?" Munan replied, "You seem entirely unfazed." "Wow, does this make him a formidable yet unassuming fighter? Did you see how the three Zhang brothers couldn't even contend with a single Jian Chu?" Qin Huai chuckled. The way Jian Chu fights suggests he has picked up some unconventional techniques. However, you might consider seeking his guidance to learn a few tricks for self-defense. He has trained in Sanda for many years, developing a systematic approach. With his strength and quick reflexes, he can handle those lacking skill with relative ease. However, Munan was different. He had only just begun his training. Firstly, he had yet to develop muscle memory, which hindered his ability to instinctively retaliate. Secondly, his strength was limited. If he were to confront some brutish individuals, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. In contrast, Jian Chu adeptly utilized his own strengths. Although his experience appeared to stem from casual brawls, it was remarkably suitable for Munan. Munan mused, "I never anticipated that I would have a day of misjudgment." Qin Huai remarked, "He is indeed somewhat unexpected." Munan waved his hand dismissively. "Not in that sense. I meant his relationship with Yu Zibai. I always believed that Yu Zibai was the protector while Jian Chu was the protected. Now, upon closer inspection, it seems their roles might be entirely reversed." Qin Huai was puzzled. "What do you mean by reversed roles?" Munan chuckled. "Are you not aware that they are a couple? You truly failed to notice?" "I picked up on it." Qin Huai's expression shifted to one of ambiguous understanding. "You are quite perceptive, aren't you?" Munan, oblivious to the change in Qin Huai's demeanor, continued to share, "This is merely a facet of our subculture, my friend. Surely, you do not still hold the antiquated belief that the union of yin and yang is paramount?" Qin Huai replied, "Not at all. Others' affairs do not intrude upon my life." "But how did you discern this?" Munan, unable to reveal that he had gleaned this from their past lives, could only say, "It was the atmosphere between them, particularly their intimacy, which transcended that of mere roommates." Qin Huai shed his upper garment, accepting the cold beverage offered by Munan. However, he did not indulge in it immediately. Instead, he gazed at Munan and inquired, "Do you not feel that we are more intimately connected than they are?" Munan, wearing an expression that suggested bewilderment, responded, How many years have we known each other compared to them? It is not comparable. We have shared beds since childhood, dined from the same pot, and have called each other brothers for so long. Had you not departed for those years, our bond would have only deepened. Qin Huai smiled wryly at this, observing Mu Nan's intention to turn on the small fan, and urged, "You should first take a shower. A quick rinse will cool you down." Reluctantly, Mu Nan rose from the bed, glancing at Qin Huai's unabashed six-pack abs. He lifted his own shirt to inspect, noticing that due to his daily running and martial arts training, he too had developed abs, although they required effort to reveal their shape, unlike Qin Huai's, which appeared to be a natural part of him, always present. Unable to suppress a look of envy, he sighed softly and made his way to the bathroom. Feeling inexplicably flustered under Mu Nan's gaze, Qin Huai turned on the small fan and sipped his cold drink, striving to cool down. After showering and enjoying the breeze from the fan for a while, Mu Nan finally felt refreshed. He observed Qin Huai sprinkling water on the bowls of vegetables and asked, "Will the chickens we raised withstand this extreme heat? If not, should we consider slaughtering them? Otherwise, they might perish and become inedible." Qin Huai replied, "So far, they seem to be managing well. The air conditioning over there is rather inadequate, somewhat antiquated, thus it is only operated during the evenings. The chickens are allowed to roam at night, while during the day, they remain in the kitchen. The air conditioning purchased by Mu Nan is fully capable of withstanding the current high temperatures, allowing it to remain operational even during daylight hours. A slight opening in the kitchen door permits the cool air to circulate, and a block of ice has been placed inside to further regulate the temperature for the chickens, which are confined in their cages. The floor is covered with urine pads, eliminating the need for frequent cleaning. Once the pads become excessively soiled, they are simply replaced, conserving water in the process. The chickens appear to be in good spirits, and there is a sense that they can continue to be nurtured. However, the current heat seems to have deterred them from nesting, resulting in the unfortunate demise of several eggs. Consequently, Qin Huai has isolated the rooster, although egg production has diminished. Several hens still manage to lay 1 or 2 eggs daily. Yet, it may be fortuitous that they are not nesting, as the survival of any hatched chicks would likely be precarious. Mu Nan acknowledged this with a sound of understanding, and Qin Huai suggested they continue caring for them, as he had never harbored high hopes for their rearing from the outset. After all, if they thrive, that would be splendid, but should they not survive, consuming them would not be in vain. As Qin Huai concluded his chores and prepared to bathe, Mu Nan inquired, "What shall we have for dinner? Would you like to peruse the menu?" Qin Huai chuckled, "You created a menu?" Mu Nan replied, "Since I had some time on my hands, I couldn't resist the urge to sketch a little, having not drawn in quite a while." A few days ago, Qin Huai observed Mu Nan engrossed in his sketchbook, diligently drawing and writing. Although their current living situation offered little in the way of privacy, he refrained from intruding, believing in the value of personal space. To his surprise, Mu Nan was illustrating a menu. "Let me see," Qin Huai said. Mu Nan promptly handed over the menu book, and Qin Huai began to peruse its contents. The artistry was commendable, cartoonish and vibrant, with multiple dishes depicted on each page, all rendered in delightful colors that were sure to whet the appetite. Snail noodle soup, stir-fried eel noodles, spicy tofu, fragrant hand-pulled chicken, poached fish slices, and kung pao chicken. Beside each dish, a charming chili pepper was drawn, indicating spiciness, 1 pepper for mild and 5 for fiery. Qin Huai chuckled, "Have you illustrated all the dishes stored in your space?" Mu Nan retrieved his own menu, replying, "Not yet. I've only completed about 1/5 of it. There are so many dishes, it will take time to finish them all. I'll take it slow. Once this volume is complete, it will be almost done. Brother, what shall we have to eat?" Qin Huai responded, "I will prepare a pot of rice. It has been several days since we last enjoyed a proper meal of rice. Let us have some spicy tofu, a steamed base, and stir-fried bok choy. You can decide if you want anything else while I wash the rice and take a shower." Qin Huai's shower was brief, and moments later, he emerged, fragrant with floral body mist. Mu Nan allowed him a moment to cool down, and upon hearing the rice cooker signal its completion, he retrieved the prepared dishes from his space, even adding a plate of braised pork. Though the weather was sweltering, which often dampened the appetite, Mu Nan suddenly found himself craving the rich flavor of braised pork. A mouthful of braised pork, a delightful balance of fat and lean meat, drenched in savory juices, paired perfectly with rice, elevates one's very existence with each bite. Qin Huai gazed at him with a smile, remarking, "You used to dislike this as a child." Mu Nan replied, "That was during a time when I lacked an appreciation for the exquisite flavors of life." Reflecting on the recent events, Moonin expressed concern. Brother, do you think the Zhang family will report this to the authorities? Qinhuai reassured her. No. While the elder of the Zhang family will surely struggle to accept this humiliation, his relatives will intervene. After all, they have painstakingly raised their beloved grandson. They would not risk losing him to the system. Unless they intend to imprison Jianshu indefinitely, reporting the incident would irrevocably sever ties. Thus, Zhang Zizong's grandmother and mother will prevent him from going to the police. Munan sighed in relief. That is a relief. Otherwise, this matter would become quite convoluted. It is a pity about that bucket of water. The bucket of water, knocked over by Jianshu, had cooled the corridor, an unfortunate loss indeed. As Munan scrolled through her phone, she exclaimed, Brother, look, the man who fought with Binggu earlier. Qinhuai glanced over. What about him? Had this incident occurred after the earthquake, it might not have stirred such a reaction among the masses, for during such desperate times, people would resort to anything for mere sustenance. However, we have yet to reach that point. The government is still distributing supplies and water, rendering this man's actions particularly disheartening. There were even inquiries in the group about whether such behavior constituted a legal offense and if he could be apprehended. While the latter is implausible, it remains to be seen what penalties might be imposed for this act of misappropriation. However, it was ultimately reported that the man was detained for a fortnight. This period, of course, was not spent languishing in a cell awaiting meal times, but rather he was conscripted to a construction site to labor in brick moving. These sites were designated by the government for the establishment of summer resorts. During a subsequent distribution of supplies, Su Ming also found himself out of work. Pets had unfortunately become a delicacy for many, and one could scarcely spot a stray dog on the streets. The price of rice had surged to exorbitant heights, with a single pound nearly reaching several hundred yuan. Who possessed the means to afford veterinary care for their pets? Moreover, numerous medications could not withstand the sweltering heat, leading to the inevitable closure of clinics, which would remain shuttered until further notice of improvement. Su Ming remarked. Glancing at Jianshu and Qinhuai, the clinic has a small stockpile of medications. Would you like to procure some? After all, they won't cost you anything. Once the clinic ceases operations, the power will be cut, and those supplies will likely spoil. Jianshu, having never owned a pet, and thus lacking familiarity with this domain, inquired with curiosity, what medications? Can pet medications be used by humans as well? Su Ming, half-jokingly, responded that while they could indeed be ingested, he could never have anticipated that a future scarcity of food might necessitate consuming cat or dog food. Munan then asked, are there any urine pads available? Su Ming nodded. Yes, indeed. But what do you need urine pads for? Munan replied, I have several chickens. I use the pads to collect their droppings, sparing me the trouble of cleaning with water. He had some urine pads in his space, but previously he had never considered their utility. The pads were rather small. Unsuitable as bed linens, neither cushioning nor covering, it seemed impractical to urinate on them and then dispose of them. Nonetheless, they had prepared cat litter, and the few packs of pads were merely promotional gifts from the manufacturer for purchasing an abundance of litter. Unexpectedly, they proved to be quite suitable for the chickens. Su Ming was aware that they kept chickens. The large roosters used to crow every morning, and sometimes the sound could be heard while waiting for the elevator. However, he had not anticipated using urine pads for chicken care. In the current water scarcity, maintaining a hygienic environment seemed quite feasible. With free items available, one naturally ought to seize the opportunity, so they decided to explore what was worth taking. As Su Ming educated them about pet supplies, they moved forward in the queue. When they finally reached the front, they realized that their options for supplies had dwindled to only water and instant noodles. Rice was no longer available. In addition, there was a flyer. Upon seeing the flyer, Munan recalled the government's direct requisition of large shopping malls across various regions, transforming their layouts. Once solar panels were installed, these malls would gradually reopen. At that time, the entire shopping center would provide cooling around the clock, free of charge for individuals with special circumstances, such as the homeless elderly, those who had lost their only child, or families facing severe hardships. Subsequently, community members had relocated a solitary elderly person to the community service center, which now housed several lonely seniors. When the government's cooling facilities became operational, these individuals would be among the first to be accommodated. Munan heard someone nearby remarking on the promotional flyer. 300 yuan can only provide a day of respite from the heat. This cooling fee is hardly less than the cost of food. When it comes to life and money, naturally, life takes precedence. This temperature is simply unbearable during the day. Munan reflected on this thought. feeling that if his brother merely stood by without offering assistance in such a situation, it would undoubtedly leave him heartbroken. If he felt that way about his brother, how much more sorrowful would he be in the presence of someone he cherished? It was no wonder that Jian-Chu and Yuzhibo had quarreled. Casting a sidelong glance at Jian-Chu, Mu-Nen found himself at a loss for words. Such matters could not simply be resolved with a few words of advice from outsiders, leading him to release a sigh. Jian-Chu, amused, asked why the sudden sigh. Mu-Nen looked ahead and, raising his voice deliberately, said, "My brother is incredibly skilled in a fight. Yuzhibo, how long have you been practicing Taekwondo? I wonder whose skills are superior, yours or my brother's." With an O, Mu-Nen continued, "My brother rarely engages in fights. In fact, he has hardly ever fought. He is not one to resort to violence to resolve issues. But do you know why he fought that person in the corridor the last time?" Jian-Chu was taken aback by Mu-Nan's sudden shift in topic but was undeniably curious. "Why?" Mu-Nan replied, "That person was a close classmate of my brother's. But he deceived me once, and my brother severed ties with him. Undeterred, he sought my brother out again, and my brother stood up for me, delivering a thorough beating." Of course, the intricacies of the situation cannot be encapsulated in a mere sentence, but those details hold little significance. Mu-Nan concluded, "Isn't my brother's demeanor incredibly reassuring? When searching for a future partner, one ought to seek someone like him. His unreasonable protectiveness instills a sense of security, does it not?" Suddenly categorized as a prime candidate for a future partner, Qin Huai, merely a mediator, was left perplexed. Has my brother truly awakened to this realization? After a long detour, it seemed that Jian-Chu had grasped Mu-Nan's intent. With a sidelong glance at Yuzhibai, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, whoever becomes your sister-in-law will be exceptionally fortunate." Yuzhibai, who had sensed a subtle discord over the past couple of days without understanding the cause, began to comprehend a bit more, finding the situation both amusing and somewhat exasperating. The pet clinic where Su Ming worked was not far from the community. It was precisely because of his employment there that he chose to rent a place in their neighborhood for convenience. The group exited through the back gate of the community, leading them to a road lined with eateries. In the past, this street was bustling with food stalls, serving various snacks, and every evening, vendors would set up electric griddles for barbecues, attracting crowds. However, now it lay desolate, devoid of life except for the flickering streetlights. Mu-Nan pointed to one of the shops and remarked to Qin Huai, "The guacamole from this place is absolutely delectable. They are quite generous with the fillings. It's run by a brother from northeast China, but sadly, they don't offer takeout. Every time I crave it, I have to come down and face the long queue." When Qin Huai last left, this street was still in disrepair, with a row of old low-rise buildings awaiting demolition. Although they had since been renovated, the current desolation was even worse than the previous dilapidation. Following Mu-Nan's guidance, Qin Huai gradually envisioned the life Mu-Nan had led during his absence over the past few years. As Mu-Nan expressed his regrets while recounting a few particularly delightful eateries, they arrived at Su Ming's clinic. The clinic's facade was modest, yet its interior extended deep, spanning 2 levels. The first floor offered products and pet bathing services, while the second floor was dedicated to treatments. Due to the clinic's limited size, it lacked substantial medical equipment. Most visitors were local pet owners bringing their animals in for baths. Upon opening the door, Su Ming lowered the light-blocking panels before illuminating the space. The heat within was stifling, even more oppressive than the outside air, a consequence of yesterday's power outage. Su Ming remarked, "Feel free to take whatever you find useful. After all, if you don't, these items will inevitably perish." Jian-Chu inquired, "Won't the clinic's owner be concerned if the products are gone?" Su Ming chuckled softly. "The owner has long since departed. This is not his only establishment, as he manages several others. Moreover, he hasn't paid this month's wages, suggesting I sell whatever I can from here as a form of compensation. However, who would be inclined to spend money on pet supplies nowadays? Even with discounts or giveaways, I doubt there would be willing buyers. It seems unnecessary to exert such effort for a month's salary. Better to offer a favor to the neighbors. After all, it fosters goodwill, and should circumstances worsen, I might find a few allies in the community. Some products can be easily understood by themselves, but without Su Ming's assistance, they are unable to comprehend the intricacies of pharmaceuticals, particularly since many medications are individually packaged rather than sold in boxes." While examining the drugstore items, Mu-Nan adeptly located the urinary pads, nearly selecting the largest size available, stacking them on the small cart. Noticing some empty boxes nearby, He proceeded to sweep various pet snacks and canned goods into the boxes, maximizing their haul regardless of their utility. Better to take more than to leave behind. Jian-Chu, emulating his actions, gathered a collection of empty boxes, seizing anything in sight, even rummaging through the cabinets. It was his first time engaging in such an activity, and he suddenly found the exhilarating thrill of collecting items without cost to be quite delightful, even if all he gathered were pet supplies. The group was fortunate to discover several boxes of pet shampoo at the back of the store. Although intended for cats and dogs, it could also be used by humans. And they had heard that pet shampoos could be more expensive than those for humans. Regardless, the assurance that it wouldn't cause harm was comforting. By the time they exited the small clinic, it had nearly been emptied, and the cart was overflowing. Qin Huai and Yu Zibai led the way, while Mu Nan and the others safeguarded the boxes from falling during their return journey. On the way back, they spotted two young men acting suspiciously, seemingly attempting to pick the lock of a neighboring shop. Upon noticing the group, the two fled, perhaps struggling through tough times, given the scarcity of people on the street, leading them to seek out potential valuables in the shop. Mu Nan, witnessing the situation, thought to himself that if he felt uneasy enough to flee upon encountering others now, in the future, upon seeing individuals burdened with boxes, his instinct would be to rush forward and rob them. The man immediately lost interest and couldn't help but scoff. In this day and age, when people can hardly afford to eat, who has the time to care for dogs? I dare say your efforts are in vain. Su Ming sighed. What can we do? Life is becoming increasingly difficult. We might as well give it a try. Upon returning to the 17th floor, Su Ming inquired, where shall we place these items? He had only activated the air conditioning in his bedroom, evidently lacking sufficient space to distribute these belongings. Qin Huai remained silent, while Jian-Chu remarked, let us store them at our place. Our living room is quite spacious. Su Ming glanced at his watch. The commotion had already carried them into the early hours of the morning. Why not sort it out now? We won't need to collect supplies in the next couple of days, so it's best to avoid venturing out. Jian-Chu, feeling fatigued, concurred that it would be wise to resolve everything in one go. Having been outside for so long, he felt the need to replenish his hydration. Water was scarce, and he saw no reason to drink from other supplies. Upon arriving home, Mu Nan retrieved a packet of opened wet wipes from his storage. He figured that since using towels also required water, wet wipes would be more practical. He had purchased a substantial quantity, contemplating that even if water became so scarce that bathing was impossible, a quick wipe would suffice. Qin Huai handed him a bottle of water from the refrigerator, saying, have a sip. You must be feeling overheated. Mu Nan sipped her drink slowly, aware that though guzzling might bring immediate pleasure, it would soon leave one feeling uncomfortably chilled. Sipping gradually quenched her thirst and alleviated the heat. After consuming more than half a bottle, Qin Huai finished off the remainder that Mu Nan had left. As she fanned herself, she handed Qin Huai a wet wipe, saying, you should wipe your face. It's all flushed. Since this is our first visit to someone else's home, shouldn't we bring a small gift? And regarding Dr. Su, although the items are not his, without him, we would not have acquired them. Not to mention, those urine pads are indeed quite useful. Should we express our gratitude? Qin Huai suggested. Let us take 2 bags of the frozen dumplings you packed. Mu Nan pondered for a moment and found it agreeable, thus retrieving 2 bags. He chose the larger dumplings, with 6 in each small plastic bag, which felt just right for gifting. Perhaps not anticipating their visit would include a contribution, Jian-Chu promptly declined. Just give them to Dr. Su. These dumplings are quite expensive. You should keep the rest for yourselves. Jian-Chu felt somewhat embarrassed, as they had not truly assisted in any significant way, and since the bulk of the items belonged to Dr. Su, it felt rather presumptuous to accept the dumplings without offering something in return. Noticing Mu Nan's insistence, she instinctively glanced at Yu Zibai, who stepped forward to accept, saying, thank you. As I mentioned before, just call if you need anything. I may not have much, but I can still lend a hand. Concerned for their comfort, Jian-Chu, despite the air conditioning in the living room, fetched a fan to circulate the air, saying, please take these. We are unsure how best to utilize them. After Mu Nan confirmed that they did not want any urine pads, he placed all the pads onto his cart and proceeded to empty the boxes with Jian-Chu. This appears to be jerky, free from additives, made from chicken and duck. Would you care to open a bag and give it a try? Jian-Chu glanced at it and promptly opened a bag. Indeed, a savory aroma wafted out. Crisp in texture, at first, it lacked flavor, but after a few chews, it was quite delightful. This is edible. Mu Nan retrieved the few remaining bottles of pet-safe insect repellent, We've already purchased a whole box of this before, so we'll pass. We'll take a bit of the anti-inflammatory medication, some gauze, and a few bandages. You can keep the rest. And look, there are canned goods here. Can pets eat these? Moonan clicked his tongue. Never mind. We shall forego that. We only need the urine pads and these medications. The rest, you can manage as you see fit. Jianshu noticed several boxes, one of which contained body wash, and inquired, why don't you take a bit of this as well? Given that everyday essentials are now limited in purchase, this large bottle could last quite a while. Though Moonan did not lack such items, he still took a small amount. The rest, which was of no use to him, he entrusted to Jianshu. Observing the array of items scattered about, Jianshu mused, do you think if I set up a stall downstairs, could I sell these things? Moonan offered a suggestion. Look, this dog food comes in small packages. You could offer samples of those. Who knows, someone might find it palatable enough to purchase. Jianshu wore a skeptical expression. Surely. There cannot be anyone who would buy it, knowing it is dog food. With a sense of curiosity and the belief that it might yield additional information, Moonan decided to join the group, and soon, Jianshu followed suit. Upon their entry, they found the group engaged in the sale of water, bottles of 500 milliliters priced at 70 yuan each, with no purchase limit. Despite the neighborhood's reputation as an older community, it was surprising to see a considerable number of affluent individuals among the residents, many of whom were tenants engaged in business ventures and possessed some savings. However, these entrepreneurs had become accustomed to caution during times of economic uncertainty. They were wary of potential future adversities, and thus, even with some funds at their disposal, their purchases had been minimal. Yet, in the current climate, it became evident that mere financial resources no longer afforded the same sense of security. With living conditions deteriorating and the broader environment shifting dramatically, there was a palpable fear that in the future, even wealth might not guarantee access to necessities. Consequently, when opportunities arose to spend on essentials, particularly water, which was in high demand, many were eager to make a purchase. Moonan refrained from joining the throng of buyers. 70 yuan for a bottle was simply too steep. Although Qin Huai still had some funds, he believed it would be wasteful to spend them all on overpriced water. Instead, he preferred to invest in a few boxes of chocolate. Soon after, Moonan noticed a message from Jianshu in the group regarding dog food. Priced at 300 yuan for a 10-kilogram bag, accompanied by a photo of the packaging and an offer for home delivery. The group was bustling with various transactions, predominantly involving food and beverages. However, this was the first instance of pet food being offered. Many participants expressed their skepticism, commenting, in these times when people are struggling to feed themselves, who has the luxury to care for cats and dogs? Can this food even be consumed by humans? What does it taste like? Now, even personal care products face purchasing restrictions. Despite the current scarcity of water resources, not everyone possesses the means to enjoy a bath. Nevertheless, social disparities persist. Thus, while many may appear unkempt and exude unpleasant odors, there are still quite a few who have the opportunity to bathe every few days. Jianshu was surprised to discover that there were numerous individuals interested in the items he had posted. Many reached out to him privately. Aside from selling a few bottles of shower gel, there were more inquiries than purchases. Ultimately, Jianshu decided to announce the time in the group, stating that he would set up a stall the following day, where pet food would be available for on-site tasting. If deemed acceptable, customers could take it home. After managing these arrangements, it was well past midnight. Moonan had been observing the group chat, occasionally adding humorous remarks, such as expressing delight at the pictures of pet snacks Jianshu shared, exclaiming how delectable they looked or questioning if they contained meat, trying to attract as much attention as possible. Meanwhile, Jianshu was engrossed in conversations on his phone, his fingers sore from incessant tapping. While Moonan sat cross-legged on the bed, enjoying slices of watermelon cut by Qin Huai, all the while reveling in the lively atmosphere. It was only after finishing his watermelon and letting out a satisfied burp that Moonan set down his fork, reflecting, I initially thought these items were meant for personal consumption. Little did I know that a trading group existed. Truly, what one desires often comes to fruition. Qin Huai took the unfinished watermelon from Moonan and tidied up the remnants. Previously, Moonan had a habit of cutting a watermelon in half and scooping out the flesh, yet he could never finish an entire half at once. Although placing it in a storage space kept it unchanged for an extended period, the repeated process of taking it in and out of the refrigerator diminished its freshness. Now, Qin Huai had adopted a new approach. He would cut an entire watermelon in advance, packaging it into boxes for convenience. When he wanted to eat, he would simply take a box, consuming one entirely before moving on to the next, leaving any leftovers for Mu Nan to finish. After several days of selling at the market, the first items to sell out were the shower gel and the shared insect repellent spray. The snacks resembling pure jerky also sold quickly, priced affordably at 51 for a bag and 130 for 3. Their authenticity, being visibly made of real meat, made them more acceptable to those who typically viewed such items as pet food. Eventually, only a few bags of dog food remained, which were all sold to two brothers who had purchased 4 bags on the first day at 200 each. With all the goods cleared out, Jian Chu began to divide the earnings. The shower gel had a higher price point, but with many buyers, they had made a substantial profit over these few days, each family receiving around 12,000. Mu Nan gazed at the incoming funds on his phone and couldn't previously. The items prepared by Mu Nan were all intended for future calamities, and he had not expended his funds on personal interests or hobbies. However, now that his purchasing options are limited and he still possesses a considerable sum, he realizes that even ordinary paintbrushes do not cost much, and perhaps he could also acquire some canvas and paint. Yet, it seems that Mu Nan does not exhibit much enthusiasm for oil painting. He had not purchased these items previously. The brushes he used for painting recipes were part of an old stock. When he later found himself with disposable income, he did not think to invest in such materials, as his mind was preoccupied with the harsh realities of future hardships, leaving little room for leisurely pursuits such as painting. Thus, when Qin Huai suggested it, he felt a stir of desire. After all, acquiring some brushes would not be overly expensive, and it could indeed be considered an unexpected gain. Should he inquire about the prices? Observing his interest, Qin Huai began to search within the community group and managed to locate the WeChat contact of a stationery store owner, whom he promptly added. It is likely that many others have similarly reached out to purchase stationery, for the owner accepted the friend request with notable speed. After all, many families have children who are currently unable to attend school, yet they remain hopeful for a return to normalcy, ensuring that their children's education is not neglected. Consequently, they purchase practice books, either for self-teaching or online courses, and items such as notebooks and pens are always in demand, thus creating a viable market. Although these items are not essential for life, production and operations have largely come to a standstill. Even stationery supplies are difficult to procure, resulting in a slight increase in prices. For instance, the once affordable set of 72 colored pencils, previously priced at just over 100, now ranges from 150 to 200. Despite this, acquiring them remains feasible, making the price relatively reasonable. Qin Huai inquired about the boss's inventory. There were only a few boxes of sketchbooks and colored pencils available. He decided to purchase them all, reasoning that as these items are non-perishable, selling them quickly could yield some profit to acquire more food. The proprietor even offered a discounted price. However, online transactions and home deliveries were not accepted, likely due to recent incidents involving problematic deliveries. Consequently, they arranged a time for Qin Huai to wait at the stationery store's entrance, where they could directly collect the goods. While Qin Huai was waiting outside with a small cart alongside Mu Nan, he noticed several individuals fiddling with a shared bicycle. Mu Nan remarked that such bicycles were rarely seen anymore, questioning where these individuals had procured one. Since the onset of extreme heat, which caused several public buses to explode, public transportation on the roads had ceased. Eventually, as temperatures soared to unbearable levels, even the subway service was suspended. Only a few brave souls risked traveling in their small vehicles during the night, but with fuel prices soaring and no longer available for private sale, the number of cars on the road dwindled significantly, as residents could only purchase fuel through community reports. Those energy vehicles, once met with lukewarm acceptance, have suddenly become highly coveted. However, at this juncture, acquiring such vehicles is no longer a simple endeavor for the average person. The challenges of transportation have arisen, prompting a renewed interest in shared bicycles. Currently, Mu Nan finds it increasingly difficult to spot shared bicycles parked along the streets, as they have largely been claimed by individuals. In his own space, he has prepared a bicycle, a gift he received when purchasing an oven to facilitate his culinary endeavors. It remains unused, still enveloped in protective foam. Qin Huai remarked, "Perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune, a serendipitous encounter." No sooner had he spoken than the proprietor of the stationery store approached. Drenched in perspiration, Mu Nan instinctively stepped back behind Qin Huai. Although both men bore the sin of sweat, his brother's aroma was decidedly more pleasant. The owner promptly unlocked the heavy iron chain and opened the store's gate, ushering them inside without fear of any ill intentions. as the items within, pens and paper, were innocuous and non-consumable. Moreover, despite their imposing stature, one of the young men had a rather gentle and harmless appearance, not fitting the mold of a miscreant. As the proprietor rummaged through the shelves for their requested items, he remarked, "You have inquired at just the right moment. In a couple of days, there will be nothing left." Qin Huai responded, "Is there truly so much stock left? It will all be sold out?" He then chuckled. "That is splendid. There are still rural areas to explore. At present, the countryside is far more appealing than the city, with many eager to venture there, but lacking the means." Regarding this matter, the proprietor himself could not discern whether to feel pride or despondency. In the early days, he had strived valiantly to escape the confines of rural life, enduring countless tribulations. He had weathered the disdainful gazes of his wife's relatives while borrowing money from his father-in-law to establish this shop. He toiled from dawn until dusk, repaying debts and saving diligently. After many years of relentless effort, they finally acquired a modest home of their own. Though it was second-hand, it provided them a sanctuary, a solid foundation to call their own. Qin Huai remarked, "If you must leave, perhaps you could lower the prices of the items here. My brother and I would like to purchase a few more." While these goods were not as perishable as food, they too could yellow with age if left unattended, and without buyers, they would go to waste. The proprietor replied, "Very well, feel free to choose what you need, and I shall offer you a discount." Qin Huai expressed his gratitude and urged Mu Nen to select the items. Mu Nen picked out several pens, notebooks, and various supplies such as tape, ink, and erasers, filling nearly a box with an assortment. Adding art books, colored pencils, and watercolor pens, they amassed several boxes in total. Ultimately, the proprietor charged them only 3,000 yuan, considering it a small profit for his efforts. Qin Huai smiled and remarked, "Farming is indeed arduous." Mu Nen replied, "Nowadays, farming has become mechanized. One can only fear that the scorching fields will yield nothing." With a sigh, he pondered aloud, "I wonder what the future holds for our world." In his previous life, he did not linger for long, enduring merely one winter, never reaching the summer of the following year. Thus, the subsequent circumstances remained a mystery to him. Qin Huai freed one hand to affectionately ruffle his hair, remarking, "Why ponder so much? Let us take each day as it comes." Casting a sidelong glance, Qin Huai could not suppress a laugh. "Of course I remember. At that time, Mu Nen had just graduated from elementary school, unburdened by summer homework, and spent the entire holiday in a frenzied state of play. As he transitioned from the second to the third year of junior high, the school imposed strict regulations. Thus, the summer break was brief, soon giving way to remedial classes. Consequently, he had little time to accompany Mu Nen, who would daily scale the wall of the school, using a stack of discarded cardboard boxes as a foothold to deliver iced milk tea to him. On one occasion, when he came to fetch the milk tea, the director of discipline spotted him. At that time, Mu Nen had not cut his hair throughout the summer, and it had grown long enough to be tied into little braids. With his fair complexion and large eyes, still undeveloped in stature, he could easily be mistaken for a young girl. Believing he had caught a student in the throes of early romance, the director rushed over in a flurry, startling Mu Nen, who turned to flee over the wall. In his panic, he stumbled and fell directly into his embrace, much to the director's astonishment. As this was all unfolding before her eyes, the result was a stern reprimand, with an irate demand to summon his parents. After a considerable commotion, it became apparent that Mu Nen was, in fact, a boy, merely scaling the wall to deliver a milk tea, leaving his homeroom teacher utterly speechless. Mu Nen said, "You have no idea. Later I had the misfortune of encountering that director. Sometimes, when she was at the entrance taking attendance in the morning, I wished I could become invisible, fearing to meet her gaze." Qin Huai chuckled lightly. "You were unaware, but after that incident, that director began to wander around the school every day, and she actually caught two couples who were secretly meeting." Mu Nen sighed, "What a transgression, indeed. It is truly their wrongdoing." As the two of them arrived at the base of their apartment building, their clothes were drenched in sweat. However, having ventured out almost daily in recent days, whether to set up stalls, fetch water and supplies, or collect online purchases from the supermarket, they had somewhat acclimatized to the heat. It was hard to say whether they were fortunate or unfortunate. Upon entering the building, the elevator arrived. Yet a few members of the Zhang family stood inside. Although there was enough space for a small cart and the two of them, Mu Nen hesitated to board. It was not that he harbored any dislike for the Zhang family. He held no grievances against them. Rather, he found it difficult to endure the overpowering scent of others in the confined space of the elevator. Even before stepping inside, He could detect a suffocating odor of sweat. Understanding Munan well, Qin Huai declined to enter the elevator, merely informing the occupants, "We'll wait for the next one." The other elevator was approaching as well, but when they reached the 5th floor, there was a sudden crack, and the entire building plunged into darkness. Instinctively, Munan reached out his hand toward Qin Huai, exclaiming, "Brother." Qin Huai grasped his hand and checked the time on his phone. It was only 2 in the morning, still prior to the scheduled power outage. "Let's step outside and wait. Perhaps the power will be restored shortly." Outside, there was a slight breeze, but within these confines, not even a whisper of wind could be felt. Munan suggested, "Shall we take advantage of the darkness to gather our belongings? Even if we must ascend the stairs later, it would be more comfortable to do so with our hands free." Observing that the area was deserted and the power outage rendered the surveillance cameras ineffective, Qin Huai agreed. "All right, you start packing." No sooner had he spoken than he felt an emptiness in his hands, as Munan swiftly collected everything from the trailer. The entire neighborhood was shrouded in darkness, devoid of moonlight. Seated on a small flower bed, Munan, noting the absence of passers-by, pretended to retrieve 2 fans and a bottle of still-chilled water from his backpack. "Brother, you should drink this," he urged. Qin Huai took the fan from Munan and began to fan him, insisting, "You drink first." Not one to argue. Munan took several refreshing sips, which alleviated some of the heat enveloping him. He then seized the fan from Qin Huai's grasp, encouraging him to drink as well, while he wielded the fan to provide a gentle breeze for both of them. Once the bottle was emptied, Munan placed it in his bag. Recognizing its potential utility for water storage, such containers were indeed valuable resources and should not be discarded carelessly. Within the group, numerous individuals have been attempting to reach out to the community's administrator, whose phone lines have become inundated with calls. However, it turns out that the power outage is not confined to their residential complex alone. An entire district is affected. After considerable inquiry, it was revealed that the power supply equipment for the entire area malfunctioned, unable to withstand the excessive heat and overwhelming load, ultimately leading to its failure. As for when the electricity will be restored, that remains uncertain, as they are unable to acquire detailed information. It is evident that repairs will not be swiftly executed. Someone inquired, "Are there people trapped in the elevator? Will they suffocate from the heat?" At this moment, Qin Huai, who had been silent beside Munan, spoke up. "Yes. There are 7 or 8 individuals. Just 1 or 2 would already be stifling, let alone 7 or 8. The inability to frequently bathe renders the odor unbearable, and now, being confined, it is likely to become life-threatening." Consequently, someone hastily called the community again, informing them that individuals were trapped in the elevator and urging them to restore power swiftly to open the doors. Otherwise, they might need to carry out several bodies. Munan, sitting next to Qin Huai, felt a chill of apprehension. "Fortunately, we did not take the elevator earlier. Otherwise, with so many people inside, I would have been unable to retrieve anything from the space, and remaining there without assistance could indeed be fatal. A truly dire predicament." Qin Huai, utilizing the light from his phone, glanced at Munan's complexion. "Are you feeling hot? Is there any discomfort?" He feared that if they remained down there for too long, Munan might not be able to endure it. Munan shook his head. "I just feel a bit anxious." Qin Huai handed him a wet wipe to help cool him down, wiping away sweat to lower the temperature. The small fan continued to blow, providing a modicum of relief from the oppressive heat. After a while, members of the community rushed over, perspiration glistening on their foreheads. Their residential complex comprised 7 buildings, each flanked by 4 elevators. It was imperative to ascertain which elevator harbored individuals. Identifying the functioning elevator was crucial, for any delay could result in dire consequences. Observing the insufficient manpower within the community, some volunteers stepped forward to assist. Fortunately, the community had previously prepared for such emergencies, maintaining a sufficient reserve of generators and fuel. However, the engineer capable of operating the equipment was not present. By the time the community gathered all necessary supplies, the engineer arrived on a bicycle. Nearly half an hour had elapsed. During this interval, the community members did not remain idle. They diligently inspected each building. Some were fortunate, discovering individuals waiting for the elevator, allowing them not only to confirm the presence of people inside, but also to ascertain which floor the elevator had stopped on. If it was on a lower floor, they would attempt to force the elevator doors open, prioritizing the rescue of those trapped within. The community's WeChat group proved invaluable as members tagged everyone in their respective building groups, urging each floor to check the elevators. hoping to determine whether they contained occupants or which floor they had halted at. After all, lower floors could be accessed for a close. Those who were able to move hastily fled outside, only to collapse after a few steps, gasping like stranded fish. While those unable to move had already fallen within, the community members promptly carried the individuals out. The comforting words seemed to anchor the young man's spirit. Although his trembling hands still assisted his mother in drinking water, he was evidently much calmer than when she had first been brought out. Others urged him to take a sip as well, cautioning against his urgency for his mother, lest he himself succumb after being trapped for over an hour. Just minutes after the vehicle departed, a gasp echoed through the crowd as yet another individual collapsed. Upon investigation, it was discovered to be an elderly gentleman who had just emerged from the elevator. Moments earlier, someone had remarked on his apparent vigor, noting that if the young people were struggling after being confined for an hour, he should be fine. Yet, before the echo of that statement had faded, he had fallen. Qin Huai observed him for a considerable time, and seeing him rest peacefully, he too closed his eyes. This power outage lingered longer than expected, and the two remained in slumber until nearly noon. Without air conditioning, the residual coolness and the gentle breeze from the fan could not stave off the rising temperature brought on by the sun's relentless rays. Eventually, the heat roused them, leaving a damp imprint of their forms on the cool mat beneath them. Mu Nan, feeling the oppressive warmth, sat up, and despite the absence of light, the heat seemed to seep in relentlessly. Qin Huai rose to turn on the rechargeable lamp, while Mu Nan rubbed his eyes, striving to awaken. It's unbearably hot. Qin Huai replied, I fear there may be a need to slaughter a chicken soon. Mu Nan lifted his gaze towards him, and Qin Huai remarked, the temperature required to nurture such a creature is rather excessively challenging. Mu Nan expressed a hint of regret. Has it perished? Qin Huai replied, not yet, but it is on the brink of demise. Mu Nan sighed. Yesterday, I had a few chickens under a separate air conditioning fan, even placed an ice block for them. Forget it. It is too arduous to care for the chickens in this heat. Let us dispatch them instead and focus on the vegetables. Although this meant they would no longer have fresh eggs to consume, he had already procured over 100 boxes prior, which would suffice for daily needs over the coming years. The electricity had yet to return, and the generator had been in use throughout the night, leaving little power in reserve. Fortunately, their stock was ample, so they retrieved another fully charged generator. After the two had washed up, Qin Huai carried a cage of chickens into the bathroom, skillfully performing the ritual of bloodletting. Once the chickens were lifeless, he instructed Mu Nan to store them away in the spatial compartment. With the power still out and the home excessively warm, boiling water to pluck the feathers was impossible, so they had to set that task aside for the moment. After scooping a few spoonfuls of water to wash off some of the perspiration and the lingering odor of blood from the bathroom, a refreshing breeze greeted Qin Huai as he emerged. The electricity had not been restored, but Mu Nan had dismantled the swimming pool from the previous day and set up an inflatable pool without water, placing several large ice blocks inside. 2 air conditioning fans directed their cool air towards the bed. As soon as he appeared, Mu Nan eagerly inquired, what would you like to eat? Qin Huai approached and sat on the bed, fanning himself, and replied, let us have some chilled congee. In such heat, I cannot stomach anything else. Mu Nan retrieved 2 bowls of porridge from the space, along with several small side dishes neatly packed in a box, and enjoyed a relatively pleasant breakfast while basking in the gentle breeze of the air conditioning fan. It was her habit to browse her phone while eating, and indeed, the chat group was buzzing with discussions about the power outage. Their home relied on ice blocks and the air conditioning fan for cooling, maintaining a tolerable temperature, while others were trapped in what felt like infernos or saunas. Under the scorching midday sun, some households were merely shielded by a thin layer of fabric, unlike the thick, insulating membrane that protected her own home, making it easy to imagine the sweltering heat within. It felt unbearable, and one could only wonder if anyone could come to their rescue. The heat was intolerable. When would the electricity be restored? Explosions were of no concern. She needed the air conditioning during the day. When would the cooling station open? The situation was truly unbearable. She would exhaust her savings to secure a place there. What good was money if her life was at stake? Once she secured a spot, she would not leave. Who could spare her 2 bottles of water? She was willing to pay a premium. She had intended to fetch water today, but without electricity, descending the stairs was impossible. Wasn't the elevator supposed to operate on backup power? It had only functioned for a short while yesterday before shutting down in the early hours of the morning. Fuel prices were exorbitant. How could they continuously power the generator? When would their community invest in solar energy? Not to mention, Maintaining the elevator's operational flow would be beneficial. In the group, someone called for help, stating that their elderly family member was in critical condition, while another repeatedly tagged the community, urging them to restore power to the elevator. Children at home were suffering from heat, experiencing nausea and shortness of breath, and needed to be rushed to the hospital. The community has become overwhelmingly busy. During the day, one cannot even walk outside without risking heat exhaustion, as even those who seek refuge in shaded buildings are susceptible to the sweltering heat. They are, after all, human beings, and at such a time, venturing outdoors is unfeasible. Besides attempting to soothe concerns within the group chat, there is little else they can do. Fortunately, the government still provides 3 meals a day and distributes essential supplies weekly, enabling families to make ends meet. In these trying times, who would willingly engage in tasks that require daily encounters with death, laboring tirelessly for others yet facing blame and dissatisfaction? However, the discourse within the group was soon interrupted by the events of the previous day's elevator incident. They were unaware of the fates of those trapped in the elevator in other buildings, despite residing in the same community, as the flow of information was sluggish. In their own building, 5 individuals were sent to the hospital following the incident. After Qin Huai and Mu Nen ascended, a few others exhibited concerning reactions. Some were fortunate enough to receive timely medical attention, recovering after receiving intravenous fluids. Yet, one individual did not fare as well. He suffered convulsions en route to the hospital and, upon arrival, found the emergency room overwhelmed with patients. The number of doctors available for rescue was limited, and they were unable to manage the influx, resulting in the unfortunate demise of that individual. In total, 2 residents from their building who emerged from the elevator perished, a frail young man, not yet 30, who had convulsed during transport, and Mr. Zhang Jiangwen, an elderly neighbor from their floor. When Moonin learned of this news, she was taken aback. Grandpa Zhang from next door has passed away. Qin Huai was equally stunned. He died? They couldn't save him? Some individuals, perplexed by the situation, assumed that the person in question had nothing pressing on their agenda and thus began to vent their frustrations in the group. The frail young man appeared devoid of resources, clearly lacking water. In contrast, the Zhang family, burdened with their backpacks, seemed to possess some supplies, though it remained uncertain whether they contained water. Consequently, the young man, desperate, implored them for assistance, practically bowing down in supplication. However, the elderly member of the Zhang family merely stated that they had no water, claiming their bags contained only clothing. Zhang Jiangwen, likely convinced of his robust health, often prided himself on being more vigorous than many younger individuals. Yet, he overlooked the fact that he was over 70 years old. Ultimately, his refusal to share water culminated in his own demise. The convolutions of this episode left Mu Nen astounded and utterly puzzled. What could this grandfather Zhang have been thinking? To forfeit his life over a mere reluctance to share water, especially when his beloved grandson was trapped inside as well, seemed utterly unfathomable. Qin Huai remarked, as some individuals age, their thought processes may undergo significant changes, a natural consequence of cerebral decline. Thus, many younger people struggle to comprehend the reasoning of the elderly, often perceiving them as irrational and obstinate. In reality, their thought patterns have simply deteriorated with age, rendering their perspectives difficult for others to grasp. Individuals like Zhang Jiangwen, accustomed to having their way, often behave in ways that defy reason. Even when their actions are incomprehensible, their descendants dare not voice dissent. His domineering nature and obstinacy are the primary catalysts for this tragedy. Munan sighed softly, reflecting on the quintessential self-destructive behavior that ultimately led to a loss of life, deeming it utterly unworthy. Recalling the information previously seen in the group chat, Mu Nan inquired, "Is that Grandma Zhang now alone at home?" Qin Huai glanced at Mu Nan and replied, "She should be." "Why do you ask?" Mu Nan suggested, "Should we go check on her?" Though Qin Huai harbored no desire to intervene, his long-standing aversion to the Zhang family, rooted in childhood experiences, did not deter him from playing the role of a good Samaritan for Mu Nan's sake. However, before they could take action, Su Ming, residing next door, had already gone to investigate, likely prompted by the news circulating in the group chat. He thought to himself that an elderly person alone at home might be in need of assistance, although they could not offer much help if a serious issue arose. Providing a glass of cold water seemed feasible. Unfortunately, his gesture was met with indifference. The 3 households in close proximity could hear each other's commotion, and since Jianshu was already in the living room, they curiously opened the door to see what was happening when they heard Su Ming knocking on the Zhang family's door. "What is going on?" Jianchu asked, observing Su Ming illuminating his surroundings with his phone. Su Ming replied, haven't you checked the group chat? Shaking his head, Jianchu responded, not yet. Su Ming urged, take a look, I'm just checking on the elderly resident there. Yuzi Bai, still in a state between slumber and wakefulness, paused momentarily, rubbed his eyes, and asked hoarsely, who? Jianchu nearly thrust her phone screen into his face. The elderly man from the Zhang family next door was trapped in the elevator last night. They brought a backpack full of water but refused to share it with others, enduring nearly an hour without drinking, and ultimately, he succumbed. Goodness. I've never witnessed such a selfish demise. Yuzi Bai flicked her forehead lightly. He's no longer with us, so let's refrain from such remarks. What is the current situation next door? Jianchu replied. The old lady from the Zhang family twisted her ankle and didn't go out yesterday. Now she is alone in the house. I suspect Dr. Su went to check on her, considering her age and the power outage, fearing she might struggle with the situation. Before Jianchu could finish her sentence, they heard a loud, exasperated voice from next door. What is going on? It's broad daylight, and I can't even sleep. Stop knocking. It's maddening, scram. Jianchu was taken aback. What is happening? So fierce. She quickly messaged their small group on this floor, tagging Dr. Su to inquire about the situation. Wondering if they were dealing with a situation akin to El Dongbin. Dr. Su merely responded with an exasperated shrug emoji and moon and sin a question mark. Jianchu hurriedly recounted the earlier events, concluding, from now on, let us keep our distance from the Zhang family. We can't afford to provoke such people. Moon An clicked her tongue. Indeed, best to steer clear in the future. Qin Huai patted the space beside him, inviting Mu Nan to draw closer. After a brief moment of fiddling with the computer, he initiated a film in the apocalyptic disaster genre. Upon seeing the title, Mu Nan remarked, I have seen this one. Qin Huai replied, then let us watch it again. He positioned Mu Nan on the bed to enjoy the movie and then rose to inspect the vegetables in their room as well as those in the adjacent area. The oppressive heat had taken a toll. The vegetables appeared wilted and lifeless. Qin Huai squatted down, gently prodding the plants. Previously, the air conditioning had sustained them, but now, with the power outage, a mere night had rendered the vegetables unsightly. If those indoors fared poorly, one could only imagine the state of the outdoor fields. Likely parched and cracked under the relentless sun. Halfway through the film, Mu Nan caught sight of Qin Huai, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, as he carried a bag of muddy seedlings. The droplets cascaded down the contours of his abdomen, causing Mu Nan to feel a sudden dizziness. Before he could ponder the reason behind his reaction to Qin Huai's perspiration, his attention was swiftly diverted to the contents of Qin Huai's hands, prompting a grimace as he exclaimed, no way, have the vegetables perished too? Qin Huai chuckled, with temperatures soaring above 50 degrees. It has indeed been a formidable challenge for them. He continued, did we not purchase a plethora of seeds? Store this soil in the space for now, and we shall decide later whether to remain here or relocate. For the time being, gather these seedlings, with a bit of washing. They can still be sought ed and enjoyed. Mu Nan rose from the bed and promptly stowed the small sack into the designated space. After Qin Huai finished showering in the bathroom, cleansing himself of the lingering sin of sweat, he emerged to find Mu Nan offering him a box of ice cream. Taking a seat on the edge of the bed, Qin Huai took a couple of bites before returning it. He was not fond of such cloyingly sweet treats. Even when indulging in ice cream, he preferred the refreshing flavors of popsicles. Mu Nan, of course, was well aware of Qin Huai's aversion to creamy ice cream. Yet he himself relished it. This way, if Qin Huai took a few bites and then stopped, Mu Nan could devour the entire box. Unfortunately, before he could act on his intentions, Qin Huai foresaw his scheme. He could only consume half. Mu Nan reclined to the side, positioning the ice cream on the mat. Propping his head with one hand while he watched the computer with the other, scooping mouthfuls of ice cream without uttering a word. Qin Huai glanced over at him with a smile, leaning back on the bed and scrolling through his phone. It was only after Mu Nan finished watching the film that Qin Huai inquired about his thoughts on it. Lying back on the bed, Mu Nan turned his head to glance at Qin Huai and pondered, is the protagonist Halo indestructible? Qin Huai tapped his finger lightly on Mu Nan's forehead. 80% of accidents stem from acquaintances. Just look at the protagonist in this movie. Several times he found himself in peril due to familiar faces. Only then did Mu Nan comprehend Qin Huai's intention in suggesting the film. He could have simply told him to rewatch it directly. Qin Huai smiled and remarked, you might not remember what I say. I understand that you feel the other person is about the same age as our grandmother and is an old neighbor from the past. If it were a complete stranger, you probably wouldn't be so hesitant about whether to pay a visit. However, many situations often arise from those we know. She playfully pinched his face, adding, "Let us hope so. But considering you consulted me before taking action, I deem it fitting to reward you with a serving of braised shrimp today." The ice in Munan's room had already been replaced, but he did not waste the melted water. Instead, he transferred it to another inflatable pool filled with water. The cool remnants would be just perfect for a refreshing soak when the heat became unbearable. With both air conditioning units running simultaneously, the power consumption increased significantly. And within 7 to 8 hours, the battery was nearly depleted. Munan had to retrieve a new one, though fortunately these batteries were quite affordable. And he had prepared 2 or 3 of them himself. Later, Qin Huai purchased several more in B City, all fully charged. Despite the considerable drain, they could manage for over half a month. Should the power outage extend beyond that, they would have to resort to using a generator. Although Munan had little vivid recollection of this power outage, as such occurrences were frequent during this time in his previous life, sometimes lasting a day or two, his memory was not precise enough to capture every detail. Thus, he remained uncertain about the duration of the current outage. Nonetheless, for the moment, their home remained quite comfortable. A fortunate outcome thanks to Qin Huai's uncomplaining effort in handling the ice. As winter approached, he meticulously froze large blocks of ice in the swimming pools. In the biting cold, the water from the pools, when placed in a well-ventilated room, would solidify into substantial ice within a mere day and night. Each day, he managed to freeze 2 or 3 such blocks, accumulating a considerable supply over the entire winter, sufficient to meet the demands of the following year. While Munan sat on the ground sketching recipes, Qin Huai busily wiped the cool mat with a towel diluted with floral essence. Although the room was not excessively warm, prolonged periods in a single posture could still induce a slight perspiration. Thus, the mat required daily maintenance. Noticing Munan sitting on the floor in search of coolness, Qin Huai remarked, "Why not take a shower later, or perhaps sprinkle some baby powder? I noticed you purchased a few boxes." Baby powder had always been available at local pharmacies, and given the lack of sunlight during this season, Munan had stocked up on vitamins, depleting his medical insurance card in the process. When he spotted baby powder on the shelves, he casually bought several boxes, though he thought he would not need much. In his previous life, he had never suffered from rashes, no matter how hot it became. Hearing Qin Huai's suggestion, Munan touched his neck and replied, "But I haven't developed any rashes." Qin Huai responded, "It's merely a precaution." Munan shrugged nonchalantly, "All right then." Just then, Munan's alarm went off. He silenced it and retrieved 2 palm-sized sealed bags from his storage. One bag contained an assortment of colorful capsules, yellow, white, and red, representing various vitamins. "Brother, come quickly. It's time for our vitamins," he called out. Qin Huai washed his hands and accepted the bag, swallowing its contents in 2 bites. Then, he was handed a package of liquid ginseng by Munan. After drinking it, he watched as Munan swallowed a pill with a gulp of water, finding it somewhat amusing. "By the time you finish that bag, you'll be too full to drink," he remarked. Munan glanced at Qin Huai and replied, "What can I do? I can't gulp it all down." Qin Huai commented, "I've never really consumed such things before. Starting health regimens in your 20s seems a bit premature." As Munan chewed on a ginseng strip, he mused, "Brother, do you think if humans lived in such lightless environments for an extended period, their eyes would evolve to possess night vision capabilities?" Qin Huai responded, "Certainly. The most fascinating aspect of biological genetics is its ability to gradually adapt to environmental changes, albeit this can be an exceedingly lengthy process." While rubbing his full belly, Munan rose from the ground to take a shower, contemplating whether he should wash his hair. Although it was still relatively short, it had been several days since his last wash, and his hair had grown a bit oily. When Munan emerged, he was enveloped in the fragrant aroma of body wash and shampoo. As he toweled his hair and moved toward the air conditioning fan, he exclaimed, "I feel rejuvenated." Qin Huai adjusted the fan to avoid blowing directly at him and wrapped the towel around his head, saying, "I told you to dry off a little before coming out to the breeze. Every time you come out soaking wet, you're bound to catch a cold the next day." Munan tilted his head back, allowing Qin Huai to dry his hair. "It's so hot. Even a cold shower feels warm." Though it is referred to as a cold shower, the water within the tub, upon contact with the skin, emanates a steamy warmth, rendering it scarcely different from a hot bath. Qin Huai chuckled, "You haven't used talcum powder since you were 5. Can you truly recall events from that age?" Munan shook his head, "Not vividly, but the scent evokes memories of my childhood." After applying the powder, Munan climbed onto the bed, clutching a notebook, browsing for variety shows while urging Qin Huai to take a shower as well. Having powdered himself, it was only fair that Qin Huai do the same. While searching for a show, he noticed a message in their group chat. Munan opened it to find Jian Chu asking if they wanted to head downstairs. Jian Chu? Munan, yesterday, my brother and I nearly stepped into the elevator. It was quite a scare. Jian Chu, you were fortunate indeed. I heard there are dried vegetables for sale downstairs. We plan to take a look. Munan, what kind of dried vegetables? Dried plums? Jian Chu, dehydrated vegetables. While we may not be able to afford them, it's still worth joining in the excitement, especially since it's so warm at home. Su Ming, I'll head down. Wait for me. Munan, if you decide to purchase, please let us know in the group. Bring us some as well. Jian Chu, sure. After Qin Huai finished his shower, he felt significantly more at ease. Munan quickly applied some talcum powder on him, saying, Jian Chu and the others have gone downstairs. They mentioned that there are dehydrated vegetables for sale. I told them that if they buy some, they should bring us a bit. Qin Huai remarked, at this hour, dehydrated vegetables are likely to be exorbitantly priced. Dehydrated vegetables abound. And while fresh produce can be preserved in suitable conditions, the availability of dehydrated options holds significant value, especially for extreme environments. When Jian Chu and her companions descended to the ground floor, they found the entrance of the community bustling with people eager to purchase dehydrated vegetables. To prevent any opportunistic behavior, the vendor had restricted access to the stall, guarded by several imposing men adorned with tattoos, brandishing clubs. A sign displayed the terms of sale. Customers were to approach the stall one by one, rather than in a chaotic rush. Jian Chu peered into the stall from behind a flower bed and, upon reading the sign, gasped in astonishment. Turning to Yu Zibai and Su Ming, 1,000 yuan for a package, and it weighs only 300 grams, less than a pound. Yu Zibai responded, once rehydrated. 300 grams should yield several pounds of vegetables. Su Ming shook her head. If it amounts to 2 pounds, that would be quite remarkable. Moreover, they are selling a mixed variety, suitable only for soups once reconstituted. This package could suffice for several meals, and considering current vegetable prices, 1,000 yuan per package is relatively economical. After all, to consume these, one requires water, which is now more precious than anything else. 1,000 yuan likely represents a threshold for many. Most importantly, the government continues to distribute supplies. With a bit of agility, one can occasionally secure rice, flour, and oil. Albeit at inflated prices, yet they remain accessible. Moreover, the instant noodles provided come with a vegetable packet. If these were fresh vegetables, the price, no matter how steep, would surely incite a frenzy among buyers. However, these are dehydrated vegetables. While they are convenient to store, those who are not fond of dehydrated produce may feel that the nutritional value has diminished, rendering the vegetable packets and the noodles hardly worthy of the name. Jian Chu glanced at Yu Zibo and inquired, should we purchase some? After all, we have some extra income. It seems that holding on to cash nowadays is less prudent than converting it into food and drink, as money has become rather unreliable. Yu Zibo pondered for a moment and nodded. Let us buy a few. You can ask Qin Huai and the others. Didn't they mention wanting to take some? Let us see how much they desire. Yu Zibo suggested, let us get 3 packets. Su Ming added, as for me, 2 packets will suffice, making it an even 10. Yu Zibo instructed Jian Chu to remain by the flower bed to avoid being jostled by the onlookers below, while he and Su Ming ventured into the throng. With several burly men guarding the area, the price appeared exorbitant to some, thus most people hesitated, waiting for the first brave soul to make a purchase. Yu Zibo and Su Ming successfully acquired 10 packets without haggling with the vendor. They simply scanned the payment and departed with their bounty. The entire transaction executed with remarkable efficiency. As more people witnessed others making purchases, they could not resist moving forward. Ever since the relentless sun ascended into the sky, they had lost track of how long it had been since they had eaten vegetables. It was said that the fields could no longer sustain crops. Those that had yet to be harvested either perished under the scorching rays or were hastily gathered before their time. The government, in fear of inciting famine and unrest, dared not compile or announce the national agricultural losses. Some claimed that the current situation surpassed any historical calamity, for although past droughts had resulted in scant harvests, the climate then was relatively stable. People could still forage for wild vegetables in the mountains. But now the sun blazed with such intensity that it seemed determined to desiccate the land, leaving no semblance of sustenance. Given the present circumstances, even if the national granaries were filled, the inability to cultivate would soon render wealth meaningless, as food would become unattainable. Previously, the owner of the mahjong parlor downstairs whether by chance or ingenuity, had acquired a battery to power a large fan placed at the entrance, directing a refreshing breeze outward. The fan swayed, dispersing some of the oppressive heat that had gathered among the crowd. In these times, even a hint of wind was a source of contentment, prompting some to lament that had they known, they too would have prepared a battery at home. While air conditioning was beyond reach, a fan could still provide some relief. Many clever individuals have begun to experiment with removing the batteries from their electric vehicles. However, connecting the wiring requires a certain level of expertise. Those unfamiliar with circuits often struggle to comprehend online tutorials. Yet, history has shown that talent is never in short supply among the populace. Some individuals, recognizing their limitations, offer food and drink as an incentive for others to assist them, knowing that even if the power returns later, these batteries will prove useful. During a brief moment as they sat downstairs, at least 3 people appeared, bringing their electric vehicle batteries and wiring boards to seek the owner's assistance with modifications. Furthermore, some even wheeled their electric vehicles over to queue for help. Jinshu remarked, in these times, possessing a skill ensures one is always in demand. In that short span, they managed to earn 3 bottles of water. Munan nodded in agreement. Qinhuai glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to the computer screen. This celebrity looks quite familiar. What's their name again? Munan replied, if someone needs something to eat, just say so. I have plenty in my space. Qinhuai suggested, a half each would be just right. He quickly devoured his popsicle, leaving no trace of the stick, which he rinsed and handed over to Munan for future use, knowing it could be recycled for homemade popsicles in winter. Qinhuai remarked, it shouldn't happen so quickly. The death toll is too high. In one district, hundreds to thousands perish daily. Just imagine the numbers in an entire city. The crematoriums can hardly keep up. Moreover, it is said that it has now become impossible to retrieve the ashes of the deceased, as the number of fatalities is overwhelming. The impracticality of cremating each individual one by one is evident, and with the bodies unable to be stored for long, there is an insufficient number of refrigeration units to accommodate them. Leaving the remains exposed would only expedite their decay. It is universally acknowledged that if corpses are not promptly addressed, pathogens and viruses will proliferate rapidly, and a moment's negligence could lead to a widespread epidemic. Even if the citizens are unable to accept the fact that they cannot claim their loved one's ashes, the government cannot permit yet another crisis, one that could have been averted, to arise in an already dire situation. Regarding the passing of her husband, Grandma Zhang is naturally unable to come to terms with it. How could a simple errand to collect supplies lead to being trapped in an elevator due to a power outage? After being confined for a brief period, how could he have vanished? Overwhelmed by this calamity, Grandma Zhang nearly fainted from grief, clutching her equally tearful grandson and wailing, Grandpa is gone. What are we to do now? My grandson has lost his grandfather. How will he manage from here on out? Zhang Zhengwen was a formidable presence, serving as the pillar of the family, both economically and emotionally. His son, Zhang Yi, grew up under the weight of his father's dominance, lacking in assertiveness and decisiveness. In contrast, the grandson, spoiled by the affection of his grandparents, is not as taciturn or submissive as his father, yet he remains merely a 16-year-old boy, nurtured by indulgence, of little use in dire circumstances. Thus, with Zhang Zhengwen's departure, the Zhang family has lost its cornerstone, leaving them uncertain about their future. Upon hearing her mother mention that someone had knocked on their door during the day, Zhang Yi was engulfed by a sense of panic. The uncertainty of whether the visitor had come out of concern for the solitary elder left in their home left him feeling dizzy. The thought that if the current situation could not be ameliorated, the world might never return to its former state weighed heavily on him. How could he bear the responsibility of supporting such a large family? Contemplating the future, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt as though the sky itself was about to collapse. Jianshu had sent a message to Munan in advance and waited at the entrance for a short while before Qinhuai arrived to open the door, presenting them with 5 bags of dried vegetables. Fortunately, we arrived early. If we had been half an hour late, everything would have been sold out, Qinhuai remarked. Thank you. How is the situation outside? Any news regarding the power restoration? Jianshu shook her head. No, a group of people is still gathered downstairs. Many are attempting to rig batteries to power extension cords. Earlier, the owner of the mahjong parlor dragged a fan outside, and numerous individuals are sitting there enjoying the breeze. The crowd is growing, and as more people gather, it becomes increasingly uncomfortable, so we decided to come up. Qinhuai offered, if you have a battery, I can assist you in the modifications. Initially surprised, Jianshu soon sighed. We would first need an electric scooter for that. Never mind. It seems more practical to simply pray for the restoration of power. The sounds of weeping from the Zhang household persisted for a considerable time. Thankfully, the situation for Qin Huai and his group was somewhat bearable, as they were separated by a corridor. By closing the iron door in their main entrance and slightly increasing the volume of the computer, they were able to mask the sorrowful sounds. The two households next to the Zhangs, particularly Jian Chu and Yu Ziba, who resided in the living room, bore the brunt of the anguish. However, despite being disturbed by the sounds of weeping, they found themselves powerless. After all, someone in that household had passed away, and they were grappling with their sorrow. It would be utterly unreasonable to complain about the noise, so they could only endure it. The power outage that lasted a day and a night made many who were already lamenting their difficult lives realize that existence could indeed become even more arduous. Consequently, the complaints dwindled, and each person merely hoped that such days of power interruption would not recur. Many were already awaiting the opening of the cooling centers in their vicinity. Those who had previously hesitated were now resolute. Come what may, they would move in with their families. They could sacrifice a few bites of food, but the oppressive heat was simply unbearable. It remains uncertain whether the allure of being able to exchange goods for cash at the cooling centers, or the overwhelming despair of an uncertain future, has led to a rise in criminal activities within the city. Some, lacking in courage, banded together with like-minded individuals to specifically target closed establishments. Initially, their sights were set on restaurants, hoping to discover some storable grains or oils, which would be a boon. Yet, after attempting to break into several eateries, they found themselves utterly disappointed. Aside from immovable chairs and tables, there was not even a single bottle of condiments like pepper or soy sauce. It seemed the owners had taken everything of value when they departed. In contrast, those attempting to break into these establishments displayed a semblance of conscience, moral restraint, and humanity, seeking wealth without endangering lives. Another form of burglary, however, is truly devoid of humanity. Some who stalk and break into homes, stealing all the food a family has accumulated, at least spare lives. But there is a group that lies in wait, anticipating someone to be home, and upon breaking in, they not only rob but also murder out of spite. Those who are truly wealthy, residing in upscale residential areas, are currently beyond the reach of these perpetrators. Therefore, they set their sights on ordinary residential areas, targeting the homes of some grassroots cadres, slightly affluent self-employed individuals, and even junior supervisors or employees working in state-controlled supermarkets after many shopping malls have closed due to the extreme heat. These individuals become the targets of those conscienceless thugs. Perhaps initially, their goal was also to seek wealth and possessions because those they targeted had more channels to accumulate supplies than ordinary people. However, as days grew increasingly difficult, their actions became more and more audacious, until they crossed the line of humanity, shifting from seeking wealth to taking pleasure in killing. These individuals even named their group Doomsday Thugs, similar to the news that emerged around this time in the previous life. A group of people began to commit crimes with impunity. At night, they would lurk in buildings, and while others were sleeping during the day, they would quietly pick locks and break into homes. The first thing these people would do upon entering was to slit the homeowner's throat. Some people didn't even have time to react in their sleep before their throats were cut. Those who were alert naturally could not avoid a fight, but those who broke in were all armed with knives. The only difference was dying without a struggle versus being stabbed multiple times and dying in agony. During the tumult of the skirmish, it was inevitable that some nearby residents would be alarmed. Currently, all operations have come to a standstill. Under the fierce glare of the sun, no soul dares to venture outside. The silence is profound, rendering the sounds from the adjacent dwellings strikingly evident. Some, driven by self-preservation, would not only refrain from opening their doors but would also hastily fortify their entrances with anything that could serve as a barricade, terrified that the marauders might shift their attention towards their own homes. Those who remain cautious and do not dare to open their doors typically find themselves unscathed. For the assailants, having achieved their objective, swiftly depart with their ill-gotten gains. Conversely, those who venture out to offer assistance often find themselves gravely injured or even fatally struck. The prevalence of such harrowing news is overwhelming. The term apocalyptic marauders has become an insidious specter lurking among the populace, leaving everyone in trepidation of their next appearance and the identity of their subsequent targets. Online, some individuals lament the government's inaction, questioning how such a fearsome criminal organization is allowed to roam freely. They wonder if any semblance of order truly exists, positing that the authorities have long since abandoned the welfare of the common folk. Some even draw parallels between this situation and the charging methods of cooling stations, suggesting that these facilities serve merely as a pretext for the upper echelons to siphon resources, with the majority of citizens having been forsaken. The narrative posits that the current governmental strategy is one of survival of the fittest, prioritizing the elimination of the weak and infirm, while the powers that be remain indifferent. In times past, such heinous offenders and their criminal enterprises would have been swiftly apprehended. Moonan understood that the government was not neglecting them. Rather, it was simply unable to muster enough manpower. The individuals within the government are human too. Being labeled as government officials does not endow them with omnipotence. To prevent unrest, distributing water or supplies necessitated mobilizing substantial resources to safeguard these provisions. Otherwise, if faced with a group of radical citizens, untrained civilians would undoubtedly panic. Once one location fell victim to looting, it would incite imitation elsewhere. Thus, from the outset, these supplies were controlled and distributed by the military and armed police, striving to eliminate potential sources of chaos from the very beginning. Most efforts were directed towards ensuring the basic livelihood of the populace, while during such times, the crime rate exhibited a nearly linear upward trend. Furthermore, many street corner surveillance cameras, exposed daily to the sweltering heat, had already malfunctioned in numerous locations, leaving no time for repairs or replacements, thereby significantly complicating the investigation of these individuals' movements. However, Moonan was aware that ultimately, these so-called apocalyptic marauders would be apprehended, and to serve as a deterrent, they would be sentenced to death, marking the first instance in history of public executions being live-streamed. In his previous life, Moonan had been one of the online spectators of such executions, an unprecedented event that might only be witnessed once in a lifetime. The profiles of those apocalyptic marauders were released at that time, yet Moonan had not examined them closely. He merely glanced at the photographs. Even had he studied them then, he likely would not remember them now, as they were individuals with whom he had never intersected in his life. Yet unexpectedly, in this lifetime, he encountered the living being, and even found him in such close proximity. As was customary, after the sun dipped below the horizon, he and Qin Huai awakened from their slumber, preparing a light and refreshing meal that served as breakfast. After indulging in their meal and engaging with the computer for a while, it was nearly noon. The sun now set quite late, disappearing completely around 9 o'clock. So they did not linger at home for long before it was time to retrieve their supplies, as had been their routine for nearly 2 months. Collecting provisions every 3 days, Jianchu could not help but lament the seemingly endless nature of this existence. Moonan silently pondered that the days of living in such a manner were indeed approaching their conclusion. As they exited the building, Moonan's gaze immediately fell upon a group of 4 men gathered at the flower bed near their entrance, 2 crouching and 2 standing, engaged in casual conversation, exuding an air of leisure as if they were merely enjoying a break outdoors. However, Moonan instantly recognized the bald man among them, one of the marauders from the apocalypse. The prevalence of baldness had become quite ordinary, as many men opted to shave their heads to conserve water and alleviate discomfort from oily and itchy hair. Thus, the bald man did not stand out, though a prominent scar, resembling a centipede, extended from behind his ear to his chin, measuring nearly a finger's length. Notably, the man had a round head and wore a friendly smile, with earlobes that were somewhat large, reminiscent of the laughing Buddha. Even with an expressionless visage, he still appeared to be a good man. It was precisely this stark contrast, coupled with the scar behind his ear, that compelled Moonan to gaze at the photograph a moment longer. He did not intentionally memorize him, after all. Why would he bother to remember a group of individuals who had already met their demise? Yet, when this person materialized before him, Moonan recognized him immediately. However, he could not recall any incidents of apocalyptic marauders assaulting his neighborhood. He was uncertain whether such events had transpired or if they had occurred in other buildings without making headlines. At that time, he merely glanced at online news and occasionally scanned the community's WeChat group. He had not been vigilant enough to stay informed. Thus, he was left pondering whether there were distinctions between the 2 lifetimes or if he had simply overlooked crucial information in his previous existence. Moreover, considering that these individuals were now lurking beneath their building, he could not help but wonder if their targets were indeed the residents of this very structure. This thought sent a chill down his spine, and his anxious stomach tightened with discomfort. These were individuals capable of murder without a second thought. Even now, it was unclear how many lives they had taken. Though he had been reborn, he remained a mere mortal, and the instinct to panic still lingered. Noticing Moonan's pace slow and his countenance shift, Qin Huai furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What's wrong?" If it were only Qin Huai present, Moonan would have readily spoken up, but with others around, He hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his fears. Yet, remaining silent filled him with dread, as he feared that his concealment might yield dire consequences, especially with that group now stationed beneath their building, observing those who came and went to collect supplies, potentially selecting their next targets. As Munan grasped Qin Huai's hand, hesitating, Qin Huai turned to Zibai and the others, saying, "You all go ahead. We will join you shortly." Once the outsiders had departed, Munan nervously pulled Qin Huai closer, noticing the absence of passers-by around them. In a hushed voice, he confided, "I just saw members of the Doomsday Thugs downstairs." Munan's eyes widened slightly in alarm. "How do you know?" Qin Huai replied, "Their aura feels distinctly different. Although the concept of aura may be elusive, it often serves as a means to discern a person's true nature, much like soldiers who, even when clad in civilian attire, exude an unmistakable presence that sets them apart from ordinary individuals. Those who have faced adversity carry a different aura compared to those who have not. Those who have taken lives possess an even more pronounced essence that is hard to conceal. When encountering seasoned veterans, one need not engage physically. A mere glance can reveal the scent of bloodshed that lingers about them." Qin Huai gently ruffled Munan's hair, attempting to soothe him. "Don't be anxious." Munan frowned. "How can I not be anxious?" The thought of the news reports he'd seen, those individuals brazenly wielding knives when confronted with locked doors, sent shivers down his spine. They acted without restraint, often choosing to strike during the day, knowing that even a call to the police would not yield immediate assistance. They were utterly unconcerned about creating a commotion. Anyone daring to intervene would face immediate violence. It was as if they were a band of frenzied marauders, instilling such fear that no one dared to meddle in others' affairs, relying solely on the quality of one's security door, no matter how robust, seemed futile against the relentless assault of an entire day. Such thoughts only exacerbated his growing sense of dread. Munan couldn't help but clutch his stomach. Qin Huai quickly supported him, asking, "Is your stomach hurting?" Munan nodded. "Yes, brother. Should we stay at a hotel for a day?" The thought of potentially lurking in the building, waiting for daylight to strike, filled him with dread, as if the entire building's inhabitants were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The notion of taking the initiative, guided by foresight, never crossed his mind. Those individuals had already taken numerous lives. Even if he recognized them as apocalyptic marauders, he felt utterly powerless against them. Not only was he lacking in combat prowess, but even if Qin Huai possessed some skill, he would never allow him to take such risks. As for calling the police, what could he possibly say? Beyond fleeing, he could conceive of no other solution. Qin Huai recognized the panic in Munan's demeanor and reassured him. "It's all right, Nan, just look at me. Since we have identified them in advance, whether or not we can eliminate the threat is secondary. What truly matters is ensuring our safety. Consider the abundance of items we have in our space. We can stack all the furniture from my room in front of the security door, blocking it securely. Even if they manage to break in, the barricade will impede their entry. Moreover, we are not without weapons. Compared to their knives, our arms can engage from a distance." Encouraged by Qin Huai's words, Munan felt a flicker of hope amidst his misfortune of being targeted. It seemed that they might possess the means to defend themselves after all, allowing him to regain a semblance of calm. "So, what should we do now?" he inquired. "Should we remind Jinchu and Dr. Su?" Munan glanced towards the supermarket. "We haven't collected our supplies yet." She shook her head. "We should go and retrieve them. After all, it's a few bottles of water." "I just noticed that group of people seemed anxious, but it's not as painful now." By the time they reached the supermarket, the line was nearly at Jianchu's position. Upon seeing Munan and Qin Huai, Jianchu waved them over. "Come here, this way." Qin Huai replied, "No need, we'll just wait in line at the back." Jianchu reached out and pulled them in. "It's all right. I already informed those behind us that we had 2 more people coming, so they saved a spot for you. Where have you 2 been?" "Munan, are you feeling all right?" Munan shook her head, while Qin Huai added, "It's nothing serious, just a sudden discomfort in my stomach." Jianchu looked at Munan with concern. "Are you okay? You do seem a bit pale." Suming inquired, "Do you have any stomach medicine at home?" "If not, I have some." It wasn't long before it was their turn. However, after Qin Huai collected their supplies, he approached a few soldiers guarding the supplies and said something. The soldier glanced at Qin Huai, seemingly weighing his words. Then Qin Huai smiled and spoke a few more sentences before the soldier nodded in agreement. As Qin Huai returned, Munan hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Once they were home, Qin Huai quickly retrieved the medicine and handed it to Munan, saying, "I just informed the soldier that a few unfamiliar faces have appeared in our community, and it feels rather suspicious." Munan replied, "Do you think they'll believe us?" It seems unlikely that they would believe such a vague statement. It feels rather off and overly general. If they were to accept this, they would likely have to deal with countless misunderstandings stemming from the subjective judgments of the populace daily. Xinhua remarked. I told them that while I cannot guarantee anything else, those few individuals have undoubtedly been stained with blood. Moonin inquired. Did they not ask you how you knew this? That seems rather perilous. What if they mistake you for an accomplice and detain you? Xinhua responded with a smile. I explained that I had participated in the Feisty training camp for 3 consecutive years, so I possess a degree of predictive ability. Such information can be thoroughly verified. So there is no need to worry about them overthinking it. Moonin, with a look of confusion, asked, What training camp? Xinhua elaborated. It is a type of semi-military training camp abroad, where the instructors hail from elite international special forces and private mercenaries. The training is divided into 2 categories. One is official training, which gathers talents from military departments of various countries for exchange and skill enhancement each year. The other is privately organized, primarily targeting the offspring of wealthy individuals, focusing on crisis response and self-rescue capabilities. After that man departed, he sent me to the training camp in the first year, where I met Lu San, the wealthy heir I later collaborated with. I continued attending for 2 more years until his surrogate child was successfully born, at which point he ceased to involve himself with me, and I no longer returned. In the dream, the sound of a gunshot was faint and indistinct. However, upon awakening, the 2 shots resonated clearly. Once the outside seemed to quiet down, Moonin finally extricated herself from Xinhua's embrace. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was 11 in the morning, the sun blazing fiercely outside at the height of midday. After a moment to collect her thoughts, Moonin inquired, Is it from our building? Xinhua replied, It's from the small building nearby. It should be from one of the middle floors, which is why we can hear it so distinctly from here. Awakened by the gunfire, sleep was no longer an option. Straining her ears for a while, she could faintly discern some shouts and cries. However, the main entrance was securely blocked, rendering the sounds less clear. Moonin then opened her phone to browse the WeChat group, hoping to find any news. Upon entering the group, she was met with a barrage of messages. Scrolling from the top, she came across an urgent plea from a resident on the 13th floor of the adjacent small building, stating that someone was attempting to break in. Initially, there was a quiet sound of a lock being picked, but due to the recent spate of home invasions and robberies, that family had installed 2 interior locks. Even if the front door lock was forced open, the interior locks would still provide a barrier. The interior door suddenly became unyielding, and those outside commenced to forcefully strike it. Even the soundest sleeper was roused from slumber. In a flurry of panic, they hastily barricaded the entrance with every available item, clutching the few knives they possessed in their trembling hands. Desperately, they sought solace in their group chat, pleading for assistance, incessantly dialing the community and emergency services. As the resounding thuds echoed through the air, fear rendered them weak, tears streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, those still awake in the chat could only provide remote support in calling for help, yet in broad daylight, it was likely that responders would be delayed. Little did they anticipate that the subjects of sensationalized news reports would infiltrate their very community, drawing perilously close. Hearing the commotion, neighboring households joined in the frenzy, attempting to fortify their doors with furniture as if to create an impenetrable barrier. With nothing left to do but fervently pray for the sun to set and the night to envelop them, they hoped that the marauding thugs would overlook their home. Unexpectedly, the cacophony of banging ceased, only to be replaced by the sounds of a scuffle, just as they speculated that a neighbor could no longer resist the urge to intervene. The unmistakable crack of gunfire rang out. They were left in dread, uncertain whether the shots belonged to the assailants or another party, rendering them even more reluctant to venture outside. After what felt like an eternity, the tumult subsided, and a voice emerged, declaring that the assailants had been subdued and urging everyone to remain calm and unafraid. The residents in the apartment across the hall mustered the courage to peek through their door. Separated by a courtyard, they felt a temporary sense of safety, believing that opening the door would not result in an immediate breach. To their astonishment, they witnessed a group of individuals clad in military uniforms subduing several people in the corridor. They quickly captured a photograph and shared it in their group chat. All is well. The intruders have been apprehended by the brave soldiers. The family whose door had been kicked and saw the photo in the chat, finally convinced that it was truly safe outside and that help had arrived. They hastily opened their door, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly dropping to their knees in thanks. They had narrowly escaped a brush with death. Had it not been for the timely arrival of these soldiers, their family might have found themselves making headlines in the evening news. Having lived their lives as ordinary citizens, they had never witnessed such a scene. Their most harrowing experiences had merely involved petty thefts. Even in their newfound safety, their spirits were still shaken, as if 2.5 of their souls had been frightened away, leaving them momentarily dazed. Outside, calm finally returned, and Moonan found himself momentarily stunned. Had those apocalyptic marauders truly been captured so easily? Qin Huai replied with a smile. They were armed only with knives. How could they possibly compete with those wielding firearms? The difficulty in capturing them previously stemmed from their tendency to evade and commit crimes on the run. Now, with daylight preventing their escape and prior intelligence at hand, it was a simple matter to apprehend them. In truth, those individuals were merely a disorganized mob, their murderous ambitions inflated by the extreme circumstances of the present. As Qin Huai spoke, he playfully pinched Moonan's cheek. Fortunately, you recognize them. You see, you have saved the lives of several individuals. How did you encounter them in your dreams? Moonan replied, I never saw them face to face. I only witnessed them during a live stream of their execution after they were captured. Qin Huai remarked, regardless, this serves as a warning of impending danger. Moonan turned to Qin Huai, saying, but since the onset of the smog, I have not had those dreams again. What if I am unable to provide such warnings in the future? Qin Huai chuckled softly. Not everyone possesses the gift of prophetic dreams. If someone cannot foresee the future, does that mean they should cease to live? We will navigate life as it comes, preparing for the worst-case scenarios. It is prudent to be ready for the most adverse conditions. In fact, it may be beneficial that you are not having those dreams. One might lose the distinction between dreams and reality if they occur too frequently. The current reality is already harsh enough. He genuinely worries that Moonan might not withstand the emotional burden if he were to experience such nightmares again. Over time, even the strongest mindset could face collapse. Thus, he sincerely hopes Moonan will refrain from such prophetic dreams in the future. Moonan let out a slight sigh of relief. Indeed, one lie necessitates countless others to maintain its facade. Suddenly, Qin Huai leaned closer to Moonan, his gaze serious. Nan, is there something you are concealing from me? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Moonan pushed him away slightly. What could I possibly hide? Whatever I do is under your watchful eye, is it not? The inability to meet another's gaze due to a sense of insecurity has remained unchanged from childhood to adulthood. Qin Huai let out a silent sigh, for it was evident that there were small secrets at play. While wetting a washcloth to cleanse her face, Jianshu remarked, possessing a bit of capability is quite advantageous. In this world, those lacking skills find survival exceedingly arduous. After washing her face, she hung the washcloth on a rack. Presently, they could not even afford to use towels. A single towel absorbed too much water, thus they were left with only a washcloth to reuse repeatedly, one for cleansing the face and another for the body. Given their circumstances, they no longer sought much. Simply being somewhat clean and resembling a human was already a significant achievement. In moments like these, Jianshu felt a twinge of regret. Why didn't we purchase more wet wipes back then? When food prices soared, it seemed that wet wipes did not increase much in cost. Now, acquiring a single wet wipe is quite the challenge. One can equate it to a bath, saving so much water. Yu Zibai replied. Who could have foreseen such a situation? At that time, everyone was preoccupied with hoarding food. Jianshu sighed and rubbed her belly. Her expression slightly pained as she confessed, I dread going downstairs to use the restroom. Yu Zibai suggested, why not use cat litter instead? Jianshu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. That seems rather inappropriate. With a calm demeanor, Yu Zibai fetched a basin, poured some cat litter into it, and placed a plastic bag in the restroom. He then gently urged Jianshu inside, saying, go on, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. As Jianshu grimaced and shut the restroom door, Yu Zibai couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps having a chatty cat was not such a bad idea after all. The existence of doomsday marauders profoundly impacts the current state of society, compelling individuals with a tenuous grasp of legal principles to breach the final boundaries of morality and embark on a path of societal harm. Since the emergence of these marauders' reckless and unrestrained behavior, a faction of supporters has even arisen online, espousing the belief that in such a world, one must seize fleeting pleasures. For a life spent in frustration until death is unbearable. These individuals often grapple with myriad life challenges or have endured personal setbacks, experiencing the inequities of society. After enduring prolonged repression, the absence of societal constraints leads to an explosive and frenzied outburst among such individuals, and they are not few in number. to sound a clarion call to the world and to illuminate the fact that society is no longer the lawful and peaceful realm it once was. The judgment of the doomsday marauders was rendered swiftly. Upon the apprehension of several accomplices, a total of 9 individuals faced capital punishment without exception. Much like the previous life of Munan, the entire execution process was broadcasted live across the internet. The phrase capital punishment of doomsday marauders instantaneously became the most trending topic online. It is noteworthy that even the government, which typically censors slightly graphic imagery, chose to air the execution live. This stark reality served as a profound reminder that the world has irrevocably changed from the one they once inhabited. Perhaps this peculiar and oppressive heat will not dissipate like a sudden fog. Rather, it may signify a new norm for their future existence. The implications of this new normal are daunting, and many dare not contemplate the consequences it may bring. To speak of nothing else, the mere scarcity of food and water has rendered survival nearly impossible. Although the death sentence has yet to be executed, the proclamation has been made, and it is certain that no alterations will ensue. When Munan descended once more to procure water and supplies, she observed an unsettling quietude enveloping their community. Previously, a few elderly individuals could be seen meandering about, but now, not only have they ceased their strolls, but even when encountering familiar faces, they hurried past, devoid of any greeting. The doors and windows of every household are sealed more tightly than ever, as a palpable wariness towards strangers, or even acquaintances, has escalated. Revealing any information in conversation could lead to calamity. Xinhua and Munan had long ceased their shopping, and their funds were nearly exhausted, leaving them with merely a few thousand yuan, which afforded little now. As the populace began to exercise caution, it was time for them to retreat into seclusion. The line for supplies remained, yet the gaps between individuals grew increasingly pronounced, a clear manifestation of vigilance against the unknown. For the youth, unaccustomed to such circumstances, this abrupt shift instilled a profound anxiety, a fear that even the nation may not endure this trial. Jianshu appeared even more withdrawn than during their last encounter. Munan cast a glance at them, choosing silence. This quietude felt oppressive and suffocating, yet when the familiar world shatters, such a phase is an inevitable passage. After receiving the supplies, Xinhua exchanged a glance with the soldier he had previously approached. Following that individual, he stepped aside for a brief conversation. Munan noticed that the soldier handed Xinhua something, yet when Xinhua returned, he refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that this was not a suitable place for discussion. On their way back, Jianshu could no longer contain his thoughts and spoke up. "Do you think our days will continue like this?" Munan pondered that it would likely worsen, but such sentiments were best left unspoken. Instead, he offered some consolation. Perhaps it will evolve into a nocturnal world, where technological advancements erect colossal energy shields around urban habitats, shielding us from the sun's excessive heat. Gradually, these will transform into thriving technological cities, regardless of the circumstances. As long as humanity endures, we shall inevitably discover a means to adapt. Upon hearing his fanciful words, Jianshu chuckled softly before responding. "And we must thank you for reminding us to keep the cat litter last time." Munan glanced at Jianshu and asked, "Is it effective?" Jianshu's face flushed slightly, yet he nodded, "Quite effective. It is infinitely better than using public restrooms. I can no longer endure the inhumane torment. However, we must conserve the cat litter, as well as the plastic bags. Thankfully, I once spotted a promotional event and purchased a box of trash bags. But even those must be used sparingly. Life has become exceedingly challenging." Xinhua interjected, "The information I provided comes with a reward." He gave me a contact number and asked me to add him. Munan inquired, "A reward? What could it possibly be? Surely it can't be money. We've only just managed to spend nearly all of it." Xinhua shook his head, remarking that monetary rewards were unlikely, as currency had significantly depreciated. "If it were money, we would decline it, to avoid the hassle of venturing out to collect it." Nan, have you ever dreamt of the government base? Do you recall what it looked like inside?" Nan responded, "Not everyone resides within the base. Some have chosen not to." As she spoke, she opened her computer and located the real-time map of their city. Drawing upon her memory, she identified the area designated by the government for the base. "It is right here." Nan circled the area on the screen, explaining, "This region is primarily under construction, with homes equipped with heating systems. However, they initially installed gas heating, and it seems they are converting to electric heating. I remember seeing that this area was nearly leveled, and subsequently, a solar power station was established to supply energy to the district." In her previous life, although Nan had entered a government base, she had done so rather late. Her initial experience was within a private base, which offered excellent amenities and access to water and electricity. However, the instability of a private establishment became apparent. Eventually, she found herself in the government base, but by then, the more favorable accommodations were already fully occupied. Alone and limited in labor, she could not barter her stored food for new currency to pay rent, leaving her with no choice but to reside in makeshift shelters. At that time, it was still winter. Were it not for his nightly retreats from others, consuming high-calorie foods to keep warm, he likely would not have survived that winter. However, even if he managed to endure the cold season, he could not withstand the summer. It was indeed rare for someone to navigate life as he did. Given the circumstances, after his rebirth, he contemplated the possibility of purchasing or renting a home near the base. However, his memories indicated that construction was underway there, and properties had yet to be released for sale. Uncertainty loomed over whether other buildings were newly erected post-earthquake or had been altered by others, and thus he hesitated to make a purchase. What if, by ill fortune, the place he bought or rented were to collapse? Qin Huai observed the pensive Munan and inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Munan turned to Qin Huai and replied, "I was reflecting on how miserable my life would have been without you." Upon hearing this, Qin Huai chuckled, "It is precisely because of you that I thrive. At present, I am reliant on your support." While Munan was somewhat unclear on the specifics, he knew that most of the subsequent base accommodations were rented. Increasingly anxious about the recurring natural disasters, particularly after having endured such a significant earthquake, many feared the prospect of losing everything if they were to purchase a home, only to have it taken away. Thus, numerous individuals opted for rental arrangements, utilizing the new currency introduced by the government, which could be acquired by scavenging for resources outside or by seeking employment within the base to earn a living. However, one must ponder how long the resources outside can be scavenged, for every little bit found diminishes further availability, and they cannot regenerate on their own. Thus, the majority of individuals remain laboring at the base, as such work requires no specialized skills. Provided one is not averse to toil, starvation can be averted. Gaining some understanding of future affairs at the base, Qin Huai produced a slip of paper inscribed with a phone number and promptly added the individual on WeChat. Presumably, the other party awaited his action, for the connection was established swiftly. The profile picture depicted a figure clad in military attire, and the name appeared to be his true identity, Shi Yuanfei. Once Qin Huai's friend request was accepted, a message promptly arrived from the other side. Shi Yuanfei, greetings. I am Shi Yuanfei. I appreciate the valuable intelligence you have provided. The higher-ups have decided to reward the informant accordingly. Naturally, should you have any special requests, feel free to convey them, and we shall consider them for further reporting. Many individuals frequent their community, and although some had not initially intended to participate, the unbearable heat indoors during the day, coupled with the absence of air conditioning, proved intolerable. With no one at home, a break-in would go unnoticed. The heat remains within the limits of endurance, yet the prospect of running out of food could indeed lead to dire consequences. However, following the recent incident involving the apocalyptic marauders, many individuals remain haunted by anxiety. Staying indoors during the day feels utterly unsafe. Although that band of marauders has been apprehended and is soon to face execution, one cannot dismiss the possibility of imitators. After much contemplation, it seems prudent to venture to the supply station during daylight hours, attempting to conceal their provisions at home. Yet, in a residential building such as theirs, there are scarcely any places to hide. Unlike rural areas where one might dig a pit in the backyard, they lack cellars. Ultimately, when weighed against the value of life, food pales in comparison. The designated supply station is conveniently located near a shopping mall at the back of their community. This mall, constructed just prior to the onset of the smog, was designed as a high-end establishment, and due to its recent opening, many prominent brands have yet to occupy it, leaving the interior rather vacant. The government's repurposing of the space has, in fact, simplified many logistical matters, allowing for swift accessibility. Despite the absence of industrial noise and the near-complete lack of traffic, lending an eerie tranquility to the streets, a psychological unease lingers. As the majority of the community frequents the supply station during daylight hours, Munin perceives an even greater stillness in the neighborhood, a profound emptiness. Lazily sprawled upon his bed, Munin stretched and gazed at the heavy curtains that shielded him from the outside world, feeling lethargic and disinclined to move. In his former days, consumed by the relentless pursuit of creative work and grappling to devise new storylines, he often fantasized about a life where he could languish in such a manner every day. free from worries of sustenance, indulging in blissful slumber. Yet, as this reality unfolded before him, he came to realize the torment it imposed. As Qin Huai settled down on a small stool in the living room, the clean water and flour were arranged beside him, ready for the preparation of steamed buns and flour rolls. Mu Nan turned over in bed, wriggling like a caterpillar, and shifted closer to the edge of the bed near Qin Huai. Brother, if we could go out now and everything returned to normal, what would you be doing at this moment? Listening to Qin Huai's description, Mu Nan chuckled, realizing that despite the repetitive nature of their days, it wasn't so bad after all. Noticing Qin Huai preparing the dough, Mu Nan propped his head up and inquired, "Are you making flour rolls or steamed buns?" Qin Huai regarded him and asked, "What would you like to eat?" After pondering for a moment, Mu Nan retrieved a 1-liter bottle of sweet milk from the space. "Let's make milk buns. This milk is delicious enough that we won't need to add sugar." Qin Huai poured the flour into a basin and instructed Mu Nan to open the milk and pour it in gradually. As Mu Nan poured, he couldn't help but exclaim, "We are so extravagant." Qin Huai responded with a smile, "Cooking for ourselves is not extravagant when we have the means." At this point, both he and Qin Huai had become quite adept at kneading dough and making buns. However, for some reason, whether due to a lack of strength or a psychological barrier, Mu Nan felt that his creations never matched the deliciousness of Qin Huai's. Observing the dough balls obediently shaped in Qin Huai's hands, he couldn't help but remark, "It looks so simple when you do it, but when it comes to me, it feels like I'm handling something entirely different. Will the steamed buns even have any flavor?" Qin Huai remarked that there was little flavor to be found. The windows and doors were tightly shut, and thick tarpaulins obscured the outside. Both upstairs and downstairs had retreated to the air conditioning, and their neighbors, unless cooking a substantial meal, were entirely oblivious to any scents wafting through. Mu Nan observed him for a moment, unable to restrain herself. "Brother, I crave a Coke." Without lifting his gaze, Qin Huai replied, "Go ahead, we shall share one." Although half had been relinquished, Mu Nan felt a sense of contentment as she savored the few refreshing sips. It became one of the rare comforts amidst the oppressive heat of this lengthy summer. In stark contrast, their neighbors were now staring at the dwindling packages of instant noodles, their expressions tinged with reluctance. Anyone who had endured a month of such fare would surely find it unbearable. Merely catching a whiff could evoke a wave of nausea. Yet, with no alternative sustenance available, they were resigned to this fate. Even during their most destitute days, when a mere dime was a luxury, they had never faced such grim circumstances. Who could have imagined that upon reaching adulthood, graduating from university, and entering the workforce, they would find themselves living in conditions worse than the bleakest moments of their childhood? Yu Zibai sighed and gathered the remaining packets of noodles. Jian Chu glanced up at him. "Aren't you going to eat?" Yu Zibai shook his head. "No, let us cook instead. There are still a few dumplings left. Let us pan-fry them to accompany rice." Eating noodles continuously has indeed become tiresome, Jian Chu teased, yet with an air of seriousness. "If times truly become unbearable, what if I were to break into a store? I have become quite adept at lockpicking." He discerned the source of Jian Chu's unease. Their first encounter had transpired when Jian Chu found himself embroiled in a skirmish with a group of ruffians. Observing Jian Chu, a slender figure, clad in clean attire, he initially mistook him for a victim, poised to intervene and offer assistance. However, to his astonishment, Jian Chu seized a wooden stick from one of the thugs and retaliated with remarkable ferocity, subsequently relieving the miscreants of their ill-gotten gains. Their second meeting occurred when Jian Chu had become a freshman, now his junior. As they interacted more frequently, he learned about Jian Chu's family circumstances and endeavored to assist him in securing a part-time job, enabling him to fend for himself. He also sought to dissuade him from engaging in unlawful activities. Whenever Jian Chu contemplated resolving issues through violence, he would provide him with lessons in moral reasoning, perhaps leading Jian Chu to harbor a mixture of affection and trepidation towards him, fearing that any brush with the law might displease his mentor. In Jian Chu's eyes, he might have appeared as an inflexible bureaucrat, adhering strictly to the rules. Yet, such unwavering compliance was suitable only in times of peace. If life were to persist under these constraints, what principles remained inviolable? He could still uphold certain values, though he had yet to be driven to the brink by life's demands. As the plump, white buns emerged from the steamer, Mu Nan eagerly pierced one with his chopsticks, blowing on it as he savored the taste. Between bites, he remarked, "I believe next time, we could perhaps add a touch more sugar. The milky flavor is sufficient, yet the sweetness is somewhat subtle. It requires a few more chews to truly discern the sweetness." Qin Huai replied, If you desire something sweet, I shall prepare you some sugar-filled buns. Moonin shook his head, declaring it was excessively sweet. Qin Huai chuckled at his fastidiousness, retorting that it was indeed he who was extravagant, being so choosy. The sound of weeping echoed nearby, as if it were just outside their door. Qin Huai suggested, I shall go take a look. You stay inside. However, the source of the cries was not immediately outside their dwelling, but rather from the adjacent apartment, separated only by a courtyard. The proximity allowed them to hear the commotion quite distinctly. Peering from their doorway, one could observe a disheveled woman on her knees, beseeching a middle-aged man who appeared visibly troubled. He attempted to push her away, but hesitated, likely due to her gender, his expression increasingly conflicted. Moonin inquired with curiosity, What is happening? Qin Huai responded, It seems to be a romantic entanglement. In these dire times, when even sustenance was scarce, it seemed rather frivolous to be embroiled in such emotional disputes. Typically, in situations like this, the local community would be abuzz with gossip. Although many had ventured to the cooling station, a good number remained behind. Given the uproar, it was evident that their household was not the only one privy to the disturbance. Consequently, Moonin opened his phone, eager to discover if anyone was in the know about the unfolding drama. To his surprise, he indeed uncovered the entire backstory of the incident. The woman in question resides on the 20th floor, specifically above their apartment. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, she sought assistance in the group, stating that her husband was suddenly afflicted with severe abdominal pain and wished to exchange instant noodles for some pain relief medication. However, this was the time when most people were still asleep, and even those who were awake had no painkillers at hand. Even if they did, it was unlikely they would trade at that moment. After all, instant noodles could be acquired in large quantities every 3 days. While the pain relief medication had become nearly unobtainable, with pharmacies long since closed. To procure medicine, one had to navigate through the community and then visit the hospital for a consultation, where only the precise medication would be prescribed, thereby preventing any stockpiling. In these circumstances, those who possessed medication tended to guard it closely, fearing that when the need arose, it might no longer be available. Clearly, the woman's husband could not wait until evening. Around 1 in the afternoon, she once again pleaded for help in the group, expressing that her husband's pain had intensified to an unbearable level and imploring for assistance. As the clock approached 6, she made another desperate appeal in the supply group, lamenting her inability to locate community personnel. She reported that her husband was on the brink of collapse, having vomited blood twice, and her voice message conveyed her utter despair, accompanied by a photo of her husband's condition. At this point, the group leader stepped in, first offering words of comfort to the distraught woman, and then stating in the group, since he has already vomited blood, pain relief medication will be of no use. At this stage, it is uncertain whether your husband is experiencing simple gastric bleeding or gastrointestinal bleeding. There is no alter. This sentiment need not be expressed by the group leader. It is evident to all that they are at their wits' end. It is inconceivable that one could endure such a situation at home merely by taking medication. A hospital visit is undoubtedly required. The group leader continued, It is already past 6 o'clock, and in a couple of hours, the sun will set. Perhaps your husband can hold on a little longer. If not, we are fortunate to be in close proximity to the hospital, and the roads are completely clear. We could reach there in just a few minutes. I have a car, but it lacks fuel. If you can find some gasoline, I would be more than willing to drive you there. Upon hearing this, many expressed admiration for the group leader, acknowledging their kindness in such trying times. However, the woman lacked a vehicle and, consequently, any fuel. While there was gasoline available in the community, it was a 5-minute walk away, making it impossible to retrieve in time. Desperately, she pleaded in the group chat, Is there anyone who has fuel? I am willing to pay any amount. Please, I beg you. Share just enough gasoline to get us to the hospital. I will reimburse you later when I buy some from the community, even offering double or triple the amount. I truly do not know what to do. Please, I implore you. Following her heartfelt plea, the group leader promptly responded, If anyone has some fuel to spare, please do so. Today, you may assist someone else, and tomorrow, you might find yourself in need of help as well. This resource-sharing group is fundamentally about exchanging information and supplies. If you have gasoline sitting and used at home, it serves little purpose. Once this lady has taken her husband to the hospital, she can purchase some from the community and return the favor with extra. The group leader's words resonated with many, who expressed that they lacked even a vehicle, let alone fuel. Perhaps some genuinely did not have access, while others might possess a vehicle but were reluctant to contribute. Regardless, the situation had reached an impasse. At that moment, someone suggested that if there was no fuel, perhaps someone had an energy vehicle. This statement sparked a realization amongst several participants, prompting inquiries about who owned such a vehicle. The group leader then tagged an individual in the chat, stating, Master Fan. If I recall correctly, your family possesses a hybrid fuel and energy vehicle. If it is convenient for you, could you lend a hand to this lady? The person tagged, Master Fan, was a driver for a ride-hailing service. Since the roads had gradually emptied of cars and gas stations had shuttered, he had taken to driving his energy vehicle each night, completing only a few rides, yet earning enough to stockpile some essentials. In their community, a few others operated energy vehicles, but in their building, Master Fan was the sole owner. The group leader had previously ridden in Master Fan's vehicle, which is why he remembered him and hoped he would extend his assistance. However, Master Fan either did not see the message or chose to ignore it. Having finally grasped a glimmer of hope, the woman clung tightly to it, leading her to ask the group leader for Master Fan's address, thus directly seeking his assistance. This set the stage for the scene that Qin Huai later witnessed. Some individuals, driven by curiosity or perhaps other motives, sought to privately contact Master Fan for inquiries, only to be met with rejection. One such individual even shared screenshots of their failed attempts in the group chat, lamenting with a touch of bitterness about the coldness of human hearts in these times, as if fearing the loss of some advantage. Were it not for the presence of residents from other buildings and even different communities within this group, from whom she occasionally gleaned snippets of information, Munan might have contemplated leaving the chat altogether. Observing those who lamented the decline of human decency, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at the group administrator, who feigned concern with a few perfunctory remarks. How hypocritical, she thought. He merely uttered a couple of words while someone else risked their safety to transport a person to the hospital. Yet this administrator relished in the glory as if he were the true benefactor. Master Fan, who had exerted effort, received no recognition, while the group members acted like sycophants, unwittingly courting the risk of losing everything in their blind adoration. Qin Huai, having prepared several steaming baskets of buns, placed them into a bag and set the pot aside. He emerged from the kitchen, carrying the warm buns for Mu Nen to store in her space. Let us refrain from engaging with them, he advised. Thankfully, she had previously stored the RV in her space, although it was not particularly luxurious or expensive, parked in this community. It would undoubtedly have become a target given the current circumstances. Today's events illustrated that when they found themselves in need of fuel, the first thought would likely be of the RV's owner. In their eyes, anyone capable of affording such a vehicle was undoubtedly wealthy, and such wealth suggested an abundance of resources which could lead to troublesome predicaments. Thus, a group of individuals engaged in casual conversation, criticizing the government and lamenting the state of the world. Those who resonated with one another began to form tight-knit circles, while those who did not naturally distanced themselves, seeking alternative places to rest. Gradually, small factions began to emerge even in the cold corners, where age played a role in determining companionship. People became particular about whom they associated with. A channel for expression had emerged, and although life had not significantly changed, still the same meager supplies and limited water, the overall spirit of the community was uplifted. Listening to the chatter from below, Munan remarked, Brother, doesn't this feel reminiscent of my parents' era? After work, groups of people would leave the factory together, living in large dormitories and sharing communal meals. Qin Huai chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. People have an innate ability to discover new ways to adapt amidst adversity. The scorching sun seemed to compel individuals into a nocturnal existence, with work and studies coming to a standstill, evoking a sense of impending doom. Yet, this turmoil was merely a temporary response to the disruption of familiar routines, creating initial chaos. Any alteration in lifestyle is inherently tumultuous, but after such upheaval, tranquility is inevitably restored. Their current existence finds itself caught in this delicate transition between upheaval and serenity. Due to the relentless sun exposure, the land has cracked. And it is not just the cities. Even the rural areas are unable to yield crops. This climate-induced predicament currently lacks a feasible solution. The notion that residing in the countryside is preferable to urban living stems from an inherent instinct deeply ingrained in the hearts of our people over millennia. Wherever there is arable land, there is solace. Unlike the cities, where one purchases food as needed, rural households often harvest enough grain for an entire season, storing ample provisions in granaries. Even in the absence of vegetables, as long as there is grain, starvation is averted. However, aside from these two advantages, the rural areas are sparsely populated, lacking the convenience of community management found in urban settings. Consequently, the distribution of resources does not match that of the cities. In the event of a power outage, repairs may not be promptly addressed, and in more remote locations, emergency medical assistance can be challenging to procure. After all, ambulances in urban areas often struggle to respond adequately, let alone extend their resources to the countryside. Thus, both urban and rural settings possess their merits and shortcomings. Nevertheless, at present, there have been no reported cases of starvations. Most fatalities are attributed to heat or the inability to receive timely medical care for severe illnesses. This unfortunate reality is beyond our control. As society gradually adapts to this significant environmental shift, both urban and rural communities are slowly discovering new modes of survival through this transitional period. The gradual stabilization of social order has afforded the government a respite, and it is rumored that they are constructing indoor farms. While this may substantially increase the cost of cultivation in the future, it is a far better alternative than risking total crop failure under such severe sun exposure. Consequently, apart from the inability to venture outside during the day, the complete failure of crops has led to rampant inflation. While the persistent high temperatures have caused numerous individuals to lose their jobs. However, amidst the government's distribution of supplies and gradual improvements in living conditions, stability is slowly returning. Recent news has reported that the government intends to commence a census of residence information and progressively allocate work. This province's most severe issue is the apocalyptic rioters, thus making them the first target for intervention. Naturally, there is no shortage of inhumane and excessively brutal commentary online, yet the government has remained silent, resulting in a barrage of criticism from netizens that nearly led to the closure of the platform. The online discourse has been rife with arguments regarding the use of severe penalties, which continued unabated until the day of the live broadcast. Munan, while operating his computer, refrained from clicking on the live link and instead turned to Qin Huai, inquiring whether he wished to watch. Having seen it in a previous life, he felt little impact, almost akin to watching a documentary film. As long as the events did not unfold before his eyes, they seemed to lack emotional resonance. Qin Huai responded, suggesting that if he wished to watch, he could, but if not, he need not. After all, the visuals were unlikely to be excessively graphic. Eventually, Munan opened the live stream and said to Qin Huai, "You may watch." He had seen it before, but since Qin Huai had not, it seemed prudent to take a look. Observing Munan casually browsing his phone beside him, Qin Huai, presuming he was reluctant to watch, refrained from pressuring him. Consequently, he lowered the computer's volume and adjusted the screen towards himself. Yet, he was less engrossed in the live stream and more in the barrage of comments flooding the screen. The relentless stream of invective and gleeful pronouncements resembled a macabre celebration, as if witnessing another's demise was a cause for jubilation. Munan turned to him and inquired, "Is the execution over?" Qin Huai replied, "Yes, 2 have been executed, but the subsequent proceedings are largely repetitive. There's no need to witness the entirety." He then asked, "What are you looking at?" Munan handed his phone to Qin Huai, just looking at some pictures people posted of farmland, parched like this. The phone displayed images of arid, cracked earth devoid of any verdant hue. Juxtaposed against these were comparative images of golden rice paddies during a bountiful harvest. Influencers were employing prose to accentuate the desolation and barrenness of this devastated land, along with the uncertainty and trepidation regarding the future. Munan seldom scrutinized the text, preferring to glance at the images to ascertain the current state of affairs. In border regions proximate to them, a considerable number of individuals, verging on refugee status, were attempting to breach the border in pursuit of asylum within their nation, resulting in several clashes. The fact that they could still recline serenely in their homes, with the state providing provisions, merely fretting over sustenance and utilities, was owed to the countless unsung heroes bearing the weight of their security. Those bearing the 5-pointed star were employing their very lives to safeguard this tranquil existence. Reflecting on some information encountered online regarding foreign circumstances, Munan expressed a tinge of curiosity. "I wonder what Tokyo TV is currently broadcasting." Qin Huai, who seldom indulges in anime, responded with a puzzled inquiry. "What station?" Munan enlightened him. "It's Tokyo TV, the most prestigious television network in their country. Regardless of significant news occurring domestically or internationally, all other networks immediately follow suit. But Tokyo TV steadfastly continues to air anime. It has been said that if one day Tokyo TV ceases to broadcast anime, it would undoubtedly signal the end of the world. I am simply curious whether this esteemed station is still airing anime." Munan continued, "Do you know why Tokyo TV is so remarkable?" Qin Huai shook his head. "Why?" Suddenly, Qin Huai remarked, "Given your love for anime and drawing, isn't Japan the country you most wish to visit?" Munan replied nonchalantly, "I don't have a particular yearning, though I did consider it in the past. If I get the chance, I would love to see it, as it is indeed the home of anime. However, if I cannot go, it is not something I would lament. Qin Huai gently tousled Munan's hair, but chose not to say more. They often believed that time was abundant, yearning to experience a lifetime of hardships in advance, saving the remaining time for savoring sweetness. Yet, they never contemplated that perhaps a person's lifespan is not as ample as they presume. Qin Huai inquired, "Is there a specific reason mentioned?" Qin Huai, "Indeed. If you feel any discomfort, you must not conceal it from me. Small ailments, if endured, may escalate into significant issues." Munan turned his head, seizing the opportunity to lecture me. "The people in the group are truly excessive. They complain about Master Fan, suggesting that if he had offered assistance when the woman sought help in the morning, perhaps that man would not have perished. What sort of logic is that? Why not mention that when he felt unwell a couple of days ago, he could have gone directly to the hospital, rendering the energy vehicle unnecessary?" Qin Huai, "Perhaps it is out of jealousy. Nowadays, energy vehicles, with a bit of caution, can make a few trips, taking breaks to allow the vehicle to cool down. And in the evening, one can complete several orders, earning nearly a week's worth of sustenance. Naturally, those who observe this would feel envious." Qin Huai placed his hand over Munan's phone. "Enough of that. What do you wish to eat? If you desire stir-fried dishes, we must commence preparations now." Munan pondered for a moment. "I crave barbecued meat." Barbecue is typically enjoyed with 2 or 3 close friends at a restaurant, but Munan lacks such close companions. While he could invite classmates, most would likely accept. Dining with acquaintances feels burdensome, requiring effort and social pleasantries. As a result, although he relishes barbecued meat, he seldom indulges outside of occasional gatherings with classmates. Noticing the longing in his eyes, Qin Huai could hardly refuse. "Let us indulge. Would you prefer freshly sliced meat or the takeout from the barbecue restaurant?" Before the weather turned warm, Qin Huai procured freshly slaughtered pork, beef, and lamb from a local slaughterhouse. If one desired freshly cut meat, they could select any part they wished, as he would slice it and arrange it on a plate for grilling. At a barbecue restaurant, the process was even simpler. The meat was pre-marinated and packaged, ready to be grilled and enjoyed. Munan inquired, "Is it from the barbecue restaurant? We can save the fresh meat for other dishes. Will the barbecue flavor be overwhelming?" Qin Huai reassured her, "Not at all. The aroma of grilled meat is far less potent than that of hot pot, hardly noticeable." Hearing this, Munan promptly set up the electric stove and grilling pan on the small tea table. Since there was only space for one stove and one pan, the other meats were placed directly on the floor. She had prepared her homemade pickles and had previously washed and stored fresh lettuce in a designated space. Additionally, she had shredded the braised kelp that Qin Huai had made earlier. Even before they began grilling, Munan was already salivating, exclaiming, "Everything is so complete. I can't help but want to post on social media." Qin Huai chuckled, "Go ahead, just set it to be visible only to me." Munan took out her phone, activated the beauty camera, and asked Qin Huai to pose with the grilled meat. She captured numerous angles, ultimately selecting the most flattering photo to share exclusively with Qin Huai. Captioned, "My brother is so handsome." As soon as Munan sent it, Qin Huai received a WeChat notification. Upon checking, a smile spread across his face. Noticing Munan preparing to operate her photo printer, he asked, "Do you really need to print it out?" Munan did not lift his head and replied, "Of course. Mobile phones and computers can malfunction at times. I print out the important things and paste them into my scrapbook, as long as they are stored in a physical space. They cannot be lost, which is far more reliable than electronic devices." Qin Huai prepared the dipping sauce for him and noticed his eagerness to print, prompting him, "Take your time with that later. Let us eat first. Which would you prefer, the pork belly or the secret recipe fatty beef?" Munan placed his items on the bed and hurried to sit at the small tea table. "Let us grill the fatty beef first. It cooks quickly. While we enjoy the beef, we can grill the pork belly, making sure it gets a bit charred for enhanced flavor." With the seasonings and pickled vegetables ready, Munan rolled the lettuce and offered the first piece of meat to Qin Huai, saying, "After all the hard work grilling, this is your reward. Enjoy." Qin Huai opened his mouth and took a bite, and Munan eagerly inquired, "How is it? Is it delicious?" With his cheeks full, Qin Huai replied, "Are you asking about the meat or the pickled vegetables?" Munan prepared one for himself as well, saying, "I mean both. Delicious. This dipping sauce is the best I've tried among many. I bought several boxes, though I'm unsure if it will be enough. 20 packets per box. And each pack weighs half a kilogram. Since this chili powder dipping sauce isn't something we consume every day, I only bought 7 boxes to meet the store's maximum discount limit." Xinhuai remarked. If we run out, I can prepare more for you. I bought plenty of dried chili peppers. It's quite simple to grind them into powder and stir-fry. Moonan picked up a pair of long chopsticks to grill and asked, if you were stranded on a deserted island and could only bring 3 essential items, what would you choose? Xinhuai smiled and said, I would bring my dear Nan Nan. Moonan, then you can ask me. Xinhuai, if stranded on a deserted island, what 3 essential items would you bring? Moonan smiled brightly and replied, I would bring the omnipotent Xinhuai. Seeing Moonan enjoying his food, Xinhuai refrained from making discouraging remarks about eating too much and simply said, remember to have some digestive aids later. I specifically bought those traditional Chinese herbal digestives made from hawthorn, which are pleasantly sour and sweet. Naturally, Moonan agreed, acknowledging that indulging in meat indeed necessitated some digestive relief. Perhaps this is the essence of life and fate, just when you glimpse a glimmer of hope. Unexpected events arise to shatter it all. As people gradually recovered from the pandemic and began to embrace a new life, a heatwave struck. Just as they struggled to adapt to the sweltering temperatures, another catastrophic disaster emerged, catching humanity off guard. Fortunately, when the earthquake occurred, it was nightfall in their region, and the people were awake, enabling them to escape the buildings without fear of the scorching sun's direct rays. Moonan vividly remembered the tremendous tremors of the earthquake, as their building shook as if it might collapse at any moment. Ultimately, the structure remained intact, though some walls were cracked. The experience of shaking still terrified many. The chaos in the stairwell, the crowding and trampling, the panicked cries and struggles during the descent from the 17th floor to the ground level made Moonan feel as if he had traversed a circle of hell, leaving him with lingering trepidation as he observed the approaching dates. Gazing at the days circled on the calendar, Xinhuai wrapped one arm around his shoulder while the other playfully tousled his hair. Sometimes, our imagination can amplify the terror of a situation manifold, he remarked. Moonan replied softly, but this isn't mere imagination, it is something I have already witnessed. Xinhuai chuckled, asking, did you feel afraid when your parents were summoned to school during your childhood? Moonan nodded, admitting, of course I was terrified. Nothing was more daunting than being called in. The mere thought of it felt like the sky was collapsing, making me want to flee from home to escape it. Xinhuai turned him to face him directly, saying, moreover, with me around, even if the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. Naturally, Xinhuai was more than willing to indulge this small wish of Moonan's, yet he did not permit him to completely abandon moderation in his eating. The fiery, red-hot spicy skewers, if consumed in excess, would surely leave him with an unwilling stomach. Due to some individuals heading directly to the supermarket to queue for supplies after emerging from the cooling point, Xinhuai and his companions found their departure slightly delayed. After all, standing in line would be inevitable, so it was preferable to postpone a little rather than endure the unbearable weight of thirst and oppressive heat. Upon stepping outside, they encountered Jianshu, who was weakly leaning against the wall, while Su Ming, usually neat and tidy, appeared somewhat disheveled, not because of filth, but rather due to an exhausted demeanor, evident in the stubble that had gone unattended for several days. Yu Zibai seemed a bit stronger, yet his fatigue was unmistakable. Noticing Moonan's glance, Su Ming stroked his chin and smiled. I ran out of shaving cream, and dry shaving can be quite painful, so I've let it go a bit longer. He harbored a disdain for electric razors, perhaps a quirk of his profession, although merely a veterinarian. He possessed an innate fondness for blades. Consequently, he preferred to use a manual razor for shaving, never having purchased an electric shaver. It was only in the absence of shaving foam that he realized sometimes, even things one dislikes could indeed be worth having. Moonan turned to Jianshu and inquired, what troubles you? You appear utterly drained. Yu Zibai, both amused and sympathetic, remarked, he vomited after eating instant noodles, and I mean truly vomited. As September ushered in rising temperatures, by October the heat had become intolerable. The fields cracked under the relentless sun, making it impossible for people to venture outdoors during the day. The toll was staggering, those who succumbed to the heat, those who perished under the sun, and the frail who died in their homes, all contributing to a pervasive sense of dread. By November, the government began distributing supplies and water to appease the populace. Calculating the time, it had been over 3 months. The initial weeks were bearable, with some provisions still available at home, allowing for occasional variations in meals. However, as time wore on, life became increasingly arduous. Daily power outages lasted several hours, making it difficult to preserve food in freezers. Most edible items had been consumed, leaving only instant noodles. Yet, the monotony of such meals became quite tiresome. Jianshu, though resilient and unpretentious due to his past hardships, found that his childhood experiences of intermittent hunger had cultivated an insatiable appetite for food. Ironically, in this dire situation, he never anticipated that the repetitive consumption of a single type of food could induce such revulsion that it would lead to vomiting. Jian-Chu sighed. In comparison to the unpleasantness of nausea, he felt a deeper pang for the bowl of noodles. Nearly half of it had been expelled. Had he known, he would have preferred to let Yu Zibai indulge a bit more. Yet, even the cheapest candy, while still available for purchase at the online supermarket, was not without its steep price. Jian-Chu shook his head, saying, "You keep it for yourself. I'm fine." Munan pressed the candy into Jian-Chu's hand, urging, "Hurry and eat it, or it will melt soon." As he gazed at the mint candy nestled in his palm, Jian-Chu couldn't help but marvel at how endearing their neighbor truly was. Previously, he had perceived Munan as rather aloof, seemingly indifferent. Adorned with what appeared to be expensive headphones, often seen carrying an easel, clearly an art student. He was strikingly handsome, fair, and delicate, suggesting a comfortable upbringing despite residing in such an old neighborhood. At that time, Jian-Chu felt indifferent towards Munan, having encountered many individuals of similar demeanor. Though they might not overtly express superiority, their pride was unmistakable. In a society that places such emphasis on appearances, it was only natural for those deemed attractive to receive frequent praise and admiration, fostering a certain level of arrogance. To his surprise, upon deeper interaction, Munan revealed himself to be a soft-spoken young man, entirely contrary to Jian-Chu's initial assumptions. As the cool, sweet flavor of the mint candy filled his mouth, Jian-Chu felt his muddled thoughts begin to clear. It was inconvenient to converse in the elevator, but once they stepped out, Su Ming remarked, "I've heard that the supermarket might start offering dine-in options." At this news, everyone turned their attention to Su Ming, with Jian-Chu expressing a hint of eagerness. "Really? What are they selling? Something akin to boxed meals. Dining in at this time must be quite expensive, I presume?" Su Ming remarked, "The prices might be reasonable. I've heard they mainly offer rice, noodles, and buns, perhaps some dehydrated vegetables rehydrated to prepare vegetable soup, along with some canned meats. It is said that once indoor dining resumes, various regions will begin hiring to construct indoor farms. Once it is confirmed that these indoor farms yield results, operations will gradually recommence. However, some foreign energy supplies are hindered, so it remains to be seen how the domestic situation will be managed. If the climate continues to change in this manner, we will have to acclimate to a lifestyle of nocturnal activity. I've heard discussions about constructing solar-powered houses designed to provide centralized cooling and heating. I wonder when such innovative residences will be completed, as they would eliminate the need for makeshift coverings that could easily ignite into flames with a mere spark." Yu Zibai, intrigued, inquired, "Is this insider information?" Su Ming smiled and replied, "A relative of one of my patients works for the government. A few days ago, his cat daughter experienced mild heat stroke, and with no veterinary clinics open, he reached out via WeChat for guidance on home first aid. We chatted a bit, and he shared some policies that are likely to be announced in the coming days." Upon hearing this, Jian-Chu remarked, "That would indeed be wonderful. Noodles and vegetable soup sound delightful, sustaining one for hours without the need for additional water." Yet, Yu Zibai lamented, "It must be quite challenging to care for a cat during such times." Su Ming reflected on the plight of those without savings, akin to individuals abroad who are accustomed to spending every penny they earn. Even when food remains available for purchase, the loss of employment renders it unaffordable, leading to chaos. In contrast, our nation fared relatively well. Munan, who trailed behind Qin Huai in silence, understood that dining in restaurants would eventually resume, but not in the immediate aftermath of the earthquake. It would be during the communal kitchens established post-disaster, where individuals aged 70 and above, as well as children under 12, could receive 2 meals daily. Though the portions were modest, they ensured survival. Moreover, those injured could obtain free medical documentation, while the able-bodied were compelled to assist in rescue efforts, earning points redeemable for meals. However, not everyone was inclined to engage in such labor. Many establishments had already shuttered, and even scavenging yielded little edible fare. Yet, the debris of collapsed buildings often concealed a considerable amount of salvageable resources. Some individuals preferred to sift through the ruins rather than join the military in rescue operations. Natural disasters had eroded the human spirit in times past. Even amid such monumental calamities, the majority would prioritize saving lives. Today, however, it seemed that fear had taken root, and the belief that future days would grow increasingly arduous prevailed. Rather than expend energy aiding others, many chose to seize the opportunity to gather resources for their own survival. As Moonan pondered the impending earthquake, he remained oblivious to the figure rushing towards him. Just before the individual could make contact, Qin Huai swiftly pulled Moonan aside and delivered a decisive kick to thwart the assailant. The door was thrust open, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man, emaciated and bare-chested. His back was hunched, exposing a ribcage. His trousers were of an indeterminate color due to grime, and his unkempt hair was a greasy, foul-smelling mess, reminiscent of a vagrant found beneath a bridge. Upon being kicked, the man collapsed to the ground, wailing in a parched, hoarse voice, "Assault! I'm being murdered! Help! I'm being beaten to death!" Casting a glance at the man on the ground, remarked, "A mere charade." After ensuring that remained unharmed, shielded him, saying, "Let us proceed." The man scrambled forward with surprising alacrity, attempting to seize, only to be met with another forceful kick that sent him sprawling once more. Then pressed his foot down on the man's outstretched hand, declaring, "Do not presume upon my forbearance. If you intend to feign injury, you would be wise to ascertain whether your mark is one you can afford to trifle with." Strikes were delivered with considerable force, particularly the pressure applied to the man's palm, as if he sought to crush it entirely. Realizing that his target was not easily intimidated, the man relented. Though genuinely pained by the blows, he briefly considered escalating the situation, gambling that the man would not dare to kill him. As long as he survived, he reasoned, his assailant would be held accountable for his injuries. Though it was a meticulously devised plan, the moment he met the gaze of the other party, a flicker of fear seized him. Initially, he had observed the youthful group, their appearances unblemished, suggesting a comfortable upbringing. Young individuals often brim with fervor, prone to impulsiveness, and he had calculated on their impetuous nature. Just ahead lay the food distribution point. At that juncture, he intended to cry out for help, knowing the soldiers would surely respond. Regardless of whether he sustained minor or severe injuries, he could shift the blame onto them. Yet, despite the scheming, he faltered at that crucial moment. An elderly beggar, who had witnessed the entire exchange, chuckled softly, remarking on his hesitation. The schemer offered no retort, instead finding a comfortable position to recline, massaging his aching chest. He mused that he held no fear of injury, be it grave or slight. But the specter of death loomed large. If not for his desire to survive, who would willingly risk their life for such deceit? However, the instant that individual spoke, coupled with their penetrating gaze, he sensed that should he persist in his deceptive intentions, the outcome would diverge drastically from his original plan, likely resulting in a far graver fate. He decided it was best to retreat, accepting that his endeavor had not borne fruit. He resolved to await another opportunity, recognizing that targeting a group composed solely of young men was unwise. Older individuals were equally adept at deceit, while those accompanied by women or appearing more educated were preferable targets. Intellectuals, in particular, were often more easily swayed. Selecting someone who maintained a semblance of cleanliness would indicate a stable home environment. Such individuals were typically inclined to offer sustenance or water to quell any disturbances. With this strategy in mind, his eyes in the shadows began to scrutinize the passers-by, awaiting his next target. Moreover, the 5 individuals, purely in terms of numbers, are all male, exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation. They are all quite tall, and while they may not be particularly muscular, their physiques are far from unimpressive. To provoke them would surely invite trouble. Qin Huai remarked, "Perhaps they perceive us as youthful and unblemished. What if they encounter someone even poorer than themselves? How could they possibly extort anything then?" In the past, con artists would resort to deceit before even making contact, but nowadays, they must substantiate their injuries, provoking you into a confrontation. If you inadvertently injure them and wish to avoid the repercussions of police involvement, you would naturally have to offer something to settle the matter. As they observed the individuals distributing supplies ahead, Moonan inquired, "Why are they not coming to claim these items? They are free of charge." He turned to Qin Huai, cautioning, "In the future, do not strike too hard. What if, by chance, we cause significant harm and they turn against us? Currently, the world remains relatively orderly, unlike what it may become in the future. In such dire times, no one would intervene in a severe altercation. Presently, however, there are still police officers, and emergency calls can still reach them. While their response may be slow, there are soldiers present who would intervene if necessary. Being deceived in such a manner would be exceedingly distressing." Qin Huai chuckled at his words. "I know how to exercise restraint." Moonan chose not to press further, recognizing that his brother has always been prudent, considering matters with greater foresight than himself. They received their rations, 3 bottles of water and a bag of flour each. This time, fortune favored them, as they received the pepper-flavored flour, which is certainly preferable to seafood or mushroom varieties. Noticing that Jian Chu and the others had chosen the braised flavor, Moonan suggested, "Shall we exchange a couple of bags for a change in taste?" Jian Chu eagerly nodded in agreement. "Let us swap." He had indulged excessively in the fragrant braised mushrooms, while he had scarcely tasted the peppery varieties. Though both dishes were noodles, the differing flavors rendered them less cloying. The two exchanged small packets, and Moonan turned to Su Ming, inquiring, "What about you? Care to trade?" Su Ming shook his head. "I quite enjoy the explosive peppers, so I'll pass on the exchange." Just as they finished packing their noodles, a cacophony erupted ahead, accompanied by frantic cries of murder. The gravity of the situation prompted the soldiers distributing supplies to dispatch someone to investigate. Having meticulously organized his home time and again, Moonan had stored away all provisions, even the bed and small tea table, into his storage space. If it weren't for the cumbersome installation of the air conditioning unit and the fact that their building had remained intact in the previous life, he would have eagerly disassembled it for safekeeping. Although it had not collapsed before, one could never be too cautious. After all, there was always the possibility of unforeseen circumstances in this life. Nonetheless, even if the building did meet with disaster, it would not pose a significant issue, as he possessed another heat-resistant unit in his storage. Once conditions allowed, he would have no trouble setting it up. Despite thoroughly checking every nook and cranny, Moonan remained somewhat uneasy. His apprehension stemmed not from the fear of forgetting something at home, but rather from the haunting memory of the terrifying earthquake. A calamity potent enough to devastate the world was imminent, and the mere thought of it sent waves of anxiety coursing through him. As Qin Huai observed his anxious companion pacing restlessly within the confines of their home, he refrained from intervening. If repeatedly checking could alleviate his anxiety, then so be it. Yet, noticing Moon Nan's pallor deepening, Qin Huai could no longer restrain himself and enveloped him in an embrace. "Do not fear. Relax," he murmured. "No matter what transpires, we shall face it together. As long as we are united, there is nothing to dread, is there? We possess ample resources and are well prepared. We can establish our home anywhere with confidence. If your heart races uncontrollably, perhaps take a moment to inventory your belongings and see if the things we have acquired provide you with a sense of security." Moonan nodded, inhaling deeply several times, striving to regain his composure. Having endured a previous ordeal, he understood that the chaos began with that earthquake, which intensified his trepidation. However, upon reflection, he realized that natural disasters are inevitable. Harboring fear was futile. Moreover, their preparations were indeed thorough, granting them a measure of assurance that surpassed others. This realization instilled a semblance of calm within him. Seeing him regain his tranquility, Qin Huai released his hold and approached the balcony, lifting the curtain to gaze outside. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a soft twilight rather than enveloping the world in darkness. However, Qin Huai resolved not to linger indoors any longer. Moonan had mentioned that the earthquake occurred after nightfall, yet the precise timing remained unknown. Rather than remaining at home to indulge in anxious thoughts, it might be more beneficial to step outside, where perhaps a change of scenery could offer a slight reprieve for their spirits. At this moment, with a faint light lingering outside, few ventured outdoors. Thus, the two decided to linger at the entrance of the corridor for a while. The once lush garden, vibrant with greenery, now lay barren and desolate. Over time, the grass withered in the sun, the trees succumbed to the heat, and the community members resolved to level the entire green area, fearing that the remnants of drywood might ignite a fire. Subsequently, some residents attempted to cultivate vegetables at home, covertly excavating soil within the neighborhood, each taking a little. Now, the once charming little garden was reduced to a mere pit. As they sat at the corridor's entrance, they gazed upon the unadorned garden, where the distant horizon revealed the sun gradually descending. Moonan inquired, "Should we call them down?" Although the building remained intact, the descent could easily lead to a stampede. In his previous life, he could not recall if anyone perished in such a manner during the descent. No one had anticipated the ferocity of the earthquake that struck. After escaping, he felt disoriented for several days, unable to focus on anything else. However, they seldom ventured outside, and suddenly summoning everyone down seemed to lack a reasonable justification. Qin Huai encouraged him to lean on his shoulder for a moment, saying, "Do not fret. I will send them a message on WeChat shortly to see if they can come down." Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, Qin Huai led Moonan to the vacant lot of the community and, employing the rationale he had just conceived, sent a message in their group chat. "Moonan and I are planning to stroll through the night market at the small square. Would you care to join us?" Beside him, Moonan observed the message he had sent and remarked, "Brother, Didn't we say that unusual natural phenomena would precede an earthquake? I just took a careful look, and there are no birds flying erratically, no ants moving their homes. The entire environment feels exceptionally tranquil. Xinhua was also scanning the surroundings, and indeed, there were no signs indicating an impending quake. Everything transpired as abruptly as the sudden onset of smog and sweltering heat, arriving without any forewarning, rendering the situation most peculiar. If there were any signs, the government would have surely issued a warning long ago. For a tremor of such magnitude, if the national apparatus had detected it in advance, concealment would be impossible. It seems that even the sensitive animal kingdom failed to provide an early warning of this impending crisis. Perhaps, like the smog and heat, it all occurred without explanation. Many years hence, humanity may unearth the causes of these calamities, but for now, it is evidently beyond our understanding. Seeing this, Moonin let out a sigh of relief. Content that they could descend safely, Xinhua expressed a desire to see what wares were available at the night market in the square across the way. Jianchu sighed. We too wish to purchase some clothing. We are running out of garments. Originally, summer attire was not abundant, and with the lack of water, daily washing was out of the question. They could only strive to accumulate their laundry and wash it collectively, sparing detergent as there was insufficient water to rinse multiple times. They could merely soak the clothes briefly to dispel the odor of sweat. If only they had a couple more outfits to change into. Had they foreseen this day, they would have directly ordered 100 vests online at 5 yuan each, which would have saved them the trouble of washing altogether. Su Ming remarked. The night market across the street has only opened in the past couple of days, hasn't it? I have heard that much of the merchandise was pilfered from other shops. It is likely that there are no food items available, so most of the offerings consist of clothing, trousers, and shoes. Just yesterday, someone shared photographs of the night market in our group. There were even individuals displaying gold jewelry in exchange for water and food. I wonder if that jewelry is also stolen. As they conversed, they made their way towards the small plaza opposite their residential area. The crowd there was considerable. Yet the spacing between the stalls was relatively generous. Perhaps this was due to the proximity of the market, as the stifling heat rendered the air quite unpleasant. Additionally, it seemed that a certain caution prevailed among the vendors, who maintained a safe distance to deter any potential theft. This arrangement proved advantageous for Moon Nan and the others. The spaciousness allowed for easier navigation through the stalls should any commotion arise, thereby averting the chaos that often accompanies large gatherings. The small plaza boasted a variety of stalls, some offering inexpensive toys, others selling clothing and footwear, while some displayed pots, pans, and even books, as well as an assortment of discs. Despite the throngs of visitors, actual purchases were sparse. Most stalls featured price lists, eliminating the need for inquiries. One merely had to glance at the signs to ascertain the cost. Although haggling was permitted, many chose not to engage unless they were keen on a specific item. Thus, while the crowd was substantial, it remained surprisingly subdued, with everyone quietly perusing at their own pace. Jianchu soon spotted a stall selling clothing, its sign boldly declaring each piece at 200 yuan, with a selection of garments and trousers available. Upon glancing at the price, Jianchu couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was hardly a luxury brand. This clearly resembled the type of items that used to cost a mere 100 for 3. Not consumables, yet priced exorbitantly. Beside her, Munan remarked, yet there are still quite a number of buyers. A crowd had gathered around the stall, sifting through the items. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to the sky-high prices of today and deemed 200 for a piece of clothing a bargain. Or perhaps they feared that prices would escalate further, making it impossible to acquire even a single garment for that sum in the future. In comparison to the nearby bookstall, this one was thriving. Noticing that Jianchu and her companions remained hesitant, Moonin inquired, "Aren't you buying? If you don't purchase now, prices might rise later." Although he understood that a price hike was unlikely, as after tonight, money would lose its value. Making it futile to save it, it would be wiser to spend it on something frivolous. Jianchu shook her head, "Forget it. We'll just rotate through the few outfits we have." With any spare change, they would have already indulged in food. Observing the various vendors, Jianchu pondered whether she might resort to thievery. As they continued onward, a group of individuals with a cart full of goods caught their attention. Upon reaching the small square, they were quickly surrounded by onlookers. The sellers had even set up barriers, seemingly intending to let a select few enter at a time. Moonin craned his neck to see, what are they selling? So many people gathered before they've even displayed their goods. Food? It appeared that Su Ming, who was always online and well-informed about group activities, chimed in. Indeed, they are selling food, self-heating hot pots. Moonin was taken aback. Could they really be selling self-heating hot pots at this time? Su Ming remarked that it seemed that at the outset of stockpiling, a group of individuals had acquired goods from a warehouse, intending to hoard them for a later sale at a premium price. However, they had not anticipated that the current circumstances would be even more dire than they had envisioned. That initial batch of goods had turned out to be a prudent investment. Moon Inn observed as those individuals opened boxes of self-heating pots and promptly set a sign declaring 500 per box, with a choice of flavors. Even a piece of clothing was priced at merely 200, and for anything edible, prices had surged to tenfold or more. Moon Inn quietly inquired of Qin Huai, "How much do we have left? Should we make a purchase?" Qin Huai replied, "We have just under 10,000 remaining. Let us buy. If we procure items now, when we can no longer endure and wish to indulge later, at least we will have a source. After all, we will undoubtedly be spending several days in a relief tent, and it would not be feasible to fill our bags with provisions in advance. We could claim we were merely preparing for a small night market visit, hoping to barter for something. However, if we bring too much, it would appear as though we were preparing for an escape." Munan joined the queue, as the stall permitted only 2 or 3 patrons at a time, fearing a rush if the numbers increased. Thus, the line was somewhat lengthy. Yu Zibo nudged Jian Chu, signaling him to join the line. Jian Chu quickly shook his head. "It is far too expensive. Items that once cost no more than 40 or 50 are now marked up tenfold. With 500, they could purchase more than 10 bottles of water, and even when the price was 45, I could never bring myself to buy. Now, at such exorbitant prices, I am even less inclined." Yu Zibo smiled gently. "Go on, purchase a box. We shall enjoy it during the new year, throughout the year. We must indulge in some meat. Hurry now." Jian Chu's expression was conflicted, yet she obediently positioned herself behind Munan. Meanwhile, Su Ming promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to Jian Chu, stating, "I shall not wait in line. Please procure 2 boxes for me." Having worked for several years as a veterinarian, his salary was quite substantial, allowing him to save a considerable amount. In this moment, he felt it prudent to indulge himself. Being overly frugal would only lead to regret in the future when he longed for delectable treats that he could no longer afford. The queue was lengthy, yet it moved swiftly, and soon they reached Munan. He purchased 4 boxes, contemplating spending all the remaining funds, but ultimately deciding against such imprudence. Instead, he opted for 4 boxes, taking into account that Su Ming had already purchased 2 for himself. As Moon Inn deliberated over the flavors, Qin Huai's attention was drawn to the flower bed nearby, which had been stripped bare. In the uneven soil, a multitude of ants marched in unison toward a singular direction. It was evident that a portent loomed, although it had made its appearance too fleetingly. After a moment's contemplation, he captured this scene and sent it to the officer. "Shi Yuanfei." Today was Shi Yuanfei's day off. Although they had grown accustomed to the rigorous daily training as soldiers, the physical strain was manageable. Yet the psychological toll of witnessing the deaths of comrades weighed heavily. Thus, a measure of rest was undeniably essential. Upon receiving Qin Huai's WeChat message, he initially assumed it concerned their rewards, only to discover an image of a swarm of ants. Shi Yuanfei was perplexed, questioning the purpose behind receiving such a photograph. It seemed improbable that the sender would share something merely due to its novelty. Momentarily bewildered, he set his phone aside and proceeded toward the cafeteria for a meal. However, after taking a few steps, he abruptly halted and turned back to scrutinize the image sent to him. Without delay, he dashed toward his superior's office. Meanwhile, Jian Chu purchased 2 boxes of self-heating hot pots, thinking to indulge in a hearty meal to celebrate the new year. As for the expenditure and how to manage in the days that followed, that was a concern for another time. While stowing the hot pots into his bag, he couldn't help but sigh, contemplating that he might indeed have to resort to manual labor next year, uncertain of the prerequisites for such work. Yu Zibai adjusted his backpack and inquired, "Shall we continue to explore?" Munan promptly replied, "There are still several stalls up ahead that we haven't checked out yet. Let us see what they offer." However, before they could walk 2 more steps, an unsettling sensation enveloped their feet, akin to walking on cotton, causing a momentary dizziness from the unsteady ground beneath them. Qin Huai swiftly grasped Munan's arm and urged him to run, shouting towards Su Ming and the others, "Hurry to the open area." Caught off guard, they instinctively followed, as the sound of air raid sirens blared around them. Although their country experienced occasional earthquakes, it was not prone to frequent seismic activity. As such, many cities lacked a systematic understanding of earthquake preparedness. Unlike in certain nations where citizens would immediately know how to respond to alarms, the sudden sirens left many in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding around them. However, this state of confusion lasted only a few fleeting seconds before the crowd realized that the ground beneath their feet was trembling. An earthquake had struck. This was the first thought that surged through everyone's minds. Some vendors remained engrossed in packing up their wares, as the tremors they felt were merely mild vibrations, not intense enough to warrant immediate evacuation. Among the throngs of night market patrons, some seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to snatch items from the stalls and flee, eager to take advantage of the disorder. This gentle tremor was merely a precursor, soon escalating into a violent upheaval that rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to maintain their footing. Qin Huai and his companions could not escape far. They barely reached the center of the small square when they were violently thrown to the ground by the force of the quake. The intensity of the tremors was such that they struggled to rise. Qin Huai grasped Mu Nen tightly, pulling him into an embrace, determined to shield him as best as he could. With the situation being inescapable, they resolved to stay put, especially since Mu Nen had dreamt that this square would later serve as a refuge, indicating that the area should remain relatively unharmed. At this moment, fleeing in any direction posed the risk of being trapped beneath collapsing structures. Thus, they could do nothing but remain still and accept their fate. As the tremors grew ever more formidable, a cacophony of thunderous roars echoed in their ears, the sound of buildings crumbling threatening to shatter their eardrums. The oppressive heat, swirling dust, and the rapid heartbeat induced by panic made it difficult to breathe. The road cracked, buildings fell, and severed power lines plunged the night into an even darker abyss. The thunderous collapse reverberated, crashing to the ground and striking at the very core of the people's hearts. Mu Nen extracted 2 damp towels from the space, trembling and struggling before finally delivering them into Qin Huai's hands. Qin Huai pressed him tightly against his chest, employing one towel to cover their mouths and faces. For without it, the suffocating dust would surely choke them. They could scarcely attend to the plight of those around them, as shards of stone intermittently rained down upon them. Each resounding bang created the illusion of an entire building crashing down upon their heads. The tremors and cacophony persisted for what felt like an eternity at times. They could scarcely hear anything, only a dull hum, akin to being submerged in deep waters, with a visceral sense of suffocation that stirred a metallic sweetness in their throats. The entire earthquake was an interminably protracted ordeal, even though they were not trapped within the building, nor fleeing in a frantic chase from death. The waiting was equally fraught with the sensation of impending doom. Qin Huai could do nothing but hold Mu Nen tightly against him, sheltering him beneath his own body. Despite having mentally prepared himself for the imminent confrontation with a cataclysmic disaster, it was only in that moment that he realized he was not as formidable as he had imagined, much like the lives caught in this earthquake, insignificant as grains of sand. The duration of the earthquake was brief, perhaps only a few minutes or a dozen at most. Yet the aftermath of collapsed buildings seemed to stretch on interminably. As the ground ceased its tremors, all that remained were the faint vibrations from the ruins that could no longer withstand the devastation. Over an hour had elapsed, and not a single piece of land remained unscathed. Everywhere, dust floated in the air. Qin Huai, struggling against the dizziness that followed the quake, went to check on Mu Nen. Mu Nen lay motionless on the ground, unable to stir, his ears filled with an unending hum that rendered him isolated from the world. He sensed someone patting him. It had to be Qin Huai. Straining to open his eyes, he found his eyelids heavy with a layer of dust or dirt, as if they were burdened by 1,000 pounds. Unable to lift them, he resorted to squeezing Qin Huai's hand to convey that he was still alive. After a considerable pause, Qin Huai managed to steady his dizziness and rummaged through a pile of debris to locate his backpack. Fortunately, they were at the center of a small square, with surrounding buildings at least a street's width away, so only a few stones had splintered towards them, leaving larger objects untouched. Thus, the food and water in his bag remained intact. Qin Huai poured some water onto a towel and gently wiped Mu Nen's face, clearing away some of the grime that clung to his mouth and nose, before lifting him from the ground and offering him sips of water. Mu Nen coughed after taking a couple of sips, feeling as if countless pebbles were lodged in his throat. Despite his best efforts to shield his mouth and nose with a towel, he still inhaled a considerable amount of dust. However, this coughing fit did serve to awaken him somewhat. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Qin Huai, shrouded in dust and resembling a terracotta warrior, and he could not help but hoarsely call out, "Brother." The aftermath of the earthquake left little time for individuals to regain their composure. The brief silence that followed was swiftly shattered by desperate cries and pleas for help. Prior to the tremor, the small square they occupied had been bustling with people. They counted themselves fortunate, for although some had been injured by flying debris, none faced life-threatening peril, nor were they trapped beneath the rubble. Yet, the enormity of the disaster rendered them momentarily dazed. Those who had gathered in the square were mostly local residents. Those alone fared somewhat better, as their survival brought little concern. However, those with families, still reeling from the violent quake, found themselves weak and trembling as they struggled to rise from the ground. They barely managed to take a few steps before collapsing again, their hands and feet bloodied. Yet seemingly oblivious to the pain, they continued to crawl towards their homes. Some were calling out for companions, while others, appearing injured, anxiously sought assistance. As more individuals began to regain their senses, Moonin could no longer remain still. He sat up and touched Qin Huai's hands and feet, to which Qin Huai reassured him, "It's all right, nothing is wrong, aside from being a bit dirty." "I'm unscathed." Moonin Song let out a sigh, glancing around, but the visibility was too low, and with no moonlight, even though his eyes had adjusted to the darkness, he could only discern vague outlines. It was impossible to identify anyone from a distance. "Where are they?" Qin Huai shook his head. "I don't know. They all ran this way just now. There shouldn't be any trouble. Would you like to take some cooling medicine? It's unbearably hot, and there's no breeze." Moonin declined, but discreetly retrieved a bottle of cooling medicine from his bag and handed it to Qin Huai. "You should drink some. I can't manage it." Qin Huai consumed a bottle himself, knowing he had to endure. If anything were to happen to him, Moonin would only grow more fearful. So despite his own inability to stomach it, he forced down another vial. Moonin then fetched a bottle of ice water from his space to help Qin Huai rinse his mouth, providing some relief from the heavy taste of the cooling medicine. It was crucial to wash it down. Otherwise, if someone came too close, they might become suspicious, taking advantage of the moment when others were preoccupied. Moonin retrieved 2 small handheld fans from his space. However, his skin felt sticky, with sweat mingled with dirt, as if a layer of concrete had been smeared across his body. The breeze from the fans did little to alleviate the oppressive heat. Before long, Suming groped his way over, asking, "How is it? Are you both injured?" Qin Huai replied, "No, what about the other 2?" Suming responded, "They are over there. They are fine, just not recovered yet. I will go inform them to come over." In the vicinity of the small square's flower bed, Qin Huai and his companions found themselves sheltered by a wall that rose slightly higher than their heads, affording them a modicum of safety compared to lying directly in the center of the square, where they might be trampled by the panicked crowd. Before long, the 3 approached. Appearing as if they had just emerged from the earth, their faces obscured, their features barely discernible. Unable to assess each other's conditions visually, they resorted to vocal inquiries. "How are you? Are you injured?" Moonin replied, "No, just a bit disoriented. How about you all?" Jianchu, seemingly with a considerable amount of dirt in his nose and mouth, was busy wiping his face. "I'm all right. Truly, we've escaped a great calamity. I can't help but worry about home. With such a tremor, our house might be in ruins. It's a pity, too. We still had some provisions left. Had I known, I wouldn't have been so parsimonious with our supplies." Lost in thought, Jianchu squinted towards the direction of the former night market. "Can you still use your phones?" Moonin responded, "It's getting late. Only a few hours remain until dawn." Jianchu clarified, "I'm not asking for the time. Our phones are broken and won't turn on. I need something to illuminate the area." Moonin unzipped her backpack, revealing a palm-sized flashlight. She pressed the button, and it illuminated. "Here," she said, handing it over. Jianchu accepted it and immediately stood up. Yuzibai looked at him and asked, "Where are you going?" Jianchu replied, "Hand me your bag. There were several stalls ahead. I want to see if I can salvage anything. Not to mention, I'm particularly curious about that clothing stall and the self-heating pot stand." Observing Jianchu, who swiftly regained her composure, Moonin felt a genuine admiration. Such a person, one would presume, could have thrived in her past life. Yuzibai also rose to his feet, stating, "I shall accompany you." Jianchu declined his offer, instead tossing the 2 self-heating pots she had purchased into his arms. "You keep an eye on these items. I merely intend to take a glance. There may be no substantial gain, and having too many people around could draw attention. If I proceed quietly, others may not even realize what I am doing. Should the crowd swell, it might provoke unnecessary disputes, especially since the vendor could be nearby." Yuzibai could not bear the thought of Jianchu venturing alone, especially after a recent tremor. What if aftershocks were to strike again? He resolutely opposed her decision. At that moment, Qin Huai interjected, "We shall watch over the items. It would be better for both of you to act together." He then cleared one of their backpacks and handed it to Jianchu, saying, "Let each of you carry a bag. This way, you can gather more if the opportunity arises." Jianshu nodded in agreement. Very well, you both remain here. As the two moved forward a few steps, their figures vanished into the thick cloud of dust, leaving only a faint glimmer of a small flashlight, which soon faded away into the haze. Munan remarked, "He is truly remarkable." Qin Huai replied, "I hope you too can emulate him, swiftly making the most advantageous decisions when faced with a crisis. Adapting to the harshest of circumstances to ensure survival, that is paramount." Munan murmured, "It all depends on whether one survives alone or whether two can endure together." Qin Huai gently touched his grimy face in silence. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Munan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Shall we assist in the rescue? I believe I heard someone calling for help." Qin Huai regarded him. "Are you feeling dizzy?" Munan did not feign strength, replying, "Yes. I am both dizzy and overheated. My head is still throbbing, and I feel nauseous. I doubt I can recover so swiftly." Qin Huai instructed Munan to lean against him, then rest for a while. The small square here lacks substantial buildings, if anyone is injured. It is likely due to debris falling from the stones. The areas in need of urgent assistance are probably the residential quarters. Let us take a moment to recuperate before we venture over there. Noticing Su Ming's silence, Munan asked, "Do you need to contact any family members?" Su Ming responded with a silent smile and a shake of his head, remaining quiet as he leaned against the flower bed, seemingly still in shock from the earthquake. Observing this, Munan also chose silence. Despite the heat, he remained closely beside Qin Huai. Qin Huai took Munan's hand in his, using his other hand to wipe the dust from his face. However, his own hands were even dirtier, only smudging the grime further. With a soft smile, Qin Huai said, "Rest your eyes against me for a while. The days ahead may not be so tranquil." As Jianshu had anticipated during the seismic upheaval, the vendors were too preoccupied with their own safety to attend to their stalls, hastily fleeing the scene. Many lay incapacitated, still reeling from the shock, while some stalls were buried beneath the debris of fallen stones, and others lay scattered chaotically across the ground. When they arrived, there were scarcely any people in sight. Those who could still move were struggling to return home, while the immobile groaned on the ground. Jianshu carefully illuminated the area with a small flashlight, methodically searching through the stalls. Without pausing to inspect the clothing, she hurriedly stuffed items, mingled with rubble, into her bag, prioritizing anything she deemed useful. Fortuitously, she stumbled upon 2 boxes of scattered self-heating pots on the ground. Though she wished to search further, the fear of being observed deterred her. Despite the pervasive darkness and thick dust obscuring visibility, the possibility of attracting attention loomed. Thus, she quickly gathered the items she had found, concealing them nearby, planning to clear her backpack before embarking on another search. Such opportunities to scavenge for supplies were rare, and every little acquisition counted. Ultimately, it was Uzibi's foresight that proved invaluable. He turned over a piece of cloth from a previous stall, wrapping the excess items like a parcel, ensuring ease of transport while safeguarding their contents from prying eyes. As one approaches the residential area, the harrowing cries grow increasingly intense. The few individuals who initially felt a modicum of relief upon discovering some provisions now find their spirits weighed down once more. In their neighborhood, 3 of the 7 buildings have collapsed, with one structure, positioned directly behind the fallen trio, also succumbing to the disaster. Another edifice has split in half, appearing on the brink of collapse. Only 2 buildings remain standing, one being the very structure that houses Munan and their companions. It is said that their building was among the first batch constructed after the reconstruction. At the time, there were whispers that, due to its status as a pioneer project, it underwent rigorous scrutiny, resulting in the use of superior materials. Many dismissed this notion as mere rumor, believing that all buildings, regardless of their batch, would be subject to inspection upon completion. However, witnessing the 2 remaining edifices from the initial phase does lend credence to the tales of yore. Of course, they are not alone in having only 2 standing buildings, as several nearby communities also boast intact structures, albeit with the majority having succumbed to destruction. Presently, they are oblivious to the circumstances outside, and aside from the self-formed rescue team within the community, no assistance has arrived in the hours that have elapsed. The first to be mobilized for cleanup efforts is the neighborhood committee, which occupies a 2-story building and is relatively easy to clear. Significantly, numerous supplies, such as generators and gasoline, are stored within the committee's premises. In the prevailing darkness, any rescue efforts would face considerable challenges. Thus, the immediate priority is to salvage the supplies from the committee, activate the generator, and restore illumination to the community. The community, once familiar, can no longer be deemed as such, Were it not for the recognizable buildings still standing, they might not even recognize the ground beneath their feet. Towering mountains of rubble obstructed their path, concealing beneath them countless lives, some still awaiting rescue, while others lay cold and incomplete. Witnessing this scene, Jianchu, who had remained composed until then, turned and retched. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment, the hellish sight overwhelmed him, sending chills down his spine as he realized how close they had come to being trapped beneath it all. Su Ming exhibited slightly more resilience, perhaps due to her medical background, allowing her to maintain a composure superior to that of the average person. Yu Zibai's complexion was similarly pale, his face contorted in a struggle to contain his emotions as he gazed at the heaps of debris. Qin Huai instinctively wrapped his arms around Munan, gently stroking his back, concerned that he might not withstand the harrowing scene like Jianchu had. To his surprise, Munan, with slightly reddened eyes, softly reassured him, "Brother, I am fine. I have seen this in my dreams before." Qin Huai's heart ached as he held Munan tightly, too afraid to inquire whether he had been a companion in those recurring nightmares. The group paused at the intersection for a considerable time, observing the sky brighten. Realizing they must enter before the sun emerged, they trudged forward with heavy steps into the community. Along the way, they noticed individuals seated or lying on the ground, their bodies obscured in a dark mess, rendering it impossible to discern whether the stains were blood from injuries or a mixture of sweat and dirt. Some families, having survived the catastrophe, huddled together for solace, while others remained dazed, visibly struggling to comprehend the seismic event. Still others, overwhelmed by the devastation, had succumbed to a state of mental disarray, cowering and trembling. Further within, a clearing had been established, serving as a makeshift repository for the deceased. The bodies were shrouded in tattered remnants of what were once sun-drenched curtains, salvaged from the debris. A pallid arm protruded from beneath the fabric, while a pair of incomplete legs lay exposed. The flesh and tissue where the feet once were hanging like macerated meat upon the stark, white bones of the lower limbs. A grim testament to the brutal extraction from the ruins. Witnessing this scene, Jianchu, having already exhausted the contents of her stomach, was overcome with another bout of dry heaving. Munan averted his gaze, his face ashen as he clutched his convulsing stomach. In his previous existence, he had gradually acclimatized to such sights, growing numb with each encounter. Now, reliving it anew, even with prior knowledge, he was unable to suppress the visceral reaction. Qin Huai swiftly and gently patted his back, reassuring him, "Don't suppress it if you feel nauseous. It's all right." Qin Huai then inquired, "What about the refrigeration point?" The individual shook his head, replying, "It's collapsed. You should proceed quickly. Dawn is approaching. The supermarket on the cloud has also collapsed, and the extent of the destruction is quite severe. However, due to the proximity of a hotel that once served as a military guest house, which has now transformed into temporary military quarters, the troops responsible for distributing supplies in this area are stationed within." Following the earthquake, the military promptly cordoned off the supermarket, as it contained a substantial amount of goods that could serve as vital resources once cleared and organized. Upon observing the significant destruction of nearby buildings, a team was swiftly assembled to erect rescue tents and provide shade, utilizing all available open land and roads. Fortuitously, this area was already undergoing demolition, and most residents of the densely populated, dilapidated neighborhoods had vacated. Consequently, the collapsed structures posed no threat, as they were uninhabited and devoid of belongings. Thus, temporarily accommodating the disaster victims here alleviated concerns about unaddressed casualties potentially leading to epidemics due to prolonged exposure to the sweltering heat. Therefore, this location became the first refuge point. When Qin Huai and his companions arrived, they were greeted by personnel in military uniforms who registered their names. Noticing that the group consisted entirely of men, all appearing uninjured, they were assigned a tent on the outer perimeter. The allocation of tents was systematic. Although the distinction between men and women was less pertinent at that moment, arrangements were made based on family units and the injured. Those requiring medical attention were directed to tents staffed by military doctors, while those like Qin Huai's group, who were uninjured and evidently capable of participating in subsequent rescue efforts, were accommodated in external tents, facilitating their ease of movement. Several individuals held handwritten bed numbers, marveling at the military's remarkable efficiency in swiftly organizing accommodations. However, upon entering the tent, they discovered that each tent housed at least 30 to 40 people, comprised of large green canvas. The so-called bed numbers did not correspond to actual beds. Rather, they indicated designated areas on the ground. Whether one chose to lie directly on the ground or seek some padding depended entirely on the resources at hand. Munan exerted all his strength to open his eyes, only to find Qin Huai lying next to him, gazing back with eyes wide open. His face was coated in grime, rendering him nearly unrecognizable, which prompted Munan to chuckle softly, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "Brother." Qin Huai responded with a gentle hum, inquiring softly, "Are you awake?" Munan shook his head, feeling far from alert, his mind clouded and his body weighed down as if pressed by a 1,000-pound jack. Qin Huai advised, "If you aren't awake, continue to sleep. It's still early." Munan asked, "What time is it?" Qin Huai replied, "It's 4 in the afternoon. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" While Munan felt a slight hunger, he was not particularly inclined to eat, so he shook his head. Instead, he took Qin Huai's hand and placed a piece of chocolate in it. Although their backpacks contained some food, such as bread, he sensed that Qin Huai might not be able to eat much, so he offered him chocolate to help restore his strength. However, Qin Huai seemed to misinterpret his gesture. Upon receiving the chocolate, he unwrapped it and promptly placed it into Munan's mouth. Frowning, Munan mumbled around the chocolate, "I gave it to you." As he spoke, he pressed another piece into Qin Huai's hand. Qin Huai shook his head, "I am not hungry. I have just had a bit to eat." Munan, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "What did you eat?" Noting his inquisitive demeanor, Qin Huai opened his bag slightly to reveal, "I had 2 steamed buns." Their provisions consisted of a bag of bread, a few steamed buns, and several bottles of water. They had not packed excessively. Fearing the added weight, and believing that as long as their backpack remained concealed from prying eyes, their modest rations would go unnoticed, allowing them to retrieve whatever they desired from their supplies at any moment. Satisfied with this explanation, Munan relaxed. As long as there was sustenance, he was content. After lying in one position for a while, he shifted, reclining flat on his back. Glancing around instinctively, he noticed the space beside him was vacant, with Su Ming still slumbering at a distance. He then turned to Qin Huai and asked, "What about Jian Chu and the others?" Qin Huai replied, "They are at the entrance receiving injections." Munan propped himself up to gaze toward the entrance, but the distance from the tent made it difficult to spot Jian Chu and Yu Zibai amidst the throng of people coming and going. He lay back down and asked, "Who is receiving injections? What is happening?" Qin Huai explained, "Jian Chu is getting an injection. It seems the after effects of the earthquake have set in. She has a fever and is suffering from gastroenteritis. The stress response has been quite severe. She has been unable to stop vomiting and is trying to endure it. Yu Zibai has taken her to find a military doctor. Such cases are not uncommon. Many are experiencing acute stress reactions following the disaster. Those with milder symptoms manage to recover on their own, while more severe cases require injections and medication for relief." After retrieving a few air conditioning fans from the supermarket, we set them up in the tents for the injured, bringing 2 to the front for those receiving injections to help cool them down. Qin Huai gently massaged his stomach and inquired, "Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Munan shook his head, replying, "No, I am fine. I'm just uncertain about the situation outside." The scorching heat of the day rendered any attempt to venture out under the relentless sun to assist in rescue efforts utterly impossible. Those trapped beneath the rubble might be succumbing to the oppressive heat, with the days stretching long into the evening. Daylight broke around 5 or 6 in the morning and persisted until 8 or 9 at night, leaving little opportunity for rescue operations. Time slipped away before their eyes, an agonizing witness to the slow passage of life. As Munan slept, Qin Huai, despite his desire to ascertain the circumstances beyond their tent, refrained from leaving his side. Given the severity of the recent earthquake, should Munan awaken to find him absent, it could instill panic and fear. Thus, Qin Huai remained steadfast in his position. However, with an additional sunshade erected outside the tent, the hours of 4 to 5 in the afternoon provided a suitable window for a brief stroll outside. As long as it was not during the peak heat of midday, even while lying there, he could hear faint sounds from outside, gathering a semblance of the situation at hand. Currently, the primary focus lay in the rescue of those in the hospital, yet some families of the victims, unable to accept the decisions made by those in authority, were raising their voices in protest. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than anguished cries erupted from outside their tent. "You must save them. Why are you not rescuing them? They are trapped beneath the rubble. Why haven't the rescue teams been dispatched yet? They are right there, beneath that very building. They are still waiting for someone to rescue them." A middle-aged woman cried out in despair, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet the soldier she grasped could only respond with helpless silence. The soldier appeared to be no more than 20 years of age, his darkened and flushed face marked with streaks of dirt and grime, while his reddened eyes struggled to contain the anguish within. He silently bore the weight of the woman's accusations, What could he possibly say? In the midst of such catastrophic loss, the priority of medical personnel's rescue efforts would always be paramount. When external assistance is not forthcoming, saving even one medical worker could potentially preserve countless lives in the future. Yet, at that moment, no one wished to hear such rationalizations. No one could muster the understanding. Their loved ones lay buried beneath the rubble, their fates unknown. And each passing moment was an agonizing torment for these relatives. Among the debris after speaking, he turned to the anguished woman and said, "We have exerted every effort, deploying the utmost manpower to carry out the rescue operations with the greatest urgency. Your lamentations not only provide no assistance to our mission but also impose significant psychological strain on my soldiers, potentially hindering our efforts and jeopardizing the lives of your loved ones. Madam, while I empathize with your plight, I cannot condone your current irrational behavior. Instead of expending your energy on lamenting, it would be far more prudent to conserve your strength for when the sun sets and join the collective in the rescue endeavor." Once the commander departed, the middle-aged woman continued to weep uncontrollably. Some emotions are not easily quelled at will. Yet, it was evident that she had absorbed his words, refraining from channeling her fears onto the innocent, and ceased her futile shrieks. Moonin leaned against the window for a moment before returning to her seat. Their tent was equipped with windows, and although it was still quite warm due to the sunshade overhead, it mitigated the direct exposure to sunlight, rendering the oppressive heat somewhat bearable. Consequently, one could even manage to move around outside a little. The windows of their tent were all raised. In the absence of air conditioning, keeping the windows closed served only to trap the heat inside, worsening the stifling air. Moonan's sleeping area happened to be directly beneath a window, allowing her to catch a glimpse of the outside world simply by sitting up and tilting her head slightly. When the cacophony subsided, and even the sound of weeping faded away, Moonan let out a gentle sigh. Qin Huai awoke early, and throughout the afternoon, he witnessed several instances of conflict between the populace and soldiers. The woman beside him continued to weep and wail, while others directly clashed with the soldiers. Had it not been for the presence of his most cherished companion peacefully slumbering beside him, Qin Huai doubted he would have maintained greater composure than those who appeared irrational. These individuals were merely seeking a fleeting release from their panic and fear, a means to alleviate the burden of lost loved ones, along with the uncertainty and dread of the future. Some instinctively redirected their emotions, while others made a concerted effort to suppress them, ultimately either accepting their pain through the gradual passage of time or succumbing to mental collapse. As for whether such excessive protection might ultimately prove detrimental, Qin Huai had come to a more accepting perspective. After all, they had agreed that if life became unbearable, they would face death together. He would never abandon Moonan, remaining steadfastly by his side. Each day that Moonan could endure under such circumstances was a victory in itself. Most of the individuals within their tent had suffered little injury, yet the solitary souls were in the minority. Those fortunate enough to have their entire family intact were few. The majority had ventured outside, unable to remain confined at home, and had narrowly escaped disaster, while their loved ones left behind had not shared in such fortune. As the survivors within the tent gradually regained their composure, restlessness began to set in, rendering them incapable of remaining still, yet the fierce sun outside barred their escape. Some individuals have resigned themselves to the bleakest of outcomes, their bodies and souls enveloped in profound sorrow and despair, devoid of any will to survive. They remain alive, yet their existence bears little distinction from that of the deceased. Others, unable to accept this grim reality, incessantly seek solace from those around them, expressing their belief that residing on a higher floor offers a glimmer of hope. Should they be buried, they would be among the first to be rescued and perhaps still alive. They proclaimed the abundance of provisions in their homes, assuring that sustenance and water could sustain them for days, allowing them to await salvation. It seems that the more they speak, the more they cling to the hope of their words becoming reality. Meanwhile, those nearby, already fraught with anxiety and agitation, possess little patience to listen, leading to disputes and even physical altercations. This tumult was suddenly interrupted by a robust elder, over 60, who bellowed, "Night is approaching. Quickly, consume some food and drink water to regain your strength, for we must prepare to excavate the ruins of our homes. How can you all falter like this? What of your families? What of those who await your rescue? The external circumstances are dire, yet the government will not abandon its people. Given the severity of this earthquake, they are undoubtedly devising a rescue plan. Before they arrive, we must first learn to save ourselves. Will shouting and fighting bring the buried back to life? Munan inched closer to Qin Huai, observing the individuals within the tent gradually calming down, and he too felt a sense of relief. However, he understood that their only option was self-rescue. Assistance was a distant hope, for this was not merely a local or provincial earthquake, but a seismic upheaval of global proportions. The recent earthquake has rendered numerous nations forever lost from the map, burying countless lives in its aftermath. While he was uncertain of the national statistics, he knew that in his city alone, which once boasted a population of nearly 15 million, the survivors numbered less than 7 million, a figure that reflected only the immediate aftermath. The death toll from the earthquake was substantial, but the ensuing plague claimed even more lives. Qin Huai clasped Munan's hand, noticing the scratches from debris on his palm, and gently squeezed. Does it hurt? Munan shook his head. It's nothing. It's not as deep as the cut I got from carelessly sharpening my pencil. Qin Huai inquired, why don't you use a pencil sharpener? Munan chuckled at his naive question. Do you think I'm using a 2B pencil for my assignments? Where a sharper point is preferable. I do have a sharpener, but for certain line work, a finer point is not always ideal. Qin Huai rummaged through his bag and pulled out his phone. Although communication was severed, as long as the phone retained power, they could still watch downloaded movies or engage in offline games, which they had preemptively acquired. With several hours remaining until dusk, he intended to entertain Munan with a game. Fetch a small electric fan, Qin Huai instructed. He then rested Munan's head on his shoulder and directed the fan towards him. Close your eyes and lean for a while, concerned that he might feel warm. Munan leaned closer, whispering in his ear, would you like some cold water? He then revealed a segment of a straw from his bag, and without needing to glance, it was evident he had orchestrated some playful scheme within. Indeed, Qin Huai felt the heat intensifying, so he slightly lowered his head and, taking advantage of the cover of his bag, drank several sips of ice water. The icy liquid, mingled with crushed ice, surged down his throat, invigorating his somewhat lethargic mind in the sauna-like temperature, alleviating the heat that enveloped him. Noticing Munan preparing to drink, Qin Huai advised, take small sips. Do not gulp it down too hastily. Munan responded with a few hums, drinking slowly before putting the ice water back into his bag. After sitting for a moment, he saw Jian Chu and Yuzibai approaching. Although they appeared relatively clean due to having changed clothes, their exposed skin resembled concrete, rendering their complexions indiscernible. Munan could only inquire, how are you? Feeling better? Jian Chu nodded, much improved. Yuzibai helped him to sit down, carefully storing the medicine prescribed by the military doctor, aware that the availability of medication might soon dwindle. Observing Munan's spirited demeanor, Jian Chu felt a sense of admiration. It was evident that Munan possessed greater resilience than himself. As he watched the bustling activity around them, he could not suppress a sigh. I never anticipated it would be this severe. Munan offered reassurance. At least we are all safe, fortunate to have evaded a calamity. Let us look forward. This disaster shall eventually pass. Though he was uncertain when that might be, harboring such hope was certainly preferable to succumbing to absolute despair regarding the future. Noticing Su Ming had also awakened, gradually sitting up while rubbing his head, Yuzibai finally asked, will you participate in the rescue efforts later? Speaking, he glanced at them and said, we have a solar-powered generator at home. It is far more comfortable to stay indoors during the day than to endure the heat outside. Munan did not expect Qin Huai to disclose the possessions of their household to others, causing a momentary unease to stir within him. Although they had forged relatively good relations with their neighbors over the past few months, their acquaintance was still rather fresh. Revealing the existence of something as significant as solar energy equipment made Munan feel a twinge of anxiety. In his previous life, a mere slip of revealing food had led to dire consequences, hence his apprehension was not without reason. Aside from Qin Huai, he found it challenging to relinquish his instinctual guard with anyone else. Qin Huai gently squeezed Munan's arm, a subtle yet reassuring gesture. Although Munan was slightly taken aback, he did not betray any surprise, maintaining his position leaning against Qin Huai. This revelation caught Jian Chu and the other two off guard. They had not anticipated that Qin Huai's family possessed such a remarkable asset, nor that he would share it so candidly. Had Munan been the one to voice it, they would have been less surprised, as he appeared rather innocent and easily deceived, lacking significant wariness. Qin Huai, while not a seasoned veteran of society, was undoubtedly someone who contemplated and strategized, not one to readily confide deeply in others after merely a month of acquaintance. Listening to Qin Huai's words, Yuzibai felt a subtle stir within his heart, yet he stifled it with restraint. Despite Jian Chu's seemingly robust exterior, his health was far from resilient. His childhood had been fraught with hardship, enduring the trials of life with nothing but youthful tenacity. The intensity of the afternoon's post-earthquake reaction left Yu Zibai concerned that Jianchu's steadfastness might ultimately take a toll on his well-being. When he heard Qin Huai mention the solar-powered generator at his home, the first thought that crossed Yu Zibai's mind was whether he could invite Jianchu to stay for a few days to recuperate. However, he quickly dismissed this notion as impractical. After all, they were not related, and it would be unreasonable to expect someone to stay in his home. Even though he held no ill intentions towards Jianchu, what basis would there be for him to trust such an offer? Before they could delve deeper into the question of whether Jianchu and Yu Zibai were indeed a couple, a soldier entered the tent holding a notebook, prompting the hushed conversations of those inside to abruptly cease. Some individuals, unable to contain their impatience, stood up eagerly, seeking information from the newly arrived soldier. However, before others could approach, the soldier raised his hand slightly, holding a small horn, and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. We will now conduct a registration. The situation outside needs no elaboration. You are all acutely aware of its gravity. Our current circumstances are exceedingly dire, with all communications severed. We do not know when we will be able to re-establish contact with the outside world or when help will arrive. Therefore, the only course of action available to us is self-rescue." Regarding the distribution of supplies, individuals over the age of 70 and children under 12 may receive 2 meals per day, with portions limited to the bare minimum required for sustenance. If one desires additional food, it must be earned through labor. Those aged between 12 and 70, regardless of gender, will no longer receive food allocations starting tonight. To partake in the communal meals prepared in the makeshift dining hall, one must join the rescue efforts. After delivering this message, the soldier scanned the crowd. Noting the absence of dissent regarding his decision, he continued, "The available resources are scant, and our rescue personnel are insufficient, necessitating this enforced method of aid. We hope for your understanding. As for tonight's rescue operations, we will focus on the nearby communities as units for assistance. You may participate in the rescue efforts within your respective neighborhoods. This is not compulsory, but each neighborhood will have a designated soldier in charge. Please ensure that before you commence any actions, you locate the rescue coordinator for your neighborhood to register. This will facilitate the distribution of points for meals after the day's rescue efforts conclude. We will begin with a census to register your respective neighborhoods." Some individuals are entirely unconcerned with the distribution of food. They are solely focused on providing assistance. Each second they linger here is a moment that diminishes the lives of their loved ones. As soon as the soldier finishes speaking, they hurriedly rush to register, eager to commence rescue operations at once. Jian looks at Yu Zibai and suggests, "Shall we also register? They are healthy and strong, with more hands. We can save more lives. Moreover, if we do not accompany the troops to partake in communal rations, how will we sustain ourselves?" Su Ming interjects, "I shall refrain from registering. Although I am a veterinarian, I am adept at handling basic external injuries and suturing wounds. It would be more beneficial for me to remain here and join the medical team to aid those in need." Munan naturally adheres to Qin Huai's directives, remaining silent by the side. As the clock approaches 6, the troops begin distributing supplies. Previously, it was announced that the exchange of points for provisions would commence tonight. To ensure that everyone has sustenance, it is imperative to distribute some supplies now. Otherwise, the effort to clear the rubble at night would be futile. In an effort to prevent exploitation and duplicate claims, especially since there is no way to verify identities at present, several soldiers carry baskets filled with steamed buns and water, distributing them tent by tent. Regardless of age or gender, the first meal consists of 2 large buns and a bottle of water. For an average person, 1 bun is nearly sufficient. Munan consumes half a bun to stave off hunger, but finds little desire to eat further, not out of disdain for its bland taste, but simply because it is too hot to consume. The bottled water provided is warm to the touch, even in hand. Qin Hua did not press him. Any amount he could consume was considered a blessing. With a deft motion, he finished the half-bun that remained uneaten. Meanwhile, Jianchu had also managed to eat most of his bun but found himself unable to continue. His appetite was virtually non-existent, and he was merely persevering through sheer willpower. Thus, Yu Zibo took it upon himself to finish the remainder. Munan glanced at Jianchu and then at the half-bun in Yu Zibo's hand, his gaze suddenly imbued with profound significance. Jianchu felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He almost retorted that Yu Zibo had also consumed Qin Huai's leftovers. However, the thought quickly dissipated as he remembered that Qin Huai was Yu Zibo's elder brother. and it was entirely normal for an older sibling to eat what his younger brother had left behind. He felt his situation was not comparable. As he recalled Su Ming's earlier words, he noted that Yu Zibo neither affirmed nor denied them, which left him feeling inexplicably unsettled, caught in a limbo of emotions. At such a moment, pondering over trivial matters was unnecessary, yet he found himself unable to suppress these thoughts. Fearing that Mu Nen might utter something awkward, Jianshu instinctively averted his gaze, avoiding Mu Nan's eyes. Upon noticing this, Mu Nen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile. Qin Huai pinched Jianshu's face, insisting he face him instead of staring at others. Before long, after everyone had finished eating, a notification arrived, calling for those who would participate in the rescue efforts to gather outside. It was approximately 7:30. And although the sky remained bright and the sun still bore down with intensity, it was nearing sunset. And the heat was not as oppressive as it had been at noon, with so many individuals requiring organization and allocation. Preparations were to be made in advance so that they could withstand the external heat and promptly proceed to their respective rescue locations. At this moment, every second counted, as lives were at stake. The tent was nearly empty in an instant. Apart from a few individuals, only 3 or 5 others remained seated, their expressions vacant, unsure whether they were still in shock or simply abandoned, with no one awaiting their rescue. As for the 17th floor, one might lose half their life merely attempting to ascend. Yu Zibo nodded, and Su Ming took the water and stepped outside. Mu Nen glanced at the now vacant tent. This was merely the first day at the makeshift shelter, so everyone had little in the way of personal belongings. Aside from the buns and water distributed earlier, not even a scrap of cloth remained, facilitating a swift departure, as there was nothing of value to take. In contrast, their group was well equipped with backpacks and cloth bags, the latter brimming with a collection of self-heating pots, marking them as relatively affluent. In just a day or two, most individuals would shift their focus to rescue efforts. As time passed and valuable items began to emerge from the rubble alongside the deceased, rescue would no longer hold precedence. When dusk fell and the harsh rays of the sun receded, the 4 of them exited the tent, carrying their belongings. The area around the tent bustled with activity, as rescue operations had commenced nearby. In a brief span, numerous individuals hurriedly transported the makeshift stretchers crafted by soldiers during the day, carrying those recently extracted from the ruins, those who still clung to life, while the deceased were laid to rest in the designated temporary morgue. As daylight lingers, the remnants of yesterday's devastation, which left the air thick with dust from the collapsed buildings, have finally dispersed. With clarity restored, the once dominant skyscrapers now stand diminished. And amidst the former heart of the city, the surroundings feel astonishingly vast, an expanse that evokes a suffocating sense of desolation. The city, unrecognizable, lies in ruins, and the overwhelming visual impact leaves one dizzy just by standing there. Qin Huai grasped Mu Nan's hand tightly, as if imparting strength to him, while simultaneously drawing from Mu Nan's resilience. He urged Mu Nan not to linger in observation, hastening their pace toward their community. The area was abuzz with activity, as people rushed to rescue others and set up temporary lighting. Dusk was approaching, and without electricity, the already chaotic ruins would obscure any signs of life within. Seizing the moment while others were occupied, a few slipped into the building. Inside, the chaos was palpable. It appeared that during the earthquake, some had attempted to flee with their possessions, only to abandon them amidst the crowd, leaving a scatter of belongings in their wake. As Mu Nan followed Qin Huai up the stairs, he suddenly inquired, "Brother, do you think there are those who remained indoors, lying in wait for death?" Qin Huai replied, "Perhaps, especially those of advanced age." He added, "It's possible, so be cautious of your footing, hold on to the handrail, and avoid looking around too much." Behind them, Jianshu could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Mu Nan." However, if they all remained silent, the taut emotions might truly remain unresolved. With Mu Nan's inquiry and distraction, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over his heart. Nonetheless, the matter of a corpse in the stairwell was best left unspoken. Merely contemplating it sent chills down one's spine. Mu Nan let out an "oh" and paused to catch his breath, exclaiming, "I'm so tired." As he halted, Qin Huai naturally stopped to wait for him, encouragingly remarking, "Not bad, we've already ascended to the 7th floor. Let us rest for a moment, and then we shall tackle the next 7 floors. Home is nearly within reach." In truth, Mu Nan possessed the weakest stamina among them. Even though he had consciously run at home daily since the onset of the smog, Rome was not built in a day, and physical endurance could not be cultivated so swiftly. However, compared to the past, he was considerably stronger now, at least in this sweltering heat. Reaching the 7th floor merely left him breathless, without dizziness or the sensation of stars before his eyes. He glanced back at the two companions who had also paused to rest and couldn't help but exclaim, "How come you both have such remarkable stamina?" He realized that he was the one panting the most heavily. Even Jian-Chu, who had vomited uncontrollably earlier and was suffering from gastroenteritis, did not seem as winded. Jian-Chu, hands on hips and breath unsteady, replied, "I've built mine up through part-time training, while this fellow has honed his through annual marathons." Moonan directed his gaze past Jian-Chu to Yu Zibai, saying, "Marathons? How impressive." He had trained for a few months and could hardly imagine completing a full marathon, let alone a half. Jian-Chu added, "Your brother has decent stamina as well. His breathing is the most steady among us." Moonan smiled and remarked, "My brother has always possessed remarkable physical abilities and exceptional athletic talent since childhood. Of course, he is also quite intelligent, consistently ranking among the top 3 in examinations." Jian-Chu, ever the supportive friend, responded, "That's truly impressive." With a sigh, Moonan refrained from allowing Qin-Huai to assist her. Climbing the stairs was already exhausting, and being pulled along would only add to her fatigue. Moreover, she felt she was not yet at the stage where she required assistance to ascend. Upon finally reaching the 17th floor, Moonan's legs trembled with fatigue. The situation on their floor appeared manageable. She was uncertain whether the Zhang family was present. But aside from a fire extinguisher that had fallen from the firebox, there were no other obstructions. However, knowing that Jian-Chu and the others might arrive shortly, Moonan mustered the strength to continue, arranging the bed and retrieving the table. The kitchen was sparsely furnished, containing merely some disposable chopsticks and bowls, along with a refrigerator. Qin-Huai suggested, "Place the solar generator in the second bedroom. The main bedroom receives better light. We can set up several solar panels, and the wires can be routed directly from there. Just take everything out, and I will handle the installation later." Following Qin-Huai's instructions, Moonan proceeded to unpack while saying, "We could live quietly together, but if a door were to open on the balcony, it would be quite inconvenient for them to visit at any time." Qin-Huai replied, "I'm not at ease with you staying home alone at night." Qin-Huai observed Moonan, who frowned as if he was about to voice his objections, and smiled gently. "I understand that you wish to avoid staying at home, believing you can manage, feeling compelled to confront the external matters. However, Nan, I hope you can take things slowly. At least stay at home for a couple of days to allow me to acclimate to the current situation. Otherwise, I will have to contend with the changes outside while worrying whether you can withstand it. Please, for my sake, stay at home obediently, will you?" Upon hearing this, Moonan could only nod. He had indeed overlooked certain aspects, thinking that his past experiences rendered him self-sufficient and that he needed no one as concern. Although he initially felt some discomfort, he believed he would quickly adapt. His heart was filled with worries for Qin-Huai, focusing solely on being by his side to help him adjust, while neglecting the fact that Qin-Huai was also concerned for him. Qin-Huai, embracing him, affectionately ruffled his dust-laden hair. "I will be careful, very careful, I promise you." Moonan responded with a subdued clearly displeased. Qin-Huai, with a smile, inquired, "Are you hungry? You only had half a steam bun earlier." Moonan shook his head. After setting up the solar-powered generator, he took out a battery and a fan. It was only when he retrieved the door and cement that Qin-Huai had prepared beforehand from the space that Moonan realized, "Brother, did you plan this all along? How else could you have prepared these items in advance? Perhaps the dimensions were measured beforehand. Why else would you suggest preparing an extra balcony door when our home doesn't even have a balcony?" Qin-Huai smiled, saying it was merely a matter of prudent preparation, ensuring that every conceivable need was adequately addressed. It is always preferable to be over-prepared than to find oneself lacking in a moment of necessity. Moonan reflected that his brother's intellect remained as sharp as ever. While preparing supplies, he had already anticipated the present circumstances. Were it left to Moonan, he would likely have only considered amassing an abundance of food and drink, lacking the meticulous foresight displayed by Qin-Huai. "Let us enjoy some mung bean soup," Qin-Huai suggested, "to alleviate the heat while we await their arrival." He continued with a grin, "We shall set up the solar panels shortly, enabling us to use the air conditioning tomorrow. For tonight, we can rely on the cooling fan. If the wall construction proceeds swiftly, we may complete it by the first half of the night. We will venture downstairs again later. Today, Yu Zibai will likely prevent Jian-Chu from going down. Once we descend, you should remain at home with Jian-Chu. Prepare some water for the room, take a shower, and leave some snacks outside, so you won't find yourself inconvenienced by hunger when retrieving food from the space." if you decide to indulge in that self-heating pot. Avoid the spicy flavor and opt for the tomato variant, understood? Moonin felt no apprehension in requesting Qin Huai's assistance with bathing, for they had shared the same bathtub in their childhood. It was only as Qin Huai matured into adolescence that he became reluctant to share such moments. At that tender age, Moonan had been oblivious to the implications of puberty, and when Qin Huai expressed his desire for independence, Moonan experienced a pang of sorrow, fearing that his brother no longer cherished him or wished to maintain their bond. However, sorrow is but a fleeting emotion. For although Qin Huai does not accompany him into the water, he still assists him with bathing and grooming as he did in the past. It is merely that he himself refrains from entering the water. As time passed and he matured, he began to feel a sense of embarrassment and naturally took to managing his own affairs. Even now, as an adult, when Qin Huai offers to wash his back, he does not feel any discomfort. If he cannot reach a particularly dirty spot, it is only natural to accept help. Qin Huai seems to chuckle softly. Is this what growing up means? Distancing yourself from me? Who was it that sulked when denied a bath? Even before stepping into the bathroom, stripped of their clothes? Moonan's gaze flits about, and he responds, you could argue that I've grown up. That I am an adult now and shouldn't behave like that. I still have my pride, you know. Qin Huai scoops a ladle of water from a nearby bucket and gently pours it over Moonan, observing the water cascading over his back, which glows as if illuminated from within. His voice drops to a softer, more somber tone. With so many people in the school dormitory, have you not bathed with the other boys? During military training, surely you all share the same shower facilities? Just as Moonan finishes speaking, Qin Huai suddenly reaches out, seemingly brushing against the area of his shoulder blade. The coldness of Qin Huai's fingertips, now dampened by the water, sends a shiver through Moonan, not from the chill, for the warmth of the day renders any coolness negligible, but rather from the sensation that Qin Huai's touch carries an electric charge, as if a subtle current flows through the point of contact. Qin Huai blocks his attempt to turn away, preventing him from seeing his expression. And with his head slightly bowed, he speaks in a tone that is both calm and composed. You're a bit dirty. Let me help you clean up. Let out a soft sound, then rinse the soap, now soiled with mud and clay, before handing it to Qin Huai. Here, use this soap to scrub a bit. It should be clean afterward. Qin Huai accepted it, gently applying the soap to his back, and then using a bathing brush to tenderly scrub his back. However, feeling that the brush barely grazed his skin due to the lightness of his touch, remarked, apply a bit more pressure. Such a light touch won't cleanse anything properly. Qin Huai poked his back, saying, it's all bones, it's quite bony to the touch, and I'm afraid that if I press too hard, you might fall apart. You never stray far from meat. Where does all that food go? Feeling a bit proud, replied, I don't gain weight. How many people envy that? Qin Huai frowned slightly. Do you think not gaining weight is a blessing? It indicates your body isn't absorbing properly. Were it not for the present circumstances, I would certainly seek a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to thoroughly remedy your condition. You eat plenty, yet fail to gain. It suggests either a weak spleen and stomach or absorption issues. In his childhood, exhibited similar traits, being picky with food and reluctant to eat. There were times when he was coaxed into consuming a little more, only to suffer from indigestion. Back then, he was still quite young, around the transition from preschool to elementary school. One morning, while was still in slumber, carried him from his bed and took him to a nearby traditional medicine clinic close to their kindergarten, cradled him as they arrived, where the practitioner examined his palm and assessed his condition. Declaring nothing serious, he instructed him to wait aside. After inspecting, he wielded an exceptionally long needle, forcefully pricking the small hand causing droplets of blood to surface, all while applying pressure on certain points. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, an elderly gentleman with considerable experience, had punctured Munan's hand, yet Munan did not shed a tear. He awoke, seemingly unperturbed, beside Uncle Mu. He recalled that day vividly. Munan's appetite was remarkably robust. In the past, during their breakfast outings, they would typically share a bowl of noodles, as Munan would only take a few bites before refusing to eat any further. The leftover portions were always just enough for him. However, on that particular day, Munan consumed an entire bowl of noodles, leaving him utterly astonished. Later, Uncle Mu explained that they had been treating a condition related to poor appetite and digestive issues, and surprisingly, the remedy proved effective rather swiftly. Perhaps due to some childhood experiences, he found himself placing greater trust in traditional Chinese medicine over Western practices, especially in Munan's case, where no examination would likely reveal any underlying ailment, yet he struggled to gain weight. He believed that herbal remedies would undoubtedly yield better results than Western treatments. Regrettably, He pondered whether there would ever be an opportunity to consult a traditional Chinese doctor for Munen's condition, feeling that Qin Huai had taken an unusually long time. Munen could not help but exclaim, "Are you not finished yet? It's so dirty." Relieved, he added, "Just toss it once you're done. You can leave now." Qin Huai raised an eyebrow. "Don't you want me to assist you with your hair?" Munen replied, "With such short hair, it will only take a few moments to wash. Hurry, step outside. I'll wash up quickly, and then it will be your turn." With Qin Huai absent from the bathroom, Munen hastened his bathing routine. In a matter of moments, he shed his trousers and scrubbed the dirt off his legs. He had not purchased facial cleansers, opting instead to use a bar of soap to wash his face. After cleansing his ears and discovering the absence of grit on his body, he finally felt somewhat refreshed and clean. Qin Huai remarked, "Please store away the outdoor swimming pool and leave a bucket of water in the bathroom. Additionally, place several buckets of water against the wall in the storage cabinet, preferably larger ones for daily use." Munen inquired, "How many should I place?" Qin Huai replied, "Perhaps 5 or 6 buckets would suffice." Obediently, Munen proceeded to arrange the larger buckets of water. Noticing that Qin Huai did not require the pool water, he carried a bucket into the bathroom and couldn't help but exclaim, "One bucket is insufficient for a proper wash. You are even dirtier than I am. You've mixed in sweat and will need a thorough scrubbing." During the earthquake, Qin Huai had pressed himself against Munen, shielding him from the debris, which only added to his own filth. Qin Huai responded, "There's no need for that. A simple splash of water on my face will suffice. I still have to knock on the wall and venture outside, so there's no necessity for an overly thorough cleansing. Please fetch me a black tank top and a towel." Munen wanted to express that they were not truly short on water, aware that the current scarcity was a pressing issue. He had previously stockpiled water abundantly. He hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps it would be better to wash up. It would certainly feel more refreshing." Unable to find an alternative, Munen retrieved a set of clean clothes and a towel from the space and handed them to him. As Qin Huai washed himself, Munen busied himself arranging items in the house. Before departing, he had put away all belongings, leaving the home devoid of any semblance of life. It was essential to have everything in order before Jianchu and the others arrived. Fortunately, their living room boasted an abundance of cabinets, even if the exterior appeared sparse. The multitude of cabinets ensured that guests would not be impolite enough to rummage through them. Thus, a mere faade of tidiness would suffice. Just as he finished placing all conceivable items from the space outside, the sound of a knock echoed from the iron gate. Munen hastily opened the door. A wave of fragrant soap enveloped him as Jianchu, having grown weary of the foul odors, inhaled deeply, only to realize moments later, "You've bathed? You have water to wash up at your place." Munen welcomed them inside, yet both hesitated at the threshold, feeling somewhat awkward. Their own attire was muddied, and the pristine atmosphere of Munen's home made them reluctant to enter. Had Munen not bathed, they might have felt less constrained, but with him freshly cleaned, they were cautious to avoid any contact that might soil his hard-won cleanliness. The room was illuminated by a single rechargeable lamp, but Qin Huai intended to install a solar panel to provide additional light. Thus, Munen retrieved a string of lights he had prepared in advance, extending them into the room designated for the solar panel. Upon activation, the entire space was instantly aglow. Munen could not help but exclaim, "Fortunately, the windows have been fitted with soundproof barriers. Otherwise, the lights illuminating the upper floor would be far too conspicuous." Jianchu, standing in the living room, cast a curious glance, having never encountered a solar power generator before. Seeing the floor cluttered with numerous components, he could not restrain himself from asking, "How does this generate electricity?" Munen explained, "This apparatus captures solar energy. We will install it shortly. The generator is in another room and seems to require some wiring. I am unsure whether there are storage batteries or some sort of conversion device inside, but as long as there is sufficient solar energy, it can store and generate electricity." As soon as Munen finished speaking, Qin Huai emerged, looking somewhat refreshed, with moisture still clinging to him. Though it was evident he had not used soap or shower gel, likely just rinsing with plain water. Upon seeing them, he inquired, "Is everything cleared up over there?" Yuzibai replied, "There isn't much in the house, so it was completed swiftly." Qin Huai continued, "If we maintain this pace, we should be able to finish before midnight. Will you all descend together, or shall one person remain upstairs?" Yuzibai turned to Jianchu, saying, "Tonight, I will go down with Qin Huai. You should stay at home." Qin Huai added, "Tomorrow, we'll see if the generator can be activated during the day. So for tonight, we will use the battery to power a fan." Jianchu's eyes widened in immediate objection. But Yu Zibai had already anticipated this and gestured for Qin Huai and the others to wait. He then pulled Jianchu aside to the entrance. Jianchu furrowed his brow, regarding Yu Zibai with concern. What do you mean by wanting me to stay at home? Is there really a need to guard such a meager amount of possessions? Or do you believe that I cannot withstand the situation outside? Yu Zibai remarked. An earthquake occurred just yesterday. Many people are still reeling from it. Today, they have begun to grasp the reality, rather than rummaging through the ruins. Would it not be more convenient to search our building from door to door? Jianchu replied. But there isn't much in our home worth stealing. The most valuable items we possess are merely a few blankets and clothes, and we scarcely have any water. I doubt even a thief would find it appealing. Yu Zibai continued. Qin Huai will certainly not allow Munan to go down. The focus these days is primarily on search and rescue. The number of severely injured and deceased will undoubtedly be significant. Unlike you, who has navigated the complexities of society for many years, Munan has just graduated from university. He appears to be coping well, yet I sense he has not fully comprehended the gravity of the situation outside. If he were alone at home, and someone came to search the floors, should a thief attempt to break in, could he truly withstand it? Jianchu asked. So you intend to keep me at home? Upon hearing Yu Zibai's words, Jianchu reluctantly agreed. It dawned on her that if Munan were unfortunate enough to encounter someone searching for valuables and attempting to pry open the door, the loss of just a solar generator would be substantial. If a struggle ensued and injuries occurred, considering the potential severity, with knives and iron rods involved, Munan's frail physique would likely not endure. Hence, she concluded that it would be wiser for more people to remain at home to look after one another, while she and Munan provided mutual support at home. Yu Zibai could act with confidence alongside Qin Huai outside. Munan understood that Qin Huai intended for Jianchu to stay with him today. Perhaps not merely to conceal his wealth, as he had only brought out a single battery. It was likely that he calculated the need for companionship, as safety was not the primary concern at this moment. After all, the earthquake had only just occurred, and the chaos had not yet fully unraveled. More than anything, he probably hoped that having someone nearby would distract him from his anxious thoughts, allowing him to avoid spiraling into solitary musings. Regardless of Qin Huai's intentions, Munan had gleaned a semblance of understanding. To alleviate Qin Huai's worries, he was willing to adhere to his plans. Seeing that Qin Huai and Yu Zibai were already engaged in their work, Munan turned to Jianchu and inquired how they should proceed with the wall demolition. Noting that they had also constructed a cabinet, Jianchu, experienced in such matters, confidently asked if there were any tools available, particularly a hammer or even a power drill, which would be advantageous. Munan then dragged over a complete toolbox. Jianchu chuckled, remarking on the impressive array of tools, suggesting they dismantle the wall first. Beginning with the wooden cabinet, which would be relatively easy to break down. The wall behind it was likely made of thin bricks, making it a straightforward task. Without hesitation, Jianchu retrieved the tools and commenced the work, while Munan assisted by holding items to catch the wooden planks. As anticipated, the wall enclosing the balcony was merely a flimsy veneer of brick, rendering the power drill unnecessary. With a bit of effort, they easily dismantled it. The absence of steel reinforcements made the task even simpler. While the solar panels in the room had yet to be installed, they had already succeeded in opening up the balcony. Upon stepping out onto the balcony after crossing the threshold, I found myself enveloped in darkness, save for scattered glimmers of light and the silhouettes of bustling figures below. The towering edifices that once graced the view from this vantage point had vanished into the night, rendering the scene far more vivid than it appeared from below. Jianchu, unable to suppress a slight tremor, meticulously smoothed the edges of the bricks he had removed, stating, "Indeed, I have prior experience. I once took on a part-time job assisting those craftsmen with renovations, such as tiling, installing ceilings, and fitting doors. While I may lack the steady hands of the seasoned experts, I can manage adequately if perfection is not a requisite." Munan inquired, "Will we be able to install the door tomorrow after smoothing it out today?" Jianchu replied, "There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Given the current temperature, we can have the door installed before dawn. Once the sun rises, it will set firmly in place, and we shall seal the gaps with adhesive to complete the task." The installation of the door proceeded more swiftly than anticipated. However, its considerable weight made it somewhat laborious for Jianchu and Munan to maneuver alone. It was only with the assistance of Qin Huai and Yu Zibai that they successfully positioned it to shield the door from potential damage caused by the intense heat. They draped it with 2 layers of protective film salvaged from the room. After ensuring the lock functioned smoothly, they deemed the job complete. "I've left an opening here," Jianchu remarked, so the wiring can be routed through without needing to open the door. In case of an emergency, it essentially serves as an escape route. Moonin promptly applauded, exclaiming, "Impressive. Your neighbor is truly remarkable." Seeing Jian-Chu covered in dust, Moonin inquired, "Do you have any clean clothes?" She continued, "If not, I have a spare tank top. The clothes I hastily gathered earlier can suffice for going out. It's more comfortable to wear lighter attire at home. We still have some water. Why not take a shower first? We only have one air cooler, and it's quite warm to sleep on the bed in this heat. I'll lay out a mat on the floor for us to sleep on later." As the two had yet to delve into deeper conversation, the technician installing the solar panels emerged from the room, bringing with him the already connected wires, which he then attached to the generator located in another room. The subsequent tasks were considerably simpler. According to the blueprint, it was merely a matter of connecting the wires to the designated outlets based on their colors. When another party involved came out, Jian-Chu fell silent. Moonan, not one to chatter unnecessarily, decided to let them handle their own matters. And so she too refrained from further comment. The two sat in surprising unison on the mat, facing the industrious individual in the room. Upon seeing Moonan's demure posture, Qin chuckled. "Did you manage to install the door all by yourself? Impressive. You must be tired. Why not lie down and rest for a while?" Moonan shook her head. "Would you like something to eat? It's important to have a hearty meal to muster the energy for other tasks." Qin replied, "I'm not hungry. Aren't there's still some steamed buns left? We can have those later." Qin and Yuzibai swiftly completed the installation of the generator. Whether it would operate smoothly remained to be seen the following day. The room housing the generator was tightly sealed, as it was essential to shield the operational equipment from the external heat. Meanwhile, in the room fitted with solar panels, all barriers had been removed, allowing them to finally glimpse the outside world after several months. However, what lay before them was a desolate landscape, devoid of the once vibrant lights of countless homes and the bustling flow of vehicles. Qin cast a glance outside before turning away, stating, "Let us head out. We should tidy up and prepare to leave." Yu Zibai nodded and followed Qin out of the room, closing the door behind them, their footsteps heavy with the weight of the moment. Upon their exit, Moonan eagerly waved them over, exclaiming, "Come and cool off. What would you like to have in your steam buns? Choose for yourselves." Moonan presented an assortment of individually packaged snacks reminiscent of the past: seaweed strips, diced lotus root, beef bits, and the ever-popular pickled mustard greens. With Jian-Chu and the others present, Moonan could only offer these shelf-stable snacks, aside from the pickled greens. The rest were merely treats, yet they paired surprisingly well with the steamed buns. Had it not been for Jian-Chu and the others, Moonan likely would have resorted to serving cold dishes and plain congee. She distributed disposable gloves to each of them, encouraging them to use the gloves to eat, thus saving on the need to wash their hands. Every drop of water saved was a small victory. Yuzibai chuckled. "Have you contributed your entire snack reserve?" Jian-Chu and Yuzibai were not the type to take advantage of others. Thus, they merely took a packet of lotus root cubes, sharing it between them. They tore apart a steamed bun, placing the savory and spicy filling inside, which tantalized their appetites. As they ate, Moonan retrieved a box from the cabinet, clearly having prepared it in advance before Jian-Chu and the others arrived. After all, Qin could not conceal anything from Yuzibai, and if there were any pressing matters, Qin would certainly not withhold assistance from Yuzibai. Hence, he resolved to organize the contents before their very eyes. The waste pouch, previously used by Moonan, was of moderate size, neither too large nor too small, capable of holding a considerable number of items. Inside, Moonan placed a bottle of cooling spray, a bottle of pain relief and hemostatic spray, some antiseptic powder, a small packet of cotton balls, gauze, and a pack of dressing supplies. This way, should they accidentally injure themselves while moving stones outdoors, they could tend to the wounds and disinfect them on their own. Noticing there was still some space, he stuffed in a few cooling wet wipes until the pouch was pleasantly swollen. "Brother, I've packed everything for you. Be cautious while saving others, especially watch your step and keep a distance from areas with rebar. Know your limits, all right?" Moonan handed the waste pouch to Qin and rummaged through a drawer to retrieve a pack of labor gloves, distributing 2 pairs to each of them. "Wear these. They're sturdy enough to prevent any cuts." Jian-Chu, observing the abundance of supplies, remarked, "Your family is remarkably well equipped." Moonan remained silent, while Qin chuckled softly. "After living in this old house for over 20 years, all our belongings are right here." Jian-Chu pondered the predicament, recognizing that as tenants, they must always contemplate the potential hassles of moving whenever they consider purchasing something. There exists a distinct difference between a home and a rental property. Yet again. It was a day filled with envy towards their neighbors. Qin Huai responded without a hint of impatience. Understood, little steward. Once the two exited together, Mu Nan and Jian Chu resumed their seats. Although they felt somewhat fatigued from their daytime slumber, they were not mentally weary. Noticing a few bags they had collected upon ascending the stairs, Jian Chu rose to investigate. Mu Nan handed Jian Chu a pair of gloves, advising, "It's best to wear these while you examine the contents. One can never be too careful with personal items." Jian Chu agreed and donned the gloves before beginning to sift through the items. The first bag she opened dazzled their eyes. It was an unassuming black briefcase. Yet inside lay bundles of cash, each thick enough to suggest a value of 10,000. In total, there were 100,000, alongside an array of gold jewelry, gold bracelets, necklaces, rings, and earrings. Jian Chu and Mu Nan exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming, "This is exceedingly valuable." However, Mu Nan shook his head, asserting, "Money has lost its worth, yet this gold can be preserved. Regardless of the time, gold remains a reliable currency." Jian Chu remained skeptical. Has money truly diminished in value? Once outside aid arrives, reconstruction will undoubtedly occur here. If we relocate to another city, this money will still hold its use. Jian Chu, like the other citizens, initially believed that the earthquake was a localized event. Cut off from communication, they remained unaware of the broader situation and awaited rescue. In a frenzy, they stuffed money into their bags upon discovering it, never considering that on that very night, a global catastrophe was unfolding. In her past life, Mu Nan had shared similar sentiments, thinking that only their region had been affected. Although the devastation seemed severe, she believed that, like other cities that had experienced earthquakes, help would eventually arrive, and their homes would be rebuilt. Alas, they would soon learn that everything was lost. Thus, Mu Nan refrained from further discussion and simply stated, "You may keep the money, we shall not take it. Let us divide the gold equally." Jian Chu quickly shook his head, insisting, "That cannot be. We all gathered these items together, so let us share equally." Mu Nan did not argue, recognizing that money held little value, particularly during winter when it was hardly useful for warmth. He was content to let Jian Chu distribute it. The second bag contained little of worth, some identification documents, clothing, and a few bottles of water. They certainly had no need for the clothes, but the water could be retained. The unopened bottles would serve well for hydration or personal hygiene. Additionally, they discovered some jewelry and bank cards hidden within the bag's compartments. They set aside the useless items temporarily outside the door, sorting through the valuables. Jian Chu remarked, "Are we profiting from this national disaster?" Mu Nan glanced at the small pile of gold on the floor and replied, "Does this truly constitute a fortune?" As she removed her gloves and reached for a tissue to dry her hands, Mu Nan turned her gaze towards him, inquiring, "What is it?" Jian Chu inquired, "Would you like to search upstairs?" It is crucial to note that his space was abundant with supplies. Lacking in that regard was of no consequence. However, it is conceivable that others might be in dire need of even a single item from home, as a mere drop of water or morsel of food could mean the difference between life and death. Thus, Jian Chu's contemplation was entirely reasonable. His thoughts stemmed solely from the confidence he possessed in his survival. When he posed the question, he articulated his thoughts candidly. Had Jian Chu taken action without inquiry, it would not have elicited any particular concern from him. Mu Nan, too, found himself at a loss for activities, although sleep might elude him. Burdened by worries for Qin Huai outside, he recognized that merely sitting idle served little purpose. It was preferable to recline and attempt sleep if slumber proved elusive. He could at least inventory the items in their space before extinguishing the lights. Mu Nan placed 2 bottles of water on the floor, one for Jian Chu and one for himself, so that they wouldn't have to rise in thirst during the night. The room was enveloped in darkness once more, save for the humming of the air conditioning unit. Mu Nan turned away from Jian Chu, and in that brief separation, thoughts of his brother surfaced. At that moment, Qin Huai was registering with the soldiers assigned to their neighborhood, commencing the clearing operation from the center of the community, where the residents were densely packed and many lay buried beneath. Upon observing Qin Huai and Yu Zibai donning gloves, someone hastily inquired, "Where can one obtain gloves?" Qin Huai replied, "From home." The individual expressed astonishment. "Home? What home remains? All that can be seen is ruin." Upon hearing such words, those nearby felt a twinge of discomfort, not from envy of others possessing gloves, but rather from the poignant realization that their homes still stood, unlike their own, which lay in ruins, leaving them uncertain of their loved ones' fates. This thought struck a deep chord within, causing tears to flow as they resolutely continued to move the stones. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, as they happened to be tasked with the rescue efforts in this sector. Before long, they began to hear a faint commotion beneath them. Uzbai was the first to catch the sound, though it was indistinct amidst the cacophony. With everyone engaged in the labor of clearing debris, he shouted urgently, "Hold on. Everyone, stop for a moment." At his call, the others instinctively paused, asking, "What's the matter?" Uzbai urged, "Listen closely. Do you hear something coming from below?" Eagerly, the group strained to listen, and the individual closest to the source of the sound nearly laid flat on the ground. Suddenly, with exhilaration, he exclaimed, "There's someone alive down there. There's someone still living. Hurry, we need help, quickly." His voice rang out, nearly breaking with urgency, and those nearby quickly gathered, their pace in moving the rubble accelerating exponentially. Soon, they had cleared a gap in the debris, and someone leaned into the opening, shining a light below, calling out, "Is anyone there? If you can hear me, make a sound." The reverberation of steel against steel echoed once more from the depths below, invigorating many. Their residential complex consisted predominantly of towering structures, some exceeding 20 stories. In the lower levels, those fleet of foot might yet escape the impending collapse, while those in the higher echelons could only await their inevitable demise. Thus, the operation resembled less of a rescue and more of a grim task of corpse retrieval. In the preceding hours, numerous fragmented remains had been unearthed, yet survivors were a rare sight. To discover a living soul amidst this devastation was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. After a painstaking 2 hours, a fissure large enough to accommodate a person was finally carved out. It appeared to lead into a hollow, perhaps formed by the haphazard stacking of construction debris, which had inadvertently created a sanctuary. Given its depth, lowering someone down to assess the situation and hoisting the occupant up via rope was the only feasible approach, as expecting them to ascend unaided was unrealistic. However, lacking experience in such endeavors, the selection of a rescuer became problematic. Qin Huai possessed theoretical knowledge from his studies, yet lacked practical application. After scrutinizing the environment, he surmised that, barring further collapse, extracting the individual would not be overly arduous. Just as he was about to volunteer, another figure stepped forward, declaring, "I shall go. I have experience, having participated in earthquake rescue operations before." Upon hearing that he possessed experience, a nearby individual hurriedly stepped forward to assist with the binding of the ropes. Gradually, the crowd lowered the person down, yet for a considerable time, there was no sound from below. Fearing that loud noises might cause vibrations, they refrained from shouting. After a brief interval, someone below began to tug on the ropes, prompting the waiting crowd to swiftly pull the ropes upward. A flashlight was shone down into the depths, and as visibility improved to reveal a figure, excitement surged through the group, culminating in a fervent shout, "Hurry, hurry, it's a child." When the first child was hoisted up, he was entirely unconscious, his face ashen. Yet he still exhibited signs of life. Someone immediately cradled the child and dashed toward the military shelter. Having rescued one was a hard-won victory, and any delay in administering aid could render their efforts futile. Soon, the lowered rope stirred once more, and the crowd rallied to pull it upward with renewed vigor. This time, it was an older girl who emerged. Though she was somewhat weak, her consciousness remained intact as she cried out for her mother in a feeble voice. Qin Huai approached and tore a piece of chocolate from his bag, offering it to the little girl. "Just a moment longer. Your parents will be rescued shortly." Before he could finish his reassurance, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Instinctively, Qin Huai scooped the girl up and dashed to the side, while others also retreated in haste. Within mere breaths, the previously opened hole collapsed once more. The expressions of the crowd turned pale in an instant, and they immediately rushed forward, determined to excavate the entrance. "Hurry! There are still people inside." Besides those already trapped below, there are others who went down to assist. As dawn approached, everyone sat exhausted by the roadside. The final collapsed entrance had been excavated, and those trapped within were brought out. The mortuary now bore several additional shrouded bodies, one of whom was the brave soul who had ventured down to rescue others. His name was Zhang Bin, 32 years old, who had not yet retired from the military 7 years prior, during which he had participated in an earthquake rescue operation, saving countless lives. Now, 7 years later, he had once again heroically rescued 2 children, yet for himself, there would be no tomorrow. Qin Huai's bath was prepared by Mu Nan, who busily gathered water. Qin Huai was covered in grime, requiring a gentle lathering of soap to cleanse him thoroughly. After a day spent moving stones, He was likely too fatigued to lift his arms. In their childhood, it was always Qin Huai who helped Mu Nan bathe. Now, he found no shame in reciprocating. He understood that the psychological impact of the rescue effort would weigh heavily on Qin Huai, evident from his demeanor. Thus, Mu Nan felt no embarrassment in assisting him. As Mu Nan scrubbed Qin Huai's arms, Qin Huai suddenly spoke. I had initially intended to descend to rescue others. I had systematically studied rescue operations during my training abroad. When I was down there, I discovered survivors, alive and calling for help, but they required someone to descend with a rope. Mu Nan remained silent, though his movements became more tender. And then? He inquired. Qin Huai replied, then others went down and managed to bring up 2 children. However, the entrance collapsed, and the children's parents, their grandfather, and the rescuer were all lost, crushed beneath the rubble. As Qin Huai spoke, he turned his head to glance at Mu Nan, recalling that his first thought at that moment was one of relief. He wondered how Mu Nan would cope had he chosen to descend at that time. With his soapy hands, Qin Huai gently caressed Mu Nan's face and said, "Fool." After washing his hair and bathing, Qin Huai emerged clad only in shorts. Mu Nan meticulously cleaned the small scratches on his body with iodine, then suggested, how about we eat something before sleeping? Would you prefer congee or a bowl of mung bean soup? Perhaps a bowl of mung bean soup accompanied by a flour roll, along with some pickled vegetables? Qin Huai nodded in agreement. Mu Nan promptly retrieved food from his storage space. Given the circumstances, anything substantial seemed unappetizing, so something cooler would suffice. While they were dining, Mu Nan heard a beep. The air conditioning had unexpectedly activated, much earlier than anticipated. Wonderful. We finally have power. It seems the sun is exceptionally fierce today. If we could procure a few more solar panels, we might even be able to run 2 air conditioners. He still had some solar panels in his storage, reserved for replacements, as these items have a limited lifespan. Who could say if they would still be manufactured in the future, or if ordinary citizens like themselves would be able to afford them? Thus, Mu Nan refrained from being overly generous with his supplies. Nevertheless, he had mentioned to Jin Chu that if they could find additional solar panels, they could install a few on the outer walls. A single generator should suffice for 2 households, but exceeding that would likely lead to overload. After a satisfying meal, drowsiness enveloped them. As the electricity resumed, the air conditioner quickly cooled the room, prompting the 2 to recline on the bed adorned with a cooling mat. The moment Qin Huai lay down, he felt an overwhelming reluctance to move, while Mu Nan still retained a semblance of energy. He retrieved a box of ointment from the space, diligently applying it to Qin Huai's hands, feet, shoulders, and back, any area prone to aches and pains. Once he finished, Qin Huai reached out to pull him closer, saying, all right. You Haven T slept all night. Come here and let us rest together for a while. Mu Nan replied, you sleep first. I'll tidy up the house. If they come over, it'll be too late to clean up. After a brief organization of their surroundings, Mu Nan noticed the bulging empty bag that Qin Huai had carried earlier. Curiosity piqued, he opened it to find water, some large damaged packages, but intact small packets of instant noodles, and even a few unopened bottles of oil. Lying on the bed, Qin Huai observed Mu Nan rummaging through the bag and chuckled. Everyone is taking what they can. When they were salvaging in the ruins, anything reusable was quickly stashed away. It wouldn't be right for me to refuse what they gathered, so I took a little for myself. These items could easily be left outside, so Mu Nan placed them on the floor rather than storing them in the space. After ensuring that nothing inappropriate was out in the open, he finally climbed back into bed. Qin Huai immediately enveloped him in his arms, murmuring, sleep now, there's no need to fuss. Mu Nan shifted slightly. Even with the air conditioning on, isn't it hot like this? Qin Huai, eyes closed, replied, it is warm, but being held by me brings you comfort. Mu Nan attributed the overwhelming impact of his first day of rescue to the circumstances, and thus did not resist, allowing himself to be embraced. He reasoned that once the temperature dropped completely, the heat would dissipate. In the past, he had always fallen asleep before Qin Huai, but this time, he was utterly exhausted. Even before he could drift off, Qin Huai had already begun to emit soft snores. With caution, Mu Nan turned over, but as he moved, Qin Huai instinctively tightened his hold, yet continued to snore peacefully, clearly undisturbed. Mu Nan found this amusing and waited a moment longer until Qin Huai was deeply asleep. He then took a pillow from beside him and tucked it into Qin Huai's embrace. Seeing that Qin Huai remained blissfully unaware, Mu Nan carefully got up. Although he had applied a medicated patch, the swelling in his arm was not easily alleviated. As he stifled yawns, he gently massaged Qin Huai. hoping to ease the tension in his arms and legs, so that when Qin Huai eventually awoke, he would not feel as sore. Qin Huai's slumber was profound, lasting until around 7 or 8 in the evening before he finally stirred. Upon waking, he found Mu Nan still asleep, lying on his back with a small blanket adorably draped over his belly. After lying still for a moment, he reached out to pinch his own arm. Though he had been in a deep slumber, his consciousness remained slightly aware. He sensed someone massaging him, and with a sense of relaxation, he surrendered to sleep once more. At this moment, the soreness he had felt earlier had significantly diminished, undoubtedly due to more than just the medicated patch. Gazing at the relaxed figure beside him, Qin Huai could not resist leaning closer and gently kissing Mu Nan's slightly flushed lips, which turned out to be as soft as he had imagined. Were it not for the gentle knocking at the door, Qin Huai could have gazed at the slumbering Mu Nan indefinitely, truly unable to satiate his longing to observe him. Alas, twilight was approaching, and it was time for them to prepare to descend. He adjusted the small blanket, ensuring Mu Nan was snugly covered, and peeled off the medicinal patches from his body before finally rising to open the door. Awaiting him were the freshly bathed and rejuvenated Jian Chu and Yu Zibai. Without waiting for Jian Chu to speak, Qin Huai quietly remarked, "Nan Nan is still asleep." Jian Chu promptly gestured for silence, and Qin Huai stepped aside to let them enter. Yu Zibai carried a bag filled with various items unearthed from the ruins. Jian Chu inquired, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? What are we preparing to eat?" Yu Zibai had discovered a bag of flour and several packets of pickled vegetables yesterday. "How about pickled vegetable pancakes? I wonder how long they will last. Perhaps we should cook them now." The commotion at the door stirred Mu Nan from his slumber. Hearing their voices, he struggled to rise, searching for his phone. "What time is it?" he asked. "It's 7:30, Qin Huai replied. Mu Nan glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "So soon?" Qin Huai approached and playfully ruffled his hair. "First, brush your teeth and wash your face. Are we having the pancakes?" Mu Nan pinched Qin Huai's arm and replied, "Making pancakes is such a hassle. Isn't your arm sore? Perhaps we should just nibble on some steamed buns instead." Jian Chu chimed in, "Let me handle it. I won't let them lift a finger." Yu Zibai was so exhausted that he could barely lift his hands, and Qin Huai was likely not in a much better state. The matter of dining hardly required their efforts. While they were incompetent in preparing elaborate dishes, he was still capable of managing simple home-cooked meals. Upon hearing that Qin Huai was not needed for the task, Mu Nan finally declared, "Let's eat." Jian Chu couldn't help but chuckle at his pragmatic approach, realizing that as long as his brother didn't have to toil, all was well. Jian Chu intended to join Qin Huai and the others for a meal, partly because she imagined Qin Huai was in a condition similar to Yu Zibai, incapable of even raising his arms. If she relied on Mu Nan, they would likely only have instant noodles to eat. Moreover, their battery was completely drained, rendering them unable to prepare any meal without electricity. The flour and pickles had been gathered by Yu Zibai and Qin Huai together, and at this juncture, having something to eat together was preferable to fussing over the details. Mu Nan retrieved the induction cooker and pot, found a container for mixing the flour, and then took out disposable chopsticks and bowls. Turning to Jian Chu, he inquired, "Do we need any seasoning?" Jian Chu replied, "We brought the seasoning. Do you have any chili at home?" Mu Nan opened the cabinet and produced an unopened packet of chili powder. "Yes." Jian Chu responded, "That will suffice." As they prepared their meal, Qin Huai connected the power supply to the adjacent room. A single power strip should suffice for one refrigerator and one air conditioning fan. Just as he organized the wires, the enticing aroma of pancakes wafted through the air. While mixing the flour, Jian Chu added the pickles directly into the mixture, seasoning it well before spreading it into pancakes in the pot. Unfortunately, they had no eggs. Had they been able to crack a few, the flavor would have been even more delightful. Upon their entrance through the newly installed door, Jian Chu remarked, "I have sprinkled a hint of chili powder into the pancakes for flavor. If you find it insufficient, feel free to add more on your own. Regrettably, we lack sauce and pickled vegetables. A touch of lettuce and a roll of luncheon meat would be the quintessential way to enjoy the kimchi pancakes." Mu Nan retrieved several bottles of water from the refrigerator, deciding to reserve the beer for Qin Huai, thus opting not to serve it to the guests. Jian Chu sipped the ice-cold water, relishing the refreshing coolness of the air conditioning, and sighed contentedly. "I have never realized how blissful it is to have air conditioning and a glass of ice water." Mu Nan responded, "If we could find a few more solar panels, your home could also be graced with air conditioning." While savoring the kimchi pancakes, Jian Chu felt an even stronger desire to visit the solar specialty store. Mu Nan turned to Qin Huai and Yu Zibai, asking, "Are you still unwilling to take us down today?" Jian also glanced in their direction, but her thoughts were diverted to another concern. If no one was at home, might a stranger attempt to enter? After all, a generator is a valuable asset. Qin nodded. Certainly, while solar generators are relatively silent, and with the door closed, one cannot hear a thing from outside. The security of our iron gate might lead someone to believe there is something of worth inside worth prying into. Moonan suggested. It is not feasible for us to remain at home indefinitely. Perhaps today, you and Yu Zibai could stay back to rest, while Jian and I venture out. Jian immediately concurred. This is acceptable. You all worked extremely hard yesterday. Today shall be a day of rest. Moonan and I will descend. We shall take turns, allowing everyone some respite. Qin was the first to descend. That won't do. Moonan turned to Qin. I am 22 this year, not 12. Qin replied. Then we might as well check the cooling station. Solar panels have been installed there, though I am uncertain if any usable ones remain after the collapse. This statement jolted Jian into realization. How did I not think of that? Very well, let us proceed to the cooling station together, 4 of us. This way, we can avoid endless disputes over who should stay and who should leave. He discerned that Qin either intended to keep Moonan at home or would insist on having her by his side. Allowing her to venture outside alone was absolutely out of the question. As for the household, the initial days should be manageable, but the real concern lay ahead. In a day or two, it would likely no longer be about rescue, as survival in such a building collapse is exceedingly rare. Given the extreme weather conditions and the significant delay, it was feared that any interactions would be with decaying corpses, which posed considerable danger. After all, during rescue operations, one is likely to sustain injuries, and exposure to decomposing bodies could lead to infections for which there would be no medical recourse. At that juncture, the focus would shift to clearing the area and managing the remains. He had no intention of allowing Yu Zibai to engage in such grim tasks. Thus, it was prudent to prepare as much as possible beforehand, stocking up on food and water, ensuring that they could securely shut the door and weather the most arduous times. Moonan turned his gaze towards Qin, who looked back at him with an expression that seemed to say, "What more do you have to say?" Unable to suppress a chuckle, he conceded, "Very well, let us go together, but you must promise me not to overexert yourself." Yu Zibai interjected, "Let us take him along. I saw someone yesterday hauling a trailer filled with items." After the group finished their kimchi pancakes, they lingered at home for a short while. Realizing that time was slipping away, they prepared to set forth. Just before leaving, Qin instructed, "Bring 2 food containers." Moonan entered the kitchen with his bag and emerged moments later, holding 2 containers which he stuffed into his bag. Once everything was packed, he inquired, "What do we need these for?" With all preparations complete, they stepped outside. While at home, everything felt fine, but upon descending the stairs, Moonan suddenly noticed his legs trembling slightly. Fearful that Qin might notice, he held his breath and straightened his legs. However, Qin, perceptive as he was, immediately caught on to Moonan's subtle change. Amused, he playfully poked Moonan's forehead and remarked, "Trembling is quite normal. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's not like we climb stairs every day, so it's natural to be unaccustomed to such exertion all at once." Moonan scoffed in response, "That's impossible." Only after they exited the building did Moonan finally exhale deeply, exclaiming, "It's so hot." Qin opened his water bottle and offered, "Take a few sips." The water within the kettle was placed there by Moonan, who had deliberately added ice cubes for their excellent insulation properties. At this moment, the ice had yet to melt, providing a refreshing chill that offered a slight reprieve from the oppressive heat. However, the air was laden not only with the stifling warmth of the sweltering sun, but also with a hint of decay tinged with dust. Moonan was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. In just a couple of days, no matter where one ventured, the pervasive stench of death would linger. The small trailer was collapsible, light enough to carry by hand, as the ground was almost entirely uneven, composed of a chaotic array of stones. Walking upon it was precarious, making it even more challenging to maneuver the vehicle. Thus, Yu Zibai opted to carry the small trailer. Meanwhile, Qin attention was solely fixated on Moonan, anxious that he might lose his footing and fall. A tumble here could easily result in sharp rebars and clumps of mud, with even a minor injury being a mere scratch compared to the potential for a serious wound. Jian inquired as they walked, "Have many people been rescued in the past couple of days?" Yu Zibai replied, "Not particularly. The rescue teams are far too few for the vast area affected by the earthquake. Just yesterday, there were murmurs that they suspect this earthquake may have impacted the entire city, which explains the lack of assistance and the continuous failure to connect to communication signals. If the situation is indeed this dire, preliminary estimates suggest that the population loss in our city could reach a third. Jian-Chu frowned slightly. Surely a third is improbable. Our city's transient population combined with the local residents must number in the tens of millions. What does a third signify? Even if it is merely 10 million. A third amounts to over 3 million. The loss of over 3 million lives due to a single earthquake would indeed be an unprecedented catastrophe. If the situation is as dire as it seems, a nationwide rescue effort should be forthcoming. Yuzibai remarked that aside from immediate rescue efforts, it is crucial to search for supplies and stockpile resources, as there is a lingering sense of impending change. After Yuzibai spoke, he instinctively reached out to assist Jian-Chu, saying, "I will help you walk." Jian-Chu brushed his hand away, asserting, "I can walk perfectly well on my own. Let's not both fall together." Munan acknowledged with a soft "oh," and upon exiting the community, they found the main road to be somewhat easier to traverse. However, with the streetlights yet to be installed, they still needed to tread carefully, wary of any cracks in the pavement that might conceal unforeseen depths. Fortunately, they arrived safely at the cooling station. The facility was similar to other community centers, although it was not as tall, consisting only of 4 or 5 stories. Thus, the extent of the collapse was not as severe, with half of the roof still intact. With the arrival of Qin Huai and the others, the rescue efforts here provided a respite for the soldiers, who had been tirelessly working. The complexity of the rescue at the cooling station was indeed significantly less than in residential areas. To accommodate more individuals seeking refuge from the heat, all counter partitions had been removed, transforming the cooling station into a circular structure. The overhead canopy, constructed from lightweight steel, had ironically provided some breathing space for those inside, as it withstood the debris from above. Within the rubble, there are numerous survivors, yet many have perished. However, the presence of those who remain alive serves as the impetus for the soldiers, who, despite their exhaustion, cannot afford to cease their efforts. If only there were more hands available, perhaps the entombed individuals could be liberated swiftly. The challenge lies in the scarcity of personnel. Organizing the populace for self-rescue necessitates their willingness to assist, but when confronted with the choice of rescuing their own kin or excavating the ruins of their collapsed homes, how many would voluntarily come forth to aid strangers? Consequently, the soldiers constitute the majority of the rescuers, for apart from them, the survivors trapped beneath the debris can expect no other assistance. Lacking a crane, the only solution is to carve out an opening in the debris. This breach was established yesterday, allowing confirmation that there are indeed living souls within. The number is likely significant, yet the risk of further collapse looms ominously. As such, the rescue team refrains from recklessly descending into the site. They delivered a supply of food and water yesterday, which, under the circumstances, should sustain the survivors for another day. However, if they are unable to create an opening by nightfall and endure another sweltering day, it remains uncertain how many can withstand the ordeal. Munan and others assisted in the removal of the debris, but soon found themselves at an impasse. The team leader responsible for the rescue effort faced a dilemma. This steel beam, which had sheltered those below, simultaneously obstructed the path to their salvation. In times past, summoning a crane would have easily resolved this issue. Now, however, they are left to rely solely on human strength, rendering the task seemingly insurmountable. Some soldiers endeavored to unite their efforts in a bid to shift the steel debris, yet now they found themselves at an impasse. Unable to mobilize additional manpower in a situation where assistance was desperately needed, Qin Huai cast his gaze toward a fragment of steel debris, significantly smaller, almost 2/3 less, than their current predicament, and remarked, "We may leverage this, but should our efforts prove fruitless, we risk a secondary collapse." The rescue captain followed Qin Huai's glance and inquired, "Leverage? How do we do that?" Qin Huai explained, "We cannot budge this larger piece, yet with collective effort, we might manage the smaller one. If we excavate that fragment and secure it with ropes, we could utilize its weight. The height of these ruins from the ground below is at least 6 or 7 meters. The captain, grasping the implications of Qin Huai's words, understood that by harnessing the gravitational force of the smaller steel fragment, they could potentially extract the larger one. Success would mean salvation for those trapped inside. However, should the forces be disproportionate, the endeavor could falter, and the resulting tremors from the smaller fragment's descent could trigger another collapse. It was a gamble with equal chances of rescue or demise. Ultimately, the rescue captain convened an urgent meeting with all personnel, where the majority opted to take the risk. They found themselves devoid of alternatives. The immovable steel debris left no room for negotiation. Instead of passively awaiting an inevitable fate, they chose to wager on the slim possibility of success. With a clear direction, everyone immediately felt invigorated, channeling all their strength in an earnest attempt to extract the small steel beam. Listening to the unified chants of their comrades, Munan, exhausted and resting momentarily, could not help but inquire of Qin Huai, "Brother, what do you think are the chances of our success?" In his previous life, he had always been confined to assisting within the vicinity of the community. Alone, he could only navigate familiar terrain and never ventured far. Consequently, he was unaware whether those buried near the cooling point in his past life had been rescued or perished. Qin Huai shook his head. "Such matters are subject to fate. Conserve your energy, lest you exhaust yourself." Munan replied, "I understand, but do take care not to overexert yourself. Your shoulder was so sore yesterday that you could hardly lift it." After a brief respite, they donned their gloves once more and returned to aid in the effort. The small steel beam was surprisingly heavy. They could not fathom how such a lightweight structure could possess the weight of a jack. Yet, compared to the immovable larger beam, the smaller one had shifted slightly. Even the slightest movement invigorated many, igniting a renewed sense of hope that with a little more effort, success might be within reach. Initially, they had intended to conserve their strength, reminding themselves that to save others, they must first be well. However, the collective spirit of the group was an irresistible force. Witnessing the relentless determination of others stirred their own resolve. When fatigue set in, they would take turns to refresh themselves with water and, once replenished, return to assist once again. As the first light began to dispel the darkness, the small steel roof was finally pushed to the edge of the ruins by the collective effort of the people. Every available binding was utilized, fearing that the force might cause a failure, and if the bindings were not secure enough, despair would engulf them further. Having exhausted all human endeavors, at the command of the rescue leader, everyone pushed together and then dispersed. The small steel roof wobbled precariously at the edge, causing the hearts of the onlookers to flutter anxiously. Fortunately, as anticipated, the small steel roof slid heavily from the edge. Qin Huai pulled Munan away to a safe distance, wary of a secondary collapse that might send them tumbling down. Dust and smoke arose, and the thunderous sound exploded in their ears, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Before the smoke dissipated, Munan heard joyous shouts proclaiming that a passage had been opened. The crowd hastily scrambled onto the ruins. It was impossible to lift the entire large steel roof, as it was a beam of a shopping mall, far beyond the capacity of the mere 30 individuals at hand. However, thanks to the leverage of the small steel roof, a gap had been created in the previously immovable large roof, wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, to prevent those trapped below from causing a collapse in their haste to ascend, as the surroundings were exceedingly fragile and even a slight stomp could trigger another disaster. 2 soldiers were dispatched downwards. Fortunately, the steel roof remained steadfast, having required immense effort to pry open a single opening. It was unlikely to collapse easily. Until all those who could still move were safely hoisted up by ropes, they remained unharmed. From the throng of survivors, be they ambulatory or clinging to the precipice of life, a sum of 108 souls were rescued. Amongst them lay 30-odd corpses. Some felled by debris from above, limbs severed, succumbing to exsanguination exacerbated by the sweltering heat. Others, in their desperate flight, suffered internal injuries, their demise hastened by the dearth of prompt medical attention. Still others were so dismembered that their retrieval proved a laborious task for the soldiers. Fortunately, all were eventually brought to safety, averting a repeat of the previous night's tragedy. The night's yield was considerable, 100 lives salvaged, a testament to the collective effort. Yet, the toll was undeniable, an entire night spent in relentless activity. Turning to Jianchu and noticing their hesitation, Munan interjected, "Might we inquire as to the whereabouts of solar panels? Or perhaps, what means of exchange might procure them?" The squad leader responded, "You came here seeking solar panels?" Munan affirmed with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, the squad leader declared, "Return this evening, and we shall discuss it further." En route, Munan turned to Jianchu. "Why did you not broach the subject earlier?" The captain offered a reward, a golden opportunity missed. Jianchu demurred. "You all exerted yourselves as well, toiling so diligently. It would be unseemly to request solar panels for ourselves alone, especially considering the preciousness of food in these times." Munan remarked, "Let us observe tonight. After all, from the captain's words, they should possess some solar panels. It remains uncertain how many they can spare us." Previously, the entire roof of the mall was adorned with solar panels. Requesting 10 panels does not seem excessive, does it? With 10 panels set up under this fierce sun, Coupled with their existing ones, it should sufficiently power 2 air conditioners, one would hope. When individuals are in close proximity, the disparities in their lives ought not to be too pronounced. If one can conceal their consumption behind closed doors, it may be tolerable. However, if they utilize air conditioning while their neighbors endure the heat, such an imbalance will eventually prove detrimental. Human sentiments are particularly sensitive to disparities. The greatest test of character emerges from stark contrasts. Yet, asking them to relinquish their stored solar panels might be deemed overly generous. It is preferable to bridge that gap subtly, fostering goodwill in the process. If Jin Xiao and Yu Zibo are indeed grateful at heart, the camaraderie forged through this temporary collaboration may endure. Conversely, should the other party be one who seeks to take advantage, they could easily abscond with the goods alongside Qin Huai. Thus, despite Munan's seemingly innocent demeanor and his outward display of sincere generosity toward friends, his inner calculations are far from negligible. Of course, should they treat him with genuine respect, he would not exploit their resources. Reciprocity is the essence of all dealings. Furthermore, he and Qin Huai are genuinely exerting effort tonight. If an exchange for solar panels is feasible, even without food, it is a reasonable proposition. Their contributions are tangible, and it is entirely normal to strategize for what they truly require, which would be more beneficial for them. Unbeknownst to those around him, the seemingly innocent little lamb, Munan, was in fact shaking the tail of a cunning little fox. Jianchu felt a sincere gratitude for him. He was a person unafraid of the malice of others, molded by a childhood environment that accustomed him to the unkindness of those around him. Yet, when he encountered someone who treated him well, he became flustered. Although he felt a deep appreciation within, he struggled to articulate his thanks. In his previous role as a sales assistant, he could eloquently charm anyone, but in such moments, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately managing only a dry expression of gratitude. Munan, Qin Huai, thank you. Munan smiled and replied, what is there to thank? In times of great calamity, it is fate that brings us, strangers, together to lend a hand. Only Qin Huai could perceive the fox's tail wagging playfully before him. Munan, ever clever from a young age, harbored no ill intentions, yet he was adept at charming people effortlessly. If he chose to, he could empty his classmates' pockets of candy, leaving them grateful in return. However, this version of Munan seemed to have quieted with his departure, retreating into his small circle and severing ties with the outside world. As he observed a flicker of his former vivacity returning to Munan, Qin Huai felt a bittersweet pang of joy. How wonderful it would be if such calamities did not exist. Climbing the stairs posed a formidable challenge for them. Qin Huai and Yu Zibai had adapted, enduring the fatigue with grit, but for Munan and Jianchu, after expending an entire evening's worth of energy, ascending 17 flights was nearly insurmountable. As Munan was being dragged upwards by Qin Huai, he gasped like a broken bellows, lamenting, if it weren't for the air conditioning at home beckoning to me, I would rather sleep in a large tent. Qin Huai chuckled encouragingly, come on, we're on the 15th floor now. Just hold on a bit longer, and we'll be home. Exhausted to the point of dizziness, Munan felt as though his lungs might burst, exclaiming, I can't go on. Jianchu, pushing him from behind, insisted, a man must never say he can't. Qin Huai glanced at Jianchu and Yu Zibai and suggested, let's just sleep here for tonight. It's too hot. Jianchu waved his hand dismissively. We'll cool off a bit and regain our strength. Others may offer us convenience, but we can't be too casual, even if we truly wish to linger in this coolness. Munan expressed a tinge of regret. I haven't found anything today. Many items are discovered in the early stages. As more people search, the likelihood of finding things diminishes. Today was consumed by rescuing others. Qin Huai remarked, there wasn't much to find in the cooling area anyway. It mainly contained construction materials, with an abundance of steel bars. With no outsiders around, Qin Huai extended his hand to help Munan up, saying, once you cool down, go take a shower. After that, I'll apply some ointment for you. Yet, Munan was reluctant to move, feeling utterly drained from the day's exertion. Brother, we still haven't prepared sufficiently. Qin Huai inquired, what are we lacking? Munan replied, a massage chair. It would be wonderful to have one right now. Lost in thoughts about the struggles of the future, who would have considered the luxury of a massage chair? Noting Munan's appearance of utter exhaustion, Qin Huai smiled and asked, you don't want to move, do you? Allow me to assist you in washing up, applying some medicated plaster afterward, and perhaps giving you a gentle massage once we are finished. With a soft snort, Munan struggled to rise from the ground. Despite a brief respite, his condition did not improve. Rather, his limbs felt increasingly heavy. Nevertheless, a shower was imperative. Without it, sleep would elude him. After completing his own wash, he prepared a bath for Qin Huai. While Qin Huai indulged in his bath, Mu Nan seized the opportunity to down a bottle of glucose, the sweetness making him cough, prompting him to quickly sip some icy water. The exertion of the day had been overwhelming, and despite resting, he still felt lightheaded. When Qin Huai emerged from his bath, it seemed the glucose had begun to take effect, and Mu Nan finally regained some vitality. He then held out a bottle of glucose to Qin Huai, inquiring, "Would you care for a sip?" Qin Huai responded, "Have you already consumed some?" Mu Nan nodded. "I needed to replenish my energy." Qin Huai replied, "I shall pass. You keep it for yourself. Would you prefer to rest a while or eat something first?" Mu Nan yearned for slumber, yet he realized that should he succumb to sleep, the prospect of rising to eat would be impossible. Thus, he replied, "Let us eat first. What shall we have? Noodles or a rice dish?" He felt little inclination towards meat. Although they had not transported any corpses today, the haunting images of the disfigured bodies lingered in his mind, rendering anything reminiscent of those scenes unappetizing. Qin Huai suggested, "Let us have pork rib noodles. I will allow you a touch of spice." Concerned that Mu Nan's fatigue might dampen his appetite, he decided to provide a slight allowance of heat to invigorate the flavors. With great difficulty, Mu Nan rose to his feet and seated himself before a small tea table. He retrieved 2 bowls of rib noodle soup from his spatial storage and inquired after Qin Huai, who was indulging in a can of beer. Not wishing to partake in the beverage, Mu Nan opted instead for a glass of crushed ice mung bean soup, concerned that a single bowl of noodles might not suffice. He also produced a box of roasted bread slices, generously sprinkled with cumin, the golden brown slices exuding an inviting aroma. Additionally, he gathered 2 eggs, freshly laid by the chickens he had raised at home, which he had boiled and stored in his space, ensuring he maintained a daily intake of 1 egg to meet his nutritional needs. The absence of a mobile phone rendered communication rather inconvenient. Fearing that Qin Huai and the others might be waiting to dine together, Yu Zibai had even taken the time to relay a message, informing them that they would be dining at home and had arranged a specific time to gather in the corridor before descending together. Mu Nan remarked that such moments were particularly suited for the use of wireless walkie-talkies. Although Qin Huai had purchased such devices, they were not easily accessible. It would be inappropriate to give others the impression that their household was equipped with every conceivable convenience. In his previous life, Mu Nan had no need to maintain contact with anyone. However, upon his arrival at the government's reconstructed base, he discovered the existence of an internal local area network. Yet, he was uncertain about when this network had been established, as it did not extend to the private shelter bases at that time. His was an advanced private refuge, which ultimately succumbed to the collapse of the food supply for various reasons, leading him to join the government's refugee base. In any case, it took less than a year for partial communication to be restored. Qin Huai proposed, if we wish to retrieve it, we could pretend to have unearthed it from the rubble tonight. There's a box set. We should first visit the cooling point. If we can successfully acquire the solar panels, we can wait a bit longer. However, if luck does not favor us, we shall search around the mall. At that time, you can smear a bit of dust on the box to feign that it has just been discovered. Mu Nan quickly replied, "I merely lament the situation. I am not in a rush. We shall assess the timing and decide then. Whether we retrieve it is of little consequence, as we reside nearby, and it merely entails a brief errand. If the task seems too troublesome, we could also establish a secret signal by tapping the wall. I wonder if our tapping would be audible to those on the other side." Qin Huai chuckled. Even a loud shout would be heard. Once it was confirmed that Jian Chu and the others would not join them for dinner, Mu Nan began to peruse the menu. "Let me see what we shall dine on today. We must avoid overly pungent flavors, as they would be detectable. Steamed buns are out of the question. They're rather rich. Noodles 1 tea suffice either, as they do not quell hunger." Noticing Mu Nan dismiss a dish with each page he turned, Qin Huai interjected, "Let us simply eat. Bring forth some appetizers, such as sour pickled beans and minced meat with snow vegetables, and perhaps fish-flavored eggplant. What else do you fancy?" Mu Nan flipped through the menu and suggested, "Let us add a stir-fried seasonal vegetable and a dry-fried king oyster mushroom. Shall we have soup?" Qin Huai shook his head. "No soup. It complicates personal matters when one steps outside after having soup." Although many individuals presently disregard their surroundings, treating the scattered debris with indifference, both Mu Nan and he maintain a sense of caution. Who can ascertain whether there are still lives or remains concealed beneath the rubble? They would rather utilize cat litter at home and dispose of it in a bag outside. Mu Nan unveiled a series of dishes. Despite having abstained from rice for merely a few days, the taste of rice was still unparalleled, especially when paired with delectable side dishes, instantly igniting an appetite. With each bite of vegetables followed by mouthfuls of rice, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him, the savory essence of eggplant and the tangy zest of preserved vegetables. Truly ideal companions for rice. While savoring his meal, Munin remarked, "Brother, I suddenly feel a sense of urgency." Qin Huai inquired, "What is the matter?" Munin replied, "If we continue to eat like this, will our provisions be sufficient? There's no doubt that we have enough rice. After all, my brother procures it by the ton. However, I fear our vegetable supply may not withstand such consumption." Qin Huai chuckled at this. "Fear not. At least for the next few years, we shall have enough. As for the years beyond that, should our circumstances remain unstable, we may have to rely on our prepared emergency rations, which will merely satiate our hunger, neglecting our culinary desires. Yet, if we reach such a dire situation where individuals are unable to recover from natural calamities, and the prospect of having even a morsel of vegetables or meat becomes an impossibility for years, then merely surviving may become the most formidable challenge, leaving little room for indulgence in earthly cravings. Sated and content, Munin reclined against the foot of the bed, letting out a hearty belch. Meanwhile, Qin Huai was tidying up, mixing the last remnants of fish-flavored eggplant into his rice, consuming it rapidly with just a few bites. A few empty containers and bowls were left haphazardly together. Munin retrieved a garbage bag that was not yet full, disposed of the day's refuse, and filled it to capacity, tying a tight knot before stowing it away for a later opportunity to discard it. Noticing that the assembly time was still early, Munin rummaged through his space and pulled out a digestive pill, popping it into his mouth. This was a special remedy procured by Qin Huai, developed by a renowned traditional Chinese medicine hospital in B City, primarily composed of hawthorn. Although it contained other herbal ingredients, its taste was pleasantly sour and sweet, particularly effective for digestion. As he chewed the pill, Munin mused to himself, while others struggled to find enough to eat. "Here I am indulging in digestive tablets. What an excess." Qin Huai approached and gently patted his stomach, which was indeed quite full. "You've eaten a bit too much this time. Next time, try to restrain yourself. Consuming so much might leave you feeling uncomfortable." He chided himself for assuming that increased physical exertion warranted a larger appetite, while forgetting that Munin had a tendency to overindulge. Munin belched again as Qin Huai's hand lingered on his belly. "It's been a while since I had rice, and the dishes were simply delectable, so I couldn't resist." Qin Huai extended his hand, pulling him up from the floor. "Let us take a stroll. Otherwise, you might feel nauseous once we step outside in the heat." Munin ambled around the house, insisting, "We mustn't waste this. It's simply unacceptable." As the clock approached 8, the appointed time for departure arrived. It was now 8 o'clock, and the outside world still basked in light, albeit the sun's warmth had diminished. Initially, this hour rendered people reluctant to venture outdoors. Even the residual heat of the sun was unbearable, compelling a lifestyle of nocturnal existence. However, it was uncertain whether the heat had lessened or if individuals had simply acclimatized to the sweltering conditions over the past months. Now, they could catch glimpses of daylight, seizing the opportunity to search for aid or scavenge for necessities while visibility permitted. The descent today proved even more arduous than the previous day, as Munin harbored doubts about her ability to summon the willpower to ascend to the 17th floor. Yet, she reassured herself that these challenging days would soon pass, and adaptation would bring relief. Jianchu, armed with a stick of unknown origin, rummaged along the path, perhaps hoping to uncover something of value. Yuzibai chuckled, remarking, "You won't find anything like that. Whatever was on the roadside has likely been scavenged already." Jianchu replied, "Let us take a look. It won't hurt to check." Their group soon reached the cooling station, where the soldier responsible for registration today was one with whom they had collaborated the previous day. Upon their arrival, he greeted them with a smile, informing them, "Today, they are stationed in the back area, near the northern entrance." Survivors rescued yesterday mentioned that during the chaos, some individuals fled towards the northern exit. Qin Huai inquired gratefully, "Is the captain over there as well?" The soldier nodded affirmatively. Upon their traversal of the debris-laden terrain, they eventually located the northern pavilion, where they discovered the captain orchestrating operations. This captain, presumably the squad leader of the soldiers, bore the surname Yuan. Though his full name remained unknown to them, they had only heard others refer to him as Yuan Ban. Consequently, Qin Huai and the others followed suit, calling him Yuan Dui. Upon their arrival, Yuan Dui waved them over and inquired directly, "Do you have any plans for today? Will you remain here to assist with the rescue efforts? Or do you have other intentions?" Qin Huai replied, "We shall stay here. Though we planned to leave a bit earlier today, we returned too late yesterday and missed our chance to eat at the cafeteria. Yuan Dui chuckled and said, "Very well. You may assist for now. Once you are finished, come find me. Regarding the solar panels, I can authorize a few for you. Considering those that remained unturned beneath the rubble, though I must caution that the quantity may be limited." Qin Huai expressed his gratitude, stating, "A small amount will suffice." "Thank you, Yuan Dui." The prospect of acquiring solar panels was indeed an unexpected boon, as they had not anticipated such resources while engaged in their rescue mission. Observing the soldiers diligently at work, Yuzibai placed the small trailer aside. Most individuals present were soldiers involved in the rescue efforts, with very few ordinary civilians around. Thus, the trailer could be concealed in an inconspicuous spot without fear of it being disturbed or lost. The northern hall has sustained considerable damage. Unlike yesterday when the massive steel structure obstructed progress, leaving gaps that allowed for a brief respite. Now, they appear to have gleaned some experience from the rescue efforts. As they sift through the debris above, they can largely surmise the conditions below, whether the area is hollow or solidly packed. They have formed expectations in their minds. In the northern hall, it seems there are likely no survivors left. The immediate task now is to recover the bodies. The heat is oppressive, and if the corpses remain uncollected, it is only a matter of time before a plague erupts in a city with such a dense population. However, even with their relentless efforts in clearing the area, given the magnitude of the earthquake and the ensuing death toll, an outbreak of disease appears imminent. Before they could finish searching for the bodies, it seems Jianchu has stumbled upon something. He glanced around and, noticing Munan nearest to him, called out, "Munan, come here for a moment." Munan, drenched in sweat, struggled to make his way over and collapsed onto a pile of rubble, asking, "What is it?" Jianchu was tugging at something with effort, and Munan assisted by lifting a heavy stone. With a sudden pull, an object that had been compressed flat was extracted. "Isn't this a down comforter?" Munan shone his flashlight on it and confirmed, "It appears to be a blanket, vacuum-sealed and tightly compressed. It's quite substantial to hold." Jianchu sighed, "If only it were water. Who needs a blanket at a time like this?" Munan remarked, "It is indeed necessary. With the current heat, who knows how frigid it may become when the weather turns cold, perhaps cold enough to be cloaked in heavy snow." Jianchu responded, "It is already February. Winter seems a distant memory. I fear by summer, temperatures may soar to 60 or 70 degrees. It would rival the fiery mountains depicted in Journey to the West." Noticing the two seated there for an extended period without movement, Qin Huai approached and inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" Munan gestured towards the blanket, saying, "Jianchu found this." Qin Huai replied, "Then you may have stumbled upon the storeroom." Munan was taken aback. "Storeroom? Wasn't the cooling point cleared out long ago? Where could there be a storeroom?" Qin Huai clarified, "The storeroom has been relocated to the top floor. What was cleared out were the goods from various brands, but some items could not be moved by the merchants. Those that remained have been placed in the storeroom on the top floor. It is likely these include bed linens or other non-consumable items. You may search here. Whatever you find is a bonus." He had specifically inquired about the environment nearby to gain an understanding of the terrain. Otherwise, moving for hours only to end up in uninhabited areas would be a futile endeavor. With the possibility of a storeroom below, Jianchu and Munan were instantly invigorated. Although Munan's space was not lacking in supplies, the prospect of acquiring more was too enticing to ignore. Stockpiling goods brings joy and is indeed addictive. Indeed, this place serves as a repository for items. Before long, the two individuals uncovered a compressed blanket. Noticing their discovery, a soldier hurried over to assist. Recognizing the importance of salvaging both lives and supplies, they toiled through much of the night, sorting through a collection of bedding, clothing, and a variety of daily necessities. However, the personal care products were primarily skincare items, such as face creams and hand lotions. Most of the porcelain containers were shattered, yet some of the items encased in plastic remained usable. Munan and the others did not take much. They organized a selection of bedding, including comforters and sheets, and chose thick garments suited to their sizes. All the clothing consisted of down jackets, with none suitable for summer, likely having been cleared out previously. They also packed a box filled with authentic personal care products and samples, along with several steel bowls. Their small cart was already overflowing, and they still needed to accommodate solar panels. Consequently, they refrained from taking too much, as these items were not consumables. The bedding and clothing could last for several years, and they intended to take only what was necessary for their own use, leaving the rest for the soldiers. Munan gazed at the fully loaded cart, feeling perplexed. "Are we supposed to carry this up?" Just the solar panels are quite heavy. If it were only he and Qin Huai, they could simply compress the items into their spatial storage, making the task effortless. However, now it seemed they would have to rely on physical strength to transport everything upstairs. Yu Zibai suggested, "You and Qin Huai should take your belongings, while Jianshu waits here. I can make a couple of trips and should be able to transport everything." Qin Huai instructed, "The vacuum bags encasing the quilts are still quite robust. We'll bind several quilts together with rope and nan. You can simply haul them upstairs by the rope. Dragging the quilts along the ground will conserve your energy. The three of us will transport the remaining items via trolley, tackling each floor incrementally and pausing for respite between levels. This approach is less strenuous than making multiple trips." Munan considered ascending to the 17th floor a considerable feat in itself. Contributing by managing the weight of the quilts seemed a reasonable compromise, understanding one's limitations. He planned to give Qin Huai a thorough massage later that evening. Despite the lack of survivors discovered today, no bodies were unearthed either. He contemplated inquiring whether Qin Huai had an appetite for meat, sensing he had grown gaunt from exhaustion in recent days and could benefit from some restorative broth. Given the throngs at the cafeteria, Qin Huai located a discreet nook for Jianchu and Munan, mindful that dragging their belongings through the crowd would attract unwanted attention. Soldiers will be patrolling this area intermittently. Remain vigilant, and if you encounter anyone with malicious intent, raise an alarm. If no one responds, flee. The possessions are expendable. Understood? Qin Huai retrieved Munan's backpack, which contained meal tickets and lunchboxes. Yuzibo also gathered several newly salvaged steel bowls, uncertain whether Su Ming would require them, but intending to inquire. This marks their inaugural visit to the medical unit, where power has been supplied to operate the air conditioning due to the overwhelming number of casualties. The situation has exceeded the capacity of mere 1 or 2 tents. Consequently, they have hastily salvaged some partitions from the debris, securing thick thermal insulation with stones, and fashioned a makeshift roof, which is further covered by a larger canopy. Several air conditioning units are strategically placed in various corners to circulate cool air, while large fans oscillate in the center, striving to alleviate the stifling heat. Inside the tents, most individuals lie on the ground, as there are insufficient beds to accommodate them. Some exhibit slightly better conditions, their consciousness intact yet their gaze is vacantly fixed on the ceiling, unresponsive to the commotion around them. It is uncertain whether they are asleep or in a state of unconsciousness, their bodies wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, with numerous limbs shattered. Given the scarcity of water resources, there is no means to cleanse the wounds. During their brief stay, a casualty was carried out from the tent, reported to have a festering wound that necessitated the excision of necrotic tissue and reapplication of medication, all without anesthesia. Survival is a matter of endurance. Those who cannot withstand the pain will not survive. The scene is harrowing, with anguished cries resonating incessantly. This is precisely why Qin Huai refrained. Although it was said to be a rotational break, in reality, there was little opportunity for rest, at most. One could snatch an hour of sleep before rising again to assist. This marked the first occasion since he began his employment that he had engaged in such relentless rescue efforts. Yuzibai remarked today, "We managed to find some blankets and the like. Would you like one? If so, I shall reserve a bed for you." Su Ming nodded in agreement. "Please set aside a bed for me." As she spoke, she handed her house key to Yuzibai. "If you come down tomorrow, could you bring all the medications from my home? They are all stored in the refrigerator, and if left unused, they may spoil." Yuzibai accepted the key with a nod. "Shall I also bring your self-heating pot?" Since Yuzibai had prepared the meals, Qin Huai directly handed them the food containers, while he simply placed his staple food into a plastic bag. A couple of days prior, they had not exchanged their meal tickets, so this time they swapped all at once. Food dwindled with each passing day, and it was uncertain if supplies would continue to be available later on. Hence, they hurriedly exchanged their tickets, filling their bags to the brim. Outside the cafeteria, a number of individuals awaited. These were not participants in the rescue efforts but had managed to salvage various items from the debris, such as money and precious jewels. They sought to barter these possessions for a meager supply of food from those emerging from the cafeteria. Others were trading food items, including unopened bottles of water, instant noodles, and even snacks like jerky and biscuits. It is presumed that these individuals, having lost their homes to collapse, find themselves in a dire situation where, even if they can procure some food, they possess no utensils to enjoy a warm meal. Thus, they contemplate exchanging the scant provisions they have unearthed for rice or steamed buns. As Qin Huai surveyed the surroundings, he discerned nothing of value worthy of trading for a substantial bond. Yu Zibai, however, hesitantly approached to inquire about exchanging for water. The response was, 2 buns for a bottle of water. Qin Huai then asked, "Is your family in need of water?" He continued, "This evening, let us venture to the nearby marketplace. If we come across additional items for warmth and protection against the cold, we should collect them. When the temperatures drop, we can barter these goods with the military for essential supplies." Yu Zibai wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing doubt. Can it possibly get any colder? Since the oppressive heat began with the smog in May, it has persisted almost a full year, and now, nearing March, the relentless warmth has instilled in them a disquieting sense that winter may never return. Qin Huai remarked, "Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Who can predict if this year of heat will be followed by a year of chill?" Yu Zibai furrowed his brow, contemplating this troubling possibility, growing increasingly anxious. If that were to occur, how could life sustain itself on this planet? What could possibly have caused such a drastic shift in our climate? However, such anomalous weather phenomena have not been unprecedented on this ancient planet. It has witnessed millions of years of freezing and countless years of rainfall. Presently, it merely feels a tad warmer, allowing humanity to cling to survival. Should it truly transform into a fireball, the struggle would become futile. Upon this reflection, the thought that the worst outcome might simply be a collective demise lightened the burden on one's heart. Yu Zibai nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to depart. Sure, Yuanfei had been searching for Qin Huai. Although he had spotted him on the registration list, he had yet to locate him in person. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns regarding Qin Huai's safety. Had it not been for Qin Huai's photograph on the day of the earthquake, the military would have remained oblivious to the magnitude of their impending losses. Thanks to Qin Huai's prompt warning that day, they had gathered swiftly in the open area, thus avoiding entrapment beneath collapsing structures. Yet, earthquakes are not frequent in their nation, particularly in their province, where only minor tremors typically occur. Therefore, even though an air raid alert was issued that day, it was still too late. Had they been able to detect the situation even half an hour earlier, they could have directly disseminated the alert to the populace's mobile devices through the service providers. Nevertheless, Qin Huai has indeed salvaged many lives, preserving the integrity of the military department to ensure the continuity of rescue efforts and normal operations. It is truly a debt of gratitude owed to him. Observing the individuals before him, Sure Yuanfei wore a smile tinged with relief and a hint of resignation. The last reward has yet to be bestowed, and I am uncertain how to express my gratitude this time. The higher-ups are preoccupied with rescue operations, and there remains a multitude of matters to address. They may be momentarily unable to extend their hands. Rest assured, your contributions will not be overlooked, and that which is rightfully yours will undoubtedly be granted. Qin Huai replied, "It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Your attention to the situation has brought about the current outcome. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards yourselves. Whether in the face of the last apocalypse or this recent earthquake, had you not valued the information provided by the populace, such results would not have materialized. As for the rice reward you mentioned previously, Sure Yuanfei, momentarily embarrassed, responded, I assure you it will be forthcoming. Although it may require some delay given the current circumstances. He had just stated that due rewards would be given. Yet now he found himself unable to provide even a morsel of rice, a contradiction that left him feeling quite awkward. Qin Huai chuckled softly. What I propose is this. Let my share of the previous reward be donated. The rice that is due to me should be given to the soldiers. This rescue operation heavily relied upon their efforts. In this day and age, money has lost its value. In the blink of an eye, everything has crumbled to this extent. Beyond maintaining my own sustenance, I can offer little else. Thus, I shall repurpose my contributions to ensure they receive a hearty meal, as a token of my appreciation. Sure Yuanfei hastily declined, stating, No need, this is merely our duty. Qin Huai shook his head, replying, Well, this is also my responsibility. Enough of this discussion. My brother is still waiting for me. Let us settle it this way, and I would appreciate your assistance with the remaining matters. Without allowing Sure Yuanfei another opportunity for refusal, Qin Huai departed. They lacked for nothing in terms of rice, yet those soldiers, some not yet 20, were in dire straits. Munan remarked that this was a catastrophe of global proportions. Perhaps their families were currently entombed beneath the rubble, yet they could only remain there to rescue others. He could not sacrifice the supplies that he and Munan had meticulously prepared for the future. Thus, he resolved to consider their unexpected gains as a means to secure peace of mind. Observing Qin Huai's retreating figure, Sure Yuanfei slowly raised his hand and rendered a military salute. Ascending the building proved to be a formidable challenge. With each lift of his leg, it felt as though he bore a weight of 1,000 pounds. Munan, lacking in physical stamina, could only drag the bundles of blankets that were securely tied with ropes. Even the lightweight fleece blankets became burdensome when gathered in such quantities. Meanwhile, Qin Huai and his companions faced even greater exhaustion. The solar panels were inherently heavy, and atop them rested a box of daily necessities. Qin Huai and Yu Zibai hoisted them from below, while Jian Shu led the way. After scaling 2 or 3 flights, they paused for breath. Will we have to do this? Every day? Jian Shu crouched down, resembling a fish deprived of oxygen. I feel as though I might perish, she lamented. Yu Zibai chuckled. Stop speaking nonsense. Take a sip of water and rest a moment. Just hold on a little longer, and we shall soon be home. Munan waved his hand, asserting, I can manage. Qin Huai is not a Superman. He cannot bear all burdens alone. Consider it a form of training. After a strenuous ascent to the 17th floor, Munan felt as though his entire existence had been elevated, teetering on the brink of euphoric transcendence. Jianchu and Yu Zibai promptly transported their belongings into Munan's residence. With the air conditioning now operational, the sweltering heat from their climb could be alleviated. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable. Moreover, they intended to install solar panels, planning to place them on the balcony, which is unobstructed and optimally oriented to capture direct sunlight throughout the day. This exposure would surpass that of any interior space, though they would need to extend the wiring to connect to the generator. As for the risk of being discovered, they felt little concern. During the day, few ventured outside, and even fewer looked up. The surroundings were devoid of tall buildings, merely remnants of ruins, rendering visibility nearly impossible in the darkness of night. Thus, unless someone overheard the hum of their air conditioning, it was unlikely anyone would suspect the presence of solar energy. Munan reclined on the floor, observing Jian Shu as he regained his composure. Once the sun rises, you shall be able to enjoy the air conditioning, he remarked. Jian Shu replied, Indeed. We finally see a glimmer of hope. As soon as they departed, Munan sluggishly rose, placing a small pool at the entrance for Qin Huai. He leaned against the pool's edge, one hand submerged in the water as he gradually prepared a bath for Qin Huai. Qin Huai, using a damp towel, wiped Munan's brow. Although they had enjoyed the coolness of the air-conditioned room for some time, beads of sweat still clung to his skin, and a gentle wipe was a welcome relief. Munan lifted his head, allowing Qin Huai to wipe his face, and playfully pinched Qin Huai's arm. After you finish your shower, I shall give you a massage. Carrying such heavy items is quite exhausting. Qin Huai replied, Not exhausting. I've nearly grown accustomed to it. Munan inquired, Just now, Yu Zibai mentioned that a soldier is looking for you. Who could it be? Is it that officer from last time? Qin Huai responded with a nod. It is sure Yuan Fei. Before the earthquake, there were subtle signs, and I sent him a WeChat message. He took it seriously. Although time was short, through urgent redeployment, many soldiers who were scheduled for a day off avoided calamity. It's another achievement to my name. I mentioned that the rice we had prepared as a reward would be donated to the soldiers, to provide them with a hearty meal in light of their arduous rescue efforts. It is a gesture of our goodwill. Munan nodded in agreement. That sounds quite good. We have ample food prepared. Taking more would be excessive. It is better to ensure they have enough to eat. They work so hard. I've noticed many have lost their nails, bloodied yet still striving to save lives. Qin Huai chuckled. You should sit for a moment. I will shower first. After filling the swimming pool with water, Munan gradually moved it to the bedside, retrieving a can of ice-cold cola from his space. He took a hearty gulp, instantly feeling invigorated and reluctant to move. Compared to yesterday, he felt a sense of progress today, as he had not relied on glucose to regain his strength. Once the heat and sweat had been washed away, he settled onto the floor, surrounded by the refreshing scent of floral body spray, and began his daily ritual of perusing the menu to decide what to eat. Once he completed this task, Munan presented the menu to him, asking, Do you feel like having meat today? Qin Huai remarked, Let us indulge in some chicken soup. Simply select 2 dishes. The soup shall be infused with cordyceps. And for the past few days, we have been savoring a bowl each morning and evening. Munan inquired, When you encountered Su Ming today, did he mention anything? Have there been patients afflicted by the plague? Otherwise, there would be no abrupt insistence on his daily consumption of chicken soup, particularly the variant enriched with cordyceps for bodily nourishment. Qin Huai shook his head. It appears that, as of now, there are none. However, Su Ming did indicate that once an outbreak occurs, it will lead to a significant epidemic. Gradually, their building regained power, and subsequently, he accompanied others to a private base. Within the confines of the base, he learned that the plague had claimed numerous lives, leaving behind indelible scorch marks on the ground, remnants of bodies that had been incinerated in heaps. This transpired approximately half a month after the earthquake. While only a few days had passed since the seismic event, thus, it seemed unlikely that such a calamity would unfold so swiftly. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, Munan suggested, perhaps we should refrain from venturing outside for a couple of days. It is prudent to exercise caution. Qinhuai responded affirmatively, let us visit the nearby shopping mall this evening, as it had previously been sealed off. Even if it were to collapse, there would be no one beneath, rendering it safer than the residential area. Although they could forego rummaging through the rubble, their arduous journey was primarily aimed at gathering information from the outside world. Their supplies were ample enough to endure many trials within the sanctuary of their home. Yet the reality of residing in a communal environment rendered prolonged seclusion an untenable solution. It is akin to the present moment. Had they not ventured outside, they would never have encountered Shi Yuanfei and Team Yuan, individuals from whom they have, in many respects, forged connections akin to a network of acquaintances. Had they chosen to remain indoors from the outset, they would have remained oblivious to those two neighboring families, devoid of mutual assistance, and lacking a friend with medical knowledge who could glean further intelligence within the medical group. To abstain from stepping outside may offer a fleeting comfort. Yet the calamity they face is far from temporary. Nevertheless, Qinhuai would not knowingly embrace peril. Thus, after a couple more days of excursions, he would retreat once more into seclusion. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Munan resumed his tinkering with a plethora of massage devices. As he manually rolled one, he tensed his arm and presented it before Qinhuai. Look, I have developed muscle. Qinhuai lay on the bed, perusing Munan's previous sketches, and glanced at Munan's arm in response to his words, subsequently casting his gaze upon his own arm without uttering a word. Munan clicked his tongue in mild reproach. I sense that you just looked down upon me. Qinhuai chuckled softly. The word sense can be omitted. Munan regarded Qinhuai with a look of accusation. You have changed. You were not like this before. Shouldn't you be offering me encouragement at this moment? Qinhuai reached out to tousle Munan's hair. You are truly remarkable, Nan Nan. Munan huffed in response, flipping over to open his laptop in search of previously downloaded variety shows. I can feel your insincerity. Noticing that he was intent on watching a show, Qinhuai set aside the sketchbook. You seem quite energetic today. Are you not fatigued? Munan could not restrain a yawn as she hugged her pillow and adjusted herself into a comfortable position. I'm not tired. I just need to relax, she mused. I'll watch some variety shows before drifting off to sleep. Ironically, the very individual who sought relaxation succumbed to slumber within 5 minutes, gently snoring. Qinhuai closed the sketchbook and placed it neatly beside the pillow, subsequently shutting down his computer, allowing an immediate tranquility to envelop the room. With only the sound of their breathing echoing softly, Qinhuai lay on his side, observing Munan for a considerable time until she stirred and rolled into his embrace. At that moment, he smiled, reached out to turn off the light, and together they surrendered to a profound sleep. As usual, Munan awakened nestled in Qinhuai's arms. Noticing she was still resting on his arm, she offered him a charming smile. Hee, let me give you a little massage. Her voice, still husky and nasal from sleep, brushed against him like a feather, stirring a warmth within Qinhuai that he could not contain. He sat up, suppressing his burgeoning desire, and gently urged, It's still early. You should rest a bit longer. Once Qinhuai retreated to the bathroom, Munan stretched languidly in bed, hearing her bones crackle in delightful protest. With a satisfied sigh, she retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow, only to discover it was merely 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They had previously arranged to gather in the corridor at 8, leaving 3 hours to spare. Despite the ample time, the moment she awakened, sleep eluded her, prompting her to rise and ponder the eternal question of the day. What shall we eat? Munan sat on the bed, waiting for Qinhuai to emerge. He contemplated rummaging through the medicine cabinet for a remedy for constipation when Qinhuai finally stepped out, steam enveloping him. Did you take a shower? Munan inquired, surprised that Qinhuai had washed up so early. Indeed, it was contrary to his frugal habits regarding water usage. Qinhuai shot him a glance and replied, You made me hot while sleeping. Although he was uncertain when Jianchu and the others would arrive, Munan was always on guard, instinctively stowing away items that ought not to be seen, such as the empty watermelon box and the used cola bottle, into his space. Thus, even if Jianchu and the others were to knock unexpectedly, he could readily open the door for them. Upon entering, Jianchu exclaimed, Your brother has good foresight. He switched all the staple foods. You have no idea how dreadful the cafeteria food is. There are even stones in the rice. However, given the current circumstances, I can understand. It's impossible to wash the rice. and the taste of the vegetables is truly hard to describe. Although having vegetables to eat was a significant improvement, particularly since dried ingredients like wood ear mushrooms and shiitake were almost impossible to procure, the taste remained undeniably poor. Munan chuckled. It's not that he doesn't want you to get tired of eating too many steamed buns. That's why Yuzibai decided to change things up a bit. Munan mused that if it weren't for the abundance of food in his space, he might have shared Yuzibai's inclination to vary his meals. Eating steamed buns daily without any seasoning would surely wear anyone down. Upon this realization, Munan suddenly understood. No wonder the government later ceased the distribution of rice and instead provided instant noodles. At least the noodles contained both noodles and seasoning, while the dry vegetable packets had some vegetables and a few slices of meat. For those who truly faced starvation and relied solely on government provisions, enduring several months of plain rice devoid of any oil or salt was simply unbearable. Jian-Chu pursed her lips and replied, I believe it is merely because instant noodles are easier to store. Yuzibai turned to Qin Huai and inquired, what is the plan for today? Qin Huai responded, indeed. I discussed this with Nan Nan yesterday. Given the current temperature and the rising death toll, it seems inevitable that an epidemic will erupt. Hence, we should gather as many supplies as possible over the next couple of days and then remain indoors as much as we can. Yuzibai concurred, stating, that is precisely my thought as well. We must ensure that the food and water we already have at home are not taken away. Otherwise, venturing outside spells doom. And staying in is no better. Jian-Chu sighed, aware that insisting on going out together at this juncture would be excessively reckless. Although he believed that the four of them would certainly gather more than just the two, he feared that if they ventured out and returned to find their home ransacked, it would be devastating. Thus, he exchanged a glance with Munan and proposed, shall we remain at home? Munan nodded in agreement, let us stay. As the two began to prepare for their outing, Munan, as before, placed a bottle of water in Qin Huai's bag and filled a thermos with ice. Knowing that the electricity at home allowed for such provisions without needing to conceal it from Jian-Chu and the others, Yuzibai added, the thermos is in a cardboard box in my wardrobe. You can retrieve it later. Qin Huai pulled Munan aside and requested, please hand me the walkie-talkie we agreed upon last time. If anything arises, contact me immediately. Munan nodded and placed a walkie-talkie into Qin Huai's bag. Although they had not tested its range, the seller had mentioned that under optimal conditions, it could reach up to 5 kilometers. Given the current surroundings were quite desolate and devoid of electronic devices, it remained uncertain whether the signal could indeed extend that far. Watching Qin Huai prepare his backpack, Munan inquired, is it safe to take the main road? Qin Huai reassured her, do not worry, I will take the main road. If you need anything, just reach out to me without hesitation. After Qin Huai and Yuzibai departed, the two found themselves at a loose end. Munan distributed the items they had sorted the previous day to Jian-Chu, stating, these are for you. I mentioned I would leave a blanket for Su Ming, and I have also brought him a few bottles of this cream. Munan could not express that the cold would soon set in, and that these items would soon be of use. Instead, she said, keep them. This cream was previously a high-end brand and quite expensive. In the future, it might be possible to exchange it for something else. No matter the circumstances, there will always be those who can afford to trade for luxuries. Although Jian-Chu thought that anyone willing to barter food for such items at this time must be quite irrational, they had gone through considerable effort to bring these items, so it was impossible to simply discard them. Thus, she decided to drag them directly from the balcony to avoid alerting the Zhang family with noise in the corridor. Do you think they can hear the sound of our air conditioner from their house? It is certain that Zhang's family on Munan's side cannot hear him, as the distance is too great. After sitting for a while, Jian-Chu decided to make his way over. With air conditioning running on both sides, it was certainly more comfortable to remain in his own home. However, before leaving, he kindly mentioned, if you find yourself hungry later, feel free to come and find me. I can prepare whatever ingredients you have. He recalled that Munan was not adept at cooking, and it seemed rather unfair that while the older brother was busy outside, the younger brother was left to suffer from hunger. Jian-Chu nodded. All right then, just knock on the door if anything arises. I shall head over first. Munan meticulously peeled a large box of pomelo, ensuring that the peels would not go to waste. He had previously researched online and discovered that pomelo peels could be transformed into candied pomelo, honey pomelo tea, or even dishwashing liquid. Given that dishwashing liquid could be purchased for less than 10 yuan for a substantial bottle, and even cheaper by the case, he deemed it unnecessary to labor over the pomelo peels. After all, his endeavor was not a mere hobby, but rather an effort to maximize the use of limited resources. He decided to store the pomelo peels in his space, planning to make candied pomelo when the weather turned cold. He had even purchased special packaging for the candy, knowing that in times of scarcity, a piece of candied pomelo could serve as a form of currency. After finishing with the pomelo, Moonin glanced at the time. It had barely been 2 hours. The lingering fragrance of pomelo peels filled the room, and he looked at the intercom by his side, longing to inquire about the situation over at Qinhuai. Yet, it was prudent to refrain from using it unnecessarily, as any sound might draw unwanted attention. With communication severed, the intercom was a rare commodity, and detracting scrutiny would be most undesirable. In order to prevent himself from succumbing to idle thoughts, Moonin rose to prepare a meal. He intended to craft some sushi, a delightful dish that harmoniously combines rice, vegetables, and meat. During the previous pandemic lockdown, when living conditions were relatively decent, one could acquire nearly any desired food, resulting in his pantry being stocked with ready-made dishes and richly flavored delicacies. Even as neighbors were tempted by the enticing aromas wafting from his kitchen, they merely expressed mild admiration for his splendid meals. Consequently, he did not squander time preparing lighter fare that might not satiate hunger. He spread nori, filled it with rice, and wrapped it around pickled vegetables and other cool accompaniments. With a bamboo mat, he rolled it tightly, shaping a long cylinder before slicing it into equal portions. After sampling a piece himself, he found it perfectly sized to fit in his mouth without overwhelming him. The rice's tanginess was just right, and the fillings were appetizing, prompting a satisfied nod as he recognized his growing culinary skills. Such a creation was undeniably convenient for discreetly enjoying a bite when mealtime was not overly permissible. When they arrived at the shopping center, a considerable number of individuals were already rummaging through the remnants. The topmost layer of debris had been largely cleared away, revealing what was once a vibrant area filled with a cinema, restaurants, and snack shops. Although it was uncertain if the contents had been entirely emptied prior to the mall's closure, the prospect of discovery kept many hopeful. Thus, those without families to rescue or wishing to avoid contact with the deceased continued to meander around the perimeter of the shopping center. Upon their arrival, Qinhuai and Yuzibai observed a throng of people congregated at a certain point, engrossed in their endeavors. It was likely that some discovery had been made, drawing most of the crowd towards that area. After a brief glance, Qinhuai suggested, "Let us find another location. It appears quite crowded over there, and I fear the wait may be too much to bear. Are you familiar with the shopping center? Do you have a general idea of the layout of the stores?" When he last departed, the shopping mall was still under construction. He had previously inquired with Moonin at home, but Moonin mentioned that he had not explored much, aside from the occasional one to visit the supermarket within the mall. He typically procured his necessities online, and the prospect of a solitary otaku venturing out was rather unlikely. Thus, Qinhuai felt relatively unfamiliar with the layout of the mall.